Just when I was still immersed in the loss of my girlfriend's breakup, the schoolgirl, Shen Anan, actually confessed her love to me. Her bright smile and gentle words made me feel like I was in a dream. What surprised me even more was that she offered to spend the night at my house. I can't help but sigh inwardly. This heavenly love affair really caught up with me? However, this so-called fling was not my lucky break. As far as the schoolgirls coming to my house, everything got weird. Her eyes gradually became strange and cold. And then, to my horror, I realized that this schoolgirl was actually a monster. She lunged at me with her teeth and claws open and screamed that she was going to rip out my heart. I backed away in fear and closed my eyes in despair. Just when I thought I was sure to die, a mysterious young girl appeared. She was my classmate, Lu Wanin, who was so agile that she repelled the monster with a few blows and saved me. After defeating the monster that Shen Anan turned into, Lu Wanin told me that the divine realm had descended and that a large number of supernatural beasts would appear on Blue Star. And I only had 7 days to either become an awakened and be accepted into the organization or an infected and be hunted. But in those 7 days, I could never find a way to become an awakened person. Just when I was almost desperate, an unexpected twist happened. I, Jiang Hui, surprisingly did not become an infected person, nor did I become an awakened person. I actually accidentally awakened the third way. That's becoming an even more powerful exotic beast, and even more surprisingly, I'm also an abyssal-level beast of the Warden. For me, this part of the experience was like a crazy nightmare. However, this time I have enough to change my destiny. Now that the divine realm has descended, Blue Star will be filled with alien beasts. I, on the other hand, will be the first human to become an altered beast, and with a firm belief, I will stand on that unreachable summit. As the divine realm descent continued to expand, the number of times the altered beasts appeared began to increase, and they even began to attack humans. On this day, I saw in the distance the tragic situation of suspected alien beasts gnawing on humans. I walked in and saw that the monster was huge and hideous, a beast, and it approached Lu Evening after creating a hunting environment. Lu Wan was afraid and tried to escape, but was powerless. When the monster was about to deal her a fatal blow, I threw a stone to hit the monster and attracted it to come after me. Lu Wan tried to reach for the scythe, but she trembled. Memories flooded her mind, and she was filled with powerlessness and anger. That's when a scream brought her back to her senses. I had been grabbed by the monster, and my arm was ripped off, blood gushing out. My brain nearly lost consciousness as a wave of anger surged through me. Just as I was being tortured by the monster, I still yelled at Lu Evening to run. She stood frozen, then wiped away her tears and rushed at the monster with a tight grip on her scythe. She cut off the monster's arm and saved me, but the monster was full of mockery. The monster attacked again, and Lu Evening was pierced through the chest by its broken blade. I leaned against the wall, feeling the blood dripping from my head, and looked up to see Lu Evening penetrated and hanging in midair. The monster threw her into my arms, her breath weakening. I held her close and sobbed as I listened to her words. She closed her eyes and never opened them again. The monster laughed, closing in on me as my anger reached critical mass. Suddenly, the world lost its color, and only the monster, blood, and Lu Wanyin's face had color. I was in severe pain, and my body mutated into a monster clad in white bone armor. The hunters of the organization felt my breath. The monster in front of me approached me. I slapped off its steel blade, pinched its throat and ripped it apart, took out the black crystals and crushed them, and after my body changed, I came to Lu Evening side and took out my own dark green crystal and placed it on her chest. I picked her up and approached an alley, only to have a man put a revolver to my forehead. The man's smile froze when he saw Lu Wan and questioned what I had done. He was Yuqin Shan. But that was when my psychic state began to decline and the immense energy began to dissipate in my body, and I passed out. When I woke up, I realized that I was in a strange and shabby room, and I was surprised to see Lu Wan by the bedside. Lu Wan asked me about my health and mentioned whether I had died once, so I didn't know how to answer. At this time, Yuqin Shan came in and brought breakfast. I learned that this was Lu Wanyin's house and confirmed that Yuqin Shan was her master. I was hungry and ate up the donuts. Lu Evening continued to pursue the matter of his resurrection from the dead, and Yuqin Shan and I did not dare to say anything. I changed the topic to thank Yuqin Shan, and Lu Evening also gave up pursuing the question for the time being. Yuqin Shan asked Lu Evening to buy cigarettes. She was reluctant at first. Yuqin Shan threatened her with guardianship and prize money, and she went out with a huff. Looking at them, I think these two masters and disciples are like father and daughter. Yu Qinshan talked to me seriously after Lu Evening In left. He pointed out that my situation was special, that I had an extraordinary recovery power after being attacked by the infected, and that I might even be a beast. I was shocked. Yu Qinshan asked me to show my power again, and my body really changed when I tried, and I broke a lot of things after turning into a white bone warden. Yu Qinshan was helpless and waited for the girl to come back, ready to find an excuse. He continued to discuss my situation, saying that my rescue of Lu Evening In was special and mentioned that I would be in danger if my situation was reported. I boldly proposed to join the Nightmare Parade, but Yu Qinshan thought I was bold and pointed out that joining would require a test and that I would be easily exposed. I used the reason that I was supervised and said that I could disguise myself as an awakened person with super regenerative powers. Yu Qinshan wanted reasons. I said it was for Lu Evening In and said that if I died, Lu Evening In might not survive, so as to blackmail him. Due to the tense atmosphere, Yu Qinshan finally had no choice but to agree, saying that he had lost a lot of money and could only close the deal for the sake of Lu Evening In. On this day, I was walking on the street with Yu Qinshan when I suddenly heard Chen Ning calling me. I was a bit surprised when I saw her, and she seemed surprised by the change in me. My tone was cold, and Yu Qinshan beside me even flirted. At this time, Zhou Qin came in his sports car. He put his arm around Chen Ning and was very provocative to me. I disliked him back without fear, and Chen Ning's reaction struck me as odd. Zhou Qin threw a card to let me roll, but Yu Qinshan quickly picked it up, but also let me thank him, and made Zhou Qin angry. Chen Ning persuaded Zhou Qin to leave. Yu Qinshan is still flirting with the back, giving the middle finger to the sports car. Yu Qinshan and I went forward together, and he accepted the 500,000 card given by Zhou Qin and claimed that he wanted to take this as a meet-and-greet gift for me to join the organization. We then took a bus to a small, dilapidated building in the Old Town, which is the home base for the Nightmare Parade. Entering the house, there was a nice floral fragrance that hit my nose. At this time, Du Qinghong walked down from the second floor. Yu Qinshan introduced me to him. Du Qinghong didn't shake hands with me. He just indicated that he was the vice president. He confirmed the situation to me, and when I indicated that I was a regenerative awakened, he said that he would submit my information to the association and asked me to think it over before making a decision. And because of Lu Wan Yin's saving grace, I resolutely decided to join, and Du Qinghong welcomed this. Just then, Lu Wan Yin came in a hurry. She was a bit angry because Yu Qinshan didn't wait for her. When she learned that I joined, she looked very happy, so Du Qinghong asked her to send me out. They stayed to continue their conversation, and Du Qinghong said that he had already helped Yu Qinshan report the commission task. Then Du Qinghong asked if he had killed that Vanguard-class beast last night, also pointing out that the beast stump had multiple lacerations, which was not his fighting style, and asked if the inner core was with him. Yu Qinshan pleaded with him to turn a blind eye, and Du Qinghong finally said that the next one would not be an exception. After that, Du Qinghong asked Yu Qinshan if he had ever seen an abyssal-level beast. Yu Qinshan denied it and said that it was impossible for the people of the Apocalypse Society to be unaware of it. Du Qinghong asked him to inform him if he had something to tell him, and Yu Qinshan nodded his head and went up to the second floor. After I followed Lu Evening In out of that shabby little building, I was still thinking about the cooperation between the Night Demon Parade organization and the state, and I felt that there wasn't much of that kind of atmosphere here. As we walked, Lu Wanin suddenly stopped and turned around, told me to close my eyes, and said she had a gift for me. I thought it was a kiss, but she ended up shoving a lollipop in my mouth, saying I saved her last night, and congratulating me on not becoming infected and joining the organization. I felt she was a bit down and asked her what was wrong, but she said the surveillance was over and she wasn't coming to my house. I pulled her back and told her she had to keep up the girlfriend act or I wouldn't be able to explain it to anyone. At this time, Yu Qinshan shouted from the second floor to let Lu Evening In go, saying that he didn't have to sleep on the sofa and he could buy a washing machine. Lu Evening In was so angry that she stomped her feet. I took the opportunity to take Lu Evening Yin's hand and said to go home. She hesitated and then agreed and said that she would pay for food and accommodation. When we got home, we started dividing up the role positions and she asked if she could eat 3 times a day and said that she was going to bed at 10 p.m. and now she wanted a snack. I didn't feel good when I heard that and said I'd go out and get a snack right away. I came home after buying a snack and found Lu Wanin half stuck under the bed, looking funny and cute. I teased her a few times and after pulling her out, she went to take a shower. When we ate the barbecue, Lu Evening In said that her body had been infected and she was losing nutrients fast so she wouldn't gain weight. She also introduced the power classification of the awakened, mentioned that the Nightmare Parade had the smallest number of people, only 5, and asked me if I regretted joining the Awaken Alliance, which I said I did not. She took out an amulet she had made and gave it to me, and I put it on and said to use it as a token of affection, and told her not to go under the bed. She had a regular routine and was fast asleep, and I looked at the edge of the bed being broken by myself, and went to the balcony to try and control the power. But I didn't realize that I would actually break the railing and fall down the stairs, run out of power, turn into a skeleton, and finally leap to the top of the TV tower and roar. Yu Shan sensed my breath and rushed to see me regain my person, saying that he wanted to train me to control my power. The next day, I followed Yu Shan to the abandoned construction site, where he said the place was going to be demolished and asked me to break rocks to practice controlling my strength. I shattered the granite with one punch, but my body was covered in skeleton. My heart raced, my power went out of control, I became a complete skeleton giant, and I fell asleep. Yu Shan found out and was ready to take action, but I suddenly woke up. I found that I could control the power of the tail. Yu Shan saw that the tail was constructed in a special way, and I said that it grew after eating kernel. There was a change in his expression, as if he remembered something. He had me familiarize myself with the sensation of controlling my tail before extending it to my whole body, and I was able to get my tailbone extended into a tail and controlled after a week of training. Yu Shan asked me about the situation of humans fighting against beast tides, saying that they have never really been defeated, and that the beast tides will retreat back to the rift after they wreak havoc. He also asked me if I would help the humans fight the wave of beasts if I were a beast. When I wash in the morning, I try to control my strength and can now hold my toothbrush without breaking it. When I was about to brush my teeth, Lu Wanyin suddenly pushed the door in. I was startled, my toothbrush broke. She wanted to take a shower, and I remembered that last night I said for her to treat me to a movie today, and she took it seriously. She seldom went out with me when she was chasing Chun Ning before, and now she feels different with Lu Evening Yin. Half an hour later, we went to the movie theater and bought tickets for Hell Alien. Lu Evening Yin said she wasn't afraid, but in fact she was very timid. She kept pushing her way to me after the movie started and trying to get her to relax. I said I was going to the restroom, and she followed close behind. I was in the restroom when I heard a commotion in the cubicle and came out to see a man and a woman. The woman bit off half of the man's head and lunged at me. I stabbed her in the head with my tail and found silk threads connecting to the vents at the back of her head. That's when Lu Wanyin arrived, and I retracted my tail, saying that the monster itself exploded, splashing me with blood. Lu Evening Yin also has blood on her face. She said that the situation in the movie theater is not right. There may be infected people, and ordinary people are in danger. I said that there is still the breath of the beast, and there are other awakened people. At this time, Mo came in. Lu Evening Yin recognized her as the captain of the Fearless, and Mo knew that Lu Evening Yin had not passed the examination, and asked me if I was a member of the Nightmare Parade, and I said that I was an internship like her. Later, someone reported that the infected body did not kernel and disappeared. Mo said purging not to leave any survivors. I reminded her to pay attention to the monster behind the head. There is a movement outside, and she left. After coming out of the restroom, I saw two infected blocking a fearless teenager who was scared that Lu Evening Jin had killed the infected. I felt an infected hiding in the shadows, the one in the women's restroom. It was pinned by my tail when it lunged at me. I realized it didn't have a kernel, and light blue silk threads attached to the ventilation ducts, and I strangled its head when it attacked me. Lu Evening Yin felt that something was wrong. I went back and said that I went to the toilet again, and she suspected that I had a weak kidney. We took the teen to the storage room, and he said he volunteered for the Nightmare Parade and was switched by his family to Dauntless and came to this assignment on his first day of reporting. His name is Chu He. He is the young master of the Chu family, and Lu Evening Yin said that he is a relation. He wanted to join the Nightmare Parade, thinking that the monthly fee was $500,000, and Lu Wanyin had intended $5,000. I said to find the squad leader first. Chewie said he couldn't get in touch. The signal was blocked, and my cell phone had no signal. We decided to take him away, and he pouted that his legs hurt, and he got up when I scared him. I suddenly feel in danger, pulling Lu Evening Yin into my arms. The ceiling collapses. The infected fall down. It's disgusting. Chewie dry heaves. I analyzed the infected situation. When MOU appeared to kill the monster, and Chewie was excited. MOU thanks us for helping the team and tells us to go back to the storeroom. Lu Evening Jin is upset when she tries to help and is rejected. MOU looks at me as she walks away, and I feel like she's watching me. I realized that there were silk threads connecting the ceiling behind the infected's head, which Lu Wanyin couldn't see, and MOU didn't seem to notice either. I closed my eyes to sense and followed the threads to find the cracks and heard the monster say that this was its lair telling me to get lost. I told Luan Yin and Chu He that these weren't really infected, but were being manipulated by a more powerful being, and that the movie theater had become a lair for the beasts. They were shocked, and Chu He was paralyzed with fear. Luan Yin said she wouldn't run away and wanted to join me, and Chu He also decided to follow us. Along the way, we come across infected and dead awakened. I find out that they were killed by a sneak attack. Ink Feather cuts the infected into pieces and we're looking for her. I'm sneak attacked by an infected and purposely knocked off my feet, and I take the opportunity to go up to the ceiling to look for the beast. There's a lot of ceiling space and a lot of carcasses, which is the beast's incubation lair. Ink Feather appeared out of nowhere with a knife to my neck. I identified myself, and she told me to turn around. I lunged at her to avoid the tentacles sticking out of the rift. She severed them, and the beast stuck out many more to transform the body into an infected. I said that the beast fighting power is not strong. Can solve it, infected people will lose the ability to move. Ink Feather said that this is the pioneer-level beast worm mother. The last beast tide appeared. It is difficult to deal with. I asked if I could go into the rift and kill it. She said humans couldn't go in. They'd turn infected if they did, and an infected pounced on her, which she decapitated and said she couldn't be hindered by the dead. I rushed towards the infected to distract them, leaving Ink Feather to deal with the beast, who was stopped by the team member who had transformed into an infected, decapitated, and then found me gone, with only blood left, and the beast cracking up behind her. Ink Feather was ready to use her mighty power when she felt a powerful aura behind her, and she was shocked to realize there was another beast. In the lair, both the bug mother and the other beast sensed the anomaly, and the infected all came to a halt as my power burst shattered a few of them. Ink Feather was surprised when I collapsed the floor and fell as I rushed towards her and toppled through the floor again to the front of the chasm. The bug mother sends an infected to attack me. I hold it off and brace for the rift, yanking out the bug mother. And when it struggles, I stomp on its abdomen, and Ink Feather takes the opportunity to decapitate the bug mother. I took away the kernel, and you found it puzzling. Lu Evening looked for me, saw my hand, thought I was dead. I was still alive. She was excited and hugged me. You came and asked me where I went. I explained to attract fire after picking up my life. Yuchinchan appeared at this time. You recognized him and asked him why he came. He said that he was worried about us. Weighed and left, saying that he remembered me. The Awakened Alliance locked down the mall for the aftermath, and all surveillance video was deleted because we didn't want people to know the world wasn't safe. Lu Evening back to the organization to report. Yuchinchan to my house, said that I stole the Colonel Tiger. I said that you may not have found it. He said do not underestimate her, but also said that the Fearless want to drive you away. Asked me if I want to abduct her to the Night Demon Parade. Yuchinchan said that the Colonel should be dissected for the Awakened Alliance according to the regulations, and it can also be sold for money, and said that it might be of other use to me, so I guess he wanted me to eat the Colonel, so I ate it. After taking the Colonel, I felt a warm current in my body. After closing my eyes, I dreamt of prison scenes, saw skeleton giants gnawing on bug mothers, and saw beast-tide scenes, and in the process, I managed to develop another special ability. Yuchinchan also sensed the change in my power, and he said that it was rare for me to be able to transform my inner core power. Yuchinchan also said that I can't let Lu Evening know right now, because she's not ready. If he dies, let me take care of Lu Evening in order to do this to join the association, because the Colonel is easy to obtain in the association. My power needs to devour the Colonel to evolve, and the prison things may not be the enemy. I asked Yuchinchan why the 5-star Awakened could not protect Lu Evening, and he said that the Night Demon Parade was in a difficult situation, not only due to a lack of money, but also owed people's lives. 5 years ago, the Beast Tide in Yulong City, Night Demon Parade was responsible for the Central District Lord's Nest, to delay the convergence of other organizations such as the President, and Lao Du led the team and successfully suppressed the spread of the nest. But the Central Lair mutation, the Exterminator appeared, the President fled, they were unable to resist, the mission failed to retreat. Many people did not have time to go, the Night Demon Parade into a joke. Yuchinchan said if he had to pay the debt, let me take care of Lu Evening. During this time, I practiced power control with Yuchinchan, and now I can be comfortable on a daily basis, and my skeleton form is still barely there. Today, Lu Evening said that she will take the Awaken exam with me next week, and I joked about dragging her along. I asked what the test was about, and she said it varied from year to year, and that this year was her last chance, and that failure to pass would force her to leave the Nightmare Parade or have her memory erased. I asked her why she had to take the test, and she said that darkwalkers not recognized by the guild would be hunted down and that the nightmare parade might not exist anymore, and that I had an interest in darkwalkers and wondered why the guild was in control of awakened ones. Meanwhile, Du Qinghong was organizing information on Lu Evening Een and I at the Night Demon Parade headquarters, and he said that when the beast tide came, he would let Yu Qinshan and I be the vanguard to open up the road, otherwise there was no need for the Night Demon Parade to exist. I had expected to go home with Lu Evening Een. After all, we always walked back together, talking about trivialities or complaining to each other about the difficulty of our homework. Today, however, she stood at the station, said she had something to do, and waved me off from having to wait for her to eat. Her rambunctious look left me a little helpless, and I had to go home alone. As I passed by the fresh market, I remembered that my parents were going back to the county tomorrow, so I stopped by to buy some vegetables, and tomorrow I planned to cook a meal for them myself. I was at the exit of the market, ready to leave, when suddenly out of the corner of my eye I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was a young girl in a black sweatshirt with a baseball cap on her head and a mask on her face, with only a pair of cold eyes showing. Her eyes swept over me for a split second, a faint glance before she looked back down and continued to look at her phone. I could tell that she didn't recognize me, and my hand, which I had intended to greet, froze in midair, so I could only smile helplessly and continue walking forward. Just then, an eerie aura drifted over from the crowd, like a cold wind drilling straight into my marrow. I followed the scent, and a pale man was staggering through the crowd. His eyes were deep set, as if he hadn't closed his eyes for days and nights, and his pace was so feeble that he knocked down several passers-by in succession without caring. My eyes instantly focused on the spot where his heart was, where a black crystal the size of my thumb was growing. Infected. The man was clearly on the verge of transformation, and although the kernel wasn't too big yet, a sense of crisis had begun to spread. I've learned a lot about infected people in the days I've been training with Yu Qinshan. Usually, the infected are consciously transformed by the beasts to become their minions. However, some infected retain their self-awareness and may even take pleasure in hunting other infected. This kind of infected with self-awareness loves to dig out the inner cores of those who are about to complete their transformation and swallow them in order to accelerate their own evolution. I pondered all this while staring at the man. His condition was obviously not completely deteriorated, and there might still be a way to save him. I was going to approach him and try to stop this unfolding tragedy. However, I had just taken a step when the man suddenly raised his head, his eyes staring straight at me, and cried out wildly, "Don't come near me!" He turned violently and rushed out of the crowd like a frightened beast. I dropped the bag of groceries I was holding and chased after him without hesitation. The pedestrian street wasn't long, but there were a lot of pedestrians, and there was no way I could just barge through ignoring the crowd around me. Although I could use my power to accelerate, that would surely hurt innocent people. Nonetheless, I did my best to speed up, seeing that the man was about to run out of the street. The man dashed into the road just as a speeding sports car came straight at him, and almost instantly I reacted. Grabbing him by the shoulders and flinging myself violently, my back slammed hard into the door of the car. There was a gasp from the passers-by, and my shirt ripped open on impact, but I knew I wasn't hurt. The skeletal power had crept over my waist, and I quickly suppressed its spread. The man collapsed to the ground, wailing and clutching his injured leg. He looked stunned, or maybe his kernel had begun to swell at an accelerated rate. I walked over to him, grabbed him by the collar, and calmly said, "I can help you. Be honest and come with me." He trembled, like he realized something, but it was too late to resist. Just as I was about to take him away, an ear-splitting brake sounded behind me, and the sports car turned around and drove back. An angry man came down from the car, well-dressed, looking like one of those rich young masters. As soon as he saw his door dented, he immediately stormed out and yelled at me, completely ignoring the close call he just had. I sighed. Things were already a mess, and now I had to deal with this boring conflict. I turned my head to look at the man and blandly said, "I'm not hurt. I don't need compensation." But he did not intend to let me go. The woman in the car also said scared in a delicate voice, and this voice made me turn around and look, but it was actually Chen Ning. She recognized me, and the rich young master, Zhou Qin, finally recognized me. I thought the confrontation would end there, but he took it to the next level, taunting me that I couldn't afford to pay for his luxury car and threatening to make me kowtow to him in thanks. This unwarranted provocation made me feel a twinge of impatience, but more than that, a sense of powerlessness over reality. I had more important things to take care of in front of me, and the man beside me, who was transforming, could lose control at any moment. However, things took an unexpected turn. Just as Zhou Qin was happy to see me embarrassed, a clear pop came from a short distance away. I turned around and saw that the black-clothed girl was holding a dagger, nonchalantly puncturing the four tires of Zhou Qin's sports car. Zhou Qin's eyes widened as his entire body froze in place. He completely did not expect that such a slender young girl would dare to blatantly vandalize his car. On the surface, I tried to remain calm, but inside I was already in a mess. Women are indeed sensitive, and Mou's icy eyes seemed to penetrate right into my heart. Despite the fact that I had tried to hide my difference as much as I could, she still noticed it. Just as I was thinking about how to deal with her, I suddenly felt something hard against my waist. When I looked down, it was the handle of a dagger. Zhang Hui of the Night Demon Parade, I felt something was wrong the last time I saw you. Mou's voice didn't have a trace of warmth. The man obviously transformed and accelerated after you approached, but now he's stabilized again. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? I gave a small smile, but my mind was racing, trying to find a plausible excuse. An explanation? I can't. I already said earlier that it was just a coincidence. I played it off, trying not to let her notice that I was nervous. Mou took a step closer to me, exhaling with a faint hint of fresh scent that smelled like shampoo. She was so close that I instinctively tried to back away, but behind me was the cold wall, and I had no way back. Her voice trailed off. You said your ability was high-speed regeneration, but you're acting more like a spirit or perception-awakened person. The handle of the dagger pushed forward and stabbed me somewhere in my lower back. I stifled a muffled grunt for a moment. Mou frowned slightly and seemed a little puzzled. What was that just now? She looked down and then realized something. A look of shame quickly surfaced on her face. Pervert. Now you can think of something like that. She took a step back, the dagger spinning in her hand, the tip pointing at my throat. I hastily raised my hands in a gesture of helplessness. You're too close. It's a normal physical reaction. Ink Feather was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see her expression, but I could sense that she might be blushing a little. She was silent for a moment, then withdrew her dagger, pulled up the man on the ground, and prepared to leave. What will you do with him? I couldn't help but ask. His transformation has been suppressed for the time being, and if he is sent to the Apocalypse Society, he might still be saved. Mou's tone became slightly softer. The Apocalypse Society? I asked suspiciously, the name coming back to me. Ink Feather glanced at me and explained in a low voice, a gathering place for spiritually awakened people, a group of clerics. I don't like them much, but they do have some skills. The initial infected, they have a way of eliminating the kernel from their bodies. In other words, the transformation is reversible. Hearing this, I began to calculate in my mind that if I could control the transformation of the infected, I might be able to find a similar method to reverse the process. Mou did not continue to say more to me, grabbing the man's collar to leave. But just as she reached the mouth of the alleyway, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at me with a slight sideways glance. Do you know about Yu Qinshan and Du Qinghong? I froze, not expecting her to mention these two, especially Yu Qinshan. Although I was on good terms with him, I didn't know much about his past. Old Du and Mr. Yu? What happened to them? Mou shook his head, his tone light. It's nothing. Just learn more while you can. Your teacher, Yu, may not last much longer. Her last sentence seemed meaningful, causing my heart to tighten slightly. Before I could pursue more, Mou had already disappeared at the end of the alleyway. By the time he got home, it was completely dark. At the entrance to the building, a familiar figure crouched there, smoking a cigarette, cowboy hat pressed low. Mr. Yu. I walked over and confirmed that it was Yu Qinshan. You brat, you didn't go home after school? Where did you sneak off to? He glared at me, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. I smiled and briefly told what I encountered on the pedestrian street today, of course, omitting the part about Zhou Qin. Hearing that Mou had sensed my abnormality, Yu Qinshan's brows furrowed slightly. He squatted there, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and was silent for a moment before standing up. Do you know Ink Feather's codename? I shook my head. Blood Falcon. Yu Qinshan said her awakening ability is extremely strong, and it is said that so far, not many people have seen her actually use her awakening power. Most of her combat prowess comes from her physical training. The Mo family's training of her was almost hellish. She was exiled as a child due to family strife, and was only picked up at the age of 7 and returned to her home family. I froze a bit as I listened. It turned out that Mou's background was so complicated. Yu Qinshan continued. She became a 5-star awakened at a young age, and she also leads the Fearless Elite Squad. She's a difficult character, You should be careful in the future. I nodded, and in my heart, I learned another layer about MOU. But at the same time, certain vague memories surfaced. When I was a kid, I think my family adopted a homeless kid who used to run after me like a heel. Just as I was caught up in my memories, Shan suddenly shook his lighter in front of my hair, scaring me into taking a step back. I was shocked. Mr. Yu, don't scare me. Hair can't regrow as fast as other places. Shan laughed loudly, then said, Is your kid thinking about that MOU girl? Don't worry, I don't care about these things. You and Xiao Luzi aren't really a couple, fair play. I smiled and scratched my head, intending to change the subject. Mr. Yu, why don't you go upstairs and have a seat? No. He waved his hand, then suddenly said with a straight face, Actually, next Friday is Xiao Luzi's birthday. Although I don't know what day her actual birthday is, it's the day I rescued her from the rubble, so I celebrate her birthday every year. I laughed and teased. You're giving someone a beret for their birthday? I don't know how many years I've been wearing it. Shan unexpectedly blushed a little and laughed awkwardly. That was the first gift Lousy gave her. I didn't think this girl had been able to throw it away. Mr. Yu, did you look for me and want me to help you pick out a birthday gift? I asked tentatively. He laughed. You're a smart kid. Young people know more about this stuff than I do, and next Friday is her 18th birthday, so she'll have to get ready. I nodded my head in agreement, and by the way, invited him to come to my house for lunch tomorrow. I didn't expect him to agree with alacrity. Hey, then I'll have to wear my best set of clothes tomorrow. I can't disgrace my girl. Looking at Shan's back as he left, I suddenly felt some emotion in my heart. This man who was always optimistic seemed to be carrying too many things behind his back. Not long after Shan left, Lu Evening finally returned home. I purposely pretended to be careless, sitting on the sofa and reading a book, and lightly asked, How's business at the supermarket today? Lu Lianin was cleaning while carelessly answering, Well, there are quite a lot of people. Okay, it's not very busy. Before she finished her sentence, she suddenly stopped and raised her head to stare at me with dissatisfaction. Lao Yu told you. I laughed and pretended to be innocent. What kind of tone is that? Teacher Yu is concerned about you, afraid that this boyfriend of mine will misunderstand you. Lu Evening didn't bother with me anymore and continued cleaning. Judging from her skillful maneuvers, I guess she was in charge of the housework even when she was at Shan's house. Thinking about it, I made a mental note that I could ask her to help cook along with me when I cook tomorrow. Early the next morning, I woke up and purposely went to take a look at Lu Wanin. She was still sleeping in an extremely unusual position, with her head collapsed at the end of the bed, one foot still hanging on the floor, and the quilt even kicked to the floor. I sighed helplessly and tiptoed out the door. When I arrived at the commercial street, I almost didn't recognize Shan, who was standing under the streetlight smoking a cigarette. Today he shaved, wore a slightly older suit, and had his hair specially combed. Mr. Yu so grand? I teased with a smile. Shan hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, proudly came over and whispered, What this dress the old man wore when he got married back then. I couldn't help but praise. One word, handsome. He laughed even more happily, but then asked me in a low voice, Jiang Hui, what exactly is the appropriate gift for little Luzi? I pondered for a moment and thought of Lu Wanyin's old cell phone that had cracked its screen. Her cell phone is too worn out. Why don't we get her a new one? Shan nodded his head, revealing a few emotions. That cell phone is still a secondhand item that I gave her when she got into high school. It is indeed a bit old. After entering the cell phone store, Shan was a bit embarrassed because he couldn't understand the guide's introduction at all. I took over the task of negotiating, and after confirming with the shopper, I recommended a new machine with a good price-performance ratio to Shan. Although Shan nodded his head in agreement, I noticed that he was a bit rushed. So I approached him and asked in a low voice, Mr. Yu, did you not bring enough money? How about I pay for it? Shan glared at me and laughed bashfully. Looking down on me, aren't you? I just think that the times are changing really fast. Even cell phones are made so sophisticated. However, as he pulled out the patched wallet, I noticed that the $100 bills were already looking a little stale. The cute cartoon pattern on the patch was obviously embroidered by Lu Evening. She was always so meticulous. After checking out, Shan looked at the new cell phone bag in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Do you think Xiao Luzi will like it? I smiled and responded. She even wore your beret for so many years. She must be happy with this phone. Shan's laughter sounded again. Ha, you kid is really good at talking. No wonder Xiao Luzi and MOU are both so attached to you. I froze for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and scratched my head. Mr. Yu, don't talk nonsense. MOU has nothing to do with me. Shan mysteriously came closer and lowered his voice. It's okay? Then why did she go to the association to check your file in the middle of the night last night? My eyes widened in surprise. She checked my file? Yu Qinshan nodded. She looked into it in great detail and went through it for more than an hour. It seems like you need to be careful with that girl. I'm afraid she's getting more and more interested in you. Thinking of MOU, I can't help but feel a chill in my heart. This woman has really begun to suspect me. It seems that I must be more careful in the future and never show my face in front of her. After buying fish and fruits in the shopping street, we returned home. Lu Evening Een hadn't gotten up yet. Her sleeping posture was still weird. I smiled helplessly. This girl's biological clock was really peculiar. Always going to bed on time, but never getting up on time. I waited until noon for my parents to arrive before I woke her up from her bed. My mom complained that I was disturbing her sleep. Watching my mother treat Lu Evening Een so lovingly, I couldn't help but feel when I had been treated like this. In the kitchen, Lu Waneen acted very close, playing with me from time to time, making my parents laugh. She was also really good at cooking, and even though she didn't know many dishes, those simple home-cooked meals were made to taste. In the past, the days were hard, and I often could not eat meat, so I learned to make vegetarian dishes taste like meat. Not allowed to laugh at me, Lu Evening Een said slightly shyly. I gently pinched her face and teased. I'm going to have to learn how to make real meat. I need it for every meal. She glanced up at me and then gave a faint smile, one that let me know she was speaking from the heart at the moment. After lunch was over, I sent my parents to the train, and Yu Qinshan was also ready to leave. However, Lu Evening Een resumed her usual coldness. Old Yu, what exactly do you want to do here today? Yu Qinshan responded with a smile. I've come to dine with you. Aren't you convinced? Besides, Xiao Jiang is a good son-in-law. What's wrong with me coming to meet my future in-laws? Lu Evening Een frowned and wanted to say something, but Yu Qinshan had already waved his hand. All right, I have a task to do. I'm leaving, so you guys continue with your two-person world. I looked at Yu Qinshan's back as he left, and felt a slight sense of relief in my heart. He was acting as hangdog as usual today, but there was a hidden indescribable ease, as if he had finally unloaded some kind of heavy burden. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a luxurious villa in Lingyu City, MOU stood on the balcony, wearing a luxurious dress and gazing indifferently into the distance. Miss, the information you asked for is ready. The butler walked over to her holding a stack of papers. MOU nodded slightly and walked over to pick up one of the photos. On the photo were two children, a boy happily beaming at the camera, while the other, slightly shorter and thinner child was hiding behind him, looking timidly at the camera. MOU's hand trembled slightly, and a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. She whispered softly, "It's really you, brother." Suddenly, I felt a violent impact, and my body was sent flying, ruthlessly hitting the stone pillars of the abandoned building. As I fell, the stone pillar collapsed in response, and rubble fell like rain on me. After a while, I struggled to climb out of the rubble, thinking to myself, Mr. Yu, you're hitting too hard. I panted and looked up to see Yu Qinshan sitting on the steps across the street, smoking a cigarette, seemingly waiting for me to recover. For the past week, he's been teaching me almost everything he can to help me master the power of the 100 skeletons in my body. We practiced not only combat techniques, but also shooting skills. But as time went on, I began to get confused about the choice of weapons. While I have no problem with control in everyday life, it leaves me feeling clueless in combat. When we practiced against each other, Yu Qinshan got me all kinds of weapons, swords, guns, sticks, and clubs, but every time I was in the middle of a fight, the weapons were crushed to smithereens by me before they even touched each other. Either the handle of the blade broke, or the entire weapon was simply snapped in two. Gradually, I realized that what I was best at seemed to be combat fighting techniques. Yu Qinshan also noticed this, and said that my learning ability was very strong, with a light blue flame flickering in my eyes, and that I was able to perfectly reproduce the moves that he had shown me. However, when all the weapons were unable to withstand my powerful strength, Yu Qinshan smiled and patted my shoulder. Why don't you try this? He handed out an old revolver. With a pistol, I can't use my power, can I? I asked suspiciously. During this time, I listened to Du Qinghong's lectures and learned that many reinforcement class awakened use handguns as their primary weapon. But the strength of a thermal weapon is limited, depending on the material and how well the gun itself carries the force. I recall that there was a tragic case of a 4-star enhanced awakened person who overused his powers and ended up dying from his own gun blowing up during a beast wave. Since then, the association has recommended training as many cold weapon awakened as possible, and many of the kernels and body parts after hunting beasts can be converted into weapons. Hey kid, guns may not be very good for awakened people, but you must remember, if you can utilize your power to the extreme, then anything can become a weapon in your hands. I nodded with a jolt in my heart. He sidestepped slightly and pulled on the brim of his hat, waiting until I was ready before speaking. Dare you to take 3 shots from me? I froze for a moment, thinking in my mind. The 100 Rex was like heavy armor, so defensive that not even the attacks of the Vanguard-class beasts and bug mothers in the alleyway could leave a mark on me. Even though Yuqin Shan was a 5-star awakened, I didn't think his bullets could penetrate my skeleton. Yes, teacher Yu. I want to try to see how strong my skeleton defense is. I gathered my courage and replied. Yuqin Shan stopped in his tracks, slightly pulling down the edge of his cowboy hat, the gun in his hand still in a ready position. Jiang Hui. In this world, you are the first person who dares to say that you will receive 3 shots from me. His gaze was grave. So exaggerated? I thought he was joking and laughed easily. However, when Yuqin Shan turned around and his eyes looked straight at me like a sword, my heart flinched as if I felt death approaching. The skeleton almost subconsciously covered my body. At the same instant, a gunshot rang out with a snap, and my perception barely managed to capture the moment Yuqin Shan drew his gun. According to reason, even a bullet in front of my perception should. There was a sharp pain in my shoulder, and the sound of shattering skeleton rang out as the bullet passed through my skeleton and hit my shoulder hard. The huge impact caused my entire body to flip a few times in midair and fall heavily to the ground. Ready-o! Yuqin Shan slightly sidestepped, lifted his gun, and gently blew the smoke from the muzzle. This time, I struggled to stand still and watched his movements with full attention. This second shot is the last words of the suitor. Yuqin Shan fired without hesitation, and I was fully focused, my eyes locked onto the bullet's trajectory. In that instant, I raised my hand violently and struck the bullet with a hard thud. The skeleton of my hand shattered instantly, and my entire hand was twisted and deformed by the immense force. But luckily, the punch managed to deflect the bullet's trajectory, allowing it to graze my head armor and fly out. However, just in the moment, I breathed a sigh of relief. A crisp sound came from my ears. That bullet unexpectedly bounced back after hitting the wall and ended up shooting at me at an incredible angle. Half of my waist was blasted to pieces by this sudden bullet, and the sharp pain caused me to directly half-crouch on the ground. Both of my hands were already ruined, and now there was a huge, gaping hole in my waist. My mind was filled with doubt. Why was the power of this bullet so strong? It hit the wall, but didn't destroy it. Instead, it bounced back. Soon, I got the answer from Yuqin Shan's expression. You can control the strength of these bullets. I'm a person who doesn't like to answer students' questions during class, so I'll tell you after you catch my last shot. Yuqin Shan flirted. With that, he aimed the gun in his hand at my head. This third shot is called the Martyr's Ordeal. The shot was blunt and unrelenting, crushing my head. The skeletal giant collapsed, and as the bones fell apart, my headless body lay upright on the ground. Jiang Hui, forgive me. Yuqin Shan slowly crouched down. We don't have much time left. I will use some more intuitive ways to let you feel the power. He knew that I was no longer conscious, so he dared to say these words. Don't worry, after this beast tide, no one will look down on the night demon parade anymore, and what will be left for you will be a vast and free world. I'm sorry, Jiang Hui. Yuqin Shan said meaningfully. I've been hit in the head by Yuqin Shan's bullets almost every day this week. The moment I was shattered each time, I could feel the skeleton change, especially the head, like it was being forced to evolve step by step. At first, it is slightly cracked and gradually firms up. Yuqin Shan's bullets seemed to be aimed specifically at my head, and every shot he fired was hard and accurate. The shape of my helmet had changed as a result, becoming angular, especially where the mandible was concerned, which had formed a black and gold exoskeleton similar to the kind of bug mother's armor that shimmered with a cold, metallic luster. Makes me admit that the head is more than a notch up in protection and face value. Yuqin Shan deserves to be a tough guy. Every time I train, I feel like I've taken a trip to hell, but all the same, every time I feel like I've gotten stronger. The next examination made one's heart sink. I don't really know the specifics, but Yuqin Shan said that this time it would be tougher than ever. Because according to the prophecy of the Apocalypse Society, in a month's time, a beast wave would sweep through the city. By then, the recruits would all be sent to different mission fronts. Those who couldn't pass this test would either be transferred or would be eliminated outright. This is not a merciful world. I looked up at Yuqin Shan. His expression was as serious as ever. Under such pressure, I knew there was no way back for me. What worried me the most was Lu Evening Yin, who was also facing her last chance. If she couldn't pass the test this time, she would be sent straight to the front lines and become cannon fodder. The association's attitude was clear. Awakened who couldn't pass the test were a waste of resources and could only make their final contribution on the battlefield. My heart could not help but sink a little. The cruelty of war has gradually made me realize how fragile human nature is under extreme circumstances. Conspiracy theories about monsters circulated on the internet a few years ago, and some even claimed that the blockade of Yilan City was not due to an epidemic, but to the destruction of some force. That once prosperous city is now in ruins. And if Lingyu City falls as well, I think the situation will only get more chaotic no matter what. I can't just stand by and watch Lu Evening In go to that fate. She's the only bottom line I can't compromise. In this world shrouded in the shadow of death, I can't save everyone, but Lu Evening In, I must. In the night, I heard Yu Qinshan inhaling a cigarette. He was silent for a while and uttered a sentence that made me feel mixed emotions. During the test, don't reveal your identity. Humans have zero tolerance for beasts. His tone was calm and direct. Perhaps he never thought of me as human from the start. I could have chosen to question him, but at this point I suddenly didn't have that urge. War makes everything simple and rough. Only the result is the final answer. As the day dawned, when I returned to my place, Lu Wan-in was already fully dressed and standing on the balcony. She was wearing a tracksuit today, a little different from her usual sweet look. Her gaze was vacant, obviously overwhelmed by the pressure. I walked over to her and cupped her face, trying to make her smile. Maybe at times like this, humor is the only thing that can take a breath. I said to her, "This is the last chance. There's no going back, so you might as well put your best foot forward." She looked at me, still a little hesitant in her eyes, but gradually there was a light. Finally, she smiled. That smile made me feel like it wasn't over, that I still had a chance to help her out of this nightmare. The early morning air still carried the chill of the night, so I changed into lightweight clothing and headed to the association with Lu Evening In. She seemed much more relaxed, but I knew in my heart that the brutality of the test was far more real than we had imagined. Meanwhile, in the sky above Lingyu City, dark clouds began to roll in, and space was twisting slightly. A tiny chasm is slowly opening up in the sky, like an eye, coldly watching the city. Chapter 37. Name: Samuel Kong. Code name: haven't thought about it yet. At the entrance of the bus, the staff member in charge of the rank glanced at Jiang Hui before continuing with a cold snort. Okay, any affiliations? The Nightmare Parade. Hearing Jiang Hui say Night Demon Parade, the staff's hand that was recording stopped. He looked up again, this time with more than just disdain on his face. There was a hint of mockery. What a surprise. There are still newcomers willing to join that shitty organization. You weren't seduced by that girl from their organization, were you? The association to which the bus in front of us belongs at this time. The car is now parked in front of the association building, and it will take care of transporting all the students who are going to take the test to the test venue. Jiang Hui was alone at the moment, and Lu Evening In was not by his side. From what she said, it seems that the content of the test is different for different types of awakened people, such as offensive types, defensive types, auxiliary types, and reinforcement types. So go in separate vehicles. I didn't expect this to be despised before he even got on the car, and Jiang Hui was also a little helpless. Can I get in the car now? Samuel Kong asked. The staff member smiled sarcastically and nodded, pointing to the car door with his pen cap. Go on up. Jiang Hui didn't think much of the staff's attitude. After all, this wasn't some university with its own rules. Then of course there was a chain of contempt. As it stands, Nightmare Parade is at the bottom of this chain of contempt. It belongs to a passing dog that can bark at you. After carrying a shoulder bag to the car, Jiang Hui found that the car was already full of people, only a few empty seats. He asked in a whisper as he walked up to a boy about his own age. "My friend, may I sit here?" But the man had his arms wrapped around his chest and was looking at Jiang Hui with an impatient face. "Sit in the back." Jiang Hui's smile froze on his face, and then turned toward the other seat. Before she could get to her seat, the girl sitting in it took the seat directly with her bag, and she turned her head to look out the window with displeased eyes. It was clear that Samuel Kong was telling her not to talk to her. After hitting the wall several times in a row, Jiang Hui could only sit in the last corner. He is taller, shrinking at the end, looks a little uncomfortable. But there was nothing to be done about it now. Everyone else in this car had probably just heard the name of the organization they had reported. This Nightmare Parade is really a street rat for everyone. I'm sure Lu Wan-in isn't having a good time in the other car either. The staffer saw that it was about time, and got ready to get in the car for the drive. At that moment, a young girl came running over in a hurry. She looked 17 or 18. A head of silver swung in the wind as she ran, and Jiang Huai realized that her skin was horribly white. Even her eyebrows were a little white. The whole thing is as scary as an albino. Move it! The staff yelled at her. The young girl picked up speed again and almost even fell. After finally getting in the car, Samuel Kong heard her give her name. What name? Yinja. The young girl stood up straight and answered with a gasp. She was impatiently interrupted by the staff when she tried to say her code name. Which organization? No, there's no organization. I'm a self-awakened person, discovered by the society. The staff member waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and find a seat. Yes. Yin Jia was just like Jiang Huai just now, looking around for an empty seat and bumping into walls everywhere. Just when she was so anxious that she was about to cry, Jiang Huai waved at her. Sit here, there's a seat next to you. Yin Jia trotted over to Jiang Hui's side with her black duffel bag on her back, as if she had been pardoned. Thanks. She sat down holding her school bag, and that's when Jiang Huai felt a cold chill. This young girl was clearly running out of breath, but she didn't sweat a drop. The entire person was even constantly emitting a cold aura. Ginger Samuel narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the young girl's chest. It was then discovered that there was more than just blood flowing through the young girl's body. There was also a light blue frost-like energy. Before being noticed by the young girl, Jiang Hui withdrew his gaze. The young girl had wanted to thank Jiang Hui, but after seeing that Jiang Hui had already put on the headphones, she also had the sense to hug her backpack tightly and shrink there obediently. The staffer sat in the driver's seat while the last person got in. Everyone held their breath as soon as the man got in the car. Nothing else. Only because the man was wearing the official uniform of the Dauntless. That black, streamlined design of the uniform is superior in both aesthetics and practicality. And he was obviously the person in charge of this busload of trainees. The what? All eyes on me. I have an announcement to make. He had his hands behind his back, a look of tugging and pulling, and at a glance, he knew that he was the kind of master who took the opportunity to show off after a hard time gaining power. Though everyone thought the teenager, who looked no older than 2 years older than them, was a dumbass. But nah, people are wearing intrepid squad clothes. You guys get a set if you can. For that matter, they really could not give this teenager face. So everyone looked at him with unblinking eyes. Both organized and unorganized cadets have heard the great name of the Fearless during this time. It could basically be considered the association's top war-fighting organization. The 6 elite squads under the banner of the company could be regarded as thunderous amongst the awakened, especially the captains of the 6 squads. White Spear, Black Sword, a Titan, Ghost Path, Heavenly Art, a stream of swords. These 6 were also among the best among the awakened. The youngest, MOU, codenamed Blood Falcon, had even become a 5-star awakened at a young age. What's even scarier is that no one has seen her awakened powers so far. I've heard that the sword she's using now is not her real weapon, even though it's also a famous sword. And the one blade that truly belonged to her, MOU never drew. Its future development can be unlimited. And the Red Raven badge that this fearless mentor wore on his chest. It was the proof of the Blood Falcon squad that MOU belonged to. I'm one of the instructors in charge of the team, and you guys be smart. Next time, don't wait for me to remind you to look at me. Do you understand? Ming, understand. A trio of voices rang out among the vehicles. The teenager directly stomped his foot and chortled angrily. No spirit. Can't hear. Can't hear at all. And you want to pass the test in such a low voice. A purebred dumbass. Everyone was speechless. He was on the verge of roaring his voice a few times, and it was already hard enough to hold in laughter at this scene. Do you hear me? Understood. This time, everyone roared in unison. The teenager nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly, his eyes fell on the last seat of the car. Hey, that who? What are you doing? This young master is talking. Can't you hear me? The teenager yelled angrily, pointing to the very back of the car. And the person he was pointing at was none other than Samuel Kong. Jiang Huai was wearing high-quality, high-fidelity, high-impact, noise-canceling headphones, and he kept looking out the car window. The J song was looping in his headphones, so he was completely oblivious to the fact that he was now the center of attention of the entire car. Mentor, that's the Nightmare Parade. A tall, skinny cadet immediately sniped. The Nightmare Parade? The teenager froze, and then looked to the back seat of the car. Right? It's that deserter organization. Nice guy. A little night demon parade. How dare you ignore this young master's words too? The teenager rolled up his sleeves and headed toward the back of the car. If I don't smack you 2 big ears today, you don't know why the flowers are so red. As the teenager angrily made his way to the back seat, the rest of the cadets began to gloat. Hey, this kid is probably going to get kicked off the bus. Serves you right. All the people coming out of this organization are cowards. They shouldn't have taken the test. Everyone was waiting for the big smart mentor to kick the unknowing kid out of the car. Better yet, show some thunder and kick his ass. Even the driver was waiting for a good show. In-jia shrank her body in some fear, and after seeing the teenager approaching, she hurriedly tugged on Jiang Hui's clothes. Only then did Jiang Hui take off one of his headphones in confusion and turn his head to look at In-jia. What's wrong? The mentor is here, In-jia reminded. Ginger Samuel turned his head just in time to see the person who had walked up to him. The teenager was scrawny, but he was as strong as a rainbow. He walked over to Samuel Kong and raised his hand about to slap him. But in the moment that Samuel Kong turned his head to look at him, the attack was easy. You fucking. The hand that the mentor had raised struck hard, but just in the twinkling of an eye, the hand flipped in midair. Gently squeezed Samuel Kang's shoulder. Why the hell didn't you say anything to me when you came? Big brother. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 38, The White Star. Huh. Ginger Samuel eyed the man in front of him suspiciously. The others in the car, on the other hand, were already staring at the scene with wide, unbelievable eyes. They tried to imagine many scenarios. Samuel Kong was thrown out of the car by his mentor, by all means. But the only thing I didn't expect was for things to turn out this way. Big brother, you don't remember me? It was thanks to you last time. If you hadn't saved me, I might have ended up in that movie theater. Jiang Hui froze slightly, then suddenly remembered. Isn't this the same rich kid who almost got slaughtered by the mother worms infected in the movie theater? You are, young master. But his name, Jiang Hui, was really a little hard to remember. My name is Chu He, big brother. You at least remember my name. What did he call that candidate on the nightmare parade? Everyone in the car somewhat doubted their ears. Big brother? And that he saved his life? Did this night demon parade really pick up a treasure? That driver is starting to rear his head. He himself had just treated Jiang Hui so poorly. If this was a lord who had already been looked upon by the dauntless as deep in his heart, he should not be held against him. Well, brother Chu-ha, there's no need to be so polite. If there's nothing else, I'll continue resting. Ginger Samuel wasn't sleepy. It was this Chu-he who was yelling in front of so many people. Feeling as grateful as his regenerative parents made him uncomfortable. Big brother, you don't worry. This examination, I will help you make good relations, you. Alas, how come I haven't seen my sister-in-law? Ahem. Jiang Hui coughed twice and glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. Luan Yin is my colleague, and also, take the test as you should. Don't do anything extra. Yes, big brother. Look at me, I just can't talk with this mouth, so big brother, can I sit next to you? He's also too loud. This young master really seems like he's not too smart in the head. Jiang Hui, this way, just want to quietly listen to the song. You can imagine Chu-he if sitting beside himself that he never have a peaceful day. And In-jia realized after hearing this that she had to step aside, but where could she sit? The other trainees seemed to dislike themselves, plus this physique of theirs that emits cold. Although it was a bit difficult, In-jia clutched her backpack and prepared to stand up. Jiang Hui raised his hand to stop her and said, It's fine, it's not a spring trip for elementary school students. What's the need to have to sit together? And then he looked at Chu-he and said, Just find a seat anywhere. Oh, okay. I'll sit in the front then. Big brother, let's talk again at the place. Samuel Kong smiled and nodded. So Chu-he turned around and walked to the front, casually found a seat, and sat down before shouting to the driver's seat. All right, drive. The staff member hurriedly started the bus and drove towards the destination. Jiang Hui had heard Yu Qinshan talk about it. Among the awakened, there is a type of domain type awakened. They can create a patch of anthropomorphic environments. Let what happens in the environment be completely isolated from reality. And this kind of domain power was called the 9 phases sealed dust realm by the awakened ones. This was one of the key preparations that the Awakened Association would make before the beast tide came. That would be divorcing an entire city from reality. At that time, all battles that took place within the 9-phase sealed dust realm would not affect the real world. This way the city would not be damaged after the success of the fight against the beast tide. Of course, this is limited to successful situations. So far, mankind had not managed to fend off even one beast wave. However, the deployment of the 9-phase dust ceiling boundary had never once been missed either. Because every awakened person holds a sliver of expectation. Expect that one win. Expect that win to come next time. Expect them to actually beat a beast wave. Mankind needs such a victory so badly. At this moment, Lingyu City's suburb of Hopeless Mountain. The 9-phase dust ceiling boundary that had long been laid out was activated at this moment. The mountain had also been off-limits 3 days ago under the dispatch of official personnel. After bus pulled in, it was like entering another world. Samuel Kong is particularly sensitive to this change in environment. He could even notice that the breath he exhaled had been completely different from before. The others in the car didn't seem to have much of a reaction to this. As the bus drove into a campsite temporarily built in the mountains, this examination also announced the official opening of the curtain. Meanwhile, in the mysterious hall of the Apocalypse Society, a woman in white stood in front of the huge armillary apparatus. It slowly rotated, with countless flashes of light dotting it, as if it implied the entire universe in a spectacular manner. Each ray of light represents a galaxy, and each trajectory foreshadows the laws of the universe. Each rotation of the armillary sphere seemed to speak of the mysteries of the universe and the Apocalypse Society's exploration and control of those mysteries. The Apocalyptic can be described as the observatory of the Awakened Association. They had the most powerful spiritual awakened in the world, with absolute perception of rifts and beasts. However, the relative power of the Apocalypse to observe the infected is somewhat out of reach. The Apocalypse, like the other powerful organizations of the Society, have their forces spread all over the world. In the fight against the Beast Tide, the Apocalypse Society sends emissaries to the Society's frontline operations to convey the will of God. The Awakened called these emissaries astral disciples, meaning the apostles of the stars. The woman is the star apprentice sent to Lingyu City this time. The Apocalypse Society foresaw that the Beast Wave would descend on Lingyu City in a month. And the Apocalypse Society's observations have never been faulty. But this time, she felt something odd. The direction of the armillary sphere and one's own perceptions, though, both indicated that there was no problem with the prophecy. Yet she felt a little uneasy. In a few recent observations, she noticed some subtle deviations. These deviations are so small as to be almost negligible, but they are warnings to the apocalyptic that cannot be ignored. And influencing this deviation is a white star. That white star will always be uncontrollably slightly off course when alternating turns with other star tracks, but will soon return to its original position. This caught the white woman's attention, knowing that every detail could be a twist of fate. She gently lifted her hand and plucked the white star and cupped it in her hand before placing it on her chest, a way of using her power. She used her soul to communicate with the white star, but violently. What appeared in her brain was a killing battlefield, countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood with a tall, white figure. What is it? The white star didn't answer her. And not only that, the starlight gradually began to dim. It eventually dissolved into a dark, dead silence. The woman's face was ghastly white, and she watched the dimly lit star gradually turn into dust, and inside she was indescribably sad. Hands folded in prayer for a while afterward, she turned and left the temple. This white star. It is by no means unusual, and it could very well change the landscape of this world. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 39. After getting out of the car, Jiang Huai looked around. It was found to be quite a large camp, although it had been set up on an ad hoc basis. It contains the cadet dormitory building, the cafeteria, and the command post where the instructors are located. Of course, these buildings only existed in the 9 phases sealed dust realm. Once you leave the block field, it remains a mountainous wood. Brother Jiang, let's go to the command post. I'll introduce you to a few of the examiners this time. Chui comes over of his own accord and offers to take Jiang Huai to the command post, but he is refused by Jiang Huai. The information he filled out was only a recovery awakened person, and it was still self-regenerating, belonging to the type that was only a current row of sandbags. Even if Chui's side could be dredged up, it wouldn't help him much in devouring the colonel in the future. It might be a big loss to put yourself directly into a logistics unit in the name of protection. No, I have a rendezvous with a friend on my end. Okay, then I'll go to the command post first. The first test will start in an hour. Good luck with your martial arts, Brother Jiang. As he watched Shu He leave, Jiang Hui was also incomparably saddened inwardly. You can't avoid the human condition anywhere. Thanks for letting me sit next to you in the car earlier. At this time, Yin Jia, who had been standing beside Jiang Hui, whispered. Previously, Jiang Hui had been wearing headphones she couldn't be bothered, but now she finally had the chance to say thank you. My name is Yin Jia. I have been treated as a monster since I was a child because of my body. Even in the Awakened Association, it feels like I'm in the unpopular category. The young girl was a little lost. She had thought that if she joined the Awakened Association, people would stop disliking her. She was actually very pretty. It was just that the silver hair and the white eyebrows, coupled with the piercing chill emanating from her body, really made it a little difficult to get close to her. No need to thank you. From now on, we are all comrades in arms. Help each other out. My name is Jiang Hui. Samuel Kong said with a smile. I'll go get ready then. Samuel Kong, see you later. The young girl blushed slightly. This change was especially noticeable on her fair skin, and watching the young girl's back as she carried her backpack toward the dormitory building. Jiang Hui couldn't help but think of that light blue fluorescent energy in Yin Jia's body that he had observed earlier in the car. That power was incomparably overbearing and icy cold. If the young girl could really master that power well, her potential in the future could be said to be unpredictable. Slap. Suddenly, Jiang Hui's head was gently tapped. He turned his head to look and realized that it was Lu Evening Yin, who was wearing sportswear. I have to say, when people look good, everything you wear adds up. Although Lu Evening Yin was thin, she hadn't lost any of the places she should have developed. At the moment, the zipper on the chest of that black sweatshirt was held up by her body and looked extremely seductive. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Lu Evening Yin's hand gently lifted and rested on her chest. Just now you were so mesmerized by looking at other girls, and now you're staring at my body so much. Kong, why you're such a little pervert. Lu Evening Yin deliberately came closer to Jiang Hui and raised her eyes slightly, revealing that provocative smile. Ahem. Jiang Hui coughed twice and took a step back before hurriedly changing the topic. Is it time to prepare for the test next? But I don't know anything yet. Alas, it can't be helped. If it's any other organization or a free agent, the association will send someone to interface with them and inform them of the contents 3 days before the test. But our Night Demon Parade can't afford to pay the association's management fee, so naturally we don't have these value-added services. But don't worry, Old Du already passed the information to me last night. Samuel Kong frowned slightly. So you didn't know to give me a copy last night? When he passed it to me, it was 3 minutes before it was time for me to go to bed, so I definitely had to make sure I got some sleep first. Samuel Kong was speechless. Lu Wanin was still really incomparably obsessed with that work and rest schedule of hers. Then you should get up earlier in the morning too. With that, the two of them walked towards the dormitory building while tossing and turning. After checking in downstairs, the two were assigned to the same room, and it was obvious at a glance that the room was originally supposed to be a utility room. Is this also because of not paying the management fee? Jiang Hui smiled helplessly and bitterly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lu Wanin spat out her tongue and said with a smile. It seems she got used to the distinction a long time ago. In the command post at the moment, Chewie was staring at a teenager with fiery red hair in the surveillance screen. That young man's posture is upright. Handsome appearance instrument is extraordinary. At a glance is not an idle generation. Huang Yu, 22 years old, is a rare awakening as 3-star fire genius awakened person. A staff member will walk over to Chu He and say, they're a lot more powerful than you, the relation, so you have to work hard, Xiao Chu. Go. It's not like this young master is an offensive awakened person. Chu He blankly glanced at the man. This teenager named Huang Yu was also the purpose of Chu He's special visit this time. He was a talent discovered and recommended to the association by the Intrepid. It's also now sort of broken into the Dauntless backup. Just as Chu He was planning to take a detailed look at Huang Yu's profile, there was a commotion behind them. He put down the information and turned his head to look at it, barely able to turn his back in shock. Captain! Chu He subconsciously kept his heels together, raised his head and chest, and gave a military salute towards the young girl who walked into the command post. All the rest of the command post staff also dropped what they were doing. Salute towards the young girl. MOU nodded and raised his hand to signal the others not to care. It was important to realize that the Awakened Ones Association was not a purely military organization, though, but with the same administrative level. And the elite captains of the 4 major organizations, to say the least, also had the existence of military rank. So it was reasonable for these people to be respectful when they saw MOU. "Captain, what brings you here?" When MOU walked up to him and looked up at the patches of surveillance video, Chewie asked with some confusion. "I haven't heard that MOU will come The beast tide is approaching. How will she come to pay attention to this kind of primary examination? Could it be for Topaz? The fearless group executives are paying so much attention to that kid? That's what everyone else is thinking. None of them could help but begin to remember the name Topaz. One must know that this was MOU, a five-star awakened who had already become the captain of the fearless elite squad at a young age. The Murray family it relies on behind it is even the top management of the association. To be so taken with her. This Topaz is really... But MOU didn't bother to look at Topaz on the screen at all. Instead, he looked at the screen in the direction of the far corner. On the screen, in a small room that was obviously in much worse condition than the others, Jiang Huai and Lu Evening were arranging their luggage. "Captain, this is the last time in the movie theater." Chewie was just about to introduce Jiang Hui when MOU glanced at him, and those eyes were icy cold, the meaning of which was self-evident. Although Chewie's strength was not good, his brain was still very bright. He immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, MOU's gaze stayed on Jiang Hui's body, and a trace of imperceptible softness flashed slightly in those eyes. After putting away their luggage and cleaning up a bit, Jiang Hui and Lu Evening arrived at the assessment area specially set up in the camp. The first test belongs to is an aptitude test. It also separated each different type of awakened person, such as offensive, defensive, auxiliary, and reinforcement types, and assessed them separately. Don't worry, you can basically pass the aptitude test to show off your powers. After explaining a few things to Jiang Hui, Lu Evening was about to turn around and head to the offensive quiz site. Wait a minute. Jiang Hui called out to Lu Evening, and the young girl looked back in confusion. Hair's a mess. Jiang Hui raised his hand to straighten Lu Evening's hair. Lu Evening was a bit puzzled at first, but Jiang Hui brought his face to her ear and whispered, "Don't be careless, someone is watching us. Hashtag, 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 hashtag." Chapter 40. I'm just a meat shield. Listening to Jiang Hui's words, Lu Evening also looked around in her own way, and then nodded. True, but nothing surprising. A whole lot of people are waiting for the nightmare parade to make a fool of itself. And, never mind, it's nothing. Even if Lu Wanin hadn't finished, Jiang Hui knew what she was going to say, and she's on her last chance to test. If she didn't pass this time, Lu Wanin would be forced to leave the night demon parade and return to the life of an ordinary person. Of course, this was Lu Wanyin's idea, and Jiang Hui had already been informed at Yu Qinshan's place. This examination has other arrangements for candidates like Lu Wanin who only have the last chance. That was for them to act as the first wave of daredevils to draw as much firepower as possible for the rear and open up the road when fighting against the beast tide. Don't worry. Jiang Hui smiled and looked at Lu Evening. No one can look at us funny. Lu Evening raised her eyes slightly to look at Jiang Hui and then gave a giggle. Got it? Just want to show your boyfriend powers so badly? Fine, I'll satisfy you, come on. Let's touch your head. Jiang Hui was speechless, really can't give this sister a little sunshine. Everyone, look where you belong. Offensive cadets don't run the other way. Speaking of you, the nightmare parade. As her mentor roared, Lu Wanin hurriedly raised her hand and said, come on, come on. And then she raised her hand and gently poked at Jiang Hui's face. Behave yourself, sister is leaving first. Said Lu Evening trotted away from Jiang Hui's side. Before leaving also did not forget to make a face at Jiang Hui. But there was no reaction from Samuel Kong. He won't fall for it again. The guy starts acting as soon as he gets to a crowded place, and only when he's alone with himself is he willing to take off his disguise to reveal his truest side. But there is one. It's really quite cute. The examination room covered a large area, with all the candidates adding up to more than 400 people. And in that, most of them are offensive. There are roughly 80 or so defensive candidates. Of course, the smallest number is in the spiritual lineage. Originally, spirituality was classified as an auxiliary type. But 3 years ago, the Apocalypse Society began to intervene in the examination and would also accept talented spiritual awakened people. That's why the association opened a special track to facilitate the Apocalypse Society's observation of these seedlings. Jiang Hui entered the middle of the open-air examination hall along with the other academies. It's about the size of half a soccer field, and there are 5 instructors in total. More than 80 candidates will be divided into 5 batches according to a draw of lots to undergo aptitude tests at each tutor's place. Never draw a knife wolf. Never draw a knife wolf. A little fat man standing next to Jiang Huai's side was mumbling. He was a little curious, so he asked, "Is that the singing Kabuto I know? Is he also working as a mentor?" Huh. The little fatty glanced at Jiang Hui and seemed to recognize him as the candidate from the Night Demon Parade who was in the car with him. He didn't want to bother with Samuel Jiang, but when he thought about how Samuel Jiang was calling himself a brother to the official members of the Dauntless in the car, he forced a smile. No, this Blade Wolf is the nickname of one of the tutors because he is good with knives, has a rather violent personality, and treats the candidates as ferociously as wolves, so we all call him Blade Wolf. With that, he pointed to a man standing in the corner of the exam room. He looked to be in his 30s, facing a fierce and evil face, and holding a long knife that emitted a cold white light. After realizing that he was being watched by Samuel Kong and Little Fatty, the man licked the knife directly with the tip of his tongue, blood dripping down the blade, and the smile on his face became even more maniacal instead. "Don't look! Don't look! He's noticed us!" The little fat man was so frightened that he was trembling all over. "I see. Such a knife wolf. I don't think he's in the habit of applying poison to his knives." Samuel Kong nodded. "There's something called Murphy's Law that's pretty amazing. Simply put, it's what you're afraid of." Jiang Hui had originally felt that it would be better to do more than less, and that it would be best if he could not draw that sword brother. Unfortunately, when the draw came out, he and the little fat guy just happened to draw that knife brother. Looking at the little fatty with tears in his eyes, Jiang Hui patted his shoulder. "Well, both come and go anyway, so it's a test. It shouldn't kill anyone." "No," the little fat man said with red eyes. "Although Blade Wolf won't kill anyone in the middle of the test, he will torture you in a way that will make your life worse than death, in the name of testing your defense." Holy shit. Ginger Samuel couldn't help but stare. Looked like a pervert. Turned out to be a real pervert. The assessment method for defense-type awakened candidates could be said to be the simplest and roughest. The examiner will conduct a stress tolerance test on the candidate based on the abilities stated on their profile. Let's say your ability is body hardening. Then the examiner will test your body's resistance to blows starting with just the most basic attacks. And this test is basically replaced by a tool so you can get a good handle on it. So each examiner also has various tools lying around. Impact hammers, cutters, drills, and even a guillotine. Jiang Hui couldn't help but gulp when he looked at it. Motherfucker, this is not an examination room. It is clearly a torture chamber, and these are not examiners. They are the Minister of Justice, Sa. Except, of course, for Blade Wolf. He had no tools at his side, and the test he was performing was the same knife in his hand. Not only did the little fat man have bad luck, but he had extra bad luck. Not only did he draw the Blade Wolf, he was the first. Blade Wolf looked at Fatty with a wry smile. "What ability?" he asked, slightly teasingly. Skin strengthening. I can harden fat into steel." At these words, Blade Wolf laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, you motherfucker. No wonder you're so fat, combined with the fact that fat is your armor." The rest of the candidates were amused. Only the little fat man was sweating profusely and didn't seem to find it funny. Good. Knife Wolf slowly stood up, the tip of his long knife dragging on the ground as he approached the little fat man step by step. "Steel, huh? I'll try to see how hard the steel is." Seeing that he was about to raise his knife, the little fat man had gotten so scared that he forgot to turn on his ability. Jiang Hui hurriedly shouted, "Tutor, you haven't asked him about his awakening level." Everyone reacted then. Holy shit, yeah. He didn't even ask about the awakening level. He was just going to cut. These tutors are all 4-star awakened. This knife shall not cut this fat man to spray out oil. Blade Wolf's already raised hand slowly lowered before turning to look at Jiang Hui. "I've read the file. You think I don't know his rank? That's good, mentor. I was overly concerned." Jiang Hui nodded while patting the fat man on the shoulder. It had occurred to him that his mentor might have read the file, but his voice just now wasn't primarily a reminder to Blade Wolf. It was a way to bring the little fat man back to his senses. "Don't be afraid. As you said, Blade Wolves don't kill." Jiang Hui whispered in Fatty's ear. Fatty slowly came back to his senses, and then he took a deep breath. Then he saw his obese body start to pile up some hard lumps, and his whole body looked as burly as a man of stone. "Ha ha, that's kind of funny." Blade Wolf laughed and swung his blade out. When the long knife directly slashed at the little fat man's chest, making the sound of metal hitting metal. "Ah!" The little fat man screamed miserably as he was cut down to the ground. His chest was not bleeding, though. But it was obvious that the hard lumps of fat underneath that skin had been broken up quite a bit. "Can't this hardness strong enough? Again!" Blade Wolf didn't wait for the fat man to get up and slashed at his thigh again. Ah! Ouch! It hurts! The fat man's nose and eyes began to fall incessantly. This cry directly made the fat man break, and the hard lumps of his body began to dissipate rapidly, almost about to turn back into soft fat. He rolled over and tried to crawl away. Blade Wolf, however, stomped on his back. Ha ha ha! Run for what? This is as far as your limit goes? Again. This time he stabbed directly at the fat man's back. Swish! Just at the moment when that blade was about to pierce through the fat man's back, Jiang Hui's hand gripped the blade with a death grip. With such a grip, the sword in Blade Wolf's hand could no longer advance half an inch. You again? Blade Wolf looked at Jiang Hui disgruntledly. No. Who the fuck are you? Is it your turn? Jiang Hui frowned and said, Mentor, your purpose was to test his resistance, not to kill him. I'll fuck you up. Blade Wolf pulled his blade violently, forcing the long blade out of Jiang Hui's hand. I need you to teach me how to be a mentor, since it's a defense-type awakened person. That is to stand in front of everyone, create opportunities for your teammates to draw fire. His knife pointed at the little fat man who was lying on the ground and crying, Look at this goon! Who dares to stand behind him? Ginger Samuel knew that Blade Wolf was right. There is no way to teach kindness in this pattern now. He had no words to retort, and just now he just didn't want this fat guy he had talked to get stabbed in the face. At this time, Blade Wolf's eyes went to Jiang Hui's hand. Upon realizing that Jiang Hui's hand had not been injured in the slightest by the blade he had just drawn, once again, an excited smile appeared on his face. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 41, 3 Knives. You kid, you got quite a sturdy body. Blade Wolf looked at Jiang Hui, his eyes roaming over his body, before he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. How about this, since you're playing the hero, you'll come and receive 3 of my slashes. If you can carry these 3 slashes of mine, both you and this fatty will pass. How about it? Ginger Samuel nodded without any hesitation. Deal. Got balls? But I'll say it right up front, kid. Blade Wolf slowly walked around Jiang Hui twice and said in a gloomy tone, These 3 slashes, I don't care if you can withstand them. That is to say, even if you break your defense when I slash the first slash, the other 2 slashes old me slash as usual. How about it? Feel free. Ginger Samuel's eyes moved in step with Blade Wolf's. The rest of the candidates felt that things were not going well. Is there something wrong with the brain of this nightmare parade? You had to save the fat guy? Now that he's been targeted by the knife wolf, he might have to give up his life here. Meanwhile, in the command post, Chu He, who was watching this scene, gritted his teeth. This god-damned lunatic, he really wants to hack Jiang Hui to death. And MOU, who was sitting on the side, was expressionless. She wrapped her arms around her chest, her eyes not looking anywhere else but at the screen where Samuel Kong was. Captain, this Jiang Hui helped us last time, do you think? It wasn't until Chewie said this that MOU's eyes shifted slightly, only to look at Chewie. It just scared the man so much that he couldn't say a word. Alas, the boy is probably in a bad way. A staff member brought MOU a cup of coffee. After placing the cup on the table, he looked at the screen and sighed. Although Blade Wolf won't kill these candidates, if he moves to slash them 3 times, even if they don't die, they'll be crippled. Although the famous Sword Society, to which Blade Wolf belonged, was not one of the 4 major organizations, it still held a place in the association. The members of its affiliation are a bunch of knife-loving fanatics. Their leader, codename Bladesmith. In addition to its incomparable knife skills, there is also a superb forging technology. MOU at this time, the long knife on the waist is from the hands of the knife maker. This was a gift that the Bladesmith had personally presented to MOU when he became the captain of the elite squad. Naturally, Ink Feather knew that the knife maker was a madman, but she still looked unperturbed at the moment, only that her encircled hands had been clenched into fists. Ready? Knife Wolf looked at Jiang Hui playfully, the knife in his hand deliberately waving it in front of Jiang Hui's eyes again and again. Ah! Hey! I've read about you, Samuel Kong of the Night Demon Parade, and the ability is self-regeneration. Blade Wolf raised his hand, the tip of the blade slowly pointing towards Jiang Hui's chest. The file says that you were attacked by an infected codenamed arthropod and had your heart ripped out. And you survived? Yes. Samuel Kong nodded. Ha ha ha, the old man can enjoy himself then. Blade Wolf was as excited as if he was actually facing a lamb to the slaughter. Do you know why I like to come as a tutor for defensive tests? The knife in his hand slowly raised. Because old me loves to chop people up. Swish. The long blade slashed down. This slash was so fast that it was beyond everyone's expectations, but it was in Jiang Hui's eyes. His blade could simply be said to be pitifully slow compared to MOU's. It was possible to dodge the slash easily, but the test was meaningless if it was about dodging rather than taking damage. On second thought, he might also be a bit too much of an eyesore if he was unharmed. So why not just sell him short? He's a mentor after all. In the gap between this slash from the Blade Wolf, Jiang Hui actually had time to consider so much. One could imagine how slow the slash was in his eyes. He deactivated the strength of the power in his chest and restrained from letting the skeleton reveal half of his breath. The result was that the knife chopped straight down from Jiang Hui's collarbone and ended at the waist. Blood spurted out instantly. The surrounding students let out a gasp in unison. Holy shit! So much blood! Crap! It's finished! This guy is dead! Kabuto, who was sprayed with blood, was at the moment getting more and more excited. But at the same time, there was some confusion. This doesn't feel right. He was a good hand with a knife, and with his own psychic ability, he could understand whether the opponent would be hurt or not the moment he swung this knife. When he had just swung this blade himself, he could clearly feel that he would never be injured by it. But the moment the knife touched his body, that feeling changed again. The smile on Blade Wolf's face remained the same, but inside he was filled with doubt. This kid, what a situation. When little Fatty saw blood spurting out of Jiang Hui's chest, he was also scared to death. What's going on? The rest of the mentors shouted towards Blade Wolf after seeing the situation over here. Should we call the medics? Blade Wolf laughed dryly and just wanted to say hurry up and collect this kid's body. Instead, he heard Jiang Hui say expressionlessly, there are still 2 cuts left. The tone of his voice was all completely unchanged. It was as if it wasn't him who was slashed by this blade, but these terrified candidates around him. Boy, are you serious? Blade Wolf looked at Samuel Kang's wound. That's not a shallow cut, and the wound didn't feel like it was going to heal. This was, of course, because Jiang Hui controlled the power, and it was important for him to make sure that as little as possible of these power-hungry people noticed how special he was. I'm sorry, one of my powers is to turn off pain. Don't worry, I'm recovering from my wounds, just slowly. Samuel Kang said with a smile. The way he was covered in blood at the moment, yet he was on cloud 9, made it even more bizarre. Hey, so do I have to wait for you for a while? Blade Wolf said with a smile. No, there are so many people waiting, go ahead. Good boy. Blade Wolf's eyes clouded over. Inside the command post, Chui was already clapping. This madman actually really chopped, also cut Jiang Hui into a serious injury. And this kind of injury, the discerning person knows that absolutely cannot live. Captain, this? Huh. Chui originally wanted to turn his head to ask his captain for help again, but he realized that MOU had left his seat at some point. He looked around and realized that Ink Brand was no longer even at the command post. It's over. The captain must have gotten bored and went back early. It's over. Blade Wolf gripped the long knife in his hand tightly, and then with a yell, he slashed at Jiang Hui's body again. This time the wound was the same as the last, only in a different direction. Ginger Samuel now had an X-shaped scar on his chest. Blood spurted out again. The less courageous trainees had already sat down on the ground with their legs weak and paralyzed. Fatty cried and sobbed, Brothers, don't go on. I'll do it myself. Son of a bitch. Don't you cut anymore. If you want to cut me. Blade Wolf raised his hands to cover his face and tilted his head back to let out a creepy, strange laugh. Strange, so strange. This time he made a point of feeling it. That feeling came back. He himself had cut down a lot of people in his life, and a lot of infected, even beasts, but it never came up like that. Both of these swings were telling themselves that they were absolutely unable to hurt this person in the slightest. But the blade actually slashed down, but it left him bloody. Interesting. You're too interesting. Kid. Samuel Kang sighed. This is Lu Evening Een personally took himself to the night market stall to buy sportswear. Although the price is cheap, but it is indeed Lu Evening Yin's gift to himself. It really made him a little mad to be ruined like that. Okay, last cut, sooner finish. Boy, aren't you scared at all? Blade Wolf asked as he looked at Jiang Hui with that maniacal smile. I told you I turned off the pain. No. Blade Wolf shook his head and said, even if the pain sensation is turned off, don't you feel the slightest bit of fear after seeing your body slashed with 2 large cuts? That's a good point. Jiang Hui suddenly realized that he seemed to be a bit too fake. I should have known that I would have sought out Lu Evening Een for some acting lessons. Maybe it happened too fast. I didn't react. I guess I'm going to pee my pants at night. Okay, you make the last cut quick. I want to take a shower. He was now almost a bloody man, half of his face red with his own blood. But he still looked like he didn't care at all. This gave Blade Wolf a sense of anger along with excitement. Good. Kid, good. Then this last cut. I'll make you feel fear. In this instant, Jiang Hui sensed that the aura around the Blade Wolf was clearly different. His eyes began to glow red. A black aura began to converge on top of his blade. Nice guy. Are you really going to kill me? Ginger Samuel was a little embarrassed. Isn't it a bit too fake if one is still standing if this tutor strikes with all his might? What should we do? Block him off? Or just dodge? It's not even right. It's a bit of a ride. Bro, don't you tough it out. Little Fatty hugged his thighs and cried as he shouted, Run, brother, run. I'll fuck your ancestors. You're a fat guy who screams at me to run and then just hugs my legs. It's not like I'm dying fast enough. This slash. Sort of my tribute to you, kid. Blade Wolf gripped the hilt of his blade with both hands, and then took a fierce arrow step forward. The long blade then slashed towards Jiang Hui's neck. This blade was incomparably powerful, and Jiang Hui could feel that it wasn't on the same level as the two blades from earlier. Accompanied by a wolfish howl, the long knife came to Jiang Hui's neck in an instant. Yet the next second, a local sound of metal on metal was heard. Blade Wolf's long knife was pawed away by an upturn of the other knife the instant it made contact with Jiang Hui's neck. The pick strike was light, but both Jiang Hui and Blade Wolf's eyes widened. Blade Wolf was shocked because this blade had crushed himself in both power and speed. And Samuel Kong, because of this unbelievably ordinary uppercut, himself surprisingly, can't see? Ka-chow. Blade Wolf's sword that was set aside made a crisp sound in midair before it directly shattered into two pieces. The tip of the blade traced an arc in midair before plunging straight into the ground. And Blade Wolf fell on his, but because of that huge inertia. Ginger Samuel stared blankly at the person in front of him. Not just him, everyone froze, including Blade Wolf and the other mentors. Because the one standing beside Jiang Hui at the moment that was emitting a creepy chill was no one else. It was the captain of the Fearless Elite Squad, Ink Feather. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 42. Who do you think you are? When MOU's long sword that emitted a cold aura was sheathed, it was only then that the people around them felt that time had begun to pass once again. Blade Wolf sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at MOU with an incredulous expression. This is the test. MOU slightly sidestepped and stared at Blade Wolf with a condescending, icy gaze. Not your torture chamber. Blade Wolf reacted. He hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly a few times before jumping up lightly from the ground with a carp. And then with one hand on his chest, he struck a very comical, obviously mocking pose towards MOU. Thank you for your teachings, Missy of the Ink family. Instead of looking at him one more time, MOU turned his head to look at Jiang Hui and swept another glance at his bloodied body. How are you? Samuel Kong was just about to ask what brought you here. MOU directly grabbed his wrist and brought him towards the outside of the examination room. No, where's my test? Jiang Hui was a bit baffled, but it was not good to resist MOU. And then he heard Blade Wolf's laughter from behind him. Ha ha, kid, you pass? With everyone watching, MOU tugged Jiang Hui out of the examination room, and later, after reaching the door, Jiang Hui tried to break free from her grip. Instead, he found the young girl's hand gripped tightly. If it wasn't for his own thick skin, I'm afraid that his wrist would have been removed by her now. Where are you taking me, Ms. Muru? Samuel Kong asked with a frown. Medical department. I see. Jiang Hui understood what MOU meant. She seemed to be worried about herself, but it didn't feel like she should be someone who would do something like that. No need, Ms. Inkbrand. I have a strong recovery. MOU stopped and turned his head to look at Jiang Hui's body. As expected, at this moment, the X-shaped wound on Jiang Hui's chest was slowly recovering, and the decapitated skin tissue was also regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In about a minute, there wasn't even a trace of the two wounds left. MOU witnessed the whole process, and in the end she raised her eyes to look at Jiang Hui and said in an icy tone, Your powers, exactly. Self-regeneration. Ginger Samuel replied with a smile. To be able to heal such a fatal wound in just a few minutes, do you know what level of Awaken can do this? Samuel Kang's heart stuttered. Could it be that self-regenerating power users are all slow to regenerate? Before, when her heart was dug out and grew back, She didn't see Lu Evening Een being much surprised. Could it be that the girl doesn't know much? Still negligent. There was some remorse in Jiang Huai's heart. Only thinking about getting rid of Mou quickly, he forgot about the matter of not being able to display his abilities too much in front of her. Blade Wolf may be a madman, but he is by no means an executioner who would just kill a student. Mou gazed into Jiang Hui's eyes and said, his ability is to resonate with the sword, and with these 2 slashes, he must be certain that he won't allow you to be fatally wounded. The young girl's eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a stern aura. But the truth is that the damage done by those 2 slashes could almost kill you on the spot. You said you could block out pain, but those 2 cuts severed most of the nerves in your body, yet you didn't even move your feet. And now you're trying to tell me that you're a regenerative awakening? A trace of cold sweat seeped out of Jiang Hui's forehead, and then he raised his hand slightly, revealing the wrist that was still held tightly by Mou, and said, "Can you let go of me first?" It was then that Mou realized that he had been holding on tightly to Samuel Kang's hand. She immediately let go and took a step back, but her gaze was still icy cold as she watched Jiang Hui. "First of all, Ms. Inkfeather, I'm not affiliated with the Dauntless, and I don't have to explain everything about me to you. Secondly, if we're talking about awakened abilities, isn't your awakened ability also a mystery? Why don't we swap? You tell me your ability, and I'll tell you my true ability." In fact, this statement demonstrates that Samuel Kang indeed does not have the ability to honestly explain himself on the profile. But now Mou had sensed this. Continuing to go for sophistry would instead look even more suspicious. It would be better to just pick it apart and see how the other side reacts. Mou was silent for a long time, as if he was going to weigh the pros and cons. Seeing that the young girl didn't say anything for half a day, Jiang Hui took the initiative to ask, "Ms. Mou, have you investigated my file? And I would like to know why you were so attached to me." Originally, Jiang Hui only intended to change the subject, but he didn't expect a sudden tremor in Mou's body who heard these words. Her fists slowly clenched and her head lowered slightly. The words spoken were also a shade less chilling. "Don't get me wrong, the last movie theater operation, your power was weak, but your observation, perception, and mind are all very good. I just want to choose a possible talent for the association." "Then shouldn't it be my abilities that you're investigating? Why do you keep going through my past files?" Samuel Kang pressed further. Mou slightly bit her lip, and then slowly adjusted her breath, and finally raised her eyes to restore that watery indifference as she looked at Jiang Hui and said, "A person's past is an important basis for major organizations to assess an awakened, and since you haven't passed the assessment yet, and your ability intelligence is insufficient, naturally you can only explore your past." "Oh." Jiang Hui slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. "Actually, I don't really care about that. I originally thought that according to Ms. Mou's character, she wouldn't answer these questions of mine at all, but you answered them, and you answered them very carefully. It seems that you are indeed interested in me and don't want me to misunderstand your investigation. So that's why you explained so much to me, right?" Swish! In the next instant, frost suddenly rose, and the long knife that flashed with a cold aura was placed on Jiang Hui's neck. The teenager gulped. The joke's gone too far, and it's driving people crazy. He still didn't see the blade's path clearly in this slash. It had nothing to do with perception. The problem should be on top of Inkfeather's ability. "I'm warning you for the last time, Samuel Kang. Don't make jokes about me." "Totally understand." Ginger Samuel slowly raised his hand, keeping a smile on his face as he made a gesture of surrender. But he still had doubts in his mind. Why did Mou come to block this knife for himself just now? Her excuse was because she didn't want the trainee to actually get killed. But could that really be a reason for her to do it? The Blood Falcon, who barely even cared about the situation of her teammates when she was on a mission, would pick off an instructor's weapon in public for such a trivial matter. Mou put away the long knife. The coldness in her eyes converged slightly. She no longer said half a word to Jiang Hui, turned around, and stepped elegantly and steadily to leave the scene. And after walking around the corner where no one was, Inkbrand leaned against the wall, his hands slowly covering his chest. "I don't think he can hear my heartbeat." And then her cheeks turned slightly red and her lips were tightly closed, with an expression like a child who had done something bad and was poked and prodded. "He didn't realize it was me, did he? Never let him find out about this. Ever." She clenched her hand into a fist, as if she had made up her mind about something before taking another step towards the command post. Ginger Samuel, who was still standing in place, breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, I've sent this iceberg lady away." Just then, he seemed to hear something moving next to him. Turning his head to look, This MOU unexpectedly brought him to the offensive examination room. It just so happened that Lu Wanin was also here, so Jiang Hui had the idea of going to spectate that girl. But the moment he had just reached the door, he sensed a huge wave of alien energy was rising up. Immediately afterward, a sky-high fire light rose up from the center of the venue, and a fire dragon loomed in the midst of that firelight. Crap, can all this kid? Jiang Hui couldn't help but marvel. Although this aura of power was not comparable to MOU and Yu Qinshan, it was likely that he was on the verge of stepping into the threshold of a 4-star awakened person. But the next second, Jiang Hui felt something was wrong. This seems like more than just a show of strength. The red-haired teenager's body slowly rose up, and the fire dragon lingered around him, transforming into a flaming lance. He carried his lance on his back, and his eyes, which were flickering with fire, gazed at a young girl before the pillar of fire. How can people as greedy and fearful of death as you are be compared to me? The teenager's voice was interspersed with a kind of mellow keening, and like a judge, he was delivering a self-centered judgment on that young girl. All of them, including the mentor, no one tried to stop it. From the disdainful expressions of the trainees and the appreciative gazes of the mentors on the teenager, it was as if it didn't matter if that young girl died at the hands of this teenager now, they would instead tisk at the teenager's power. And the one who was being scolded by the teenager was no other than Lu Evening. Really? What's with the rush after a rebuttal? It's not like I'm wrong. Lu Evening only felt a little dry mouth under the scorching breath. Still, she raised her hand and summoned her scythe. When that teenager saw Lu Evening take out a weapon, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Incompetent people, even if they pass the test, are nothing more than a stream of death. And you people from the Night Demon Parade don't deserve to exist in the association. Boom. The long spear wrapped in the fiery flames of the fire dragon charged straight down towards Lu Evening. Lu Evening bit her lips tightly. Although her power was special, she didn't seem to have any means of countering it in front of this kind of direct damage. Just at the moment when the flames were about to engulf Lu Evening, a tall figure violently held Lu Evening in his arms, using his own back to ward off all the flames. The lance, however, did not stop and was still stabbing towards the two. Just as the lance reached the two, Jiang Hui was completely enraged. He backhanded the head of the teenager's gun in one hand, and the flames were completely unable to hurt him in the slightest. "Who are you?" the teenager exclaimed. Cluck! Jiang Hui directly crushed the head of that flaming lance with his bare hand, and then his other hand was violently raised. Roll! Bang! With a heavy muffled thud, Samuel Kang's fist slammed solidly into the teenager's face. The crowd then realized that the clamorous storm of flames had been dissipated by this punch almost instantly. The teenager screamed miserably, and his body flew backward out of the examination room like a kite with broken strings, crashing into the woods. Chapter 43. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. The teenager's scream trailed off into a long coda in midair, and it didn't end abruptly until he fell between a patch of trees. The first to react were several of the instructors in charge of this offensive test. One of them let out a roar, and then his body swiftly leapt up, jumping out of the examination room and then running towards the forest. The rest of the instructors are also contacting the medical department. Soon Jiang Hui heard countless people start to rush over to the woods. What's the situation? Wasn't it just punching him? Is there a need to get so worked up? Ginger Samuel was a little puzzled. He had already closed his hand with that punch just now. Otherwise, that teenager flying out might not have been a complete body and definitely couldn't have uttered a single scream. Moreover, he was able to feel the teenager's strength, so there was absolutely no way that this punch could actually kill the teenager or even seriously injure him. But now look at the anxious look of these people, as if it was their own father who was being beaten up who was generally anxious. Samuel Kong, what brings you here? Lu Evening put away her scythe and looked at Jiang Hui somewhat blankly, while then she suddenly saw that Jiang Hui's clothes were torn and tattered, and his skin was still covered in blood. At that moment, Lu Evening Yin's eyes turned a bit grim. Who hurt you? Jiang Hui was still somewhat touched, at least in this moment. This anxiety of Lu Wanin was not a performance. I took the defensive test, you forgot, didn't you? Isn't the resistance test normal? Lu Evening seemed to have remembered this matter as well. Jiang Hui realized that everyone in this examination room was looking at them and exchanging pleasantries. So he took Lu Lianin's hand. Go. Get out of here first. But my test hasn't been completed yet. Lu Evening whispered, Jiang Huai knew how important this examination was to her, so he pulled Lu Evening to a side corner and asked, "How did you get started with him?" "I didn't. He's the one who came to mess with me." Jiang Huai glared at Lu Evening, still pretending to me, "Don't I know how much you owe with that mouth of yours?" Lu Wanyin gently bit her lip. Her hands were folded in front of her body, two fingers still wrapped around each other, as if she was a child who had done something wrong. Who let him say that Lao Yu and Lao Du are useless cowards? Saying that I'm a child raised by cowards and will only be a cowardly deserter in the future. Her voice was small, but it expressed her displeasure well. "I merely made a comment about you being in the same exam room as a deserter, and you must be a deserter material in the future as well." And then he got anxious. Ginger Samuel was a bit incredulous. Isn't this just a schoolboy's quarrel? Why is that teenager as bitter as if his whole family had been slaughtered by Lu Wanyin? That kind of power is clearly headed for murder. If he hadn't just passed by and didn't happen to glance inside. I'm only afraid that Lu Wanyin is carbonized now. However, if he shot out and sent that kid flying now, would it have any effect on Lu Evening Yin's examination? It's not like she's just going to be out of the game. As it turns out, it's really as far as it goes. Soon, members of the medical department were hurrying past the entrance to the examination room, carrying stretchers. It seemed that the teenager hadn't suffered any serious injuries, and was still cursing and swearing while he was on the stretcher, although the words used were of the serious and quaint kind, without a single swear word. But it sounds like one thing throughout. "Wait for me, I won't spare you too." And those instructors had finally freed up their hands to clean up Jiang Hui and Lu Wanyin. He saw four instructors walking towards the corner of the examination room with a strong killing intent. The instructor at the head was 1 meter 9 tall, a head taller than Jiang Huai. He was stout and had a torch-like gaze, staring straight at Jiang Huai. The rest of the candidates were also watching the fun, but they were suddenly scolded angrily by one of the instructors. "All of you get out." The candidates had no choice but to leave the examination room. And now there were only four instructors and the two of them, Jiang Huai, left in the entire examination room. "Kid, do you know who you're hitting?" The tall instructor said as he looked at Jiang Huai with cold eyes. "I don't know, should I?" Ginger Samuel replied with a smile. "Those are the newcomers that are highly favored by the association and the fearless, the mainstay of the future awakened, the future of humanity. It's not something trash like you can compare to." Another instructor snapped. "The future of that association is worrying." Jiang Hui protected Lu Evening behind her. Originally, Lu Evening wanted to say something, but Jiang Hui squeezed her hand, signaling her to absolutely not speak. After all, this was Lu Wanyin's last chance to test himself, and he had to draw all the firepower to himself. "What did you say?" A hint of anger shot through the tall instructor's eyes. "Since I'm the trash you're talking about, it's better for the human race to be destroyed earlier if the future you've pinned your hopes on is fucked up by a single punch from a piece of trash." Jiang Hui knew that the consequences of this would only enrage these instructors, but it was the only way to make it so that they would have to attack themselves, the target with the taunt first. Just as several instructors were about to make a move on Jiang Huai with their swords drawn, the iron door of the examination room was suddenly kicked open. "What for what for what? Too many people bullying too few." A familiar voice sounded in the doorway. The crowd looked back to see Chu, he maintaining his position of kicking open the door while strutting in. Who is this kid? An instructor felt that Chu looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recognize him. But the dauntless uniform he wore and the Blood Falcon badge on his chest made them not dare to underestimate this man's identity. "Chu, the tall instructor said in a deep voice, a full member of the Blood Falcon, an elite squad of dauntless. Just this kid? He's still not as strong as Huang Yu, who was just punched away. Let's see it first." The tall instructor knew that Chu-He's identity was by no means as simple as just being a member of the fearless elite squad. The Chu family has a high status in the association, but for now, they shouldn't be clashing. After all, Huang Yu was the newcomer that Dauntless was looking at, and they were only helping him out. However, looking at the way he came over with this imposing manner and directly blocked in front of these two, it was obvious that he had already stood in line. Chu-He, this kid injured Huang Yu. The newcomer that your fearless one was looking at, we're doing you a favor. "I shucks." Chu-He spat. I saw clearly from the command post. Huang Yu's verbal provocation was in front of him, and he was in a hurry to make a move after people returned to sentence. And even if he did, he was also seconded by a defensive awakened person. "You mean that's the kind of crap we Dauntless look for?" Chua broke his voice again. "But no one has a mind to care about that right now." Those instructors had cold faces. "What is this? We help you fearless people out, And in turn, we get blamed by you fearless people? You can't say anything about this. Chua, I have to notify the association. Notify the association? What do you think I'm doing here this time? Watch this for me. Chui directly turned around and patted Jiang Hui's shoulder. This one is the super rookie that our fearless one is really looking at. The instructors looked at each other in disbelief, and those trainees who were at the entrance were also in disbelief. What did he just say? Dauntless has his eye on that defensive awakened, but hasn't he already joined the nightmare parade? Is this a robbery? Crap, this is going to be fun. Chui struck the iron while it was hot and slapped Jiang Hui's shoulder. Big brother, tell them how awesome you really are. What is your true power? What an embarrassment for Samuel Kong. There is a kind of New Year's home when being introduced by their parents. My son is particularly awesome. Come on, give everyone the whole life. Such a feeling. He's full of it. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. But it does seem to be a bit of a ride right now, but it's a good one. The power that he now displayed was not something that could be explained away by a single self-regeneration. Instead of letting these people raise suspicion by guessing blindly behind them, it would be better to make one up. His mind raced and said mechanically, my base ability is self-regeneration, but that ability is essentially a form of physical genetic manipulation, so I can focus all my power into my fist before giving up my regenerative power and exploding it in one breath. Ginger Samuel babbled in a serious manner. But if one dares to say it, a group dares to believe it. The group of instructors' faces froze at once. Dual form awakened person? You can switch between defensive and offensive types? That tall instructor didn't have the same kind of indifference he had before. Instead, a hint of fervor was reflected in his eyes. Huh? Yes. Not only that, Chu-He seemed to dislike the scene, as if it wasn't chaotic enough as he continued. The last time in the middle of the movie theater fearless action, it was also thanks to my big brother's keen insight and perception that he found out where that beast was hiding. And my big brother is a triple form awakened person. This shocked the entire room. Even those trainees at the door were shocked. Samuel Kong wanted to cry. Please don't say it. After blowing it off, he felt like he was going to be dragged off to do all sorts of research and then soak in formalin. Chapter 44. This is one thing, and this is another. More and more people gathered outside the field. It's not just to see the fun. There were other instructors from the other exam rooms, and Blade Wolf, who was carrying a broken knife, was originally in a somewhat unpleasant mood. This batch of trainees are also so physically challenged, they're as good as fucking tofu. Only that wacky kid gave him a good time. But that last knife was also blocked by MOU, that stinking bitch. And now, not only did he not have all the fun, the knife was broken, and annoyed, he heard a bunch of people gathered around the door of the offensive examination room yakking and talking. Blade Wolf directly yelled, "What's the point of gathering around there? Waiting to eat shit." Being yelled at by Blade Wolf like that, several timid trainees immediately shrunk back, and a few trainees who had participated in more than one examination came over with a smile and said, "Brother Blade, this examination is interesting. There's your mom's point. What the hell happened?" "Brother Blade, you don't know that highly regarded Topaz just let someone dry fly him with one punch." Topaz? Blade Wolf recalled the name and was a bit impressed. It seemed to be a talent recommended from the Dauntless side, saying that it was to be focused on cultivation. His grandmother Drop also said it was a 4-star awakened person. How this let a person punch dry fly. Who did it? The Bear King or Burst? That student hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It wasn't the instructors who did it. These instructors don't dare to offend Fearless. It's a brat who came from nowhere. You see, the instructors are still asking for punishment at this moment." He pointed to the exam room. Knife Wolf thought it would be fun to have fun and not watch pure stupidity. So he shouldered his sword and swaggered over, roughly pushing aside the cadets who had surrounded the doorway. And then he saw the teenager he had just been thinking about. At this time in the examination room, Chu-He obviously had not said enough, and he pointed at Jiang Hui with an exaggerated expression. "What do you think our Captain MOU is here for? For that Topaz? Why would a 4-star awakened person commit the crime of having our Captain MOU personally present?" Chu-He didn't make this statement up, although Topaz is indeed a rare talent. But the fact of the matter was that he was only a 4-star awakened now, no matter how gifted and qualified he is. In an age where a tidal wave of beasts could strike at any time, it is always better to fight in the present than in a predictable future. So the fearless one just sent Chu-He this time, and didn't say much, letting Chu-He observe more about whether Huang Yu had lived up to his name. So when the instructors and staff saw MOU appear in the examination room, they were all a bit stunned. They had thought that MOU had come to see Topaz. Now that Shui said that, could it be that MOU's purpose for coming here was really for this kid? Let me tell you, just a moment ago, our Captain MOU personally went down to the defensive exam room and picked off the examiner's sword in front of everyone. As soon as these words were uttered, the face of the burly man standing at the very front turned white. But it was soon followed by a dismissive chuckle. Captain MOU would personally take action because of a cadet? You know shit. Old bear, what does that mean? It means that Captain MOU wants everyone to know that my big brother, Jiang Huai, is her man. Samuel Kong was in a cold sweat, and then felt a pinch on his back. Lu Evening Yin stayed close to Jiang Huai and lowered his voice. It seems that certain people are having a pretty good time with the MO family's eldest lady. Don't listen to him. Jiang Hui is now on the back of the enemy, and Chui's such a pig teammate. He did not want to be too striking plan. This is going to be a fizzle. Just when those instructors still didn't believe it, Blade Wolf at the door suddenly shouted with a sharp voice. Ugh! The old man proves it. All eyes went to him. Knife Wolf raised the broken knife in his hand. See, I'm the unlucky one who got his knife picked off. Ha 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 ha. I advise you not to mess with this little lord. A few of the instructors looked at each other. Gata was going to take this opportunity to show Dauntless some favor by siding with their recommended super rookie. This turned out to be a hot mess. It turns out that this kid is also someone that the Fearless are looking at. The instructor leading the group grimaced, finally snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned around to leave the examination room. Ugajushi. Lu Evening Yin suddenly waved towards the backs of several instructors and shouted, So my test. Without waiting for the tall instructor to speak, Chui patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Miss Lu, that's definitely a pass. And then he came to Lu Evening Yin's ear and whispered, Miss Lu, the last time I said, let me join the Night Demon Parade to touch the fish that matter. Lu Evening Yin also lowered her voice and replied, What I told you last time, the monthly dues thing, $500,000 a month, I'll pay it. As long as I can stay in an absolutely safe working environment, a mere $500,000 is nothing. Good deal. Welcome aboard. Just as Lu Wanyin was about to make the announcement, Jiang Huai interrupted her. Ahem, you can't make the call on this. You have to go back and ask Uncle Du and Uncle Yu. Lu Wanyin pouted her lips and looked at Jiang Hui with dissatisfaction. At the moment in the infirmary of the examination room. Outrageous. Huang Yu's face, thighs are wrapped in bandages lying in the hospital bed. He slammed his fist down on the hospital bed and ended up grimacing in pain himself. Such a strange shame. Huang Yu, will return it 100-fold. Wait for me. Night Demon Parade, trash, always trash. And then the tall instructor walked in. Huang Yu immediately inquired, Where are those two losers? Have they been arrested? The tall instructor glanced coldly at Huang Yu. Before, perhaps this kid was considered the fearless one's baby in their hearts, so everyone sold him a favor and gave him a few good looks, turning a blind eye to his rudeness. But now, it's not even you that people are looking at fearless, so who the hell are you? I'm asking you, what the hell are those two losers? Bang! The tall instructor swung his fist out, and it stopped in front of Topaz's eyes. The powerful wind pressure directly caused the hospital bed where Huang Yu was lying to collapse instantly, and countless cracks appeared on the floor along with it. Huang Yu's entire body was a little out of breath from this wind pressure, and it took him a long time to get his breath back. He breathed heavily and covered his chest while looking at the instructor with some anger. Huang Yu, you took the initiative to cause trouble and even killed a partner who might have become your own colleague. If not for Jiang Hui's intervention, you would have already committed a capital offense by now. The tall instructor said in an icy tone. Topaz was paralyzed on top of a pile of debris, staring blankly at the instructor. He didn't understand that this stupid big man, who had been incredibly gentle with himself before, who would never say more than half a word even if he yelled at him. How now? But you are also considered to be recommended by the fearless and have some strength of your own, so you are now allowed to continue to participate in the examination afterward, of course, provided that you can still participate in tomorrow's examination. The tall man swept a glance at Topaz's bandaged body before letting out a sneer and turning to leave. The man walked to the door and dropped a comment. Don't think you're invincible. Huang Yu, you still have a lot to learn before you grow up completely. Showing off your sharpness too much will only cause you to fall to pieces. Bang! The door to the medical room was slammed hard shut, leaving behind only Topaz, who was clenching his fists in death with flames flickering in his eyes. His flames burned those bandages, and with them, scarred the still healing wounds on his body. The most conspicuous thing was the scar on his face. and the scars will be the best thing to remind him of this shame. Wait for me. Night Demon Parade, Samuel Kong. Chapter 45, I'm born with God's power. Inside the dormitory, Lu Evening forced Jiang Hui to the edge of the bed and then directly pressed him down on the bed. Say no. There really isn't much to tell. It's what I just told you. Ginger Samuel had an embarrassed look on his face. Lu Wanyin had been asking him about MOU. But he himself was also confused and bewildered, whether MOU was doubting his power or not, and why he had blocked Blade Wolf's final stab for himself. It's true that Samuel Kong didn't think about it, because those two things are contradictory. If MOU is really as solitary and cold-blooded as rumored, the best thing she could do toward validating her abilities then was to wait and see how she reacted after Blade Wolf's third stab at her. But instead of doing that, she stepped in to protect herself. It's just a little bit unbelievable. Still saying no? Lu Evening stared at Jiang Hui with a puff of anger. She was currently sitting across Jiang Hui's body and asked relentlessly, Come on, tell me, I really want to hear the gossip. Go, so grown up, prying into these idle matters all day long. I really don't have any relationship with MOU, and I don't have a melon for you to eat. Jiang Hui directly sat up, and then took Lu Wanyin's waist to pick her up and put her aside. Then why did people step in to save you? And Lu Evening took advantage of the time when Jiang Hui went to make the bed, and then came over again. This time her mouth came up to Jiang Hui's ear and said in an extremely soft voice, Taking your hand, leaving in plain sight. Jiang Hui only felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and then he waved his hand with a red face. Ugh, you love it. He pulled everything out of his pants pockets and put it on the table, ready to go take a shower and change his clothes, which were now covered in blood on top of his broken shirt. At this time, Lu Evening saw a small amulet in what Jiang Hui pulled out of his pants pocket. With her hands behind her back, she paced over to the table to look at the amulet. Well, and then Lu Evening turned her head to look at Jiang Hui. You took it off on purpose, huh? That or else, you're so stingy it's not easy to give me a gift. In case it breaks, next time I have to wait for you to send a gift, don't know how long it will take. Lu Evening knew that Jiang Hui was joking, and she also understood that Jiang Hui treasured the amulet, so she stretched her back and turned towards the door with a pretense of relaxation. All right then, I'll go and poke around for information about tomorrow's examination first. Take your time to take a bath, Ohio. Jiang Hui was really quite impressed with Lu Wanyin. Social terrorism. Social terrorist, she seems to fit in quickly with the crowd wherever she goes, and then becomes a very popular and happy person for everyone. Except, of course, for people like Topaz. Although it wasn't Jiang Hui's intention, these candidates now seem to treat Jiang Hui as a fearless baby. Treating Lu Evening with Jiang Hui was naturally more enthusiastic, which was also convenient for Lu Evening to play. There was also a staff member who came to ask if they wanted to change their room just now, but thinking that it was only for 3 days, there was no need to go through so much trouble, and they declined. Only after confirming that Lu Wanyin's footsteps were far away did Jiang Hui rummage through the bottom of his backpack and pull out the gift box. You're letting me handle such a big thing, Uncle, you really. Samuel Kong let out a bitter laugh as he held the box. There are still 2 days to go before Lu Lianin's birthday, and there should have been this cell phone personally gifted by Yu Qinshan. And now it was given to Samuel Kong. He couldn't help but think of Yu Qinshan's words. This kind of thing, it's more appropriate for you young people to give it to her. Old man is not good at dealing with that kind of image. When she passes the examination, you will give this to her just as a celebration. Not just shy. Ginger Samuel laughed and put the box back in his bag. Soon Lu Wanyin called to tell Jiang Hui to go to the cafeteria. After arriving at the cafeteria, Jiang Hui realized that Lu Wanyin had really already mingled with a group of people. She was sitting with a couple of girls and seemed to have an endless conversation. From clothes to bags to TV dramas, it can be said that every topic Lu Evening has picked up, but Samuel Kong was well aware of it. In fact, Lu Wanyin hadn't bought any luxury goods in private, mainly because she didn't have that condition. But if you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. Who can tell if you've actually bought it or not, since everyone is in sportswear now anyway? The atmosphere in the cafeteria suddenly took a turn for the worse with the arrival of Samuel Kong. The cafeteria, which was still happy, suddenly split into 2 factions at this moment. One faction was warmly greeting Jiang Hui. Most of them were trainees who had seen Jiang Hui punch Wang Yu away. The other faction was a minority that sat in a circle and stared at Jiang Hui with an unkind gaze. In the center of their embrace was clearly the bandage removed but scarred Topaz. Brother Huang, should we? Get him? A teenager asked. Topaz coldly bit into his bread, his eyes coldly looking ahead. Not yet. There's plenty of opportunity. These words were of course heard by Samuel Kong. Oh, come on. Now instead of obliterating the world, I'm stuck with the troublemakers. Samuel Kong, I've asked around. Tomorrow's test is the same as my last one. Hunting infected. While eating, Lu Wanin talked to Jiang Hui about what she had just accomplished. There are infected people here? Every year, the association drops some of the infected captured for research into the test, and it's one of the most feared modes of assessment for the trainees. It's going to be a real battle after all, Samuel Kong said with a smile. He saw Lu Evening Yin's relaxed face, so he asked with some curiosity, since you're hunting infected, how did you get eliminated last year? Lu Evening Yin gave Jiang Hui a glance. Why don't you mention which pot is not open which pot? It seemed that when it came to this matter, Lu Evening Yin was a bit angry. Last year, it was clear that I was on the verge of meeting the standard, and it turned out. As a result, a rift appeared at the examination site, and a Vanguard-class beast appeared, and it just happened to be right in front of me. I was so scared that my legs went limp then, and I paralyzed on the ground, causing the squad formation to be destroyed, and although the instructor arrived in time, I was disqualified from the test as a result. So that's how it was, Samuel Kong nodded. Lu Wan Yin's fear of beasts had always been a point of great concern to Jiang Hui. But the psychological problems can only be overcome by her, and no one can help her. Don't worry. If the beast appears again this time, I'll hold its thighs for you, and you'll take the opportunity to hack it to death. Seeing that Lu Evening Yin's face was a bit tense, Jiang Hui said half-jokingly. Lu Evening Yin was amused by Jiang Hui, and her emotions eased quite a bit. She put down her chopsticks, folded her hands, and rested her chin, looking at Jiang Hui with an evil look. Speaking of which, when did you get so many powers, defensive, offensive, and finally perception? Ahem. Isn't that something Chu he made up? Then how did you punch away Topaz? I'm a natural-born god. These words were spoken a little too loudly by the two, and on the other side of the room, Huang Yu tore the bread in his hand fiercely, and his face grew more and more somber. ##. Chapter 46. The room was furnished with bunk beds, and it seemed as if only the room that Jiang Hui and Lu Wanyin were assigned to was shabbier. The other trainees are basically single rooms with single beds. But it can't be helped. It wasn't meant to be a tourist trip, so get over it if you can. Because she knew how horrible Lu Wanyin's sleeping face was, Jiang Hui chose to let Lu Wanyin sleep on the bottom bunk, which would have been if she had let her sleep on top. A tumble at night could be straight to the ground on your face. The young girl was still very punctual, and after washing up she collapsed into bed. Just 3 seconds after saying goodnight to Samuel Kong, she was already huffing and puffing. As expected, in the middle of the night, Jiang Hui realized that Lu Wanyin had already slept half of her body on the floor. He had to gently climb down and carry her back to bed and tuck her in. And so he tossed and turned until after 3 a.m. before Ginger Samuel got a wink of sleep. Having just closed his eyes, Jiang Hui was here back in that weird and inexplicable prison. And this time, without having to pass through the office and the corridor, he stood directly in front of 100 Rex cell door. At this moment, the skeleton giant was standing behind the door, and the two of them were looking at each other through the iron grill, and in the eyes hidden under that head armor, Jiang Hui saw a longing, a desire to hunt. You're trying to tell me something? Samuel Kong asked. The skeleton giant did not speak, only that the eye sockets that were buried deep behind the head armor flickered with a bit of blue fire. An emotion penetrated the door of the caged room and reached Samuel Kang's heart. The hunt is about to begin. Devour, devour everything. Jiang Hui felt this emotion swelling more and more within him, as if there were countless war drums that were shaking the sky within his body. Suddenly, Jiang Hui opened his eyes, happened to see Lu Evening Yin straddling herself, her hand still holding a marker pen. This opening of her own eyes scared the young girl into a shriek. Her entire body fell back. Just moments before she was about to fall off the top bunk, Samuel Kong wrapped an arm around her waist and held her back. Why did you wake up all of a sudden? There was no sign at all. Lu Evening Yin evil first to complain, at the moment sitting across the body of Jiang Hui, because of the shock just now small face and some slight red. I'm so good at killing people in my sleep. Honestly, what are you doing? Ginger Samuel said with mock seriousness. Didn't do anything, just told you to get up. Lu Evening Yin put her hands behind her back. But Jiang Hui had already seen her marker, so he kept his arm around her waist and pressed her into his arms, while his other hand took the opportunity to snatch her marker. Having fun? What did you draw on my face? I haven't gotten around to it. Samuel Kong was about to draw an X on her face with a marker straight away. The two were jostling on the top bunk when there was a sudden knock on the door. Ahem, big brother, the soundproofing isn't very good here. Hearing that it was Chu Hee's voice, Jiang Hui hurriedly got out of bed with Lu Evening Yin. He glanced at the time on his cell phone in passing as he went to answer the door, 7:30. 8 o'clock was the rendezvous time, so it seemed I had slept pretty well tonight. After opening the door, Jiang Hui found that Chu Hee was already fully dressed and standing in the doorway. This kid is really quite handsome, although shorter than Jiang Hui by half a head. But Jiang Hui, this belongs to the secondary development. Counting the behavior of open hanging cannot be counted. Big brother, it's almost time to gather. Are you done with Ms. Liu? Chu Hee's decency lasted less than 5 seconds before he immediately revealed a lewd smile. Jiang Hui gave him a blank look and said, "Don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything. I'll change my clothes and go to the playground." "Okay, big brother Ms. Liu, I'll wait for you on the playground." Lu Wan-yin hummed a tune as she got out of bed and started to change her clothes, and Jiang Hui consciously stepped to the side, facing the wall. And as Lu Evening-yin removed her pajamas, she smiled and glanced at Jiang Hui's neck, and on that neck, there was a kitten that Lu Evening-yin had just drawn for him with a marker. I wonder when Samuel Kong will notice. 10 minutes later, the duo grabbed a quick wash and made their way to the playground, already counting themselves among the latest arrivals. After everyone arrived, that tall instructor began to announce the next day's examination. This test starts at 9 o'clock and lasts until 12 p.m. The mission objective is to decimate the infected, which have now been dropped in large numbers on this mountain. 1 point for each infected that is decimated. And by 12 p.m., personnel or teams with a decimation score of more than 50 can successfully pass the test. The students began to whisper, many of them wondering if it would be dangerous to fight so many infected directly. While Jiang Hui, Huang Yu, and some of the smarter students noticed another point in the instructor's words just now. Squad. In other words, this test was allowed to be taken as a group. You don't have to worry. Every cadet will wear a special bracelet made by the association before entering the examination area, and the bracelet can release a powerful force to remove all the infected around you at once when you are in danger. After that, our instructors will immediately come to your location and take you out of the examination grounds, which means that if you trigger the bracelet, you will also be disqualified. If the score doesn't reach 50 by 12 p.m., it is considered disqualified as well. Just then a student asked, "Excuse me, does this test allow for teaming up?" The tall instructor nodded. "That's right. This test is allowed to be taken as a team, with a squad size of 2 to 4 people, and after forming a squad you will be given the same type of bracelet. The scores of all squad members chopping up the hunts will be shared." The candidates perked up as soon as these words were uttered. "Then we should definitely team up. It's twice the work for half the effort." But there were also students such as Topaz who expressed disdain. Facing the district's infected, or the inferior infected after the association had already domesticated them, it was simply more than enough for Huang Yu and the others. You are now given 30 minutes to team up. Distribute the bracelets after 30 minutes. At the instructor's command, the students began to mingle. After yesterday's aptitude test, some of the trainees had already sort of reached a consensus. They quickly formed teams. What made Jiang Hui feel puzzled was that those trainees who were obviously on good terms with Lu Evening-yin, at this moment, none of them had come to find her to form a team. "Don't show that kind of expression," said Lu Evening-yin with a smile. "If you join the Night Demon Parade, you have to be prepared to be isolated even if they are privately close to me. They will definitely not explicitly get involved with the Night Demon Parade people." Ginger Samuel nodded. "That's fine. Then let's." Just when Jiang Hui was about to say that he was going to team up on us, the little fat man that Jiang Hui had rescued from under the Blade Wolf yesterday trembled and came to the side of the duo. "Dude, can I team up with you guys?" Jiang Hui looked at the little fatty. He could feel that this little fatty's ability had not been developed in any way, and even then, he was able to block 2 of Blade Wolf's slashes. Though those 2 slashes of Blade Wolf didn't seem to exert much force. But Fatty was likewise unable to exert his full strength due to his inner fear. And at a time like this, an extra person would be useful, even if he was used to attract the infected. "Ah!" Samuel Kong nodded. The little fat man's frown immediately stretched. "My name is Lu Daqiang, a 2-star defense type awakened person. Lu Evening Jin, 3-star necromantic awakened." Lu Lianing didn't object. Anyway, it was to face the infected. She wasn't afraid at all. Jiang Hui, 2-star defensive awakened. Samuel Kong also reported his information. Although Fatty was a bit unconvinced that Jiang Hui was only a 2-star awakened and a defensive type, he still didn't say anything more. Soon the group time ended. Basically, everyone has their teammates. In addition to Huang Yu, there were a few more powerful trainees who chose to fight alone. This time, suddenly out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Hui saw a lone figure standing in the corner of the crowd. A cold aura emanated from her surroundings, and everyone dared not approach her. She was seen plucking up the courage to ask a small team of 3 if she could be allowed to join them. But before the words were finished, the men simply waved their hands in boredom, and a couple of curses to keep her away from the cold. After being rejected several times in a row, the young girl could only stand alone in the corner, her eyes a little dull. Samuel Kong recognized that this was the girl who had sat next to him on the bus. "I think it's called Yoon Jae." Lu Wanin, Samuel Jiang asked. "Our team is one control roll short." Lu Evening Een followed Jiang Hui's gaze, and then seemed to understand something. She shrugged, spreading her hands, and said, "Good old again." Although she said so on her lips, Lu Evening Een understood and walked over to that sister. Just after they said a few words, the girl's eyes lit up. After that, Lu Wanin walked back with Een Jia. "Done." She made an okay sign to Samuel Kong. Jiang Hui smiled and said to Een Jia, "Can you team up with us?" Een Jia nodded vigorously, her eyes already brimming with tears. "Willing. Thank you. Thank you." Chapter 47. A Sudden Change of Heart. The team is assembled. The instructor glanced at the group of men that made up the group with some disappointment. Most people go by personal preference. There are also some guys who just look at other girls and pull them into the line. So these teams haven't considered pairing rationality at all. A team of 4 attackers. A team of 4 defensive types. Even more exaggerated was the fact that there was an all-female team with 4 supportive girls put together, and the instructor was really a bit speechless. What are you taking damage with? But these were not on his mind. As for those self-important people in Huangyu who were unwilling to form a team, the tall instructor was also somewhat unable to look at them. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how strong your single soldier ability is, when the beast tide comes, you can't say that you can just rely on your individual ability to break through the battlefield. Even as powerful as the former president of Night Demon Parade, he could only end up with the name of a deserter. After the staff had finished handing out bracelets to all the squads and individuals, the tall instructor announced that everyone was now leaving the camp. And the moment they stepped out of the campground, it signaled the beginning of the second test. No one may leave Mount Hopeless. At the same time, the entire Hopeless Mountain, except for the campground, is an examination site. The moment everyone left the camp together, Jiang Hui sensed the silhouettes of people in the woods outside the camp, and that aura was too obvious. Infected. Swish! Lu Evening Yin's scythe was already in her hand, and her eyes became incomparably cold. The corners of his mouth lifted into a wry smile as well. It was as if they were a different person. Chopper hunt. Begin! At the instructor's command, everyone rushed to the woods. However, they soon realized that Topaz and those few loners were too mobile. Especially Topaz. His flames scurried into the woods almost ahead of everyone else, and the whole forest burst into flames. The wails of countless infected came. This is within the 9-phase sealed dust boundary, so there's no need to worry about forest fires. But the consequence of such a wide-range AoE is that other squads can't grab it at all. Ha ha ha! The woods resounded with Huang Yu's reckless laughter, and these people knew that they couldn't compete with Huang Yu, so they simply scattered. Some run downhill, some climb uphill. In short, it's all about avoiding Topaz's flames. And what about Samuel Kong? He walked slowly and methodically behind everyone, watching the rest of the squad move away from the area while he still marched towards where Topaz's flames were burning. "Brother, we can't compete with him. Go somewhere else," Little Fatty said as he tugged on Jiang Hui's hand. "It's not a good fight to go elsewhere, and it's easy to get into conflict with other people," Ginger Samuel said with a smile while walking into the woods. This statement made the others, Little Fatty and Een Jia, a little confused. So are we going to fight Topaz?" Een Jia asked cautiously. "Why are we hitting him when he's doing us a favor?" The two were getting confused, but soon Samuel Kong gave his answer. "Lu Wanin, 3 at 3 o'clock 3. Lu Lianin's figure instantly darted out in the direction indicated by Jiang Hui as she sliced through the bushes. The 3 infected that were burned and twisted in shape had their heads severed directly by this scythe of hers. Tick-tock. For people's bracelets came a movement. Raised his hand to see, See, the top of the display clearly shows the number 3. Jesus! What's going on here? Weren't these infected burned to death by Topaz? Fatty said in shock. Although his flames are overbearing, if they are spread out, their killing power will be lacking, and even though they can cover all the infected, most of them won't be killed on the spot. Samuel Kong said, and pointed in another direction. Lu Evening Een ran without saying a word, and once again killed the 2 infected that fell to the ground and twitched slightly. Tick-tock. The number changed to 5. Fatty and Een Jia were stunned. How did you? Een Jia looked at Jiang Hui. Have you studied? Topaz. What am I studying him for? Jiang Hui gave the young girl a blank look before saying, this is the most basic speculation. Bullshit. Actually, Samuel Kong is just open. With the power of the 100 skeletons augmenting him, he had extremely powerful senses, and after devouring the mother of worms to gain the ability of a dominator. This perception is further enhanced. Now all the infected in this neighborhood, even if they moved a finger, he would be able to detect them immediately. But Een Jia and Little Fatty had already worshipped Jiang Hui beyond words. They began to be glad that they were even able to team up with Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui and the others just followed Huang Yu to pick up the slack, wherever Huang Yu's flames burned. They just pick up heads where they are. Just before noon, the number on the bracelet came to 22. At this rate of progress, it won't take much effort for us to reach our goal. Fatty shouted excitedly. It seemed like he didn't realize he was hugging such a leg and getting by without much effort. However, Jiang Hui's heart grew more and more uneasy. As he watched Fatty, Een Jia and Lu Evening Een chatting and laughing as they went around searching for those infected who hadn't died through, he always felt an incomparably heavy pressure inside. And that pressure is spreading. Meanwhile, Blade Wolf, who was lounging on top of a large tree, was the instructor in charge of protecting the trainees, and he was naturally focusing all his attention on Jiang Hui's squad. After seeing the speculative performance of Jiang Hui's team this way, he snorted. This kid is a bit interesting. No wonder the Fearless One's Blood Falcon is so interested in him. But just then, Blade Wolf's smile disappeared. He seemed to sense an inexplicable force that was spreading in the sky above his head. What is this feeling so depressing? At the same time, Jiang Hui also frowned, and then he raised his head to the sky. Although there was no difference in the sky at the moment, Jiang Hui could clearly see that in the outer region of that 9-phase ceiling dust realm, a tiny opening was slowly being torn open over Hopeless Mountain. Is this Topaz tired? It feels as if his flames are getting weaker. Fatty said, pointing to those flames in the distant bushes. Ginger Samuel pondered slightly. Suddenly, he realized Topaz wasn't tired. Rather, it was that his flames could no longer allow him to enter like no one else as they had earlier. Then there is only one reason for this situation. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something. He snapped his head around to yell at Lu Evening Jin, who was charging at one of the infected. Pull back! Lu Evening Yin's side was almost ready to strike, but when she heard Jiang Hui's voice, she immediately braced her body and used her strength to leap backward and return to Jiang Hui's side. What's wrong? She looked at Samuel Kong suspiciously. Ginger Samuel shielded everyone behind him. Looking at the burned and twisted form of the infected, barely able to stand, he said, stay away from it. No, it's more than that. Jiang Hui had clearly sensed that all the nearby infected, as long as they were still alive, were undergoing some kind of mutation in the inner core of their bodies. And this mutation makes their power level rise exponentially. Gah! The infected person's body began to slowly tremble, and then the burnt skin unexpectedly began to slowly peel off, and finally a snow-white humanoid monster appeared in front of Jiang Hui and the others. What kind of infected is this that has this kind of power? Fatty asked suspiciously. Lu Evening Een, however, had already fished out a yellow talisman from somewhere and was holding it between her fingers. Although she didn't have Jiang Hui's perception, she was well aware of it. The mutation of this infected was by no means simple. In an instant, the first white infected had arrived in front of several people. Lu Evening Een fiercely recited her mantra, and the instant the yellow talisman burned out, 3 spirits leapt out of her body and surrounded the white infected, and tried to burn its body with black flames. However, the flames of these souls were actually unable to make them burn, and this white, infected person violently opened its mouth wide and took a bite at Lu Evening Een. Lu Evening Een didn't show any weakness either, and the scythe in her hand ruthlessly sliced towards its mouth. Crunch! However, what she didn't expect was that the size she had forged with her soul as a guide was directly bitten to pieces by this monster at this moment. Lu Evening Yin's pupils contracted violently. The monster's claws were already close at hand. Bang! Samuel Kong smashed the creature's head to pieces with one punch, and then shouted towards the crowd. Fall back! Pull back immediately! Back to camp! As this punch went down, Jiang Huai could clearly feel the strength of this infected's body, and it was definitely not something Lu Evening Yin and the others could handle. It had even reached the strength of the Vanguard-class beast that had once double-crossed himself and Lu Evening Yin. Crunch! Gah! More and more sounds rang out around them, and then one white, infected after another appeared before the eyes of several people. Jiang Hui escorted a few people back, and then he realized that Topaz's flames had gradually gone out. The moment, the entire hopeless mountain began to resound with the sounds of screams rising and falling. Hashtag Chapter 48, The Beast Tide. Inside the Awakened Association's stronghold in Lingyu City, the vice president of the association called together the representative figures of the 4 major organizations that currently existed in Lingyu City. With the exception of the Blood Falcon of the Dauntless, who was not present, the rest of the group had been informed of the terrible news. Just 10 minutes ago, the Star Envoy of the Apocalypse has delivered a piece of bad news. The wave of the beast will be advanced, and the exact time will probably be within a day. The vice president sat in the main seat of the conference room and took a drag on his cigar. This is not a small matter. We have 1 day to get everything deployed. According to the previous deployment, the rift to the north of Lingyu City is given to the Cavalry Hunting Corps, the rift to the south is given to Iron Blood, the rift to the west is taken care of by the God Hunters, and lastly the east. The vice president glanced at the empty seats and sighed. Where's Dauntless Blood Falcon? The staff member in charge of the minutes immediately rose to answer. The Blood Falcon is currently at the Hopeless Mountain in the east, observing the freshman examination. The vice president nodded, then directly informed the Dauntless that they should give orders and send support to the Blood Falcons, and that the Hopeless Mountain to the east is the area they are responsible for. The woman in white was originally sitting peacefully on top of her seat. Just then, a flash of panic suddenly flashed through her eyes. She raised her hand to stop everyone from saying anything before slowly closing her eyes to take it all in. Finally, when she opened her eyes again, there was a hint of desperation shining through them. Perhaps we don't have that much time left. The moment she uttered those words, everyone present clearly felt a terrifying aura slowly unfolding in the sky overhead. Boss, you didn't put enough chili in this. 2 more spoons. Son of a bitch. Every time I come to eat noodles, chili is almost more than the noodles put in. If this goes on, I'm going to lose money. Despite the curses on his lips, the boss still placed the chili sauce in front of Yuqin-shan. Hey, you have to be unconventional in business. Look at you, you were born to be in this business. And what's wrong with me? As your regular customer, eating some more of your chili? There was only one customer in the entire store, Yuqin-shan, so the boss simply sat down in front of him and said, That girl of yours went to college, right? How about it? Can you still afford her living expenses and tuition alone? Yuqin-shan said with a smile as he added chili sauce to the noodles. It was okay, it wasn't that difficult. Alas, you don't hang on, the neighbors know your situation, so small doll you pick up brings so hard to so big. Now we're in college, you should also take a break. Take a break? Unconsciously, Yuqin-shan had long treated Lu Evening Yin as his own daughter, even though he was unable to give her a rich life. But she was never treated badly either. In the past, he always couldn't let go of the fact that every time this girl went out on a mission, he himself had to follow. Obviously, you can't even pass the test. Obviously, you have so little guts. And yet, they still like to pretend like they're not afraid of anything. Obviously, the biggest fear is being around people and socializing with them. But force yourself to make sure you mingle with the people around you. How can one let go of such a child and take a break? But now, soon, thinking of that kid named Jiang Hui, Yuqin-shan let out a bitter smile. He took a big bite of his noodles and didn't answer his boss's question again. The owner sighed. Alas, if the heavens could open their eyes, they should treat you better and let you, find an old companion. When the boss saw that Yuqin-shan was just shivering his face and ignoring him, he stood up and slowly walked to the entrance of the store while looking up at the sky and said, Hey yo, Lao Yu, it looks like you're really going to get lucky. The heavens have really opened their eyes. Yuqin-shan, who was still shivering his face, suddenly froze. And then his body shuddered violently. It was as if he had sensed something extremely frightening. His eyes instantly turned cold, and he stopped eating his noodles, getting up and walking to the door to look at the sky. Sure enough, in the midst of the overcast clouds, a crack loomed and was slowly unfolding. From a distance, it looked as if it were an eye that was opening. But this phenomenon lasted less than 20 seconds before the rift abruptly disappeared. Alas, the gods have closed their eyes again, but it's nice to see this spectacle. The owner, with his hands behind his back, turned his head in mid-sentence to look and realized that the noodles on the table were still unfinished, and the money for the check was pressed in the bottom of the bowl. At this moment, Shan, who was walking quickly down the street, knew very well in his heart. The chasm wasn't gone. Instead, it was hidden by the urgently unfolding nine-phase dust-sealing realm. As his footsteps became faster and faster, the crowds around him also disappeared one by one. And soon the street Shan was walking on, no, it should be the entire Lingyu city, became empty. Ding, ding, ding. The cell phone's ringing. Shan glanced at the number and frowned slightly. I am Shan. A wave of beasts is coming. All deployments are underway. Shan, it's time for you and old dude to fulfill your promise. On the other end of the line was the voice of the vice president of the association. Shan didn't reply immediately, but turned his head to look at the hopeless mountain on the outskirts of the city. After a long time, he took a deep breath before pulling the cowboy hat out of nowhere and putting it on his head. And then Shan turned his head back and looked towards the stadium in the middle of Lingyu City. In the sky above that large stadium, a huge fissure had unfolded, and an aura of power that depressed people to the point of exaggeration was continuously seeping out of that fissure. The priest has received orders. After hanging up the terminal, he raised his eyes to look ahead, and right at the intersection, he saw the single figure. "Old duh!" Shan smiled and greeted the visitor. Du Qinghong held up his glasses before trying to persuade Shan once more. "Old you, I still say the same thing. I hope you can stay, whether it's Jiang Hui or Lu Evening, both still need you." Shan smiled and waved his hand. "Well, isn't there still Yun Luo, and it's about time for her field assignment to be over. She is likewise a child." Du Qinghong shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he also felt Shan's determination. "Old Du, we all owe a debt, and that debt should never be left to the children. They are innocent. If we two old things can make this account cancelled." His hand rested on Du Qinghong's shoulder, smiling at the other party. "Then let us two old things put up a fight once more." Du Qinghong responded with a smile as well. Shan raised his hand and pulled the brim of his hat, and the two of them turned around together and walked towards the central gym. The Nightmare Parade, Father. Inferno Dragon. The final chopper hunt begins. Chapter 49. The Nightmare Parade is not a deserter. At this moment, in the Hopeless Mountain camp, the original examination was in complete chaos. Those trainees who were going around hunting the infected had completely fallen prey to the infected at the moment. Those white infected who had molted their skins had greatly increased both their strength and ferocity. A cadet held up a heavy hammer and watched as it smashed the head of an infected. But I didn't expect the infected's movements to suddenly become incredibly swift. Its hand transformed into a blade and directly sliced through the cadet's heavy hammer. Before he could react, the battle blade sliced towards his head again. The bracelet instantly exploded, releasing a force that sent the infected man flying backwards. The cadet and his teammate sat on the ground in shock, not understanding what had just happened. At that instant, the white figure suddenly descended once again and sliced off the cadet's head with a single slash. It was extremely intelligent, and when it dealt with the remaining trainees, it first cut off their bracelet-wearing arms with a single slash before ending their lives. By the time the instructor arrived as fast as he could, all he saw were pieces of meat scattered on the ground. The instructors desperately tried to get all the cadets who were still alive back to camp. Even so, close to a third of the trainees still died at the hands of those suddenly mutated infected, and even the instructors died 3 times. If it wasn't for the presence of MOU among these rescuers, I'm afraid the casualties would have been even heavier. The survivors were now gathered in the camp square. Topaz was also badly injured. Luckily, Samuel Kong and the others were nearby. He was being surrounded by 3 white infected when he was rescued by Samuel Kong. And now, he was cowering in the corner getting his treatment, his eyes truly full of resentment and anger. Why, fucking why? Why did he save me? Why is his power so powerful? The thought that a monster that his flames couldn't even burn out was actually smashed in the head by Jiang Hui's punch. Topaz's heart then felt a huge sense of frustration. But no one was bothering him now. because at this moment, shock and fear were written all over the faces of all the trainees and even some of the instructors. Lu Evening Yin's hands had begun to tremble, and her pupils contracted slightly. The rift above her head, with the aura of the beast, made her feel like moving a finger was now a great struggle. But soon, a pair of large hands took her hand in a death grip. "No matter what happens, stay close to me," Zhang Hui said as he looked up at the chasm that was unfolding in the sky at the top of the hopeless mountain. "Beast Tide, isn't it still a month away? Why would it suddenly descend? Chuhi was shaking, and in the end, he directly couldn't withstand that kind of pressure and sat on his but on the ground. Mou remained expressionless. The darkness and depth of the rift overhead reflected in her icy pupils. Just then, a comms contact sounded in her headset. Copy that, Blood Falcon in position, intrepid members on site, including me total." Mou's icy cold vision glanced at Chu, who had already gone limp with fear, before saying into the headset, "I alone will settle the Eastern Rift with its lord. Don't do anything stupid, Blood Falcon. You just need to delay the rift expansion and cut its power as much as possible. Don't fight hard. Support is on the way." Copy that. After hanging up with the intrepid organization, her headset suddenly came back with the association's orders. After receiving this order, Mou froze, and then a hint of anger came through his eyes. The instructors were still discussing the situation, and they looked up at the tide of beasts every now and then. Just then, the association synchronized the latest instructions into the headsets of all instructors and staff. Some of the instructors looked extremely puzzled as they received this command. They don't understand what the purpose of this is. But soon they decided to follow orders. The first to start moving was the tall instructor. Codename, Bear King. He said as he stood in the square, looking at the group of candidates who were fluffy and even some who had already walked through the ghost gate and were on the verge of breaking down. "This examination has been canceled for some special reasons. The candidates whose names we read will get on the bus immediately." Then the instructor in charge of each team began to call the roll. Topaz. 2. The wounded Topaz stood up from the corner and slowly walked over. Bear King gave him a cold look, then signaled with his eyes, "Get in the car." 3 on defense, 7 on offense, 5 on support, and 1 on perception. These are the last candidates to get on the bus, and not even one bus is full. As they watched these candidates prepare to board the bus, the rest of the candidates began to wonder. "Instructor, so, what about us? Are we going back in another vehicle?" They vaguely also sensed that something was wrong. The rift above their heads was expanding, and that terrifying aura had already struck fear into the hearts of some of the candidates. That tall instructor swept a glance at everyone and said, "The rest of you, take a special test. Special examination. It's this time of the day. There's still a test?" The trainees looked at each other in disbelief, and Huang Yu let out a sneer as he passed by Jiang Huai and Lu Evening Yin. "I would have liked to burn you all to ashes myself, but now it seems there is no chance of that." He deliberately came to Jiang Huai's ear and whispered, "I hope you and those beasts in the rift have fun." Jiang Hui's eyes glanced slightly at Huang Yu and said contemptuously in a voice that only Huang Yu could hear, "It's your turn to be a deserter this time." Huang Yu froze and was just about to have a fit, but was immediately rebuked by that tall instructor with a furious, "Why don't you hurry up and get in the car?" He had no choice but to cast a malicious gaze toward Jiang Huai and fiercely cursed, "Waste." Ginger Samuel stopped talking to Topaz. Although he didn't know exactly what these instructors were hearing in their headsets, he had probably guessed the order. The association should be giving up on us underqualified trainees. Jiang Huai said in a low voice to Lu Evening Yin. Lu Evening Yin nodded, her death grip on Jiang Hui's hand, and judging by the trembling of her hand, Jiang Hui knew how serious her fear was right now. May not be able to think properly anymore. Dude, are you serious? I didn't expect Jiang Huai's words to be heard by the little fat man next to him. He looked at Jiang Huai with a horrified face and shouted towards the instructor on the main stage before Jiang Huai could explain. "Yes, is it a wave of beasts coming?" His voice was like a cannonball thrown into the water, and it blew the crowd right out of the water. "Beast Tide? Isn't there a month left? No wonder those monsters suddenly became so strong. Wait a minute, Topaz and those candidates who are being looked at by the big organizations are getting on the bus, cripes. They're trying to get us to die." This exploded the trainees. They began to protest towards the instructor, but unfortunately, the resistance of these trainees couldn't set off half a wave in the eyes of the instructor. Ginger Samuel," Lu Evening Yin said to Jiang Hui shakily. I'll protect you. You don't worry." Jiang Hui froze for a moment. Then, ignoring the bickering of everyone around him, he turned to face Lu Evening Yin, in looking at the young girl's reddened eyes and slightly trembling hands. He felt a pang of pity. Good. Jiang Hui directly took Lu Evening Yin in his arms. Then you will never leave my side and protect me. Do you hear me? Lu Evening Yin buried her face in Jiang Hui's chest, her trembling slightly eased by Jiang Hui's embrace. Just then, a loud voice silenced all the noise. One more fucking noise for me. I'll chop you to death. Carrying a new long sword, Blade Wolf swaggered past the cadets and walked over to Jiang Hui's side. You, get in the car, he said as he raised his chin towards Samuel Kong. The Bear King frowned. Blade Wolf, he's not on the list. Screw the list. I personally tested the knife on him. He also fucked up the topaz you guys treat as a treasure with one punch. So what? He doesn't deserve it. Huang Yu on the bus was gritting her teeth in anger when she heard this. Blade Wolf glanced at Samuel Kong again. I said get in the car quickly. Take your little girlfriend with you. Now the cadets around the room got even more rowdy. What Jiang Hui did not expect was that the little fat man he had once helped was actually the first to rush out at this moment to lead the roar. On what grounds? He and I are both two-star awakened beings. Why should he have privileges? In the face of life and death is perhaps the time to test one's nature. Fatty completely disregarded the fact that Jiang Hui had helped him twice during the examination. Now in his eyes, Jiang Hui had completely become an enemy. Did you receive benefits from him? Fatty glared at Blade Wolf and suddenly said with a sudden realization, so you two are in cahoots. Now everyone else got excited, and some had even surrounded both Blade Wolf and Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui only felt funny. For one thing, this little fatty was simply treacherous to the extreme, looking honest and naive, but ended up stabbing himself at this time. Secondly, the behavior of this group of cadets is also truly ridiculous. They didn't dare to go around the bus and mess with Huang Yu, and now it's come to round itself up. Perhaps in their eyes, their two-star awakened selves were just better targets for bullying. Little Fatty and the others began to protest loudly. Why should he get on the bus? Me, we want to get on the bus too, right? We're getting in the car too. We're all the same? Why should they be privileged? Everyone began to follow the fat man's coaxing, and Jiang Hui noticed that only the young girl who emitted a chilly aura was currently cowering to the side. She even tried to stop the students from fooling around, but she was pushed right out of the way. Just then, Blade Wolf's knife slashed directly in midair, and the vibration of the air made all the rowdy trainees feel a dullness in their chests. What the fuck did you guys come to the test for? Join the association for what? Isn't it to fight against the beast tide? The opportunity is now before you. What's wrong with you? I'm telling you, none of us instructors will leave. All of us will stay with you. At that time, if anyone dares to run backwards in front of me, I'll give you a good fight with a knife. Blade Wolf's words were brutally unreasonable. The candidates, would have to fight against the beast tide, so what gave Huang Yu and the others the right to just walk away? Just because they're weak? Should they be used as cannon fodder? Ginger Samuel didn't bother with them, because he had heard the evacuation plan that Yuqin Shan had spoken to him about. And according to the current expansion rate of the beast tide, it was impossible to evacuate in time. Once the beast tide opens, it's not safe to hide anywhere. He also wouldn't let Lu Evening Yin go first, because now that Yuqin Shan wasn't there, the only way he could protect her was to let her stay by his side. Brother Blade. Jiang Hui turned his head to look at Blade Wolf and smiled. I'm staying, me and her both. We knight Devil's Parade, not as deserters. Chapter 50. Clearing the way for you. At this moment, the 9 phases dust ceiling realm had already enveloped the entire Lingyu city. Everything about this city was perfectly replicated except for the life forms inside, and at the moment, Lingyu city was like a dead city. But this did not last long. Countless beasts poured out of the 4 open fissures, pouring down like black waterfalls, descending into the city. The beasts pouring out of the northern rift were cut off by an army of iron horsemen the moment they hit the ground. The tall man, leading the metal warhorse cavalry regiment, roared angrily and pointed the lance in his hand right below that rift. Ride the hunt. Kill. Thousands of elite awakened, belonging to the cavalry hunting regiment hissed and charged forward under the leadership of that group of metal cavalry regiments. The moment the wave of beasts collided with the human warriors, it was as if a giant meat grinder had begun its work. Flesh, blood, and limbs spilled onto the earth almost instantly. Similarly, grueling battles were played out in 3 other parts of the city. God Hunters in the west of the city, Iron Blood in the north of the city, and the Intrepid Ones to the east of the city atop Mount Hopeless. And among them, the beast tide gathering was the most turbulent, belonging to the central region. This was the core area of the beast tide, and it was also where the legions led by the most powerful lords were located. In the midst of the beast tides of the past, humans had also fought the core lords head-on. But apart from being shocked by that terrible power and thus despairing from the bottom of his heart, humans don't have much in the way of countermeasures. But this one is different. Shan pulled the brim of his cowboy hat and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Old Du, in fact, mankind is not without progress. He smiled and looked at Du Qinghong, who was beside him, and said, 40 years ago, humans were unilaterally slaughtered when they faced the beast tide, and every 8 to 10 years since then, we've been moving closer to the core rift one step at a time. Du Qinghong held up his glasses. Because the cultivation system of Awakened Ones is becoming more and more mature, the power of Awakened Ones is also growing rapidly. So what else can we, the old-timers, do for the boys? Du Qinghong snorted coldly, flung his long sleeves, and walked towards the front with his hands behind his back. Go and open a path for them. A path to victory and tomorrow. Shan took one last drag on his cigarette before throwing it to the ground. The two of them walked side by side, walking in style towards the blackened tide of beasts ahead. The beasts of the core rift did not strike without authorization. Their main purpose was to protect this rift, so the beasts piled up in front of them at the moment were like a small mountain. The moment Shan and Du Qinghong's figures approached, the beasts on the periphery seemed to have sensed something. They showed their teeth, and then hundreds of beasts pounced towards the duo at an extremely swift speed. But just at the moment when those beasts running at the front were about to tear the bodies of the duo apart, a flame instantly rose up in front of the two of them. Countless beasts were turned into ashes amidst the flames. Du Qinghong had taken off his glasses at the moment, and did not have that well-mannered scholarly air. At this moment, he was no longer a Confucian scholar or a language teacher in the second middle school of Lingyu City. He was a 6-star fire-awakened person. Codename, Inferno Dragon. Du Qinghong's eyes were still as indifferent as water, but a hot flame was flickering in those pupils. More and more beasts ran towards them. The power of these beasts also grew stronger under the influence of the rift. There were even some beasts that directly jumped up high, or spread their wings in an attempt to go over the boiling sea of flames. Du Qinghong raised his eyebrows upwards and stared at those who had crossed the border. He was seen turning slightly to the side, his hair and clothes swinging wildly from the waves of flames air. See the dragon. 2 words of truth were offered. A giant fire dragon soared up in the sea of fire. Topaz's fire dragon was simply like a loach in front of him. This fire dragon rolled up a storm of flames in midair and swept all those beasts that were still in midair into it. And in an instant, they went up in smoke. The fire dragon tossed above the earth, incinerating countless beasts, and it looked like a gap was about to be opened in this beast tide. A new variation appears. Bang! 3 4-story tall, Vanguard-class beasts leapt out of that rift as they stepped on top of the earth. Buildings began to collapse in several nearby neighborhoods. Shan sneered as he leaped, lightly jumping on top of a building that was about to collapse, then turned back to Du Qinghong and shouted, "The usual, leave the little ones to you. I'll take the big one." Saying that, Shan directly jumped between the buildings, constantly approaching those 3 giant beasts. The beasts also noticed his presence and began to attack towards him. Du Qinghong ignored him, but that fire dragon consciously let its flames open up a path of flames for Shan. Following this path, Shan wasn't hindered much. The moment his figure used the roof of the building to leap high above the head of a giant beast. His hand gripped the revolver at his waist. The entire person's eyes became cold and indifferent, completely devoid of their usual playfulness. This first shot is the death knell for you. Bang! With hardly any movement of drawing the gun, the bullet came from the top down and entered through the behemoth's raised head, running straight through its entire form. A moment later, the giant beast could not even roar in time for the entire figure to instantly expand and then burst open. At this moment, the other giant beast had already leapt up violently, and that huge figure covered the sky, directly smashing towards Shan in midair. Shan's somewhat gray hair fluttered beneath the brim of his hat. He exhaled slowly, just moments before the huge beast came to his eyes. This second shot, it's the last words of the accuser. Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated the behemoth's chest. Like the first behemoth, its body burst open violently, raining down a rain of blood in the sky. At this moment, Yu Qinshan's body began to fall downwards. He snapped his hand up and yanked directly on the claws of a beast that was attempting to attack him, before slamming it downward hard. As the beast fluttered and plummeted towards the ground, Yu Qinshan stepped on top of its back again, tugging on its wings with both hands, using it as a cushion for landing. Boom! He crashed just where the last of the behemoths existed. At this moment, Yu Qinshan was already in the inner circle of the beasts. That huge beast let out a roar and raised its hand towards Yu Qinshan. Yu Qinshan leapt towards the side and dodged the punch by stepping on the body of a beast that was attempting to sneak up on him. The force of this punch was so great that it directly smashed a piece of the beast to death. Yu Qinshan just stepped on those beasts to lend his strength to leap up again, and eventually circled around behind the clumsy behemoth, seeing the right moment to prepare to draw his gun. Just then, a pitch-black spear suddenly shot out from the rift. The spear was silent, and he reacted furiously the moment he was about to stab Yu Qinshan in the back. In the nick of time, he violently turned his stance and lunged to the side, even if his reflexes were so quick. But the black spear still pierced his shoulder. Lao Yu. Seeing this, Du Qinghong immediately drove the flame dragon towards the center of the beast tide. Unfortunately, that's when the beast's strengths come into play. The rift, the tide of beasts, the most frightening thing about them wasn't the huge number as well as the terrifying power. Rather, it's that unparalleled power of evolution and adaptation. The force of the beasts that were pouring out of the rift at the moment were getting stronger and stronger. They even evolved fireproof scales and armor against Du Qinghong's flames. Although Du Qinghong's fire dragon was still strong, it was no longer as disdainful as it had been a moment ago. Don't worry about the old man. Stall them. Yu Qinshan kicked one of the beasts away before flipping over and leaping into a building. He used the building as a cover tool to lure the behemoth in. The behemoth, true to its fury, began to slam the building hard with its massive fists. Just at the moment it almost demolished the building, Yu Qinshan had already arrived at the roof, and he finally found the moment just as the building was collapsing. This third shot, the ordeal called martyrdom. The black bullets blasted the behemoth's head directly. However, Yu Qinshan also felt that the place he had just been grazed by the black spear was in severe pain at this moment. He caught his breath slightly through the cover of the collapsed building and looked sideways to see that his shoulder was currently radiating blackness. This Lair Lord marked him. Hashtag Chapter 51. Moving forward alone. The vice president of the association observed the various battlefields through the surveillance of the Apocalypse Society, and after seeing the battle between Du Qinghong and Yu Qinshan, he sneered. These two old things, they can really fight. The white-clothed woman frowned as she looked slightly back at the vice president and said, since they've already broken through the core rift's outer beasts, why don't they send support troops? The vice president was full of disdain. It's a sin the Nightmare Parade should atone for. Is it their sin, or is it your selfishness? The woman in white said nonchalantly, and even though her voice was soft, it sounded harsh to the vice president. Star Ambassador, don't worry. We're ready to evacuate. Anytime the strongest combatants can leave the city with those future seeds. As soon as the vice president's words left his mouth, a trace of anger had risen slightly between the white-clothed woman's eyebrows. You mean the society never wanted to hold the city? Humph. A muffled grunt escaped from the vice president's nostrils as he took a puff of his cigar and said, if we are completely prepared, we will naturally go all out. And then he looked at the woman in white with reproachful eyes. Take Mount Hopeless. That place is now full of candidates, and the original plan was for the Dauntless to guard the entire Mount Hopeless and not allow it to take half a step beyond the Thunderdome. But now what? The vice president's tone grew more intense. There's only a bunch of new recruits on that hill right now. The Dauntless only have one captain left, too. What do you expect them to defend with? The woman in white was silent. She seemed to be realizing what the vice president was trying to say. As expected, the vice president leaned back in his chair and said matter-of-factly, this failure of prediction by the apocalypse has caught us by surprise by the beast tide, and you are largely responsible for the city's failure to hold. Will the apocalypse shirk its responsibilities? The woman's brow was filled with disappointment. Nor will we give up any city, any person. With that said, the woman in white turned and left the combat command room. The vice president laughed out loud as he watched the woman's back. Good, good. I'll see how you save. Star Envoy, I'll give you a word of advice. Not many people can leave this city. I've saved a spot for you. If you leave now, then you won't have a chance. The woman in white didn't stop to linger, Hearing the man behind her letting out a laugh made her feel nothing but a wave of nausea. The vice president turned around and continued to look at Yu Qingshan and Du Qinghong, who were still fighting. That smile on his face carried a hint of inexplicable pleasure. Night Demon Parade, you're dead. It's not that easy to pay. And when you two old things die, I'll make the organization you fought so hard to keep cease to exist. The Hopeless Mountain was also in chaos at the moment. The beasts in that rift swarmed out. And that's not to mention the infected that the associations had prepared had now morphed into horrific monsters. The entire camp was almost lost. The bus that Huang Yu and the others were traveling on had already left, and no one knew if they would actually reach their destination safely. And no one has the heart to care about them now. The instructors were able to shield the freshmen at first, but soon they rushed toward the cleft at the top of the mountain after receiving orders from the association, although the association's orders were for the candidates, who had been left behind, to act as pioneers. But the instructors had some conscience after all. Their final order: those who are willing come with us, and we'll go kill the Rift Lord. Those who aren't, stay in the camp. Stay or punch. Either option is almost desperate. Although this camp was protected by a boundary, it was impossible to maintain it for too long under the frenzied attack of countless waves of beasts. However, there were still many students who chose to stay behind than to rush to the top of the mountain and face those terrifying monsters head-on. And there was no Samuel Kong among those people. He tried to get the little fat man to go with him too. But Fatty hated Jiang Huai at this time. Don't be hypocritical. You're the same as Huang Yu and the others. All privileged people. You people never give a damn about our lives. He and the reluctant students were planning to die at the command post. The instructors have completely given up on these guys. Zhang Hui walked towards the fat man one last time and said, "Go and possibly live. Stay and die. Roll. Don't try to trick me. I've been fucking bullied by you people since I was a kid. Whoever cared about me? Fuck off. It's pathetic." Zhang Hui looked at the little fatty indifferently. He didn't care if these people died or lived. He just needed to make sure Lu Wanyin survived. Zhang Huai then glanced at Yinjia again. "What about you? Stay or join us?" The young girl who emitted a chilly aura was also scared, but she gathered enough courage to follow Zhang Hui's side. "I don't need your protection. I'll help," the young girl begged. Zhang Hui nodded, and then a few people followed Blade Wolf's squad towards the top of the mountain. Because Lu Wanyin had almost lost the ability to think, Zhang Hui simply carried him directly on his back. The journey had been far grimmer than they had thought. Even though MOU was at the forefront to open the way, not a single beast could survive the light of her blade. But the beasts in huge numbers still attacked the group behind them through the flanks. It was only at this moment that Zhang Hui was able to realize why MOU's popularity rating was so terrible. Her eyes were always ahead, never looking back. Even when there was a screaming behind her, she would never stop to turn back for support. But it has to be said, that's the absolute right thing to do. If they're still fucking around with holding each other up and taking one step at a time, they should all just stop fucking around and die halfway through. Now sending absolute power to the top of the mountain and getting to the lords as quickly as possible is the top priority. But Zhang Hui also understood inwardly that the lord this time was not comparable to the level of the bug mother. Although MOU was strong, he was only a 5-star awakened. It was a bit unrealistic to ask her to kill the lord single-handedly. He thought about whether he should just take on the form of 100 skeletons, but the result would be that his identity would be recognized. Unless Zhang Hui was ruthless, so that there were no survivors here other than Lu Evening. This choice is inherently contradictory. There is no essential difference between letting these people be slaughtered by the beast and being slaughtered by yourself. He gritted his teeth while he thought of the compromise. "Blade!" He shouted towards Blade Wolf after smashing a beast in his path with his fist. Blade Wolf cleaved the body of a beast with a single slash and looked back at Zhang Hui. "What for?" "The girl behind me. You take care of it." At this moment, behind Zhang Hui, Yin Jia was using her frost breath to do her best to stall the beasts. It was obvious that she was scared, but she didn't take a step back and desperately followed behind Zhang Hui. For such a good seedling, Zhang Hui did not want her to die young. "Do whatever you want to do. Do you want me to take care of that sister behind you?" Blade Wolf didn't ask Zhang Hui what he was going to do, which made Zhang Hui a little surprised. He shook his head. "No, she has to stay with me." "Then get the hell out of here." Blade Wolf roared with another slash, splitting the two beasts along with a large tree. His breath was already a little short. At this moment, even the instructors had suffered casualties. Not to mention the freshmen. They posed little to no combat power, and became complete sandbags to attract the beast to slaughter. Ginger Samuel looked at Blade Wolf gratefully and nodded. "I'll help Ink Brand with that, Lord." In the end, he chose to say the words out loud, and Blade Wolf froze slightly. And when he turned back again, the place where Jiang Hui had originally stood was already empty. A strong wind swept past him. Blade Wolf froze and looked in the direction the wind had blown, then sneered. What an unbelievable kid. Chapter 52, Between Life and Death. MOU's long blade had almost curled up, but she continued to swing it tirelessly, without a single pause in her footsteps. She never looks behind her or at the people around her, because she always believed in one thing. The only way to save more people is to keep moving forward. This was the first time she had faced a wave of beasts. It was also the first time she truly realized how terrifying these monsters pouring out of the chasm really were. Their adaptability makes their epidermis harder and harder. Her tiger's mouth was already dripping with blood. Ink Brand couldn't remember how many times she had swung the knife. Can't remember if these beasts ever fought back or not. Judging by the extra scratches on his own body, they were no longer just decimated by himself. The top of the mountain is just around the corner. She could almost see the huge black figure looking at her from above with a teasing look. Ink Feather couldn't stop, and not just because of the city. More so because he's right here. I will never let you scumbags. Hurt a hair on his head. Her gaze was growing cold, and her almost pathological obsession was causing a complete distortion in her concept of protection. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everything. Cut everything off, and he's safe. But again, Ink Brand's heart was telling her that there was no way that the one he cared about would last that long, just as she was moving forward. He'd been torn apart by those monsters long ago, and she, on the other hand, hadn't even looked back. She can't protect anyone at all. Shut up. You won't even see him one last time before he dies. Shut up. It's not that he can't keep up with you. It's that you've abandoned him and left him behind once again. Shut up. Swish. Ink Feather's pupils gradually became frantic, which caused her breath and footsteps to finally begin to be confused. The being at the top of that mountain didn't let go of the moment. She suddenly realized that a dark shadow had suddenly appeared in her blood-stained vision. The black shadow's movements were completely different from the beasts and infected that he had decapitated earlier. It swung a long red blade made from its own hand to slash fiercely towards MOU. MOU did not retreat. The long blade in his hand sliced out horizontally, and the two blades collided together, chopping away. This was MOU's first thought after fighting this monster. Her advance was finally stopped. The beast's power was too much, and the direction it had evolved in was almost tailor-made for MOU's longsword. Ink Feather clenched her teeth. She can't stop. Absolutely not here. Unfortunately, with a clicking sound, the long knife in her hand shattered in response, as if it were the last string taut inside her. Her entire body was shaken by this tremendous force and flew backwards, ruthlessly hitting the thick trunk of a large tree. Blood dripped down her forehead, making MOU somewhat unable to see what was in front of her. Just this instant, a spike suddenly shot out from the direction of the mountaintop. It pierced through MOU's shoulder while shattering the tree trunk behind her, and along with it, caused MOU's body to fall backwards. Not to be. Stop here. But that twisted obsession made her slam another foot on the ground the moment she fell, and she pressed her teeth together as blood continued to seep out of her mouth. Rather, she forced herself to stabilize her body. In time, I will kill you. I will protect him. This time, I will absolutely. MOU suddenly sensed something was wrong. It's so quiet behind us. I don't know when it started, but I seem to have completely stopped hearing any movement behind me. So she turned back for the first time, looked behind him where he never bothered to look back. Immediately after that, her pupils gradually contracted. Behind them were pieces of corpses, the instructors, the trainees. They all died in the hands of these monsters. But what broke her most was the fragmented figure. No! MOU's breathing gradually began to be confused. Her pupils were trembling, and her body was trembling slightly. At the sight of Jiang Hui's body that was torn apart like rags, MOU suddenly had a feeling of dislocation. That powerful monster had already arrived in front of her eyes, and it slowly walked to MOU's side as if it was idly walking, as if it was enjoying this young girl's despair at this moment. And then, the monster slowly raised its hand, and the blade that had been transformed from that hand emitted a morose cold light. MOU no longer had any resistance. She just stood frozen, looking at the broken body, the words that had been spoken echoing in her head. Me? I'll come back for you, brother. Is the promise made then? Is he or she now considered to have kept it? But one failed to protect him. At the thought of this, Ink Feather had almost no resistance left. Her grip on the knife slowly loosened, and the long knife that had been broken plunged deep into the ground. It was as if Ink Brand was now looking forward to a relief. Her fighting style has never been governed by just two emotions. Two completely opposite and extreme emotions. Seeking life, begging for death. These two twisted emotions allowed MOU to survive battle after battle. And yet, it was incredibly painful to see why he hadn't died in the middle of battle after battle. And now, after witnessing his death, the plea for death completely took over her brain. That's all. She slowly closed her eyes. Don't be fooled. This thing has the power to make people hallucinate. But in the next moment, it wasn't the piercing pain that was felt. Instead, a strong gust of wind swept past her, accompanied by that voice she knew all too well. Don't dawdle. Get moving. The voice seemed to be waking up MOU's heart, and she snapped her eyes open to find that familiar figure standing in front of her. He was currently choking the elite-level beast with his bare hands, and was carrying the young girl from the Night Demon Parade, who had almost fallen into a coma, behind him. You! MOU tried to say something. Her tears were already welling up in her eyes, trying to regain that indifference, but the intense shift in her emotions had made it a little too much for her to contain. Obviously, just an awakened who hadn't been firm yet, maybe a 2-star strength. Obviously a rookie who hasn't passed the test yet. But MOU had a feeling at the moment that as long as he was in front of him, then he shouldn't be afraid of anything. Those illusions had disappeared completely, although the crowd behind them did take casualties. Still, they were still putting up a desperate resistance, blocking off of themselves and front those enemies who were circling back. And the body that had shattered in the vision stood before her eyes at the moment, like a great mountain bearing everything for her. I'll cover you. Get to the top. Jiang Hui directly pinched the monster's neck after finishing his speech. That's how lightly he did it. MOU hadn't even bothered to care about how a 2-star awakened person could easily do such a thing. The gigantic figure at the top of the mountain seemed to have been stimulated in some way as it stared at Jiang Hui's figure with wide pupils and dead eyes. Ink Feather took a deep breath, sniffled, and said in a slightly choked voice that pretended to be calm, "No need for you to say that." Her hand snapped around the broken blade that was sticking upside down on the ground, before picking off the spike that had pierced her shoulder. In the next second, her figure crossed over Jiang Hui and continued on in the direction of the mountaintop. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 53. Breaking the Barrier. The tide of beasts and the attack of the alienated infected were getting worse. However, MOU's expression at this moment was unusually relaxed. The long blade that had been broken in her hand also seemed to be working a little better at the moment than it had when it was intact. MOU's broken blade stabbed into the belly of the first beast, and then violently pushed its body to run forward. More and more beasts stood in her way, dense and continuous. Just moments before the young girl's footsteps were about to be blocked, the teenager's fist came roaring in, blowing away all the monsters in that pileup with a single punch. The teenager then freed a hand and reached towards Ink Brand. "Grab my hand. I'll help you." MOU raised her eyes to look at Jiang Hui, and then nodded, a smile appearing between the corners of her mouth without her realizing it. "It's just like before. You haven't changed at all. No matter what, you will always protect me and stand in my way." The moment the two of them clasped hands, Jiang Hui violently turned around and used his strength to throw MOU fiercely towards the top of the mountain. This power is so great that even MOU was startled and almost lost his body balance in midair. But soon she adjusted her form, and with this strength, her body crossed over to the top of the mountain almost instantly. And here at the top of the mountain, right below the chasm, she finally got a good look at the true form of the Chasm Lord. It was a huge monster with countless tentacles that occupied the entire mountain like a sea anemone. It has many pupils all over its body. As MOU leapt high into the air, these pupils moved up with her. Immediately after that, countless tentacles began to stab towards the top. MOU withdrew his sword, and then drew his sword, and the light of the sword cut off all of these tentacles. The blade then slashed down towards the Lord's head in a smooth motion. But the blade was blocked by a defensive stance before it could touch the Lord's body, and Ink Feather's form was bounced back into midair. She shrieked. This Lord's power is domination and reinforcement, and is not strong in its own right. But how could something so cunning tolerate being defenseless after getting close? And after that blade strike, just now, MOU was also very clear about one thing. He could not shatter this barrier. Unless a real knife is drawn. But one only has that one cut. That slash could break the barrier, but there was no room to cut down the Lord's physical body again. Just when she was in some trouble, her eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of Jiang Hui's figure. At this moment, Jiang Hui also leapt up to the top of the mountain with Lu Evening Yin on his back. I'll help you break its barrier. He looked at Inkbrand and said, if it was another two-star awakened person who said this, MOU would not take him on and would only think he was crazy. But he's different. Good. Ink Feather replied briefly. While adjusting her stance in midair, she directly threw away the long sword in her hand, and then remained in a stance of holding the knife. A blood-red aura began to gradually converge at her waist into the shape of a long knife. Ready? Samuel Kong asked. Ah. So Jiang Hui clenched his fists, adjusted his breathing, and focused all of his strength on his fists. And then he prayed. This punch must not be skeletonized. No matter how powerful he is, it can be explained. But if his body exudes the power of the beast, it's a basic showdown. As for Lu Wanyin, she had perhaps guessed it. At this moment, Lu Evening Yin was behind Jiang Hui, looking at the Lord. Her lips trembled slightly, and she hugged Jiang Hui's back with a deadly grip. Hold on tight. After finishing his preparations, Jiang Hui snapped his eyes open, and after reminding Lu Evening Yin, his figure violently rushed towards the Lord. Every step Jiang Hui took on the ground caused the mountain to create a crack, and a powerful aura had emanated from his body from the inside out. The beasts and infected resisted him, but no matter how large their numbers were, they could not stop Jiang Hui. Eventually, he came into sight of the creature. Snapping his eyes up, he met those countless eyes. The Lord's eyes began to flutter, and then it let out a roar towards Jiang Hui. The anger that filled the voice was perhaps a combination of disbelief at the power of Samuel Kong and anger after being betrayed by his compatriots. What made Jiang Hui feel shocked was that after hearing this Lord's whispers, he had actually felt a trace of heart-wrenching emotion rise from within his heart. It was as if one's punch had not gone down on an enemy, but on one's former compatriots. But a moment later, he put that thought behind him as he roared, and that clenched fist began to be covered in an imperceptible layer of white skeleton. In the next second, the fist slammed hard on top of the blue barrier. Boom! The entire hopeless mountain was falling apart. But unfortunately, the punch didn't break the monster's barrier. Jiang Hui couldn't help but frown. The mountain could no longer withstand his power. If he swung his fist one more time, then none of the instructors and mentors who were still fighting, as well as the students who stayed in the camp, would be able to live. The ink feather above her head seemed to have finished preparing, and her form had begun to fall downward. Ginger Samuel couldn't care less anymore. Both of his arms were directly covered in white skeletons before he violently peeled himself over the blue barrier that had created the rift. At the same time, that Lord seemed to sense an aura of danger. Its eyes began to move haphazardly, and the beast that poured out of its chasm grew more and more frantic. Just as countless monsters surged towards Jiang Hui's back, Jiang Hui suddenly felt the young girl who had been holding him tightly loosen her grip. And then it was the black scythe blade light that slashed across the back, and countless souls flew in the sky. I will not. Never let you guys touch him. Lu Lianyin's roar was mixed with fear and despair. But even so, she fought to the death to block those monsters for Jiang Hui, though only for a brief moment. But it's enough. Jiang Hui's skeleton-covered hand violently pierced through the crack in the barrier, and then he erupted into a roar that was not human. Both hands violently tore the crack in both directions. The Lord's spikes kept stabbing at Jiang Hui's body, but they were all blocked by the hidden skeleton the moment they touched his body. So this crack was widened and extended. Give me! Break it open! In the end, it was directly torn apart from the center by Jiang Hui, and the light blue debris floated in midair, reflecting the young girl's icy cold eyes and the scarlet-red long knife in her hand. Behind her, Lu Evening Yin sat down on the ground in a paralyzed state of disempowerment, and in front of her eyes, a group of beasts and infected that had been strengthened by the lords had come into view. A hint of desperation flickered in her eyes. But in the next second, Jiang Hui had tightened his grip on her, and he turned violently, a long skeletal tail sweeping horizontally. The huge impact shook all those monsters away, and then Jiang Hui snapped his head up and shouted at MOU, who was about to fall. Your turn! MOU, who was in the middle of falling, looked at Jiang Hui and suddenly seemed to feel something. That skeleton giant at the movie theater seemed to be looking up at himself like that at the time. Could it be that? Ink Feather's thoughts were dispersed in an instant, and as the long scarlet sword at her waist was drawn, the entire hopeless mountain trembled. Dust blade, broken blade. Swish! The blade slashed down viciously, splitting the entire body of that lord, and along with it, the entire mountaintop was sliced in two. But this fracture did not destroy the mountain as a whole, and all were still in time to evacuate. A loud roar followed. That lord let out his last wail of grief. The mournful cry resounded throughout the city and into everyone's ears. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 54. The Last Prayer. Hopeless Mountain. In the meantime, the general leader of the cavalry hunters, the main division of the god hunters, and the general of the Iron Blood all turned their eyes toward the collapsing mountain to the east at almost the same time. Our fellow officers have come out on top. The generals. Now it's our turn. Follow me and charge. The general's head raised his lance high and led the crowd to run towards the tall figure under the rift. Ha ha ha. The burly general let out a wanton laugh before crushing the head of a beast. He turned to look disdainfully at the humanoid lord, who was considerably taller than him, and proceeded to make a neck-wiping motion. The hunt hour. Wherever the scythe of the Master Chief swings, the dead begin to dance, and the true counterattack begins now. Association Command. No way. A cold sweat oozed from the vice president's forehead. They couldn't see the scene because the situation on Hopeless Mountain was the most complicated. But from the image projected from afar, at this moment, the rift in Hopeless Mountain was slowly closing. This rift with its lord has been decimated by the hunt. Isn't Hopeless Mountain just a bunch of 4-star instructors and new recruits? Rely on who? Rely on MOU alone? The rest of the association is somewhat resentful. The son of a bitch not only didn't cheer, but now why does he look pissed off instead? Vice President, the rest of the several major organizations have also begun to go to war with the lords. Now immediately send support to the core rift. We might actually win this time. The association's command staff officer said coldly. Core rift? Yes, the core rift. That those two-night demon parades should be dead already. The core rift is lost. How to fight? The beasts and lords of the core rift, and are different from the other rifts. The chief of staff said with a cold snort, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Vice President, but instead of being dead, Du Qinghong and Yu Qinshan of the Night Demon Parade have almost opened up a path at this moment. What? The Vice President slumped in his chair. No, the Nightmare Parade people must die. They must die. If they do not die, then their own son's revenge. Again, wait a little longer. Don't send backup yet, he said through clenched teeth. Since Yu Qinshan and Du Qinghong are so powerful, let them continue to defend for a little while longer. It's best if they can inflict some damage on the core rift lords. This way we have a better chance of winning. This loser scum. Everyone's hearts thought so, and they didn't realize just how Lu Yuan had become the vice president. This rice bucket was just a 5-star awakened person and didn't have any sense of the big picture. Although this vice president was only the vice president of the chapter based in Lingyu City, was this kind of stupid ex-general decision-making really something a human could make? The chief of staff stopped paying attention to him. If the president hadn't disappeared, how could he have let this idiot take the reins of power? In that case, there are many mysteries surrounding the disappearance of the president. He had to think of something now, such as contacting the Awakened Association headquarters. And just as he stepped out of the room, the woman in white had already been waiting here for a long time. Lord Stargazer. The chief of staff saluted the woman. Please send troops, chief of staff. The white-clothed woman said, and took out a token from her waist. This is an oracle order from the association's headquarters. She walked over to the chief of staff and slipped the token into his hand. Please send reinforcements immediately to crush the core rift with its lords in one fell swoop. The chief of staff clutched the token in his hand and nodded. At this moment in the core rift area, the original black, pressurized wave of beasts was now hardened by Yu Qinshan and Du Qinghong, clearing a large portion of it. Cough, cough. Du Qinghong's body was leaning against the broken wall, and blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Come on, old Du, you can't take a break. Yu Qinshan wasn't much better. He even had one of his arms broken, and blood had already stained half of his body. Both of them were currently sitting on top of the ruins, surrounded by piles of monster corpses. I'll help you. Clear the way. Du Qinghong's eyes were a little cloudy. He couldn't see anything anymore. With a congenital physical disease, although he has a powerful awakening ability, this ability is at the cost of burning his own life. The fiery flames of the fire dragon will consume everything, including himself. It's at the end of the line. Old Duke, you've done well enough. Yu Qingshan patted Du Qinghong's shoulder with his remaining hand. Next, leave it to me. And then his back pressed against the wall as he slowly stood up, looking at the black beast in front of him that was as huge as a mountain. The aura and power it exuded were signaling a chilling truth. This beast is the core lord. It towered over the already dying duo. A hint of disdain shot through those cloudy eyes. Lao Yu. Du Qinghong's hand slowly raised, trembling as he tried to grab Yu Qingshan. But unfortunately, Yu Qingshan's left arm had been broken, and he hadn't grabbed anything. Lao Yu, what are you doing? Say yes, we'll be together. Yu Qingshan didn't bother with Du Qinghong anymore as he took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing, and then limped towards the core lord. Lao Yu, you come back. Du Qinghong. Yu Qingshan's hand slowly touched his broken arm. You live. Yin Luo alone. Can't hold out. Lao Yu, I'll fuck you up, you. Don't fucking think about relieving yourself alone. Du Qinghong desperately tried to brace himself to stand up, but he now needed to exert all his strength to even move a finger, so there was really no way for him to stand up again. The core lord's incredibly ugly head tilted slightly, as if sizing up the dying man who was walking towards him. Yu Qingshan came to stand down at a distance of 10 paces away from the monster. He struggled to straighten his back and pulled on the cowboy hat that was in tatters. That's a really big guy, but unfortunately, it's just you now. A dull sound came from the core lord's throat. It was as if they were mocking Yu Qingshan's weakness and ignorance. Yu Qingshan wanted to go to his pants to feel out the cigarette case, but found that the case had already been soaked in blood and had become tattered. He threw away the cigarette case helplessly, and then he slowly brought his hand to the wound of his broken arm. And then he gritted his teeth and ruthlessly inserted 2 fingers into the wound. A bloody, black bullet was clipped from his shoulder. Then he turned his head and looked at the still collapsing mountain. Old Du, look, the chasm on that hill is shattered. Hopeless mountain, is it Luya? Or, haha Luyao? She's still too young. Yu Qingshan let out a bitter smile, as if the only way to poke his soft underbelly was to think of Lu Wanyin. Only then was he able to let him have a trace of attachment to this world. It's Jiang Huai, an MOU. Yu Qingshan said helplessly. Old Du, promise me one thing. No matter what happens, save Jiang Huai. You must save Jiang Huai. Not asking yourself to take care of Lu Wanyin, but Jiang Huai? Du Qinghong was a bit puzzled, but Yu Qingshan didn't give him another chance to ask questions. He brought the black bullet to his lips and kissed it gently. The runes imprinted on top of the warhead began to shimmer with a white shimmer. The sight intrigued the Lord. Their evolution can also be described as a form of mimicry, and they love to mimic the power of these powerful awakened ones. This allows them to evolve more rapidly and become more powerful. Yu Qingshan bit down on the black bullet before inserting his finger into his other shoulder and removing another black bullet. Then 2 in the chest, 1 in the abdomen, and 2 in the thighs. These 6 black bullets, which had been fed by his blood and soul all along, were all lined up in his mouth at the moment. And then he slowly drew his revolver, and after ejecting the empty clip, he let go as the bullet slowly fell. With uncanny precision, it fell into the revolver's magazine. You dog scum? You seem to like learning, don't you? It's a pity. Old me was never a material to be a teacher. Click. Returning the clip. Yu Qingshan looked up at the core lord with a miserable smile on his face. There are some things that you beasts will never learn. Don't you believe me? Clacking, his fingers rattled the battering ram in a very slow motion, as if to do so was already taking almost all of his strength. Eventually, all the preparations were done. He began his final prayer. Then try. Chapter 55 Priests. Lord, give me the strength to stand firm in my faith and not lose my way in these dark times. As David was courageous when he faced the giant Goliath, so will I face the challenges before me without fear or retreat. The man codenamed Father. Is it possible that he really was once an incredibly devout priest? And because of something, he let go of his beliefs and his insistence. But that doesn't mean he throws it all away. He always told Lu Evening that life in the world is all about acting, wearing a mask so that others won't see through you so easily. So the best way to protect yourself is to become someone completely unlike you. But it doesn't matter who you choose to be or what you choose to be. Never forget where you first started, hide it carefully, and when you are strong enough, don't forget to pick them all back up in your heart. The blackened muzzle of the gun quivered and lifted, aiming in the direction of where the beast was. May your mercy, like your word, endure forever. Even in this time of life and death, I believe that your love and grace are endless. This last firing pin is my death knell for you. And this last flame is the light that will explode for you and lead you home to wait for him. This is the final prayer. May the lost sheep be returned to the flock. May they find their way home. Suddenly, the core lord sensed something was wrong. This power, this breath. He could learn, but before he could, he would die at the hands of this human himself. It then slowly extended a finger towards Yuqin Shan, as if it wanted to crush it. But it's a shame. Once the lost sheep is marked, then there's no way out. Hallelujah. At the same time, the other three chasms were gradually closing. This also means that all three major organizations, except for the Dauntless, have completed their missions. Though the cost of this is steep, the deaths and injuries of the mounted hunting regiment were particularly heavy, and now only the general's head was left with less than 100 cavalrymen. However, they were as powerful as rainbows, and without stopping for a moment after resolving the rift lords, they spurred their horses towards the area of the core rift. Iron Blood and God Hunter similarly arrived at the scene at that moment. They all had a hunch, a sense of impending victory. The feeling excited them, and they poured tirelessly into the core rift. Mankind has longed for this victory for far, far too long, and now victory is at hand. When everyone arrived on the scene, what appeared before them was a scene they would never forget. Du Qinghong of the Night Demon Parade had physically collapsed before the ruins of the ruins. And that being who usually has a big grin and looks down on everyone. However, he was facing the core lord whose figure was so huge that it covered the sky alone. Lao Yu. Lu Wanyin's legs were shaking with fear after seeing this scene. She wanted to rush over, but she sat paralyzed with fear and could only look at what was in front of her with tears. The aura emanating from that core lord was so powerful that "Gonna help?" The members of the Iron Blood asked their general. The general sneered and wrapped his arms around his chest. Wait a little longer. The general head of the mounted hunters also reined in and shook his head at the cavalrymen behind him. The God Hunter's main division also slowly lowered his scythe, and the group of black-robed men following him all gazed at Yuqin Shan, who was facing the Rift Lord, with a cold look. All troops, repair for the time being. Even the general head of the cavalry hunting regiment, who had always been hot-blooded, scolded the cavalrymen behind him who were foolishly moving at the moment. And they do so for a simple reason. The defection of the president of the Nightmare Parade back then led to the failure of the operation, and the four organizations lost a lot of manpower, especially for the Mounted Hunting Regiment. Their deputy leader faced the raging tide of beasts on horseback alone in order to cover the retreat of the other members. It was eventually overwhelmed by the beasts. That was why none of them were willing to go up and help Yuqin Shan right now. And the second reason, that was that the aura of this Rift Lord was too powerful, and instead of going up to fight with it now, it would be better to see what else Yuqin Shan had up his sleeve. It would be best to weaken some of the Rift Lords before they died, or for them to observe more of the creature's fighting style. This can also effectively reduce casualties in subsequent battles. Yes, Yuqin Shan's life was a pure tool, a joke in their eyes. This first shot is the death knell for you. Yuqin Shan pulled the trigger and started his fight. The bullet discharged and the shot struck the Rift Lord's head with a loud thud though. But in the aftermath of the smoke, the Rift Lords did not suffer half as much damage. The defense rating is high. Not sure yet if it's hyper-rapid regeneration or defensive capabilities. Or it could be some kind of shield stance. The three organizations are like cold machines or referees of a game. Their cold to somewhat chilling analysis showed that in their hearts, Yuqin Shan was already a dead man. And his only value is to squeeze out more information. A 5-star awakened of the reinforcement system who actually chooses to use a gun as a weapon is really out of his depth. The general head of the cavalry hunting regiment looked at the shot that Yuqin Shan had fired and couldn't help but let out a sneer. He held his lance behind his back, with absolutely no intention of striking. The Night Demon Parade only has one Du Qinghong who can fight, but it's a pity that Du Qinghong is a natural cripple. It's a shame to have that kind of power. The general said with a leathery smile, and incidentally glanced at Du Qinghong, who was paralyzed and dying in the rubble. And the Rift Lord was not in pain after receiving a shot, and seemed a bit curious as its huge, ugly head slightly tilted. And then the catfish-like mouth slowly split open, revealing a very disgusting and terrifying smile. You like to laugh a lot? Unfortunately, I don't intend to let you laugh your way to the top, and this second shot is the last words of the suicidal The moment the second shot was discharged, Yu Qinshan's tiger's mouth erupted with blood. He clenched his teeth, obviously in great pain, but on his face was a debauched smile. Bang! More powerful bullets struck the Rift Lord's chest. When the smoke cleared, the Rift Lord remained unharmed. There was a disdainful sneer from the people around them. Hey, the chief even told me that this Yu Qinshan isn't simple, so I guess that's it. He can't even hold his own weapon steady now, so it looks like we shouldn't expect him to help us test the strength of this core lord. A cruel smile appeared on the ironic general's face, his hands shaking with excitement and thrill. It was as if it had been somewhat pressed to have a go at this Rift Lord. What do you say, Master Chief Justice? Let's go. The general asked as he turned his head to look at the main division of the God Hunters. The mysterious man in the black cloak let out a dry laugh before shaking his head. What's the rush? Let's at least take a look at this core lord's attack before we strike. Everyone had a disdainful smile on their faces, as if they were waiting for, and even somewhat expecting, Yu Qinshan's death. But this time that Rift Lord didn't laugh instead. Its smile gradually disappeared, and then it slowly raised its foot and walked over step by step towards Yu Qinshan's position. Chapter 56, The White Flame. The whole city trembled with every step it took. You know it hurts, bastard? Don't worry. I'll show you how much power a human can get for giving everything, including something more important than life. He tilted his face up proudly, letting the gusts of wind kicked up by the monster's walk ruffle his hair. The moment the creature was close enough, as close as it could be, that it had reached out its hand ready to crush the weak human. Yu Qinshan stabilized his stance and raised his gun. At that very moment, the leaders of the three major organizations, a wave of uneasiness surged through their minds at the same time. They felt an unprecedented power fluctuation. This power, which was centered on Yu Qinshan, was rapidly converging and surging like a tidal wave. The air around them became even more oppressive, as if even breathing became difficult. The clouds in the sky began to churn like waves in the ocean, cascading and changing shape. All that was left in heaven and earth was dimness. Only the light emanating from Yu Qinshan's muzzle was like the first rays of dawn, illuminating this chaotic world. Yu Qinshan's awakened abilities were undergoing a qualitative change at this moment. This was the final conclusion reached by the heads of the three major organizations. Before they could go further to observe what caused this change, a gunshot tore through the silence. This third shot is called the Martyr's Ordeal. Bang! The bullet penetrated the outstretched arm of the Rift Lord, shattering it completely. And this time, everyone froze, their mouths wide open as they looked at what was in front of them, as if it was a little hard to believe what was happening in front of them. Core! Lords! Yu Qinshan's body swayed before he stabilized himself with a fierce kick. The arm that had gradually begun to sag lifted again. But so, this fourth shot is called the Prayer of the Baptized. The fourth shot penetrated the Rift Lord's left shoulder, directly shattering the left half of its huge to exaggerated body into slag. Along with that, it made it lose its balance and fall backward. Take it easy. Back off. This fifth shot, called the Horn of the Apocalypse. Bang! The shot had almost exploded the barrel, and what came out of the muzzle was no longer a bullet, but a meteor trailing a tail of white flame. The Core Lord's body let out a deafening wail the moment it was struck. There was pain and confusion in that voice. His body was pierced through a huge cavity by the bullet. Not only that, the area that was hit by the previous three shots was now, as if it had been set on fire by this fifth shot. The white flames spread out from the wound, quickly covering its entire massive body. The Core Lord panicked. It was afraid. Its eyes were filled with fear and despair. It had never imagined that it would one day face such a powerful enemy in such a desperate situation. So he turned around, and with a shake and a wobble started to run towards the location of the rift with that huge body that had just given back an incomparable pressure. The members of the three major organizations who had gathered around were all shocked at the moment. Although they hadn't yet fought this Core Lord, the terrifying aura it gave off already let them know that what was to follow would be a deadly fight that would go on without end. However, the scene in front of them completely overturned their perceptions. They probably wouldn't have dreamed that Yu Qinshan, the five-star awakened of the Night Demon Parade, would be able to make the Core Lords turn around and run away. Do you think can go back after trampling our world, crushing our dignity, and plundering our lives? Yu Qinshan used the last of his strength to let out a heartbreaking roar. His arm, which should have been a complete bloody mess, lifted once more. This is the cry of countless lives, the hatred of countless people for you. Since you chose to come here, then accept this hospitality that belongs to us. This last shot. Yu Qinshan's body was trembling, and blood kept spilling out of his mouth and nose. He could no longer see anything, but there was always a light that could lead him onward in the darkness. Lao Yu! Lu Evening Yin's voice sounded from behind her. It was like when he had dug her out of the rubble in the middle of that beast wave more than 10 years ago. Since that time, the boy has been a light unto himself. The Fearless One's people had finally arrived at the battlefield from Mount Hopeless, and Lu Evening Yin was at the sight of old Yu's already tattered back. Her pupils slowly widened as tears slipped unknowingly from her eyes. At first, Yu Qinshan might have seen Lu Evening Yin as a way to atone for his sins. He vowed to let the boy grow up in a healthy environment. But soon he realizes that she is more than just an avenue. She is a light. This light has shone on herself for more than a decade, and eventually she will no longer be bound by my small sanctuary. Birds are born to learn to fly. You should not be a prisoner bird trapped in a cage. The day you get your wings, the whole sky will be your stage. He remembered a lot of the past. The first time he taught her to read, the first time he taught her to cook, the first time he taught her how to hide her emotions. Teaching her how to act for the first time. Too many firsts. Perhaps once Yu Qinshan had used her as a way to atone for his sins. But now, if it's still possible to keep looking at her, watching the silly girl graduate from college, watching her spend every day with a man she loves, finally get married and have kids. If it is possible, then what if there is no redemption, even if one cannot be forgiven for what one has done? Unfortunately, debts, they always have to be paid. And at this moment, Yu Qinshan, to give her a final lesson, even if you are criticized by thousands of people, even if you are in the prison of fate, as long as your heart expects light and your wings long to fly, then there are no cages or chains that can trap you. Fuck God, fuck the rift, fuck the beast wave. If you find the sky too dark and depressing, Daddy came for you. Break through this haze. Fly, birds, moving forward, my boy. This last shot, called Abraham's Redemption, his voice slowly became feeble, as if a force had drained all the life out of him and was resting on the bullet. The moment this shot discharged, the entire revolver, along with Yu Qinshan's remaining arm, all turned into dust. The white bullets that had been enveloped in the light of holiness were like the blade that Isaac raised on Mount Moriah, full of supreme devotion to life and love for his daughter. The moment it was enveloped in white light, Yu Qinshan saw the person he once was. The handsome priest, too, saw the child he had dug out of the rubble. I would love to hear her call me Dad. That meteor of white flame was full of the cohesion of all the pain, struggle, and love in Yu Qinshan's life, and it was a hope and promise for Lu Evening Yin's future. And this power eventually turned into a white light, completely drowning the Rift Lord's body in it. Light blossomed in the midst of these ruins, forming a white cross that rushed into the sky. Someone has to be that lone martyr, so why can't it be me? Chapter 57. Happy Birthday. The light gradually dispersed, and the figure of the overriding Rift Lord gradually dissipated. And this also completely declared that humanity had won this beast tide. Win? Really? Win? The Rift Lords have been crushed. We are victorious. Everyone's heart was overwhelmed. The people in the association's command post all began to cheer as well, embracing each other with tears in their voices that the day had come. It's been 40 years, and the day has finally come. Only the woman in white was silent as she watched the scene through the screen, an increasingly serious expression on her face. Why? That core fissure still exists? The people from the remaining several major organizations also almost put their lives on the line to decapitate those Rift Lords. As rift after rift gradually dissipated, people are finally realizing, this time they really won. Samuel Kong and others who arrived at the scene witnessed this. Although everyone was cheering and celebrating, none of them looked towards the figure that had created the miracle. He fell to his knees as blood continued to flow from his body. A breeze blew off his cowboy hat. Let that flowery white hair swing in the wind. Yu Qinshan was a reinforcement alien, and the core medium of his reinforcement was his own life. And when his life is strong enough to carry this power, victory will come as it should. It's just that the cost involved is not insignificant. Lao Yu. Lu Evening Yin trembled as she walked towards Yu Qinshan. She knelt in front of Yu Qinshan. Lao Yu, how did you get yourself into this situation? Lu Evening Een raised her trembling hand and lifted those white hairs for Yuqin Shan. When she looked at Yuqin Shan, who had completely turned into an old man with a face full of blood. Her tears came out of her eyes, and then she hugged Yuqin Shan's body to her. Lu girl? Yuqin Shan's voice was incredibly old, and his eyes could no longer see anything. Hey, Laozi, just now. Cow or not? Blood spilled out of his mouth with every word he spoke, and he couldn't even see where Lu Evening Een was now. Lu Evening Een cupped his face and made him face himself. Bull, you're the best. Stop talking. I'll cure you. I will cure you, Lao Yu. You idiot. Huh. Great this time. I will. Entrust my life to you. You stupid X. Why are you trying to be a hero? Lu Wanyin had already cried into tears, her body trembling, out of place with the cheering crowd around her. Because I still want to see you grow. I want to see you. Graduation. Take graduation pictures. Fall in love. Get married and have kids. I want to hold grandchildren. You stupid, dumbass. Fools have foolish blessings, at least lousy and Lao do. Both. Survive, hey. Ginger Samuel watched the scene from afar, and inwardly, he was not happy about it. But it was okay. He could feel that Yuqin Shan's vitality was hanging on with only one breath left, though. But it's still alive. Even if he couldn't fight as an awakened anymore in the future, he would at least be able to stay by Lu Wanyin's side all the time. Be like a father to her and watch her grow. What a mess. Jiang Hui sighed, and then had begun to consider whether his power could help Yuqin Shan recover. At the moment, Jiang Hui was carrying a school bag on his back, and in the bag was the 18th birthday gift that Yuqin Shan had given Lu Wanyin. At least Jiang Hui felt that such an important thing should be allowed to be handed over to Lu Wanyin in person in front of Yuqin Shan. And then tell her how much Lao Yu and yourself were looking forward to seeing your smiling face after you went and bought this. Just as he was trying to walk forward, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Looking around, everyone was hugging and celebrating. But Jiang Hui always felt there was an aura that lingered around, if nothing else. And then he slowly raised his head and looked at the still existing rift. No, this feeling. Wait. Samuel Kong suddenly felt like he couldn't move, because a great pressure from above his head put his body into a state of readiness. This enforced state of readiness was almost about to turn him into 100 skeletons in plain sight, and now he had to suppress the urge. Splat! The core fissure overhead did not close, and the eye-like fissure suddenly dripped a drop of what appeared to be a tear. The black liquid fell to the ground, but not many people realized he existed. So it slowly began to start converging from drops of water into a human form. A shell-like bug armor covered its body. It just appeared so quietly and again completely unnoticed by anyone. It seemed like the only person in the entire room who noticed its presence was Samuel Kong. And after, the black humanoid monster slowly raised its feet and walked towards Yuqin Shan and Lu Evening Een, who were not far ahead of it. No. In a flash, Jiang Hui understood something, and he jerked his head up to look at Lu Evening Yin's position. Get out of there! Hurry! But the moment Jiang Hui's words had just fallen, the black humanoid had already idly walked to the side of the duo. It dispersed the remnants of the cross made of that light with a single wave of its raised hand, and then the black dust formed a long black blade in its hand. Yuqin Shan seemed to have sensed something as well. His body, which could no longer even lift a hand, exploded with power at this moment, and he violently used his body to knock Lu Evening Een away. And, just this instant, the light of the knife cut through his neck. It was such a casual wave, and that black figure didn't even look at Yuqin Shan. Then it went right past him towards the still cheering crowd. Yuqin Shan froze, and then seemed to understand something. Blood spilled from his mouth and nose. Lao Yu. Du Qinghong couldn't see anything, but he seemed to have sensed something as well. Yuqin Shan's hand had been broken, but he didn't need to touch it to know that there was now a gradually visible bloodstain at his neck. And then the blood burst out, and he struggled to turn his head, trying to take one last look at the boy with those cloudy eyes. But sadly, he'll never get another chance. When Lu Evening Een returned to her senses and turned her head to look at Yuqin Shan again, her pupils slowly contracted before they began to tremble. Girl? Flop. Yuqin Shan's head fell to the ground. Happy birthday. With a hint of helplessness and reluctance. Yuqin Shan's life came to an abrupt end at this moment, and her birthday became the end of his life. Hashtag Chapter 58, bastards. The two cavalrymen took the humanoid monster covered in black armor as the remaining beast and spurred their horses towards it in a sudden thrust. The armored monster's footsteps were flat and unhurried, and he lightly swung two knives when the two cavalrymen came in front of him, and then the two cavalrymen were sliced into pieces together with their metal warhorses. Now the people of the three major organizations understood the seriousness of the matter. A cold sweat oozed from the ironic general's forehead. Didn't notice it just now. It was only now that I took a closer look that I noticed. The breath of this thing, the Core Lords, this motherfucker, is the Real Core Lords. The God Hunters and the leader of the Mounted Hunters were silent at the moment. Because in the face of this thing, unless everyone present was a 6-star awakened, it meant nothing in front of him. It's all one cut. This powerful sense of oppression that was already coming from before they even exchanged hands shook everyone's heart. Victory is at hand. Whatever it is, kill it all, as I do. The general head of the Mounted Hunting Regiment brandished his lance and led the 100 remaining cavalrymen of the Mounted Hunting Regiment to gallop out. The black-armored humanoid cocked his head slightly, and the helmet made a clicking sound. It seemed to express disdain for these awakened ones. His footsteps did not stop in the slightest, and the moment the general's head's lance emitted a golden glow and jutted out in front of its eyes, his long sword lightly swung a few times. So the general of the Iron Blood and the main division of the God Hunters both stared in disbelief. The 100 cavalrymen, including the general's head, were almost caught up in a huge meat grinder and died miserably in the hands of this monster without the slightest resistance. No point. 5-star awakened person or 6-star awakened person, in front of its power, there is no meaning. That was the one result that everyone in the room got. It's the real Core Lords. Zhang Hui's pupils were trembling as he witnessed the monster personally chopping off Yuqinshan's head. Without the slightest hesitation. There was no pity, no smoothness, no humiliation. It's like kicking a rock off the side of the road. Flop, flop. His brain and heart seemed to be trembling, and an unspeakable rage was burning in his chest. You, teacher. Samuel Kong tried to adjust his breathing, tried to calm this emotion, but couldn't. Couldn't do it anyway. That monster is still slaughtering people from the 4 major organizations. Humans can't win. No matter what, we can't win against this monster. There is no more powerful awakened in this city. Lingyu City. Humans can't keep it. If you were really a beast, would you help the humans and fight the wave of beasts? Right at this instant, the words Yuqinshan had once said echoed in his head. Humans, at least the ones in the city right now, could not bring this lord down. Then, what if it's not human? He turned slowly, his back to everyone, and walked towards the empty ruins. Where are you going? Inkbrand asked. Zhang Hui did not answer. He could no longer repress that anger inside, but now, it doesn't have to be depressing anymore, either. Mo, you seem to understand something. She didn't stop Zhang Hui. She just looked at his back from afar as he left. Come back alive. Zhang Hui gradually put aside the shouting and killing sounds behind him, constantly recalling everything that had happened during this time with Yuqinshan. The last memory lingered on the image of the man handing himself that cell phone. Give this to my girl to wish her a happy 18th birthday. You scumbags. What have you done? You have destroyed so much. You sons of bitches. Miscellaneous. Zhang Hui could no longer suppress the kind of anger he felt inside. And then his body disappeared above the ruins. The Mounted Hunters have been all but wiped out. The heads of Iron Blood and God Hunters didn't dare to approach the black armored monster because of Shogun's previous experience. But the consequence of this is that he can only be allowed to walk out of his area step by step. And his goal seems clear. Command of the association. It's smart. It knows what to destroy. And know which ones to kill that will strike fear into these gathered humans. That's why he specialized in killing those powerful awakened, using the death of those awakened to then deter the weaker awakened. It's like a game. And to the despair of everyone present, there seemed to be no power that could stop him. Swish! But just then, the light of the scythe's blade descended from the sky and impacted on top of the armored monster's body. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You monster. Monster! Lu Evening Een roared. Countless souls surrounded her body, and the scythe bloomed with a black light. She went crazy and slashed at the black monster with her scythe. But the monster didn't even block it. What have you done? What have you done? Give him back to me. Give it back to me. Lu Wanin went crazy and attacked towards the black monster. But her attacks were invariably spread out by the creature's armor. The moment that followed when the scythe, which was gathered by souls, completely disintegrated. The monster raised its hand and then choked Lu Wanyin's neck, lifting her into midair. Fuck! At this moment, Iron Blood and God Hunter were no longer pressing on. They were well aware of the strength of this monster. If they could take advantage of the moment, it was now distracted to finish it off. Then, unfortunately, when that iron-blooded general's steel fist smashed into the monster's head, he felt a terrifying recoil. It directly shattered his iron fist to pieces. The evil spirits of the God Hunters were similarly unable to help the black monster. They couldn't even penetrate the armor-covered carapace. You! What the hell are you? Monster, monster! Bang! The black monster raised its hand and casually punched the general's head, shattering it, and then turned its head to gaze at the God Hunter's main division, whose body was immediately revolted by the evil spirit. Just a few seconds. It just learned my strength. The fear in the eyes of the Master Chief was completely hidden in the last moments of being devoured by the evil spirit. He let out a heartbreaking scream before he was chewed up to the point where all that was left was a tattered black cloak. The monster turned back and stared at Lu Evening-Yin. It didn't kill Lu Evening-Yin. Instead, it looked towards Lu Evening-Yin's chest, where the heart was. It was as if Lu Wanyin's heart was something that made it feel unimaginable. You, monster, give him back to me. Lu Evening-Yin's tears crossed her eyes and slid down her face to the black monster's arm. At this moment, the monster seemed to be absorbing something, and then he cracked his mouth and revealed an incomparably creepy smile towards Lu Evening-Yin. Lu, girlhead. And then from his mouth came the voice of Yu Qinshan. Birthday, happy, hey, 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 hey. This scumbag was imitating Yu Qinshan, using this method to provoke and humiliate the young girl in front of him. I will kill you. I will kill you. Lu Wanyin felt it was hard to breathe, and the monster was increasing its force little by little. Everyone defaulted to Lu Wanyin being dead. An MO you had already darted out, the long red blade in his hand appearing. But it's too late. No one can stop this thing. Put my dad. Give me back my humanity. Once again, the knife in the monster's hand slowly lifted up before stabbing Lu Wanyin's heart. It wanted to see what it was about the heart in this human's chest that gave it such an uneasy feeling. Just at the moment when that blade was about to pierce Lu Wanyin's heart, a hand lifted silently, gripping the black blade. And then, no matter how hard the monster pushed, the blade couldn't advance a single bit further. The black monster cocked its head and looked towards the white skeleton that had appeared beside him at some point. As Hunter Rex's face slowly turned to look at it, those eyes, hidden deep behind the head armor, suddenly exploded with deep blue flames. Bang! The black monster felt a huge to terrifying force slam into its face. The force of Hunter Rex's punch was so great that it left countless cracks on the black armored helmet in addition to sending it flying hard. Its figure was like an abandoned doll as it was viciously sent flying, tracing a long trajectory in the air and crashing into everything along the way. Buildings collapsed like papier-mâché under its impact, and dust flew up to cover the sky. Its black armor that was as hard as iron was like fragile porcelain under that punch from 100 skeletons, instantly covered with countless cracks. Everything fell silent amidst the smoke, and when the dust settled, all eyes were frozen on the scene. The one who had blasted the black armored monster away was not an awakened, not some deity that had fallen from the sky. That's another beast. A beast covered in skeletons that reeked of death. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 59. The Battle That Transcends Everything. The white skeleton held the weak Lu Evening-Yin in its arms. It moved gently without a trace of malice. Instead, it was filled with an unspeakable gentleness. It turned around, handing Lu Evening-Yin over to the arms of MOU, who had come close by, and that movement was gentle and deliberate, as if it was passing on a treasure it cherished. Ink Feather alertly took the young girl from 100 Rex. And then, just as she was about to say something, a huge aura of power had come from behind 100 Rex. 100 Rex turned violently, but it was too late to react. The black monster's knee strike struck hard against 100 Rex head armor with a crisp click. However, 100 Rex didn't fall down. Before its body flew out upside down, it violently clutched the black monster's thigh and used its strength to tumble it to the ground in one smooth motion. Roar! 100 Rex let out a roar that shook the heavens as it rode on top of the black humanoid, blasting its head with punch after punch. It's like a frenzy of rage. But no one knows where his anger stems from. Each blast was accompanied by the trembling of the earth, as if the entire world was trembling from this duel of power. The awakened had been stunned. They had never seen such a terrifying duel of power. Especially the beast covered in white skeletons. It was simply powerful to an exaggerated degree. Even an existence as disdainful as the core lord did not seem to have gained much of an upper hand in front of this white skeleton. But this core lord was not to be outdone, and its arm once again converged to produce a long blade that shimmered with black light. However, in the next second, the tail that grew out of 100 Rex tail vertebrae was like the scythe of the god of death, ruthlessly nailing his arm to the ground. Ow! 100 Rex squeezed the black humanoid's head in one hand and roared towards it again. Its anger, like a volcano erupting, infected the hearts of almost everyone present, and the humans felt an unprecedented emotion of fear. Ka-chow! The black monster was not willing to show weakness. It violently straightened up, and a spike suddenly stuck out of that split mouth, ruthlessly stabbing towards the skeleton's face. But 100 Rex threw a straight horizontal punch that shattered the left side of the black monster's face. Fragmented armor began to peel off in all directions, and the originally swift spikes went limp in this instant. The skeleton slammed its fist into its chest again and again, and every now and then it would let out a provocative growl towards the chasm lord. Ow! The black sticky liquid kept splattering on the body of the white skeleton, but it didn't care in the slightest, as if it had gone crazy and kept attacking towards the Rift Lord. In the middle of the association, the body of the woman in white trembled. She was a star envoy of the Apocalypse Society and had more powerful senses than other awakened. So she knew better than anyone how powerful this white skeleton was. What the hell is this? At this moment in time, there was no one left on the scene to intervene in the battle between these two monsters. Before 100 Rek smashed the armor on his chest, the Rift Lord finally found his chance. As if it mimicked the skeleton, its suddenly growing tail slammed through the skeleton's back from behind. The spike stabbed out from Hayaki's chest. It let out a yell of pain. The black monster took the opportunity to slam its head hard into 100 Rex, and the moment its body swayed, the thick, armor-covered tail viciously sent it tumbling to the ground. And its attacks didn't end there. The moment 100 Rex fell to the ground, the black monster rolled over on top of it, its tail viciously piercing through its hard waist and stomach skeleton, and then it violently opened its mouth wide, crushing 100 Rex's shoulder with a mouthful of fangs that glittered with black light. Ow dash! 100 Rex growled angrily, but was pinned to the ground as the Rift Lord's hand pressed his head down in a death grip. Just at the moment when everyone felt that this battle was about to be divided into winners and losers, the blue flames in 100 Skeleton's eyes, which were hidden deep in the back of his head armor, suddenly flourished. Ow! Its armor began to change, and the skeleton, which was originally somewhat rounded, began to become angular. On its back, a pair of thin insect wings were also born at this moment, which came from that large-sized insect mother. The insect wings stirred violently, and with this force, 100 Skeletons yanked on the core lord's tail and brought it straight up into midair, before slamming it hard into the ground. Roar! The Rift Lord collapsed to the ground and let out a roar. It opened its mouth wide, and an energy was gathering in its mouth. And all the awakened who felt this energy were well aware of it. Once it spewed out this power, then the 9-phase dust-sealing realm would instantly shatter, and the real Lingyu city would then no longer have any protection. And the force will completely tear the whole city apart. But just at the moment when that power was about to finish converging and erupt, 100 Rex fell from the sky and viciously kneed the creature above the throat. Godash! The monster's original growl instantly turned into a kind of whimper. But the power in its mouth was still converging. So 100 Rex slammed his fist directly into his mouth. Against the force that was converging, it squeezed the creature's throat in one hand. The pain was immense for the black monster. It began to struggle, and then accelerated to gather energy. The skeleton's arm was already peeling off a little, and it was suffering unimaginable pain at the moment. But instead, this pain became the sustenance for its rage. Its other hand reached out and broke its jaw directly. Immediately afterward, his grip on the throat and the hand that broke his jaw fired at the same time. It was accompanied by a terrifying roar as well as a miserable howl from the black monster. It unexpectedly broke its jaws hard and continued to tear downward, along with its neck and chest and stomach with its armor and skin. Black blood instantly gushed out, sprinkling the earth like rain. The energy that the monster had continued with finally dissipated, and all it could do at the moment was to fall to the ground, twitching nonstop and staring dead at the skeleton with those cloudy eyes. Those eyes were filled with mixed emotions: anger, disbelief, and fear. 100 Rex didn't give the core lord any more chances to resist, but it was also exhausted, so it wrapped its tail around its waist to stop it from resisting. And then both hands pressed down on its head. Ow! In a roar afterward, it pulled down the core lord's head, which had been somewhat deformed by the squeezing of its hands, along with its spine. Having done so, it slowly rose to its feet and stood above the ruins, all of them casting horrified glances at him. 100 Rex ignored everyone as it looked around, eventually landing on Mou and Lu Evening Een in her arms. The blue flame burning in those eyes gradually went out. In the end, he crushed the black armored monster's body with one foot, grabbed his head, and leapt up violently, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. A group of stunned, awakened people were left alone, as well as the slowly closing rift in the sky. Chapter 60. Who's the master now? The beast wave is over. The humans were truly victorious this time, but no one had the same excitement they had before anymore. Association, the awakened ones of the major organizations were all a bit baffled, as if they had been punched hard in the brain. At the same time, there is a frustration that spreads within people. Victory, huh? Victory indeed, but if it's only the human awakened ones, then they would have no resistance against the true core lords. Perhaps if all the battle forces of the 4 major organizations, as well as the few monster-level awakened ones from the association, all arrived, they would indeed be able to kill that core lord. But the damage to humanity itself can be extremely severe. It was true that the newly awakened nowadays were getting stronger and stronger, but only if the older generation could still resist this sky. Once the load-bearing columns have fallen, the nest will be destroyed. That's why people are more interested in rescuing now than celebrating. Countless auxiliary awakened began searching through the rubble for injured companions, as well as recovering the bodies of their companions. And somewhere in the middle of a building that has half collapsed, the teenager's breath caught in his throat, and he shook as he fell to his knees just as he reached the 2nd floor, before vomiting furiously. Huh? He wiped the stain off the corner of his mouth as he stood up, but the weakness in his legs caused him to fall back to the ground after only a few steps. Then one of the cupped objects in his hand tumbled to the side. What did you do? Monster. Motherfucker. What the hell are you? The teenager endeavored to roll over and lay on his back on the ground. Yu Qinshan's words once kept appearing in his mind. He slowly turned his head sideways and looked at the head that had rolled to the side. The monster that had had its jaw broken was silently watching itself at the moment. Ginger Samuel got on his hands and knees and started crawling towards the head. Monsters, what have you done? If something happens to me, help me take care of little Lucy. What I'm trying to protect. It's all of you. Tears trailed from the corners of Jiang Huai's eyes as his hand finally touched the head before he yanked it dead center to his eyes. Do you know what he means to Lu Evening Een? You bastards. Bastards, you've already made her lose her parents. And now you have taken the last of her loved ones from her. He threw punch after punch, hitting that face hard. Only his hands were no longer capable of skeletonizing, and blood flowed from his fists on top of the creature's hard armor. Give it back to her, he hissed breathlessly. Give her back her family. His whimpering finally dissolved into an unspeakable pain and anger. All because of you, bastards. Zhang Hui grabbed that head, and then viciously opened his mouth and bit down. His teeth crumbled instantly, but at the same time, relying on the last vestiges of his skeleton strength, he broke through the head's armor. When the deep, shimmering black core appeared in front of Jiang Hui, an inexplicable hunger made him go crazy and start gnawing on the monster's head, swallowing all those armor shells, debris, skin, and flesh, as well as the inner core into his stomach. After doing so, Jiang Hui's mouth was already a bloody mess, and he collapsed on his side. In his ears were the voices of the searchers outside the building, so if he was found here, he would probably be guessing something. After all, there was still some remains of the monster's head that hadn't been eaten clean, and it was scattered all around himself at the moment. But unfortunately, Jiang Hui no longer had the strength to think about that. He slowly closed his eyes. Consciousness was as confused as torn cloth, and he felt a weakness and powerlessness he had never known before. All around was endless darkness, as if even time had stopped here. He tried to move his body, but found himself firmly bound by an invisible force, making it difficult to move even a single finger. Suddenly, Jiang Hui felt his consciousness being pulled, and then he opened his eyes. The gloom, the dampness, and the blood instantly surrounded it. He was back in that weird prison, and right in front of him was the jail cell where 100 Rex was being held. 100 Rex stood quietly in the middle of the prison, just like before. His skeleton was covered in dark blood. Jiang Hui knew that it was a blood stain that belonged to the core lords. Suddenly, 100 Rex moved, and it took one step towards the entrance of the prison cell before slightly lowering its head and gazing at Jiang Hui with those eyes that flickered with faint blue flames. Ginger Samuel could feel 100 Rex anger. It was the same anger as his own for the beast. He was a little puzzled that 100 Rex was likewise a beast. But why would he have such a strong desire to kill other beasts? Why on earth? What is it that makes you so angry? What the hell are you? What is it? Jiang Hui's hand slowly gripped the iron bars as he looked towards 100 Rex within the prison cell. But in that instant, his vision suddenly realized something. That was his own hand holding the bars. That turned out to be the hands of a monster covered in black armor. The owner of these hands, Samuel Kong, knew very well who it was. That was the core lord who had just been killed by himself. Jiang Hui trembled and tried to back away, but violently, 100 Rex's hand reached out from within the prison cell and directly choked his neck. "This is not my anger." A hoarse, heavy voice entered Jiang Hui's ears. "All this anger, it belongs to you?" The owner of this voice was 100 Rex, and those pupils that bloomed with blue flames just stared deathly at Jiang Hui, who had already transformed into a core lord. At the same time, the degree of obedience written on the sign at the entrance of the 100 Rex prison cell began to flash up continuously. "Succumbs to your anger, or conquer it." Jiang Hui suddenly sensed the power flowing into his body along with 100 Rex's hand. And then came the general agony of the body being torn apart. Ginger Samuel covered his chest as his black claws tore at the armor on his chest, but it only made him feel more pain. 100 Rex let go, and Ginger Samuel fell to his knees, breathing heavily as it pressed its head, covered in black armor, in a death grip. An unspeakable sense of oppression and suffocation wrapped around it like a tidal wave in an instant. Degree of compliance, -5%. It's taking over your body. Using your anger. 100 Rex's voice was like a trigger as he kept reminding Jiang Hui of what had happened earlier. The Society of the Awakened, the 4 major organizations, and those past presidents of the Nightmare Parade. They all deserve to die. Degree of compliance, -40%. Getting better. All of them deserve to die. Jiang Hui could feel the power of that core lord eroding his body, and an unprecedented anger was taking over his heart. Obedience, 90%. Now, who is the owner of this body? 100 Rex's searing gaze was dead set on the core lord in front of him. Obedience, 99%. The core lord slowly raised its head as it looked towards 100 Rex within the prison. And then the light in its eyes that belonged to Jiang Hui completely disappeared. The dust settles, and Ginger Samuel loses. Overcome with rage, it is absorbed into the core lords as it struggles with its inner core and becomes part of it. And from now on, Samuel Kong will cease to exist. The lights above the prison's head began to flicker, and then words began to be written automatically on a notebook in the jail office. Newly promoted prisoner, codename, Annihilator, danger level, 7 stars. 100 Rex slowly stood up. It took one last look at the human body that was gradually starting to disappear, and the blue flame in its eyes gradually went out. "You're not the one I'm waiting for." Its voice was flat as water. And just as it turned with the intention of returning to that darkness and continuing its own long wait, a sudden thud was heard. 100 Rex looked back, and then his eyes revealed a hint of surprise for the first time. The core lord's head slammed hard against the bars of the jail cell, one of its eyes cloudy, but the other gradually regaining its vigor. 100 Rex knew that the human named Samuel Kong didn't seem to intend to just give up. Interesting. Bang. The core lord's head hit the railing again and again, a loud noise echoing through the dark space. Countless pairs of eyes slowly opened in the darkness. It was as if they sensed that something that they found very interesting had appeared. Ka-chow. A crack appeared in the core lord's head armor, and then its hand viciously tore through the rift. Half of Samuel Kang's face was visible behind his head armor. Now, who is this body's master? Chapter 61 Purpose. Since there is no way to stop the overflow of anger, if there is no way to repress this outpouring of power, Then give it all to the anger and let it spill out and rage like a raging tide. And do it yourself. It's after it overflows. Conquer it. The rage of it all. Jiang Hui's voice was trembling, but not because of fear or weakness, but because this anger had been transformed into a kind of excitement. His face came close to 100 Rek inside the bars while his hand fired again. With a crunch, he tore through the core lord's head armor. Even the sound of the armor was shattering. 100 Rex and Jiang Hui's gazes met, and those eyes were filled with astonishment and excitement. And then Jiang Hui's pupils were gradually lit with blue flames. All anger. All for me. Like glass shattering. The core lord's armor completely crumbled into countless black dust. A wave of air spread out from under his feet. And then Jiang Hui's hand slowly let go of the iron bars as he reclaimed his body and conquered the power. He had to master the power of anger. If he ends up being consumed by anger in turn, then the abyss of doom awaits him. 100 Rex walked over to the prison cell once more, and it raised its hand. Your journey, it continues. Enjoy your cooperation, Samuel Kong. Ginger Samuel froze for a moment, then nodded and took 100 Rex hand. It was also at this instant that the message board at the entrance to the 100 Rex prison. The word obedience was completely erased. Replace it with co-scheduling. At the same time, Jiang Hui also realized that 100 Rex body began to change. The white skeleton of its body slowly began to peel away, replaced by black and gold armor. It was just like that core lord, except that 100 skeleton's body was even larger, and every inch of that armor-covered body was filled with a streamlined beauty. It stood there, more like a warrior covered in black armor than a beast, exuding an unbeatable and domineering aura. If 100 Rex is an indestructible heavy tank, same as Dispatch, 30%, the core lord's cores have been fully consumed. Unlock 100 Rex offensive form, annihilate. Jiang Hui was a bit stunned that 100 Rex previous form of such a powerful force was not an offensive type. The hands of the two slowly loosened. Samuel Kong asked, looking at 100 Rex, will you continue to assist me? As long as your goal is to kill the hunter, I'll follow you until the universe comes to its final end. Samuel Kong nodded. More guidance, please, co-conspirator. But he knew that it wasn't enough to keep what happened to Yu Shan from repeating itself, to protect the people who mattered to him, to slaughter the stragglers. Then he would have to devour more colonels, more powerful colonel. And in that office, the words that had just been written changed. New prisoner, annihilator, confirmed, devoured. Candidates for warden have emerged. Looking forward to your next visit. Just then, Jiang Hui suddenly felt a cold breath flowing into his mouth. The scent carried a faint hint of sweetness. His eyes snapped open. The ceiling of the crumbling building remained overhead. Ginger Samuel slowly braced himself and sat up, suddenly realizing that there was someone else sitting next to him. The man seemed to be wiping the corners of his mouth with some urgency. Ms. Ink Feather. Jiang Hui looked at Mou suspiciously, and then felt some wetness in his throat. Going back to the bottle of mineral water held in Inkbrand's other hand. It was instantly clear what was going on. Thanks. Jiang Hui thanked Mou while trying to stand up. But his legs were still a bit weak, and Mou walked over to hold him up. At this time, Jiang Hui saw again that Mou's lips were still stained with some water stains, associated with that sweet breath in your mouth just now. Mou realized that Jiang Hui was looking at his lips and immediately let go of him, and Jiang Hui sat on his, but again. Don't get me wrong, because I couldn't get water into you just now, and seeing as you were dying again, that's why I... Ginger Samuel froze. Ink Feather, did you just feed yourself water by mouth? Although Jiang Hui himself was a bit taken aback by this message, in order to take care of Mou's eyes that already didn't know where to rest and fluttered, he still decided not to bring it up again. That beast was you, wasn't it? Mou sort of adjusted her emotions. She took the initiative to ask a question. Her voice was not as cold as before, and even Jiang Hui could not feel the wariness in her tone. It was reasonable to think that as the leader of the elite squad of the Fearless, he was suspicious of himself from the start and was still investigating his file. Now, after sitting on the fact that he is a beast, shouldn't he first take advantage of his unconsciousness to decapitate the hunt? Ah! Jiang Hui looked at Mou, but instead, he was the one who had a hint of wariness first. However, he also understood very well in his heart that at this moment, he might lose control if he forced skeletonization. Where's Lu Wanin? Samuel Kong asked. Don't worry. Dauntless will send her and Du Light Hong to the association's medical department. Really? That rift? It's gone. And the only reason the 9 phases sealed dust realm still exists is because the association is searching for victims. That human winning. Ginger Samuel breathed a sigh of relief as his entire body slowly backed up and sat down against the wall. That's good. Humans have never been victorious in the midst of a beast wave. This is the first time, and things could be better or more complicated after this. MOU said as he walked over to Samuel Kong. Some of the beasts escaped back into the rift and still lurk in the corners of this city, and we will hunt them down until the end, no matter what. Zhang Huai saw a rare smile on MOU's face. It seems like the humans are really looking forward to this one too much. Are you concerned about that awaken called Lu Evening Yin? Just as Jiang Hui scowled, the young girl in front of him suddenly came up with this sentence. Jiang Hui didn't understand what MOU meant, so he said with some caution, "Yeah, she saved my life under an infected." Is that all? There seemed to be a hint of agitation in MOU's voice, and even though it was quite unnoticeable, Jiang Hui detected the subtle change with his superb perception. Or else. He lifted his head slightly to look at Ink Brand and saw a certain displeasure in the other man's eyes. Forget it, it's nothing. In the end, it was MOU who dropped the subject. However, Jiang Hui felt that MOU must have sensed something, and he didn't want MOU to know that Lu Wanyin had actually died once and was revived by himself in the guise of a beast. So he changed the subject to himself. "Why didn't you do a chopper hunt on me just now while I was unconscious?" Jiang Hui asked as he hid half of his body in the shadows of the corner, a pair of eyes that emitted a cold aura staring at MOU. Ink Brand wrapped his arms around his chest and didn't answer first. "You suspected me at the movie theater, and have been investigating my files and information since then. And before I woke up, you would have been convinced that I was the beast, right?" MOU sighed slightly before nodding. "Then I don't understand why you don't. I never investigated you because I suspected you." The young girl interrupted Jiang Hui's words. Her eyes that had originally been looking away were now fixed dead center on Jiang Hui. And at this moment, she didn't have that cold sense of distance. Instead, there was a sense of resignation after being wronged by someone important. ##. Chapter 62, Codex. "So what the hell are you?" For Jiang Hui felt that this matter was really getting weirder and weirder. This young girl in front of him, and he never had any half-hearted interactions, but she was secretly investigating himself again and again. And yet it has helped time and time again in times of crisis. During the battle at Hopeless Mountain, MOU had even placed all his hopes on Jiang Hui, a 2-star awakened who had yet to pass the examination. This trust surprised and confused Samuel Kong at the same time. This is really an unreasonable thing to do. "It's a private matter that I don't want to talk about." Ink Feather's voice echoed through the empty hallways as she found her coldness and detachment. With that, he turned away, his steps firm and determined. The rays of the setting sun cast from the damaged window splashed on her back, pulling out a long shadow, as if telling of her inner struggle and helplessness. Jiang Hui stood in place, looking at MOU's back with a complicated gaze. He could sense that MOU's trust in him was not without reason. But what was hidden behind this trust? Jiang Hui didn't understand and couldn't guess, only feeling that this shadow-like figure was full of mysteries. "Thank you, Samuel Kong, for giving us all a temporary respite, but don't expose your power in front of the others." Inkbrand's voice rang out from the entrance to the building. The young girl had her hand on the stair railing and looked slightly sideways at Samuel Kong. Was that statement made out of concern for him, or was it a threat? Before Jiang Hui could understand, the girl had already blended into the darkness like a shadow. The afterglow of the setting sun was fading and night was beginning to fall. The only thing left behind was the lonely figure of Jiang Hui and the sweet breath that had not yet dissipated from his mouth. As the Core Lord's rift disappeared, the sky regained its usual tranquility. The sunlight poured through the clouds and sprinkled on the ruins of Ling Yu City wrapped in a 9 phases sealed dust boundary, bringing a hint of warmth and hope. Humanity has finally won its first victory in this protracted wave of beasts. Ling Yu City, a once prosperous city, also became the first city to survive from under the beast tide. However, the joy of victory did not last long. People soon realized that behind this victory lay a huge price, especially the remnant forces of the 3 main organizations. They each collected the corpses of their chiefs, with the main division of the God Hunters even being corpsed by the soul backlash. Only the power of the fearless is relatively well preserved. Ink Feather, the captain of the Dauntless stationed in Lingyu City, was originally supposed to be the least trusted of the four organization's leaders in Lingyu City. Not that she was any less powerful than a few of the other chiefs. Mostly because she was too young, and he wouldn't care about his teammates in the middle of a mission, but he was such a powerful lone wolf. Surprisingly, he led a group of freshmen and instructors to decapitate the Rift Lords at Mount Hopeless. The name MOU also became a hot topic in the association and major organizations for a while. The city of Lingyu was also transformed into a spiritual bastion of humanity for a while, commemorating milestones. The four major organizations began to send more people to Lingyu City in order to gain a head start in a city that might become the center of power for human awakened beings in the future. The association side moved even more quickly, and while assisting the four major organizations in their search and rescue of people, they secretly had already collected the inner cores of four Rift Lords. But only that core lord's kernel is unaccounted for. The only possibility was that the white skeleton beast had snatched the kernel. In this way, the association had to go on to consider that the beast's position was not on the side of the humans. Rather, it was for the purpose of devouring and killing each other that they struck out at the core lords, and this uncertainty would become a huge time bomb that would threaten Lingyu City in the future as well. The cities within the 9 phases sealed dust realm would gradually reorganize even if they were destroyed, provided there were no beast tides. The cities that have fallen have been reduced to the beast's revelry. But what struck the humans as odd was that after completely ravaging the city and slaughtering its inhabitants, the beast would take the transformed humans into the chasm instead of continuing to expand outward. This is thought to be a certain habit of the beast. But even though those cities were no longer free of the beast, humans still didn't dare to rebuild them. Unlike Lingyu City, which had won this beast tide, the ruins within the 9-phase sealed dust realm were slowly reconstructing themselves. And right there on the fiercest battlefield, where the core lords once existed, a black-robed old man was holding a walking stick, muttering some language that was unintelligible to the onlookers. It stepped on top of a pile of rubble, and the walking stick in its hand swayed gently. The octagonal bell tied to the top of the stick kept making a tinkling sound. The soul, returning, the old man recited an ancient incantation under his breath, and then countless souls began to converge towards him. His cane gently traced over these souls, as if searching for something. Finally, when that cane touched some soul, a wry smile appeared on the old man's face. Yes, yes. Found you. His dry fingers slowly entwined the sliver of soul before guiding it into the wind chime of the cane. You Qin Shan, such a powerful and pure soul. Your time has not yet come. The night the beast tide ended, the Awakened General Association called an emergency meeting. The meeting was not well attended, but each person had significant power that could determine the direction of the world. These included the commanders of the 4 major organizations, the head of the military, the head of the Awakened Association, and the divine envoy of the apocalypse, as well as the heads of some organizations that were third parties but had very sufficient influence. And they didn't gather today to celebrate the victory of the beast tide. At this moment, when the awakened people all over the world are rejoicing, they're the only ones who see the bloody casualty figures and the uncertainty factor X. A third party, led by the Yuzuki Chamber of Commerce, believes that the unknown X can be channeled into a battle force that can be utilized. Most organizations, however, believe that this beast, like the exterminator Black Dragon, was born for one thing only: destruction and slaughter. Each side argued, and in the end, the minority obeyed the majority. And in terms of power and control, the power of the 4 major organizations was not comparable to that of the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the association finally decided to define the white skeleton as an X-beast and labeled it as the most dangerous. This was the second highest danger level beast that had appeared since the war between humanity and the Rift began. The last one was the exterminator that directly led to the defection of the Night Demon Ranger President, the Black Dragon. It's enough to see how scared humans are of white skeletons these days. ##. Chapter 63, Liar. The day after the beast tide passed. In order to quickly replenish the new force, the association decided to have all the cadets who had participated in the battle at Mount Hopeless pass the examination. And of course, the top students who fled in buses. At the association's medal ceremony, MOU was awarded the Medal of Honor for his reputation for the battle at Hopeless Mountain. She stood on the podium, her eyes sweeping over the trainees below and finally landing on Jianghuai. Ginger Samuel shook his head slightly at her. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Don't mention yourself in the battle of Mount Hopeless. Although it wasn't MOU's intention, Jiang Hui's power manifestation was too exaggerated, and it was never something that could be explained away by some super rookie hiding his strength. So all the credit for this battle fell on MOU's head. This was followed by a posthumous ceremony for the fallen resident chiefs and members of the three main organizations. The generals of the Iron Blood, the general chiefs of the Mounted Hunters, and the main division of the God Hunters were all given the title of heroes. But only the man from the Nightmare Parade, the man who had crushed the strongest monsters under the core lords by himself, was not mentioned half-heartedly. Afterwards, the vice president of the association personally awarded all the students with certificates of honor and announced that they had successfully passed the examination. From today onwards, you are a registered member of the Awakened Association. Not many people had a happy look on their faces, especially the students who came back from the dead. Some of them are even now shivering at the memory of yesterday's terrible scene. Lu Wanin didn't show up at the scene. He went to the Awakened One hospital himself last night, but the doctor told Jiang Hui that the Night Demon Parade people didn't have a healthcare system in place, so they couldn't give Lu Evening medical treatment. After hearing these words, Jiang Hui almost had his lungs explode, trying to flip out on the spot. But Chu He of the Intrepid runs to tell Jiang Hui that he has transferred Lu Evening to another hospital and that she is now resting from the treatment she has received. So Jiang Hui helped Lu Evening, who couldn't be there, to collect the certificate and the official member badge for passing the examination, and then went to the hospital that Chu He had mentioned. But there was no sign of Lu Wan in the hospital room. She was discharged this morning, a nurse told Samuel Kong. She's recovering quickly from her injuries. We haven't really done much to help her heal. The doctor added. Jiang Hui knew that it was probably his own power that was affecting Lu Evening, no matter what, as long as she was fine. He knew Lu Wan wouldn't go back to his house, so there was only one place she could possibly be. Jiang Hui didn't stay for the celebration banquet. She took Lu Evening's certificate and badge and headed to the dilapidated apartment building in the bungalow district of Lingyu City. It was also the home of Yu Qinshan and Lu Evening. He knocked on the door, but heard no movement from inside. Lu Wan. Ginger Samuel called out in a small voice. At the sound of Samuel Kang's voice, there was some sort of rustling in the room. He waited at the door for a long time and saw that it still wasn't open, so he knocked again for a while. Lu Wan, it's me, Samuel Kong. The door is unlocked. Lu Evening's voice finally came through the doorway, but it was so hoarse and low. Jiang Hui's heart tightened. He could feel the sadness and despair contained in Lu Evening's voice. Ginger Samuel gripped the doorknob and opened the door to the room. The room was neat and tidy, just like the last time Jiang Hui was here, and he didn't know if this was done by Yu Qinshan or if Lu Lianin had cleaned it after she came back this morning. And the young girl curled up like that, quietly, on the humble cot she had slept on for more than a decade. Her body scrunched up into a ball, as if searching for the last of her comfort and warmth. Her long hair was cascading down her back, and the bunny barrette that had been with her for years was resting quietly at her side. The young girl's face bore a look of bewilderment and helplessness. Her eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if they had lost all their luster. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and everything became heavy and oppressive. Jiang Hui gently walked over to the bed and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Lu Evening. Her breathing was weak and slow, as if it would stop at any moment. Have you had breakfast? Samuel Kong asked in a low voice. Lu Evening's dry, cracked, and whitened lips quivered slightly, but she didn't utter half a word. Her eyes remained vacant and lifeless, as if she had lost all sense of the world. Her clung tightly to a worn-out rabbit doll that Yu Qinshan had given her as a gift when she was a child. The bunny doll was very old, but it was obvious that its owner loved it very much. There are no marks other than a yellowing from being washed. There was a small smile on the bunny's face, as if to comfort her and tell her that everything was going to be okay. Only this comfort was exchanged for the young girl's even stronger thoughts of Yu Qinshan. Samuel Kong. Lu Lian slowly turned her head, and the brokenness and despair in her eyes made Jiang Hui's insides tremble. I don't have a dad anymore. The girl was dug up from the rubble. At first, everyone just thinks it's an earthquake, but when his father finally escapes the building with himself in his arms, he sees that the whole street is full of monsters. They slaughtered humans indiscriminately, leaving no one alive. The father gave her to her mother, and he died a horrible death at the hands of the monster in order to allow the mother and daughter to escape back to the building. And then even bigger monsters started destroying the building, and she miraculously survived under the protection of her mother. As she was buried in the rubble, She could feel that this little corner of the world that her mother had held up for her with her body had a light blue film. It was a small world that her mother had awakened to at the last moment and held up for her with her life force. The film protected her from the collapsing debris. But the mother could never open her eyes again. She didn't know how long she had waited. The roar of the monster overhead was unrelenting, and just when she had wanted to give up, the monster's roar turned into a scream, and then she heard someone shout, "Is that an awakening down there?" She didn't know what an awaken was, but the desire to survive made the little girl, only 4 years old, desperately start to cry. "Don't cry. I'll get you out." And then there was the sound of rocks and debris being moved out of the way. During this time, she also heard the monster's growl as well as the man's roar. Blood gradually seeped down through the ruins, dripping down on top of the pale blue film, moistening the outer layer of the film. Finally, the moment that sliver of heavenly light spilled down amongst that gap, the film protecting the girl dissipated a little bit. Just moments before she was about to be buried, a large, strong, but blood-stained hand smashed through the gap and carried her out. "It's okay." The man was covered in blood, and his voice was hoarse, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile as he looked at the girl in his arms. The sounds of the monsters around them resumed, and the girl cringed in fear. "Little friend, play a game with Uncle Ah. Close your eyes, hold tight to Uncle, count from 1 to 100. You open your eyes again, Uncle give you a gift." She nodded shakily, then shrank into the man's arms, feeling the warmth of his bloodied arm, then closed her eyes. A monster hissed in his ears, as well as the sound of a bullet discharging a gun. She kept counting in a shaky voice, and there was a steady stream of blood dripping down on her head and face. But she wasn't half hurt. 100, no more, no less. She slowly opened her eyes, and then saw the man huddled by a large tree, his body already red with blood, but still holding the girl in a death grip. "Uncle! Uncle!" The girl shook the man's body with some trembling, terrified that the man would die just like that. "Uncle!" Ahem. The man took a deep breath, as if he had been brought back to life. After gradually adjusting his breathing, the man shakily raised his other hand, and then a blood-stained bunny hairpin appeared in his hand. "You're a good boy here. For you. Uncle, I don't want gifts. Don't you die. Don't be like Mom and Dad. Please." The man leaned his head against the trunk of the tree, and blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry. I won't die." "Really?" the girl asked tearfully. "Well, I'll just sleep better. Haha." The girl threw herself into the man's arms and bawled her eyes out. The cry was a mixture of a small child's fear of the current situation and sadness that both parents were no longer alive. "Don't worry from now on. Lao Zi is your family. Lao Zi is very strong. Absolutely will not die. If you find that I sleep more dead, you just ruthlessly kick me awake. Lao Tzu. A promise is a promise." Liar. Chapter 64. If you want to live. Lu Wanin slowly opened her eyes in a trance. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have dried up all her tears, but she still couldn't dilute the kind of indignation she felt inside. At the moment she was lying in her own bed, covered with a quilt, and the dark room seemed extraordinarily lonely at the moment. She's never going to see that figure again. Obviously, he used to annoy him the most. He himself had to go to class the next day, and he was still watching TV and drinking in the living room. Lu Lianin's hand clutched the clothes in front of her chest, only to feel a gripping pain. "Dad!" It was a small room, said to be a living room, but it was really just a room slightly separated by a cloth curtain. So at this moment, Lu Wanin could see the tattered sofa in the living room when she turned her head. The bed that men have slept in for over a decade. And the moment her gaze landed on the sofa, Lu Wanyin's breathing stopped. A figure was asleep on the couch. "Lao, Lao you. Lu Evening rolled and crawled out of bed, and she began to wonder if she had misunderstood. Actually, Lao Yu didn't die. Lao Yu is still alive. How could he die? He said he was invincible. He said he wouldn't die. Lao Yu. Lu Lian stumbled over to the sofa, but the next second she sat down on her knees with dull eyes. Because it wasn't Yu Qinshan on the couch. Instead, it's Samuel Kong. Zhang Huai heard the commotion and also slowly got up, looking at Lu Evening, who was kneeling on the floor. He also seemed to understand something, but he didn't say anything. Just getting up, he gently picked up Lu Evening, who didn't struggle, and carried her back to the bed. "Can't. Leave me alone for a while," Lu Lian said as she looked at the walls of the room with empty eyes. "Ah." Samuel Kong nodded. It was now 6 a.m. It's going to be light soon. He placed Lu Evening Yin's certificate and badge for passing the test on the table, then filled the refrigerator with food he had made, and finally glanced at the stupefied Lu Evening Yin again. Contact me with anything, and I'll be right over. Thanks. After leaving Yu Qinshan's house, Jiang Huai went directly to the Awaken's exclusive hospital. Before coming, Jiang Huai had already inquired from Chuhi. Du Qinghong is now in resuscitation for his injuries. However, after arriving at the hospital, the doctor told Jiang Huai that Du Qinghong's resuscitation was over and he had now been transferred out of the intensive care unit. So where is he now? Ginger Samuel was a little puzzled. Du Qinghong's injuries are very serious. It's obvious to all. How come he's been transferred out of the ICU now? That doctor was a little impatient, thinking to casually perfume Jiang Huai a few sentences. I don't know, ask someone else. Just as he turned to go, Samuel Kong yanked his wrist violently. A great force made the doctor feel a raw pain in his wrist. You? What do you mean, you people? You? That doctor had wanted to call someone, but after meeting Jiang Hui's gaze, his back went cold. Where is this the gaze of a teenager? The ferocious light was as if it was a beast that had set its sights on its prey. I'll ask you once more, how is Du Qinghong's situation? Jiang Huai said with an icy voice. The doctor was really helpless in the end. He signaled for Jiang Hui to close the office door first. Then he whispered to Jiang Hui. Actually, Lao Du's injuries are very serious. Even if he's temporarily out of danger after a night of resuscitation, he shouldn't be transferred out of the ICU right now. Then what do you guys mean by this? Jiang Huai's voice grew icy. This doctor is very puzzled. Jiang Huai looks like he should be a newcomer who just passed the examination. Why could it give off such a terrifying killing aura? Little brother, let me tell you honestly, association, there are people who don't want to let the night demon parade have a good time. This Yu Qinshan is dead, but Du Qinghong is still alive, so? Jiang Hui's fists crunched as anger continued to surge within. And the association has also stated that the night demon parade acted without permission, disrupting the plan and causing the sacrifice of the chiefs of the three major organizations based in Lingyu City. Therefore, the hospital was requested not to treat night demon parade's people anymore. Ginger Samuel took a deep breath before standing up and walking towards the door. He was a hero in the fight against the beast tide. In the end, he dropped a cold sentence. Yu Qinshan, Du Qinghong, in the midst of this beast tide, they are all heroes. Bang! The doctor breathed a sigh of relief when the door to the room was closed, before picking up the landline and dialing a number. Vice President, according to your order, I have stopped treating Du Qinghong. Don't worry, at most tonight, Du Qinghong will definitely die. Are you sure this won't cause trouble? There was a little kid here just now. Okay, I understand. I'll listen to your vice president. At this point, Samuel Kong was standing in the doorway of that doctor's office, and he heard everything on the phone. Do humans like this deserve to be protected and saved, Mr. Yu? It was dark and cramped, in a small ward in the far corner. Du Qinghong's body and face were wrapped in bandages. He just lay still in his hospital bed, a room that didn't even have a window, and where the sunlight couldn't give him any semblance of comfort. Du Qinghong was like a dying man who had been abandoned by the world, quietly waiting for death in this small room. The door was pushed open, and in walked but not death. Jiang Huai looked at Du Qinghong, who didn't even have any assisted breathing devices or 4 bottles on the hospital bed, and his fists were crunched by him. He walked into the hospital room and realized there was no place to put the fruit basket he was carrying in his hand. Mr. Du. Jiang Huai looked at Du Qinghong on the bed with his eyes tightly closed and half of his face wrapped in bandages, and felt the life force in his body slowly draining away. It was a flame that was weak, but not willing to be extinguished. Do you want to live, Mr. Du? Ginger Samuel placed the fruit basket on the floor, then slowly raised his hand and reached for the hospital bed. If you want to live, take my hand. His hands were slowly covered in white skeletons. He had used the beast's power to renew the young girl's life without Lu Wanyin's consent in the first place. Looking at it now, although he hadn't found anything wrong with it yet, Jiang Huai was actually unsure if Lu Wanyin's current body was still considered human. So now he needs to let the other guy make his own choices, even if it's just a slight movement of a finger. The purpose of this is not that complicated. It's just that Jiang Hui wants to alleviate the psychological guilt. Human beings are very contradictory creatures. Once there is someone else's approval, then in doing something that is not considered right, the burden on the heart will also be relatively less. Just then, A hoarse whimper escaped from Du Qinghong's throat, and then Jiang Hui saw that his hand, which was wrapped tightly in bandages, slowly moved, as if trying very hard to touch Jiang Hui's hand. I see. It's your choice, Mr. Du, and I respect it. You will live. Thanks to the simplicity of this room, there were no surveillance instruments. So Samuel Kong unbuttoned his shirt and put his hand up to his chest, and then ruthlessly thrust his hand into his chest at what was supposed to be the location of his heart. He took out a small black crystal. In fact, Jiang Hui had vaguely sensed something. Is it this way? The way the beast transforms the infected. But what's the point of being able to live and have self-awareness, even if you're infected? Hashtag, Chapter 65, I'll give them an explanation. As he walked out of the hospital room, Jiang Hui covered his blood-stained chest with his jacket while he took out his cell phone. Chu He, can I trouble you with something? His voice was a little awkward, as Samuel Kong never liked to beg. Brother, tell me what's going on. Don't be so polite. Du Qinghong of our night demon parade. Now the hospital refuses to give him further treatment. Can you? These sons of bitches. Okay, brother, you don't need to say more. I'll arrange for someone to transfer Mr. to the hospital. Don't worry. I'll let Mr. to receive the best treatment. Trouble. Why are you so polite with me? Once at the movie theater, once at Mount Hopeless. Big brother, you and sister-in-law have saved me twice, right? Sister-in-law now? She's already home? Nothing serious. Mr. Du should wake up soon as well. Please take care of her then. Ugh, no problem, big brother. Just then, Samuel Kong happened to pass in front of the big screen in the hospital corridor. At this moment, the screen was playing the Awaken One Association's official statement on this fight against the Beast Tide. This fight against the Beast Tide, we have achieved our first victory. This is a historically significant step for mankind, and Lingyu City will become a spiritual monument in human history. But we still need to remember that in the midst of this tidal wave, the awakened who defended their homeland paid a terrible price. We will erect a monument in the 9 phases sealed dust boundary in Lingyu City to forever honor those who have passed away. In this beast tide, many sacrifices could have been avoided, but because of the recklessness of some people who did not listen to the command, leading to the direct death of the resident leaders of the 3 major organizations in the Core Rift Crusade. Jiang Hui's hand holding the cell phone slowly squeezed tightly as he seemed to have guessed what the fat-headed vice president was going to say. Nightmare Parade. I'm sure everyone is no stranger to this organization. That's right. It's the cowardly organization that caused the defeat of the human race in the Beast Tide War because of their defection. In this Beast Tide, Yu Qinshan, Du Qinghong, the 2 leading figures of the Night Demon Parade, have put the other organizations in a passive position because of their adventurousness. So, I hereby announce, bang, TV was punched straight through. Ginger Samuel's eyes flickered with blue fire. The people around them were taken aback. At this moment, his phone hadn't been hung up yet, and the Chewie on the phone had naturally heard the sound of the TV just now. Big brother, don't get excited. The Awakened Ones Association side is just looking for someone to take the blame and give an explanation to the 3 major organizations. I have inside information on my side. They won't give the Nightmare Parade a hard time afterwards. Big brother, are you still there? Give an account to the 3 main organizations? The corner of Jiang Hui's mouth twitched slightly as he withdrew the fist he had punched out before he said with a cold smile, I've come to give them an account. Big brother, don't be impulsive. Slap. The cell phone was crushed, and before anyone could react, the teenager, who was as crazy as a madman, had already disappeared into thin air. Only the TV screen, which had been punched through along with the wall, was left behind. Jiang Hui felt that he was not such an irritable person, and he was always very careful to hide his emotions. So, what is it about? It's causing him to be so angry right now. Is it because of Yu Qinshan's death? Is it because of the side effects of this power? No. Is a very hard reality to hear. That is, he now has power, so he has the capital to be angry. Even though his current anger would defeat Yu Qinshan's vision of painstakingly hiding him away, he still walked towards the location where the Awakened Association was located. Meanwhile, at the association's press conference, the vice president ended his indictment of the Nightmare Parade. So the association has decided immediately disband the Night Demon Parade and to hold the remaining members of the Night Demon Parade responsible for this sacrifice. But in fact, many people knew very well in their hearts that Yu Qinshan was dead, and Du Qinghong was estimated to have only half a life left. Who's left on the Nightmare Parade? That little girl who failed the test 3 times in a row? Or that kid who just joined this year and is also not considered an officially awakened person? Or the one that hardly anyone has seen? Yin Lo? Is it a bit too much to have a small organization of just 3 people and have to put the pot on everyone else's head? But people from the 3 major organizations said they had no problem with it. Someone has to be held accountable for this. In that case, we now officially decide that the Nightmare Parade begins today. The Nightmare Parade will never be disbanded, and we will not be held accountable for the resident leaders of the 3 major organizations that were killed this time. A dissonant voice came from the front door. All eyes went toward the door. After seeing Jiang Huai, people were a bit puzzled. Who is this guy? The person in charge of the Dauntless at the moment was still MOU, who had her arms wrapped around her chest and frowned after seeing Jiang Hui come in. It was because she sensed something wrong with Jiang Hui's aura. Topaz was also there, and he was now considered an official member of the Dauntless. Upon seeing Jiang Hui, a murderous intent erupted from his eyes. This little bastard, he's actually still alive and didn't die in Mount Hopeless? And which one are you? The vice president still maintained his imposing demeanor. Jiang Hui sneered as he took a step towards the main podium. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Hui said in a deep voice, "Full member of the Nightmare Parade, Samuel Kong. You're the awakened one who just passed the test." The vice president gave a false smile. "I heard from Ms. MOU that you did her a great favor by fighting with her and the instructor at Hopeless Mountain," said the vice president as he glanced at MOU. Ink Feather, however, didn't say a word. Her expression was icy, but the hand she had wrapped around her had clenched. "The instructors of Hopeless Mountain are also full of praise for you. Jiang Hui, you are a rare talent." The vice president was the first to start clapping. The rest of the group sporadically began to applaud Samuel Kong. And then the vice president continued, "A talent like you, staying in Night Demon Parade is no way out. I can introduce you. The heads of the 4 major organizations are here today. With me as your guarantee, you can choose to join any of their teams." The whole room was in an uproar. This is what's going on. A fledgling kid who was directly introduced to the 4 major organizations by the vice president of the association? Was this vice president so kind? Just now, I thought he was trying to drive the Night Demon Parade to extinction, but it doesn't seem so now. So is he really being nice? Jiang Hui only found it funny that this fat-headed dog was just trying to make an image of himself in front of everyone. Himself and Nightmare Parade are not personal enemies. One still takes the good ones in the Nightmare Parade seriously. And why not disintegrate the Nightmare Parade even further? Chapter 66. You're the one who deserted. Jiang Hui only found it funny that this fat-headed dog was just trying to make an image of himself in front of everyone. Himself and Nightmare Parade are not personal enemies. One still takes the good ones in the Nightmare Parade seriously. And why not disintegrate the Nightmare Parade even further? The heads of the 3 major organizations all expressed no opinion, since they were the ones who managed to survive the battle at Mount Hopeless and had received Miss MOU's approval. That's bound to be a talent. But only MOU didn't take a stand. She always stared at Jiang Hui with a deadpan stare, and the meaning of that look was clear. "I'll take care of the Nightmare Parade." "I'm sorry, my meaning wasn't clear earlier." Jiang Hui slowly raised his head and looked at the vice president with a smile. "What I just meant is that I'm here for an accounting." The smile on the vice president's face froze, his gaze trembling slightly before he gazed at Jiang Hui and asked, "An accounting? You can give an account to the 3 major organizations on behalf of the Nightmare Parade." "Are you pig-headed?" Jiang Hui snorted, and as soon as this taunt was uttered, the entire room erupted in an uproar. I didn't expect that someone would actually speak to the vice president of the association like this. Even though he, Lu Yunju, was only the vice president of the association's branch in Lingyu City. But its rights are also considerable, especially during the time the chapter president was missing. It's not me who has to give you an explanation. It's you and the 3 major organizations you talk about that have to give an explanation to the Nightmare Parade. The heads of the 3 major organizations were instantly unable to sit still. They had been ordered by the organization's General Assembly to attend this launch. After all, it was the resident chief who died, thinking of looking to the association for a statement, and since the association had let the Nightmare Parade come out to take the blame, they were going to call it quits. As a result, now this little brat from the Nightmare Parade is actually mouthing off. "Did I hear you right, Samuel Kong?" the vice president said with a leathery smile. Hearing correctly, Yu Qinshan and Du Qinghong swept away the beast tide of the core rift with only the strength of 2 people and forced out the #1 strongest general under the core lords. But aside from the Dauntless who were on their way, what were the members of the other 3 major organizations doing at that time? They watched the fire from across the river, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Not one of them stepped in to help. Hearing Jiang Hui's angry rebuke, Some of the awakened who were present at that time did not dare to stand up and speak even though they all knew the truth. Kid, you're bloodthirsty. How dare you slander our general? There really isn't a good seed in the Nightmare Parade. The people from the three major organizations were all furious beyond measure. But the one who was most agitated was actually Huang Yu of the Fearless. Samuel Kong, what is this place? You are not allowed to act recklessly here. He directly crossed over Mou, lifting a flaming lance and stabbing it towards Jiang Hui. Of all the people on the scene, not a single one actually tried to stop it. Not even Ink Feather. Of course, Mou's mindset was different from theirs. The others wanted to see Jiang Hui die at the hands of Huang Yu, and then they could gild the lily for Huang Yu in the process. But Mou was trying to see Huang Yu die at the hands of Jiang Hui, because it hardly uses much power to deal with such a loser. Just at the moment when Huang Yu's lance stabbed suddenly, and that flame was about to wrap around Jiang Hui's body, Jiang Hui turned his head to look at Huang Yu before raising his hand and punching above the tip of his gun. Just as a crunching sound was heard, the flaming lance shattered in response. The huge impact caused Topaz's body to fly backwards towards the back. But before he could fly out far, he was directly pinched by Jiang Hui's neck and ruthlessly pressed over on the ground. You were just trying to kill me, weren't you? Jiang Hui's gaze flickered with blue flames as he looked at Huang Yu with an icy expression. Cough, cough, cough. Ginger Samuel, I'll kill you. I'll kill you for sure. You made a fool of me twice. Huang Yu fought to the death. His flames were incomparably hot for others, but now they couldn't even light a strand of Jiang Hui's hair. He felt it, the gradual exertion of Samuel Kang's hand, the clicking of his own throat. The three major organizations are wondering what's going on. Wasn't Topaz the super rookie that Dauntless was looking at this year? How come he's powerless in front of this Night Demon Parade kid? The kid didn't look like he used much power either. The vice president said in a deep voice, Ms. Mou, aren't you going to stop it? The association forbids infighting. Mou shrugged his shoulders and said with a cold voice, Our side provoked it ourselves, and now that we can't beat it and are being rubbed on the ground, I can't afford to lose this person. The vice president's face turned blue as he turned his head to look at Jiang Hui. Stop it for me. Let go of him. Jiang Hui turned his head slightly and looked at the vice president before revealing a cold smile. Cousin uncle, save me. Huang Yu's struggles grew fainter and fainter as he desperately turned his head to look at the vice president of the association and shouted. So there's that connection. He's your cousin's uncle? You wouldn't dare kill me. You. If you kill me, association, it will not spare you. Even the fearless won't spare you. Do you know who I am? Ginger Samuel, don't let go yet. The association forbids infighting. You're committing a capital offense. The vice president of the association roared. At the same time, it gathered a surge of energy in his fist. But in front of so many people, or live, how could he not go and lay his hands on a junior? The people from the three major organizations didn't want to intervene. It wasn't like they were their own people. It was simply a perfect replica of the kind of situation that Yu Qinshan had been in at that time when he was fighting a deadly battle alone, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Eventually, Ginger Samuel slowly loosened his grip. Jiang Hui, you piece of trash. You can only ever be stepped on by me. Not only am I going to kill you, but I'm also going to kill everyone in your Night Demon Parade. Count on you to know what you're doing. The vice president's heart was also slightly relieved. Good thing he's not a nut. But before this heart of his could be fully put down, things suddenly took a drastic turn. He saw Jiang Hui's hand, which had just been loosened, clench into a fist and then slowly raise it. Topaz. A cruel smile appeared on Jiang Hui's face before he spoke quietly. You, what are you going to do? It's true that I won't kill you. His voice was very weak, as if he was just speaking to Topaz. But I need your body to help me convey some information. You, what do you mean? Also, I know who you are. Samuel Kong slammed his fist directly into Topaz's left shoulder. Just as a sound of bones breaking came, Huang Yu's entire left arm shattered in response, and even the floor spread out several cracks. You are deserter. The teenager's body shuddered violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto Jiang Hui's face. Topaz? The horrible silence was broken by the screams of the vice president of the association. Kill that kid for me. He trembled and raised his hand to point at Jiang Hui and roared. The people from the three major organizations didn't have the intention to make a move Instead, they were somewhat gloating as they watched the current situation unfold. Ginger Samuel is a nightmare parade, and it's best to die. If he didn't die, then this matter of him exploding and killing Huang Yu would also diminish the reputation of the Dauntless. To be able to look at this kind of trash. Whatever it is, it's not worth having them out. However, some of the smaller organizations were eager to take credit in front of the association, and they all copied their weapons and displayed their supernatural abilities to head towards Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui knew very well that now was the best time. He had to make everyone understand that the current Night Demon Parade would never allow these salacious insults. Just as he thought, the big organizations are pressing on and using these smaller organizations eager to climb the association to build prestige, which is the best. Samuel Kong froze. Because no matter how he thought about it, a figure stood in front of him at this moment, and not facing him, but with his back to him, obviously sheltering him behind himself. What do you do? Zhang Huai looked at Mo's back and was very puzzled. I know what you're trying to do, Samuel Kong, but trust me, it's not time yet to bring too much attention to your power. Ink Feather tilted her head slightly sideways, gazing at Samuel Kong. It was as if he had read his thoughts in a low voice. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 67. Deterrent Effect. The people who had been raging stopped in their tracks, because the Fearless One's MO was now actually standing in front of Jiang Hui. One of her hands was already stroking above the hilt of her sword, ready to come out of her body at any time. And that aura of a stranger not to be entered caused the atmosphere of the entire room to drop to the freezing point. Ink Feather, what do you mean by that? The vice president of the association asked with a cold face. Topaz is a full-fledged member of the Fearless, and now you're harboring this scumbag. Mou's face was expressionless, and then the long sword slowly came out of its sheath, and that icy buzzing sound was cutting through the nerves of almost everyone in the room. The tip of the blade tapped lightly on the ground, as if that was Inkbrand's answer. What are you doing? Zhang Huai approached behind Mou and inquired in a low voice. You shouldn't have gotten involved in this. This bout was first instigated by a full member of the Dauntless, and the moves used by Topaz were killing moves, as I'm sure all of you can see. Instead of ignoring Jiang Hui, Mou looked at everyone with cold eyes and said, Since you want to take someone's life, you should be prepared to be killed, but Jiang Hui didn't kill him. He only wasted one of his arms, which is already merciful. Her eyes slowly turned to the people from the three main organizations and the vice president. All of you have been saying that the association does not allow infighting. But when Huang Yu was taking the initiative to start this infighting, which one of you stopped it? Or is it that you can't even stop a newcomer who hasn't reached the 4-star realm yet? The faces of the heads of the three major organizations were a bit ugly, and their expressions were a bit huffy. Why bring us into this when you full members of the Dauntless pick a fight? However, in this case, the people from their three major organizations were indeed at a disadvantage. They didn't make a move just now when Huang Yu injured someone, and they couldn't make a move even more so this time. As soon as the rest of the organization took a look at it being Mou, they were also completely afraid to take half a step forward again. A load of crap, the vice president roared, and then he personally stood up as his aura began to spread outward. Ink Feather, are you speaking to me now on behalf of Dauntless? Jiang Hui felt a little embarrassed. He was supposed to use one of Topaz's arms to deliver a message to these people. The Nightmare Parade isn't down yet, and there are still people who can officiate. That's why they didn't dare to take action against Du Qinghong and Lu Wanyin in private anymore. But now that Mou was firmly on his side, it would only complicate things. Mou still wanted to say something, but Jiang Hui had already glared at her fiercely. Get lost, there's no business for you. He must not let Mou get involved again. Jiang Hui could not figure out why this woman would get involved in such a complicated matter for herself. Behind her, Huang Yu was still trembling and moaning, and the vice president was already furious. Right at this instant, Jiang Hui sensed that one powerful aura after another had entered this venue. And then he saw that more than 10 men and women in black uniforms had surrounded him and Mou together. Yo-ho, this is the association's Forbidden Army. I've heard that the worst strength is 5 stars. Hiding such a powerful contraption, but never using it in the middle of a beast tide? This kid seems to be dead today. While the people from the three major organizations were waiting to see the joke, Mou stood with Jiang Hui once again despite his objections. I'll leave them to me. You don't show your power as much as possible. Ink Feather whispered. At the same time, Jiang Hui really cannot see through Mou. This woman, in the end, what is going on, his own and her relationship, is not good to the extent that she, in the face of so many people openly, and the association against it. There's a devil in everything. And she kept emphasizing it so that she wouldn't reveal her power, as if she knew something inside that no one else knew. This anomaly now, instead, made Jiang Hui less daring to strike easily. Just as the two sides were about to face each other, the door to the conference room was pushed open again. And this time the one who walked in was no other than the star envoy of the Celestial Enlightenment Society. The appearance of the woman in white caused the atmosphere of the scene to shift once more, and she was seen raising her hand to light up a letter with golden stamping. The latest letter from the General Council. The woman stared at the vice president and said in an icy tone, "Everyone, no more strikes against the Night Demon Parade." The words exploded like a heavy bomb in the crowd. Even Samuel Kong turned his head to look at the woman in confusion. "Don't see what the fuss is about." The woman nodded when she saw that no one else was making a move, before unfolding the letter and chanting softly. "The General Association will lift all taboos on the Night Demon Parade as of today. Yu Qinshan, Du Qinghong is not a sinner, but a hero who opened a path to the future for mankind. And the General Association has decided to posthumously honor Yu Qinshan with the title of hero." The crowd was stunned. This short sentence directly and completely refuted all the statements made by the vice president at the press conference just now. At this moment, the vice president's face was blue as he glared at the woman in white with a deadly glare. How about the account of the Night Demon Parade's Samuel Kong, who blatantly injured a full member of the Dauntless? He asked grimly, word for word. The woman in white laughed softly and looked at MOU. Since they are full members of the Dauntless, it's up to the Dauntless to pursue them. It is not to be pursued, and since one causes trouble, one must bear the consequences. MOU said on the spot. Outrageous. The vice president slammed the table. His obese body was trembling. Jiang Hui, MOU, and the woman in white. Right now, he couldn't wait to burn the flesh and thwart the bones of these three people. But the white-clothed woman had not finished her words. After hearing MOU's reply, the woman nodded and continued. Effective immediately, the Night Demon Parade will continue to exist as an official organization recognized by the association, and the association will also lift the many restrictions previously placed on the Night Demon Parade. After saying that, she once again looked at the vice president. At the same time, the association will be taking an investigation regarding Vice President Hong Wu's actions of negatively responding to the war during the Beast Tide, and the organization in charge of this investigation is Iron Blood. That head of Iron Blood smiled and stood up, as if he had already known about this matter, and even pretended to wave his hand at the vice president, who was already furious and blue in the face. "You guys can't do this to me," Hong Wu said in a cold voice. "You guys are accusing me of answering the battle negatively. Do you have any proof? Your chief of staff, as well as the adjutant, and most of the members of the Awaken Association's chapter in Lingyu City have already expressed their willingness to testify." The person in charge of Iron Blood smiled and said, "President Hong, you'd better cooperate positively. There's more than just this one thing to investigate." He walked up to the vice president, his tall frame a head taller than Han Wu. "And about Chairman Luo Yuanming's disappearance, I see. It has nothing to do with you either." "Smear!" Hong Wu roared with rage, and spit was sprayed onto the face of that Iron Blood head. But he was not angry. He just wiped his face with his hand, and then waved his hand at those few Association Forbidden troops. "Take it away." The 10 Association Forbidden soldiers immediately walked over to Han Wu. "Vice President, do you want to be decent yourself? Or do you want them to be decent for you?" The head of Iron Blood asked with a sneer. Hong Wu's nostrils let out an angry gasp, as terrifying as if he were a bull. Finally, his eyes fell on Samuel Kong. "Night Demon Parade, Samuel Kong, I remember you." After Hong Wu was taken away, the association's medical unit people also brought down the unconscious Huang Yu. Jiang Hui's plan had failed. He had wanted to show his tactics so that these people wouldn't dare to lay their hands on Du Qinghong or Lu Evening again. But as it turned out, it was good. He nodded toward the woman in white and whispered, "Thank you." "You shouldn't thank me." The woman in white put away the letter and looked at MOU. "You should thank her. You don't really know what she'll face next." With those words, the woman in white turned and left. Ginger Samuel looked at MOU suspiciously. However, MOU waved his hand at his troops as if they were nothing, and then left the scene as well. As he was leaving the venue, Jiang Hui noticed countless pairs of eyes looking at him. The punch he had just used to shatter the topaz did not use too much power. But to be able to waste the hands of a super rookie so simply, Anymore, it should be the power of a 4-star awakened person. A newcomer who had already reached the strength of a 4-star awakened, coupled with the fact that the Fearless One's MOU was so defiantly siding with him. Jiang Hui had already become a sought-after commodity in the eyes of these people. The heads of several large organizations were already mouthing off to their men. The topic was nothing more than to keep their eyes on Samuel Kong. If there's a chance, just scoop him up. But Jiang Hui didn't care about these people. He ignored everyone's gazes and left the venue. Just as he was walking out of the venue, he received a call from Chu He. "Brother, are you okay?" The live news club broadcast was suddenly interrupted. "Where are you now?" Hearing that there were still people who were genuinely concerned about themselves, Jiang Hui's heart was somewhat touched. "I'm fine." He wanted to ask Chu He about MOU, but when he thought that Chu He probably wouldn't know anything, he didn't say anything. "That's good, by the way, big brother. Mr. Du Qinghong has woken up, and he... What's wrong with him?" Ginger Samuel was a little nervous. The injuries on his body, almost all of them have been recovered, except for the blindness of one eye. His body is no longer a major problem. I have advised him to rest for a while longer, but as soon as he heard that you went to the scene of the press conference, he directly, without waiting for Chu He to finish, Jiang Hui had already seen that not far away, Du Qinghong, who was still wearing a hospital gown with bandages on his body, was limping towards him. "Chu He, I know. Thanks a lot. I'll hang up first." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Hui walked towards Du Qinghong, and before Jiang Hui could open his mouth, Du Qinghong had already said 2 words with a serious face. "Nonsense." Chapter 68. Hooking up. The winter afternoon carries a hint of coolness, and Du Qinghong's figure looks particularly lonely on the secluded street. The hospital gown and bandages on his body hunted in the cold wind, and every step his frail body took seemed incredibly difficult. Though his eyes were firm, his voice carried a weakness that was hard to hide. "Samuel Kong, what are you doing?" Du Qinghong's voice was low and hoarse, as if every word he uttered required great effort. One of his eyes was bandaged and completely blind, and the other pupil held a hint of reproach, but more concern. "Do you realize that you're putting yourself in danger by doing this? Someone has to attract their attention." Jiang Hui walked over to assist Du Qinghong. He could feel Du Qinghong's body trembling, seemingly out of anger or perhaps out of pain. "Teacher Du, you have already taken on too much for the Night Demon Parade alone. Teacher Yu has even... And now, those who want to completely crush the Night Demon Parade will definitely make a move," he said in a firm tone. "That's why they must be made to understand that the Nightmare Parade can't fall now." Conceited, Du Qinghong shook his head helplessly. "You're smart, Samuel Kong. You're really smart, but you're still too young. Plus that power inside you, it gives you the illusion that you can fight the whole world alone." Du Qinghong's hand had a death grip on Jiang Hui's sleeve. "Yu Qinshan died, but he would never want to see you fight this alone. I know there is a secret between you and Yu Qinshan, and I know it was you who pulled me back from the gates of hell. But this power should have to be your underpinning, not your eye-catching beacon." His voice was getting weaker. Jiang Hui also understood that he was indeed too angry, the kind of anger that was spawned from the power within his own body, though he was strong enough to take him under control. But it still seeps out of your fingertips like sand you can't hold. And the grit that seeped out would be a distraction that would prevent him from thinking properly. "I'm alive, Samuel Kong." Du Qinghong squeezed Jiang Hui's hand hard as he stared the teenager dead in the eyes. "I, an old thing, am still alive? So don't play all your cards so quickly. Rely on me a little more. As long as I'm around, Nightmare Parade can't fall." Jiang Hui suddenly had a very reassuring feeling. Obviously, the person in front of him had just walked back from the Ghost Gate, and now he couldn't even stand up. But what he said was just as good as Yu Qinshan, and it gave him a sense of security. "You're a kid, too, and the old thing isn't dead yet, so I'm not going to let you go and face this for us. Got it?" Du Qinghong raised his hand and pressed down on Jiang Hui's shoulder. Samuel Kong nodded vigorously. "I understand, Mr. Du." After that, Jiang Hui forces Du Qinghong back to the hospital arranged by Chu He and tells Du Qinghong that it's okay to ask him not to mess around, but he has to be at ease here to recuperate from his injuries. "You can't go back to the Nightmare Parade stronghold until you're healed." Unable to do anything else, Du Qinghong could only agree. He told Jiang Hui, "There's another member of the Night Demon Parade. She should be on her way back by now. She's not much older than you and Lu Yaotu, but she has a lot of combat experience, so until I'm discharged from the hospital, both of you should follow her instructions." Jiang Hui nodded his head in agreement, and only then did Du Qinghong put his heart down and closed his eyes to start resting. As he was leaving the hospital, Jiang Huai suddenly realized that there was a familiar back standing at the entrance of the hospital. Are you expecting someone? Samuel Kong asked as he walked up to the man. The young girl's body trembled slightly before she slowly turned to look at Jiang Hui. Yes. Mou looked at Jiang Hui without the slightest change in his face. I'm waiting for you. Jiang Hui frowned. He didn't like the feeling of not being able to guess others. And Mou's various behaviors now gave him an inscrutable implication. So he subconsciously wanted to keep his distance from this young girl. Thanks for today at the venue, but next time stay out of my way. Without waiting for Jiang Hui to finish, Mou had already interrupted him coldly. Today at the meeting place, even if I hadn't stopped you, you wouldn't have let that power run riot to go on a killing spree, would you? Ginger Samuel froze for a moment before nodding slightly. Why? I could feel the anger you were feeling, and that's why I stopped you, but then I could feel a hint of icy coldness in the midst of the searing heat of that anger. What, why? Samuel Kong smiled and asked rhetorically. Why don't you just kill those people present? Yes, there is no power that can match your kind of skeleton, at least in this city. Words have meaning. Jiang Hui raised his eyes slightly and looked at Mou. That is to say, outside of this city, perhaps there is still someone or something that can check and balance 100 Rex. Shouldn't it be more painful for you to kill these people who would threaten the nightmare parade? She's setting me up. I am not a beast. Ginger Samuel gazed at Mou and gave his answer. So, no need to test me like that. I don't have... Ink Feather was instantly anxious. She didn't even manage to control her expression well at the sight of Jiang Hui still looking at her with immense wariness. The young girl averted her head and muttered in a small voice. Why are you always watching out for me? Finally, Ink Brand said with a sigh. Samuel Jiang, join the Fearless. I can introduce you. You can be in my squad, and with your abilities within a year, you can be qualified for the position of captain. Jiang Hui laughed, and together they came to cut corners. And rightly so, after knowing the kind of power they had, how could people from these big organizations not gravitate towards them? So that's why you took my side at the meeting. Excuse me, I'm from the Nightmare Parade. Thank you for the invitation, Ms. Ink Feather. After saying that, Jiang Huai was about to leave, but Mou wordlessly followed him down the hospital steps together. Do you have anything else? Jiang Hui asked as he stood down and looked back at Mou. You joined the Dauntless and I can protect you. Mou looked at Jiang Huai seriously. For some reason, Jiang Huai felt that she was very serious when she said this. And that protection, not necessarily on a power level, after seeing the power of 100 skeletons. It was impossible for her not to be aware of how terrifying the power within her now was. That Mou should still mean something. With the resources of the Dauntless, it'll be a lot easier for you to do things too. So Dauntless really thinks highly of me, huh? No. Inkbrand shook his head. It's personal to me to let you in, but I can give you my word that I can do that, if you want to, at this point. A silence fell between the two for the time being, and then Jiang Hui felt a little annoyed. It looks like you're interested in my power. Jiang Hui looked at Mou with cold eyes and didn't hide anything. Since the other party had investigated himself 3 times and also guessed that he was 100 Rex, it was already obvious that he wanted to draw himself in. If you're really interested in my power, then why don't Ms. Ink Feather join the Night Demon Parade? Mou was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect Jiang Hui to say this. If Ms. Ink Feather joins the Night Demon Parade, my power can be used for you as well, and you can protect me. As he said, so wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? It's all been said and done, so she should get it. With those words, Jiang Huai wanted to turn around and leave. But once again, this ninny surprised Jiang Huai. Not yet. I'll only cause you a lot of trouble if I join now. She was actually thinking seriously about this, and by the sound of her words, it seemed like she was actually willing to join. Jiang Huai was completely speechless. What was going on with this woman? There was absolutely no way to think about it according to common sense. But Jiang Hui suddenly felt as if he had somewhat touched this young girl's heart. I'm sorry, Samuel Kong. Finally, instead, Mou apologized to Jiang Hui and said, I, now, is not a free body. I am a dog of the Mo family, is a knife they polished. All my actions are restricted the Mo family, the fearless, just like, it's like a chain. Samuel Kong answered for her. Although he wasn't sure why Mou was so interested in himself, he could sense that Mou was wearing shackles on his body. Aha! Ink Feather nodded, though reluctantly, but Samuel Kang's analogy was indeed apt. And then she lowered her head. I'm sorry, Samuel Kong. Forget what I said. I can't protect myself right now, and I probably can't protect you if you join the Dauntless. After saying that, Mou turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. But the sound of Jiang Huai's voice behind her made her stop and turn around, and then an object in the air came to her eyes in a parabola. Mou subconsciously held it in his hand and spread it out to see that it was a lollipop. Someone's been really into sending me this lately, and I've kind of gotten into the habit of it, Samuel Kong said with a smile. If you are truly willing to join the Nightmare Parade, I will cut the chains for you. But not now, because I can tell you haven't made up your mind yet. When you're in a bad mood, eat candy. Don't keep a straight face all day long. It's already a struggle to survive in these times. Don't put more pressure on yourself. Remember to let me know the day you decide. Saying that, Jiang Huai waved his hand towards Mou. That's how seeds are sometimes planted. And the day that seed germinates, perhaps Nightmare Parade will harvest a powerful combatant. Jiang Hui felt a little guilty that he shouldn't have taken advantage of such a young girl. But if it makes her live a little happier, it's not a bad idea. Mou looked at Jiang Hui's back as he left, and then looked at the candy in her hand. The corners of her mouth quivered slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she closed her mouth. After carefully kicking that lollipop into a shirt pocket, Mou turned around and walked in different directions with Jiang Huai. How could she not know what Samuel Kong intended? But if that helps to stand by his side, or can get yourself to actually cut the chain, and why not? The two men currently traveling in opposite directions may someday have their paths cross again, and until that day arrives, they all have to be prepared accordingly in some way. Brother, you're playing war games with me again. Mou's hand was tucked in his pocket, holding the lollipop in a death grip, an imperceptible smile on his face. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 69, Gifts. Before Jiang Hui went home, he purposely went to the food market to buy a lot of vegetables. What he wanted was to go home and make some stews and tonics, and cook some of Lu Wanyin's favorite dishes, then pack them up and send them over to her in the afternoon. Though no, she's in a low mood right now, but her body was already in need of more nutrients than others, and if it collapsed now, it would be hard to make up for it. Thinking so, Jiang Huai accelerated his pace, but just as he returned to the door of his rented apartment, his hand that was about to unlock the door stopped. For he could distinctly hear, in his own home, a rustling sound. Could it be a thief? Jiang Hui was puzzled as to how anyone could steal from him when he was penniless. With that thought, he carefully opened the door to the house. The aroma of an appetizing meal wafted out of the kitchen. What's the situation? This thief came to my house to cook, but when he saw the small pair of short boots at the foyer, Jiang Huai understood, but was equally surprised. Because the boots belonged to Lu Wanyin. So slow, where have you been? Lu Wanyin, who was wearing an apron and tying her hair into a ponytail, poked out half of her body from the kitchen. She was wearing light makeup on her face, but even so, Jiang Hui could see her eyes, which were already a bit red and swollen from crying. Samuel Kong rushed over and grabbed her arm. Fuck, what for? Move your hands as soon as you get here. Lu Evening was a little uncomfortable being controlled by Jiang Hui. She turned her head away, not daring to look into Jiang Hui's eyes. How are you doing? Is everything okay? It's okay. What can I do? Look at you. Worrying like that. Not like you at all. Lu Evening barely squeezed out a smile, and then looked at the side and said, if you don't let go of me, the water is going to boil dry. Oh, this is the beef that I specially stewed for you. You go rest. I'll do it. Jiang Hui tried to push Lu Evening out of the kitchen, but the young girl lightly turned around and entered the kitchen again. Don't, I'm almost done. Why did you buy so much food too? It's okay, we'll do it all. You eat it all. You think I'm a pig? Lu Evening gently hammered Jiang Hui's shoulder, and then the two of them started cooking together, during which Jiang Hui kept observing Lu Evening, noticing that something was still wrong with her mood. Whenever she was a little idle, she would stand still and stare, so she didn't want to stop herself for a moment, eating after cooking, cleaning up after eating. And finally, there was a big cleanup that started at Samuel Kang's house. Time for the raid. The young girl ran into Jiang Huai's bedroom while saying that, and then violently drilled under Jiang Huai's bed again. Only this time, Samuel Kong didn't stop her. Just watching the young girl move, burying half her body under the bed. Samuel Kong. After a long time, the young girl's voice came from under the bed. He walked over and sat on the floor next to the bed. Am I? Pretty useless, like a burden dragging him down for more than 10 years. He obviously cannot have to live so hard. Ginger Samuel did not speak, but waited for the young girl to continue. This more than 10 years? He never dared to spend money for my sake. Every time he did a quest, a little bit of money will be saved for me, to buy clothes for me, to pay my tuition fees, in order to be able to let me eat better. He himself every day to eat instant noodles. He doesn't owe me anything at all. The Nightmare Cruise owes a lot of money, and old Duke and him are having a tough time. But he still gave me the best he could. Lu Evening Yin's voice was gradually colored with a touch of sadness, mixed with a hint of trembling. I still remember. Once I was working outside. I came home late and found him drinking a lot of wine. And when he was drunk, he just lay there and cried. While crying, he also said he was sorry for me. He said, obviously such a nice kid, obviously should have a more radiant life. But instead, he has to follow himself and Nestle in this shabby house. He's already trying so hard. Why are you still crying? Idiot, idiot. Zhang Hui nodded slightly. Then his hand gently patted Lu Evening Yin's hindquarters. Every dad would want to give his daughter the best life possible, perhaps in Mr. Yu's opinion. Such a life is not what you deserve. The young girl was under the bed, wrapped in darkness as she began to sob and her body began to tremble. No, he's a good dad. He has no idea, doesn't know what I want. I want him to come home peacefully every day and fight with me. Eat my cooking. I want him to watch me grow day by day and become something he can count on. Mr. Yu doesn't understand. Zhang Hui sighed while holding Lu Wan Yin's waist with both hands. You, what do you do? Out! Zhang Hui yanked Lu Evening Yin out from under the bed with force. But the young girl still buried her face in the crook of her arm. Zhang Hui obediently took his backpack from the bed, which had become a bit tattered in the midst of the beast tide. But even so, the gift box was already on the verge of being squeezed out of shape. At this moment, he took it out and handed it to Lu Evening Yin. This is what? Lu Wan Yin froze slightly as she looked at the gift box. Teacher, you bought you a birthday present, Samuel Kong said. She carefully untied the ribbon and uncovered the box. What came into view was a brand new cell phone, shiny and glossy, as if it still smelled fresh from the factory. Next to the phone, there was an invoice with the price clearly printed on it, over $4,000. A flash of surprise flashed through Lu Evening Yin's eyes, which was then replaced by emotion. And then she laughed, tears silently crossing her face and dripping onto the box. This cell phone, it's over $4,000? The invoices are still in there? This idiot, he can't even buy his own clothes that are so worn out, to actually buy me something so expensive. The young girl's voice trembled as she carefully stroked the phone. Good thing the phone didn't suffer any damage. Zhang Hui did not say anything more. Now he could only accompany her silently. But I didn't expect that in the next second, Lu Evening Yin directly grabbed Zhang Hui's collar. The young girl's face was streaked with tears, and her eyes were sparkling with stars as she looked at Zhang Hui very seriously. You're the one who made my heart beat again, and you're the one who made me accept the reality that I'm sad. Even now, I'm sad, so you have to take responsibility for me. Don't forget. This drama of ours, it's not over yet. So tonight would be good, can I? By your side and cry. Her hands were trembling as she gripped the collar of Samuel Kang's coat, her voice filled with a certain begging. Ginger Samuel's surprise slowly turned into a certain reassurance. He held the young girl's hand tightly before it slipped out of his grasp, and then in one smooth motion, he took the girl into his arms. Whenever you want. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 70, Dark Lines. Lu Yuanin slept very deeply that night. In Zhang Hui's arms, her breathing was even, and despite the tear stains hanging from the corners of her eyes, she was finally able to get a good night's sleep. Ginger Samuel stayed by her side until the break of dawn when he himself fell asleep. It seemed that he had used his power a little too much. He slept straight through this sleep until noon. When he woke up, he was hit with the smell of a meal. He slowly sat up and didn't need to think to know that it was Lu Evening Yin who was cooking. He yawned and walked to the living room, and sure enough, he saw Lu Evening Yin making lunch, her spirits slightly better after seeing that Zhang Hui had woken up. The young woman turned slightly to look at him and said in a gentle tone, "Go brush your teeth and wash your face." "Are you better now?" While eating, Zhang Hui asked with some concern. "Well, the future that Lao Yu wants to see, I will definitely try to realize it." Zhang Hui saw some sort of determination in his eyes, so his heart relaxed a little as he said jokingly, "Lao Yu still wants to see you get married and have children. You have to work hard." Yet right after uttering those words, the two men's gazes unconsciously met. Lu Evening Yin's voice spoke in a low but unmistakable voice. "Then will you marry me?" For a moment, The sound of clashing chopsticks stopped. Jiang Hui still had unswallowed rice in his mouth, and Lu Evening on the opposite side of the table didn't seem to expect that he would say these words. The two men averted their eyes almost simultaneously. Ha ha, just kidding. Lu Wanyin was the first to wave her hand and smile. I guess so. Samuel Kong continued to start picking at the rice. Next, seemingly to pull away from the conversation, Jiang Hui inquired why Lu Wanyin had so many faces. Is it shading me? Lu Evening asked, holding her chin in her hand. No, it's really quite curious. When I was a child, I was actually quite afraid to get along with people. Lao Yu sent me to elementary school. I was like a hedgehog. Whoever came near me, I would be very nervous and show aggression. For this reason, Lao Yu was often called to the school to criticize. Samuel Kong listened to the young girl's story while he ate. That's why Lao Yu told me that if I'm worried about being hurt by others, then I should use my superb acting skills to compile mask after mask to disguise myself. And then she looked at Jiang Hui with provocative eyes. And you, Jiang Hui, you are the only man who has unmasked all of my masks. You can be held responsible for that. Jiang Hui said after freezing for a moment that he had indeed inadvertently touched her softest side. Ha ha, you're joking again. This time it's not. Lu Yin's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Looking at Lu Yin's slightly reddened cheeks, Jiang Hui couldn't tell if this was another superb acting outburst. Well, at this time, Jiang Hui's cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, Jiang Hui realized it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, no insurance, no house, no car, no loan. There were so many of these advertising calls that Samuel Kong had been conditioned. But just before he hung up, an emotionless woman's voice came from across the room. Is this Samuel Kong from the Nightmare Parade? It's me, what's going on here? I've been boxed in. Tonight at 8 p.m., the Nightmare Parade is at the Stronghold. Bring Luck Wanyin with you. There's a meeting. Huh? Excuse me? Ruero. Todleo. The phone was hung up, and Jiang Hui looked at the phone screen suspiciously before suddenly remembering something. Lu Evening on the opposite side was also a bit puzzled. What's wrong? We're on a Nightmare Parade. Isn't there another one out in the field? Yinlo, what's up? Jiang Hui pointed to the phone. She just called and asked us to go back to the meeting at 8 p.m. As night falls, the hustle and bustle of the city falls silent. The afterglow of neon lights flickered among the tall buildings in the distance, as if they were the eyes of the night, peering into the sorrows and joys of the world. The stronghold of the Night Demon Parade, the dilapidated two-story small house, just standing quietly in the night, as if an old man through the vicissitudes of life, silently guarding the memories of the past. Lu Evening stood in front of the door of the stronghold, her hand gently touching the mottled iron door, an inexplicable emotion welling up in her heart. It's like being afraid of something. And then the other hand covered the back of her hand. Go, Jiang Hui said to Lu Evening with a smile. Lu Evening took a deep breath before nodding, and then the two of them pushed open the iron door together. The duo entered the first floor, and as that door slowly opened, a cold breeze blew out of the room with a hint of dampness and mold. There was no more Yuqin Shan sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, waving at her in greeting. At this moment, the first floor of the stronghold is not lit, a silence. Only a few strands of moonlight through the window, sprinkled on the mottled floor, looks particularly bleak. Lu Evening footsteps couldn't help but slow down, her eyes scanning around in the darkness, trying to find those familiar corners. The couch, the coffee table, the bookshelves, every place seemed empty. Jiang Hui pulled the wrist of Lu Wanyin, who was standing in the doorway, and froze. The light is on the second floor. Let's go up to the second floor, he said as gently as he could. Good. Lu Wanyin nodded. After arriving on the second floor, they found Du Qinghong's office light on, so they pushed the door and walked in. Inside the room, a tall woman was organizing those handwritten documents of Du Qinghong. You're 5 minutes late. The woman turned her back to the duo, her voice indifferent, before slowly turning around. Her figure stood out in the soft light. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s, slightly older than Samuel Kong. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, a few strands of it falling unnoticed, adding a bit of softness. Her gaze fell intently on the documents in her hands, her fingers gently flipping the paper, every movement revealing elegance and calmness. However, although her face was soft, there was no emotion to speak of. Sister Yun, Lu Evening whispered the woman's name. Yun Luo nodded slightly, but her eyes still kept scanning over those papers she was holding in her hand, not looking at the two. My name is Rudolo, head of the Nightmare Parade field team. Only after a long time did she raise her eyes slightly and look at Jiang Huai and said, Samuel Kong, a newcomer who just joined the Nightmare Parade. Jiang Huai politely extended his hand towards her. Yun Luo looked at Jiang Huai's hand, but there was no reaction. It's a dire situation, so I'll get right to it. And then she opened the back of the conversation to herself, and Jiang Huai had to slowly lower his hand again. The association has lifted some of the bans, but we still owe a large amount of foreign debt now. Yun Luo continued, her eyes and tone not half as rippled. It was as if Nightmare Parade's current predicament had nothing to do with her. We need to find new sources of funding to keep the organization going. Samuel Kong frowned. I thought the Awakened Association had forgiven the external debt of the Nightmare Parade. The association has no right to forgive us on behalf of those who died in the last beast wave. Yun Luo put down the information and looked at Jiang Hui with indifferent eyes. And Samuel Kong found out. There seemed to be something strange about this woman. His own perceptions were so strong that the tone of voice and movements of the average person's speech allowed him to pick up on some of the changes in the person's mood. But this woman called Yun Luo in front of him. Every word she said and every action she did made Jiang Hui feel nothing. To put it bluntly, Yun Luo was like a talking puppet in the eyes of Jiang Hua. No semblance of a mood swing. Lu Evening Yin gently tugged on Jiang Hui's sleeve, seemingly imploring Jiang Hui with her eyes not to care. Jiang Hui nodded slightly before looking at Yun Luo and said, Does Ru have any good ideas? After the Night Demon Parade was massively downsized, the association also restricted most of our permissions to take on missions, and under these circumstances, Du Qinghong and Yu Qinshan supported the daily expenses of the entire organization. With that, he picked up a handwritten ledger. This is Du Qinghong's handwritten account. He's using the few funds he has to run a few small businesses in exchange for some cash flow that he can maneuver around, but it's nowhere near enough to support the day-to-day maintenance of the Nightmare Parade. So, you mean that the financial source of the Night Demon Parade, the big head, is in Mr. Yu? That's true, but Yu Qinshan is ostensibly a construction worker, and there's no way his salary could support such a massive debt and routine maintenance. Yun Luo tapped the desktop with her finger, her tone still cold. That's why I suspect that Yu Qinshan has his own dark line. He's bootlegging the infected with the core of the beast. ##. Chapter 71, Relics. As I recall, selling kernels privately is a felony in the association. Samuel Kong said with a frown. Regarding this, it was still Yu Qinshan who personally told him that regardless of whether it was a private chopper hunt versus a mission chopper hunt, the kernels obtained would have to be recovered by the association. This situation only applies to small and medium-sized organizations, and it's an unwritten and unspoken rule of the association that the big organizations, chopping hunts, almost always keep the kernels for themselves. Rudolo added, and the Nightmare Parade apparently has no such privilege. Samuel Kong said. Yun Luo nodded. I've already called and asked Du Qinghong. He stated that Yu Qinshan would indeed privately withhold some of the kernels in the chopping hunt, but he wasn't sure about Yu Qinshan's darker lines either. The first order of business is to deal with the debts of the Nightmare Parade. The Awakened Association has sent in the papers this afternoon, and they have requested that the Nightmare Parade must fulfill two major targets before the end of the year. 1. The stop must cease its loss-making status before the year is out. 2. The organization must be expanded to 5. Jiang Huai was a bit surprised. Originally thought that the epistle from the General Assembly side was a lifesaver for the Night Demon Parade. But now it looks like this is basically a death sentence if there's no good way to fix this. Yun Luo ignored Jiang Hui's shock as she continued. If Nightmare Parade fails to meet these two major targets, then the organization will be forcibly disbanded and the personnel will be absorbed by other organizations, if no organization is willing to take us in. Then we will be organized into the vanguard of the next beast wave. To put it bluntly, it's also known as a daredevil. Cannon fodder. Jiang Hui now had a deep appreciation of what this so-called vanguard was. And what you need to do now is to go to Yu Qinshan's place and check if he left some clues. Ginger Samuel didn't say anything anymore. Yun Luo noticed Jiang Hui's silence and asked, Is there anything else? Mr. Yu once said that you were his student, right? Aha! Rui Lo admitted flatly. Then you, to his death. Samuel Kong was going to say, Why did you accept his death so lightly? But Lu Evening Yin once again tugged on Jiang Hui's sleeve before stealing the conversation. Sister Yun, I'll go with Jiang Hui in this matter. Lao Yu's. Relics I have packed. Yun Luo nodded, then stopped speaking and turned around to continue to start looking through those handwritten notes. After leaving the stronghold, Jiang Huai couldn't help himself. He stopped Lu Evening Yin and asked, "Is she really from the Night Demon Parade? How do I feel that she... Think she's too cold?" Lu Evening Yin looked back at Jiang Hui and smiled faintly. Everyone who sees Sister Yun for the first time, this is the same evaluation. No matter what it is, she seems to be unadulterated with any personal feelings. Absolutely rational. Yes. Ginger Samuel nodded. I think it's very unreasonable. Lu Evening Yin stretched her back while walking ahead to guide Jiang Hui. For normal people, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are normal. But for Sister Yun, these things that everyone else has are feelings that she will never be able to experience. What do you mean? Jiang Hui seemed to have guessed something, but still waited for Lu Evening Yin to give an answer. Sister Yun's awakened ability is very powerful. She's the most capable one in the Night Demon Parade besides Lao Yu. She's a psychic alien with the ability of perfect mimicry. As long as it's not an awakened that's too much above her power, she can perfectly mimic the opponent's ability. Jiang Hui pondered slightly for a moment. This was indeed a very powerful power, not just for attribute aliens, but even for body-strengthening aliens. Rudolo also mimics its abilities perfectly. But at the same time, such a powerful force might come with some pain that others can't imagine. So the side effects are... Sister Yun was awakened at the age of 3, and on the day of her awakening, she completely lost her feelings. Joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, all of these most common emotions possessed by normal people, Sister Yun does not possess. So in her head, an absolute rationality will be maintained. This would also explain why she was indifferent to Yu Qinshan's death. Ru used to try so hard to act like she understood people, but that only gained her more ill will, so she stopped trying to have feelings. But there are exceptions, said Lu Evening Yin with a sudden smile. Only once, when she was practicing against Lao Yu, Sister Yun seemed to be angry. Jiang Hui concluded after a moment of contemplation. Her feelings are not completely lost, but they are suppressed by some kind of power. Correct applause for you. Lu Wanyin turned to Jiang Hui and clapped her hands. Jiang Hui gave her a blank look. You're pretty good at hiding your emotions so well too. Once again, he returned to Yu Qinshan's home. Jiang Hui realized that Lu Wanyin was quite a bit more composed than before though. But it was still a bit of a stretch to let her touch Yu Qinshan's relics again in such a short period of time. There were several times when Jiang Hui saw Lu Evening Yin dully holding the objects left behind by Yu Qinshan, her eyes empty and lifeless. Samuel Kong couldn't watch any longer. Give me a pack of cigarettes and some barbecue. Jiang Hui touched out $100 and handed it to Lu Evening Yin. Call me if it's not enough. I'll send you money. Lu Evening Yin pinched the money and was a little puzzled. Do you? Smoking. Jiang Hui smiled non-committally before gently shoving Lu Evening Yin's back to get her to hurry up and leave. Get going. If you're late, the barbecue stands in the neighborhood will be closed. Lu Evening Yin seemed to understand what Jiang Hui meant, and she glanced at him gratefully before spitting out her tongue. Which good guy's barbecue stand closes so early? Watching Lu Evening Yin leave, Jiang Hui stretched his back before he began to organize Yu Qinshan's relics alone. It's time to say no. Although Yu Qinshan looked scruffy, but his personal belongings were packed in an organized manner, and his clothes, those were folded neatly. Lu Evening Yin was at her own home during this time, and this should have been organized by Yu Qinshan himself. Look at that look he usually has. Samuel Kong had almost forgotten about it. Yu Qinshan was a priest before. After checking out the entire house as well as Yu Qinshan's relics, Jiang Hui understood Yu Qinshan's intentions. Perhaps in order to give Lu Wanyin a good living environment, he was meticulous about his personal life. When the neighbors heard the commotion just now and came over to check, they heard the news of Yu Qinshan's unfortunate death at the construction site, and they were also emotional. Said Yu Qinshan was a good man, pulling up an orphan all by himself. Usually, as long as Lu Wanyin is there, he doesn't dare to smoke in the house. He hides in the corridor outside the house to smoke. He had indeed given Lu Evening Yin the best life he could manage on his own. Just as Jiang Hui was sorting through Yu Qinshan's old clothes, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something sewn into the lining of some of the clothes. He carefully unwrapped the lining of these clothes, and in turn found letter after letter. Ginger Samuel's mood snapped up. Finally, Chapter 72, The Mosey Family. These are the records of Yu Qinshan's dealings with that mysterious organization. Yu Qinshan recorded in great detail, but the only thing he didn't write was the name of that organization. Only a string of cell phone numbers were left. Suddenly, a cold sensation came from his cheek. Jiang Hui turned around violently and saw that Lu Evening had appeared by his side at an unknown time. Ah, you scared me to death. Why did you suddenly turn your head? Lu Wanyin's guts were as small as ever, and her own pranks resulted in her being the one who got scared instead. Wasn't I supposed to be intimidated? Ginger Samuel gave a bitter laugh helplessly, then took the cold beer that was plastered on his face from her. Lu Evening put the rest of the beer and barbecue on the table, while shrinking back in her chair to look at the letters that Jiang Hui had found. What does it say? Information on teacher use kernel deal with a certain organization. Lu Evening said as she opened her beer and took a sip, which stunned Jiang Hui. Old Yu is still really trading kernels in private. Lu Wanin said as she ate the barbecue. Jiang Hui gave Lu Evening a slight sideways glance. She had just approached herself silently and stuck a cold beer in her face. That's not reasonably possible. The current Jiang Hui, probably only a 5-star awakened person, could manage to hide his breath from him. But more than once, Lu Evening had made herself imperceptible to her presence. Samuel Kong had to go and wonder if it had something to do with the fact that she had been resurrected once with her own power. Lu Evening noticed Jiang Hui's eyes looking at herself intentionally or unintentionally, so said with a deliberately light smile, "If you want to see it, you should look at it in a big way. You're still shy, aren't you?" Ahem. Samuel Kong coughed twice and stood up after taking a swig of beer. No more letters? I've looked at it and there's no valid information. With that, he walked towards the door of the room. I have some errands to run. Do you want to stay here tonight or go back to my place? Lu Wanin thought for a moment and said, "Can I join you?" Jiang Hui scratched his head in mock embarrassment. "It's some personal matters of mine. Queuing up to buy something. If you want to come, you can do it too. Let's queue up together, ah." Lu Evening gave Jiang Hui a glance, lining up to buy something at night. "It can't be some little yellow book. I'm not going. You go by yourself. I'll organize Lao Yu's stuff again and then go back to your house to wait for you." Okay. Ginger Samuel smiled and closed the door. And in its hand, it secretly held the letter with the contact number. It's not clear how deep the other side is. That's why Jiang Hui decided to investigate this matter alone first. He is indeed smart, but sometimes it was also too easy to think of Lu Wanin. The young girl stood by the windowsill, dragging her chin with her hand, looking at the back of the teenager who was gradually walking away under the moon. "You're good at everything, but not so good at cheating. If you really go out with me, be careful. Don't let me catch you in the act." The Mo family mansion in Lingyu City welcomed its true owner today, Mo Yunsheng. The current head of the Mo family rushed to the city full of joy after the beast tide ended. The reason was simple. His daughter, Mo Yu, had been very active in the midst of the beast tide and had even destroyed a side of the rift just by leading a group of students and instructors. Such feats directly brought fame to both his family of Ink and the Fearless. But now that mood was completely ruined for him. Bang! The heavy head of the cane struck the young girl hard in the face, knocking her slender body onto its back. Inkbrand's blood splattered on the floor, and he only felt a wave of dizziness. "Get up!" Mo Yunxing's voice was incomparably cold. This voice was like an unquestionable order. And at this time, Mo Yu, who was already covered in wounds, still climbed up from the ground. And then once again, he knelt before his father. "Who do you think you have all this now? Because of..." Mo Yunsheng took the silk scarf handed over by the maid and wiped his hands that were stained with blood. "It's me." Mo Yunsheng walked over to the young girl before slowly picking her face up with his cane so that it had to look at him. "I'm the one who gave you everything you needed to go from a worthless piece of trash, garbage, streetwise adopted outcast to what you are today." He slowly crouched down and looked at the young girl's blood-stained face. The moment those eyes met his gaze, the man's anger rose again. "Fearless, Captain, Miss Mo, power and glory are in your hands, and you're still not satisfied? I have given you everything, and how do you repay me?" Inkfeather didn't say a word, just looked at the man, his eyes not half retreating. "You actually sheltered a piece of trash from a night demon parade, openly going against the association, standing against the 3 major organizations, even involving Dauntless in it. And this is what you get in return for me?" The man slapped Ingbrand hard across the face. The young girl's body fell on its side again. And this time, something slipped out of her pocket. "That's the candy he gave her?" "It's also a small promise, a small seed. A little bit of hope." What do you think you are? MOU. You're a dog raised by the MO family. A sword, a puppet, a tool. All you have to do is listen to me. How dare you eat something like this that only children eat? The man was getting angrier and angrier. He violently raised his foot, and then in the midst of MOU's gradually widening pupils, he ruthlessly stomped on the candy that fell on the ground. No! Listen to me, Muru. Your mother is a lowlife bitch. There was contempt and disdain in the man's voice. Does she really think she can have my love in that capacity? The mere thought makes me sick, insatiable slut. His leather shoes stepped heavily on the candy on the ground, which was instantly crushed with a dull, ringing sound, as if the dreams and hopes in MOU's heart had been mercilessly destroyed. And the only reason I let you into the Murray family is because of your power. The man continued, his voice growing colder. You have to do what no one else can do. You have to be a hero. You have to make the Mercs famous. You have to make the Dauntless the pinnacle of all organizations. His words were full of commands and expectations, but more than that, he was controlling and binding Inkbrand. If this power does not work for me. His words suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. I wouldn't mind, then, breaking the blade myself. He turned his back on the young girl, without realizing that the tool who had always been at his beck and call, for the moment had quietly raised his head and looked at him with a strange look. Meanwhile, something inside had begun to germinate. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 73, Going to the Appointment. Late at night in Lingyu City, a young girl wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and covering her scarred cheeks with a hat and mask walked aimlessly through the lonely streets. Her hands were tucked in her pockets, holding tightly to the lollipop that had completely shattered, but the wrapping was still intact. The sea breeze of the winter night blew through her body like a knife. The young girl, however, did not resist the cold, but instead used the sea breeze to clear her mind a bit. The man's last words echoed in her ears. Someone who doesn't want a nightmare parade to exist, don't get involved with them again. Even if the General Assembly temporarily spares the Night Demon Parade now, the organization will soon be overthrown. And even if it's a newcomer, they definitely won't let it go. Nightmare Parade. Who was really offended? Thinking like this, MOU came to an intersection and slightly raised her head. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. The teenager wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and mask like his own was talking to someone on the phone at the intersection. Ginger Soprano. At the sight of the teenager, MOU's hand squeezing the candy clenched a few more times. Samuel Kong dialed the number on that letter. What he didn't expect was that the phone didn't take long to connect, and the person on the other end of the line clearly knew that Jiang Huai was not Yuqin Shan. Mr. Whoever you are, please forget this number. It's in your best interest and mine not to try to contact us again. The sound had obviously been processed somehow. Samuel Kong couldn't hear whether it was a man or a woman. I am Yuqin Shan's disciple and a member of the Night Demon Parade, and I would like to continue trading with you, as my master did. I don't care who you are, sir. We're not going to make a deal with you. Before the other party was about to hang up, Jiang Hui immediately said, I can get a more powerful colonel. How powerful is it? The other end of the phone was like teasing a child. Even the mechanical voice changer had a hint of teasing. It's more powerful than whatever Yuqin Shan traded with you before. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and then it rang again without the mechanical voice changer. It turned into a very flirtatious woman's voice. Little brother, are you sure you know what you're talking about? I'm sure. 1 hour from now, Marina Park, Lingyu City. You're coming alone. Marina Park? It's the one that's still under construction? Totally. The phone was hung up, and when Samuel Kong called again, the number no longer existed. He sneered while putting away the phone. In any case, at least there's contact now. He put the phone away and took a deep breath, adjusting himself. The night wind was a little cooler, and he wrapped up his clothes tightly and took a step toward the still under construction Marina Park. Lingyu City's Marina Park, a place that once looked majestic on the plans, is now just a chaotic construction site. The huge crane stood out in the night. Jiang Hui looked around and saw only some unfinished building frames. The busy figures of the workers during the day had disappeared, leaving only these lonely buildings standing quietly in the night. There is no daytime hustle and bustle, no roar of machines, just silence and darkness. Just as Jiang Hui walked on top of a building clearing, the surrounding cranes suddenly lit up, and the lights converged on the area where Jiang Hui was, making the darkness of the place suddenly invisible. Jiang Hui's eyes only faintly emitted a light blue glow, unaffected by the sudden brightening of the glare. That's why he immediately realized that the figures saving up in the darkness were gradually approaching him. In a short while, this open space was already surrounded by hundreds of people. "I'm here to talk business, not fight." Samuel Kong looked around and shouted. But no one responded to him, until a pretty figure gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Everyone consciously made a path for her. The most important thing in talking business is honesty. The woman was wearing a fur coat. Her body was enchanting and her appearance was charming. Her eyes were slightly provocative as she looked at Jiang Hui and said. Jiang Hui knew that this woman might be the leader. He looked at the woman and said with a smile, "Sister, I dare to come alone at such a big night. Isn't this sincerity enough? Then I hope you like this cemetery I chose for you, little brother. Although this place is still to be built, it will surely be a piece of feng shui treasure in the future, and I believe you have no complaints if you can be buried here." Jiang Hui froze for a moment before asking with a smile still on his face. "Can I know why?" "Because you didn't go to the appointment alone." As soon as the woman's words came out, the smile on Jiang Hui's face froze before he asked, "What is the meaning of this?" She sighed, "Little brother, do you really think we're that kind of rabble? I guessed you'd bring someone, only I didn't realize that you were related to her." During the time the woman was speaking, a silhouette had silently and unobtrusively walked up to Jiang Hui's side. "I'm right, aren't I? Captain of the fearless squad, Ms. Ink Feather." Jiang Hui, people are stupid. He looked at Mou in surprise. "It's you again?" Mou was still wearing a mask and hood, but those eyes were still clear. She looked at Jiang Hui before turning to face the woman. "I followed him here, without his knowledge." As a 5-star awakened Mou, if she wanted to hide her breath, then Jiang Hui, who was not skeletonized, would indeed be unable to detect her presence. "But why do you run into her everywhere you go?" "I don't need to know that." The woman smiled helplessly before looking at Mou and said, "Despite having some business dealings with your family, I'm sorry, Ms. Ink Feather. You broke our rules, and I'm going to have to let you die here along with this brother." The woman snapped her fingers as she finished, and then a stocky man stepped out from behind her. Mou froze slightly after seeing the man, and then frowned. "The mad ghost of the ninth heaven? Someone you know well?" Jiang Hui also saw that the tall man didn't seem quite right. There was something strange about his aura. "No. He used to be an elite member of an organization called Nine Heavens, whose strength was a 5-star awakened, but he should have been sacrificed during the last beast tie to be right, and I've only heard of his name and seen his file." An awakened who had already died still appeared here, so there was only one explanation. "He's infected." The woman smiled slightly when she heard Jiang Hui's conclusion. "Little brother is still quite perceptive. If it wasn't for the fact that you're breaking our rules, I'd really like to keep you by my side." She licked her lips gently while looking at the mad ghost and said faintly, "Kill them all?" Chapter 74. What's the point? The massive body of the mad ghost began to walk towards the duo one step at a time. Mou did not carry his saber, but at the moment, he was still blocking Jiang Hui's body. Jiang Hui glanced at her form slightly and seemed to think something was wrong. "You're injured?" "No. Don't you worry. I'll get you out of here." The mad ghost let out a muffled snort from his nose and then said in a very dull and hoarse voice, "No, you all have to stay here today." Mou's right hand has become red, swollen, and painful under his father's punishment, and even lifting it seems extremely difficult. Her left hand slowly reached out and gripped Jiang Hui's wrist, as if conveying a determination to Jiang Hui. The young girl's voice was still as indifferent as water. "Don't leave my side. I know that right now your body hasn't recovered yet. Wait and follow me closely. I'll make sure you get out of here safely." However, Samuel Kong was not swayed by her concerns. He gently broke free of Inkbrand's hand before meeting the mad ghost. His movements were slow, but each step seemed unusually determined, as if no force could stop him from advancing. "What do you do?" Mou said somewhat anxiously. "Trust me, I can take you away." Jiang Hui stopped and looked slightly sideways at Mou, a warm smile on his face. "I believe in you." His voice was calm and firm. "So trust me for once too, and don't worry, we'll both be fine." Mou froze, staring blankly at Jiang Hui's back. "He's infected now. Stop treating him like a 5-star awakened." As soon as Mou's words fell, that crazy ghost had already accelerated its pace. As expected, every step he took caused the earth to tremble beneath Jiang Hui's feet. It was indeed impossible that this kind of power could be possessed by a 5-star awakened person. There seemed to be an invisible force surging around the mad ghost's body, and every breath he took carried a sense of oppression, as if even the air was oppressed by his breath. The mad ghost body began to mutate, and the entire person transformed into a humanoid alien beast. It roared and stabbed the steel blades that its arms had transformed into at Jiang Hui. Just when Mou thought that Jiang Hui would once again turn into a skeleton, the mad ghost's attack stopped. The steel blade stopped less than a foot away from Jiang Hui's face, no longer able to take half a step forward. The woman who had been feeling a bit bored was also a bit puzzled after seeing this scene. What are you waiting for? She looked at the mad ghost's back and whispered an order. Kill them. Mad ghost seemed eager to carry out the order as well. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the plain human in front of him, but his body was completely out of control, as if it no longer belonged to him. You did something. Mad ghost popped out from between his teeth. Samuel Kong smiled and said, nothing, but my power has some rather special effects on the infected. Everyone present, including Mo, you could not see that one blue thread after another was slowly reaching out from Jiang Hui's back at the moment, and these threads continued to converge, finally linking to the back of the mad ghost's head. Those eyes that flickered with pale blue flames gazed at the lurid beast. At the same time, an irresistible command was sent directly into his brain. Your power is beneath me, so kneel and submit to me. Flop. In the next second, the foreign beast that the mad ghost had transformed into prostrated itself directly in front of Jiang Hui. Dominator. Jiang Hui looked down at the mad ghost without a half-hearted expression on his face. And that maniacal ghost had only one thought in his head right now. Submission. Ink Feather looked at what was in front of her with consternation, and then immediately associated it with the bug mother who had the power to manipulate the infected. Jiang Hui, can you not? Able to devour the power of the beast? The woman was also looking excited at the moment. It seems you're not a loser, little brother, and you've pleased me. Then can we continue to talk about the deal? Jiang Hui asked with a smile. The woman wrapped her arms around her chest and leaned against the front of a black sedan and said, I'm sorry, brother, but the Yuqinshan line is dead. But I'm curious, brother. She looked at Samuel Kong with a slightly raised eyebrow. Why would an awakened of your strength stoop to cruising the night demons? If there is another organization in this world that is doing its best to try to save humanity, then I believe that organization would be the Nightmare Parade. Jiang Hui's words caused the woman to faintly freeze, and then let out a snort. You are too cute, little brother, but unfortunately, rules are rules, and the Yuqinshan line is dead. And then she added, but we can set up a new contact line for you. Wait in peace, little brother. I will contact you again. With that, the woman pulled open the car door. At this time, Mou spoke up. Danju Chamber of Commerce. How did you get the power to control the infected? And how did you convert the already dead awakened into infected? Danju Chamber of Commerce. These 4 words made the woman's movement stop. She slowly turned her head. Her face no longer carried that hint of playfulness. Instead, she looked at Mou in an ice-cold and incomparable manner. Missy of the Mo family, you also surprised me by investigating the name of our organization. But the method of controlling the infected, I don't think you should ask me, but rather the little brother next to you, who I think knows more about it than we do. Wait, Samuel Kong called out to the woman. The woman looked at Samuel Kong with a slight sideways glance. Brother, I quite like you, so I'll allow you to interrupt me one last time. Go ahead. What is it? Are you Darkwalkers? Jiang Hui's words echoed in the air, and an eerie atmosphere caused everyone to fall silent. Finally, the woman sneered and said, Yes, we are the rats that walk in the shadows in the mouths of the association, but even we are working in our own way to make sure that mankind wins this war. Brother, if you can't see the Darkwalkers, then the deal between us. No. Jiang Hui shook his head and said, Since I just awakened not long ago, I'm quite interested in Darkwalkers. That's why I asked you this question. I apologize if I've offended you. Mou glanced sideways at Jiang Hui, seemingly a little uneasy about him speaking. Why the interest in Darkwalkers? Come to us the day you are desperate and vanish into the darkness, so you can embrace the light. After saying this, the woman gracefully got in her car and took off. Soon the group of people who had surrounded the open space gradually dispersed, leaving only Jiang Hui and Mou, as well as the mad ghost that was prostrate on the ground and didn't dare to move a muscle. So, now you're going to interrogate me? Ginger Samuel smiled and looked at Mou. Will you tell me? No. Then I will not ask you. Mou's dryness makes Jiang Hui a little surprised. Originally thought she would take this opportunity to bite herself. Take the matter of private transactions between herself and Danju Chamber of Commerce to threaten herself to tell the truth about the power. But once again, she had let Samuel Kong miss the mark. Jiang Hui looked at the berserk ghost that didn't dare to raise its head, and finally sighed as those light blue tentacles began to slowly return to his back. The mad ghost was also finally free from this confinement as he regained his human form and looked at Jiang Hui somewhat warily. If I'm going to work with the Danja Chamber of Commerce, then it's best to stop hurting their people, so go back. The mad ghost didn't say a word, but only took one last look at Jiang Hui before turning around and disappearing into the night. Jiang Hui and MOU also left the park together, and at the familiar intersection, MOU accelerated his pace while saying to Jiang Hui, "I won't tell anyone about today, don't worry." But just as she was about to leave, Samuel Kong tugged on the wrist of her left hand before pulling her to his side. In the midst of MOU's shocked gaze, Jiang Hui raised his hand and removed her mask and hood. The cold wind blew and ruffled the young girl's long black hair, and while it was beautiful, it also exposed those bruises and wounds on her face. "What do you do?" MOU frowned, his face carrying a hint of sulkiness, and at the same time, he immediately turned his head, as if he very much didn't want to let this miserable look of his to be seen by Jiang Hui. "How did you get so badly hurt?" Ignoring her resistance, Jiang Hui gently lifted her right hand again, which had been hidden behind her back. "I fell myself." There was always a coldness and detachment in her eyes, as if she was distrustful and wary of the world. However, when confronted with Jiang Hui, her indifference seemed to be melted by some kind of power, becoming soft and powerless. Although the young girl didn't want Jiang Hui to see her injuries, she didn't really resist under Jiang Hui's forceful movements. After a few verbal protests, she allowed Samuel Kong to carefully pull up the cuffs of her sweatshirt. Jiang Hui's movements were gentle and firm, as if he was telling her silently that he would not let her get hurt. After seeing the wound that was still oozing blood, Jiang Hui's brow furrowed and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. "This is crazy. Even if you're strong, you're still a human body, and an infected wound is only awaiting death." There was a hint of reproach in his voice, but more concern. As he spoke, he dragged MOU to the door of a 24-hour convenience store on the side of the road. "You wait here." Hear that? Jiang Hui was afraid that she would leave alone, so he repeated the question. "Got it." Inkbrand looked away in displeasure and frowned, but stood honestly in front of the convenience store. Her figure looked a little lonely in the light, as if she was waiting for some kind of redemption. In a short while, Jiang Hui bought a lot of ice, as well as disinfectant and bandages. "Sit here," Samuel Kong said, pointing to the bench next to the convenience store. So MOU just sat obediently on the bench and watched as Jiang Hui treated his wounds a little bit and then wrapped the bandages again. "Make sure you're careful about infection. Leaving the wound hanging like you did and going straight to clothes will only make it worse." "My blood would have been too dirty to be infected," Inkfeather whispered. Jiang Hui, however, ignored her, and after treating the wounds on her arm and face, he inquired more carefully. He slowly stood up only after making sure that Murata hadn't suffered any serious trauma anywhere else. "I won't send you back anyway." After scratching his head, Jiang Hui said, "Thank you for being willing to keep my secret." Just as Jiang Hui was about to leave, MOU whispered, "I'm sorry." Jiang Hui stood down before turning to look at MOU. The young girl slowly pulled the crushed candy out of her pocket. "I'm sorry that what you gave me, I didn't protect it." Her voice even trembled a little as she said it. Jiang Hui said with a smile, "It's fine, just buy it again, you wait, I go." "Now." "No." MOU gripped the crushed candy tightly before standing up and looking at Jiang Hui with determined eyes. "Don't give me anything else until I have enough strength to protect what is precious." And then she walked up to Jiang Hui's eyes and used her own left hand to straighten his somewhat disheveled hair for him. "Don't be so gentle with just any girl." After leaving these words in a gentle voice that was somewhat unbelievable even for Samuel Kong, the young girl turned around and left. Her figure gradually blended into the night, leaving Jiang Hui standing alone, looking in the direction she disappeared in, his heart filled with complex emotions. Ginger Samuel was getting more and more confused. "It's just a lollipop, what's the point?" Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 75. Another one sensitive to smells. Although he didn't know if it counted as establishing a connection with the Danju Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Hui decided to go home first, and then go back to Yunluo tomorrow to discuss the next thing. But after returning home, Jiang Hui did not see Lu Wanyin's figure. He called her name softly, but only empty echoes responded to him. At first, he had suspected that Lu Evening Een might still be at Yu Qinshan's house. But soon he realized something was wrong. He crossed the living room to the balcony. The balcony door was half covered, and through the crack he saw a scene that shocked him. Lu Evening Een had already changed into a black cloak, which looked a bit worn out and even a bit tattered around the edges. She was just kneeling on the cold floor of the balcony, with the somewhat battered black scythe by her side. Countless souls were haunting her surroundings, and they shimmered dimly in the night, appearing both mysterious and terrifying. These souls seemed to be bound by some kind of power, rotating around Lu Evening Een, forming a bizarre vortex. The soul comes to life. The spirit comes back. The spirit of the underworld listens to the call. The realm of yin and yang. The soul is lost. I cast a spell today to lure you back. The door to the underworld opens. My name, my blood, my spirit manifests here in this realm and beyond. Lu Lianing's voice echoed in the night sky as a strange glow began to emanate around her body. Those souls seemed to sense some kind of threat and began to become more furious, trying to break through her. This struggle soon caused cuts to appear on the black cloak on Lu Evening Yin's body, and she gripped her scythe tightly as she struggled to support her body. But that didn't last long, as her power was finally breached and the raging souls began to pour into their original owner. This flesh and blood is now their feast. But in that instant, Lu Evening Yin clenched her teeth and touched out a yellow talisman. Calm the soul and stabilize the spirit. Evil cannot be invaded. But just as the incantation had finished being recited, the gloomy wind set off by the soul suddenly blew off the yellow talisman between the young girl's fingers. In that instant, the countless evil spirits looked as if they had found an opportunity and swarmed towards Lu Evening Yin in unison. In the next second, a hand held the young girl's would-be fallen body from behind, and at the same time helped her grab the yellow talisman and shoved it into his hand. "Don't worry, I'm here." After Jiang Hui said this, he took the young girl in his arms whole, using his own body to bear the gnawing of those souls for her. Lu Evening Yin gave a shaky before taking a deep breath and finishing the incantation. Then the talisman paper began to burn, and it was as if the countless souls were once again imprisoned in some way, their frenzy gradually stopping, and finally obediently returning back into Lu Evening Yin's body. The clothes on Jiang Hui's body were in tatters, but his body was not harmed. He still held Lu Evening Yin in his arms with a deadly grip until the young girl in his arms whispered, "I'm okay." He loosened his grip slightly at that. The black cloak on Lu Evening Yin's body was also becoming more and more tattered, and her hair was also becoming a bit messy due to the sudden situation just now. Jiang Hui helped him up from the ground and confirmed that he was not injured before asking, "You're dancing on my balcony in the middle of the night?" Lu Evening Yin, who was still a bit at a loss for words, let out a giggle after hearing Jiang Hui's words. "You're the one jumping the shark. I'm trying to call on Lao Yu's soul." Ginger Samuel had actually been concerned about one thing. That is, do people really have souls when they die? Hearing Jiang Hui's question, Lu Evening Yin was actually not too sure. "Almost all of these souls in my body are the residual power of the infected that I have decimated and hunted, and whether or not this power is the so-called soul, I'm actually not too sure. But, old Yu's soul, I can't find it, not even a trace of its breath." Lu Lianin's hand slowly clenched before she said in a heavy tone, "It's not just because of old Yu's soul. I want to collect more souls and get more power. Only by becoming strong can I guard the family of Night Demon Parade. Samuel Kong, I can't put all the burden on you and Sister Yin Luo." Ginger Samuel froze for a moment, and then he seemed to realize that his little lie had been caught out long ago. "I don't know where you just went, Samuel Kong. You have a lot of secrets, but I'm not going to ask you about them because I trust you." Instead, the words gave Samuel Kong a twinge of guilt. He smiled helplessly, while then fished the letter out of his tattered shirt pocket. "I just want to contact the organization that made the deal with Teacher Yu." Lu Evening Yin wasn't too surprised, as if she had already understood it. "Dangerous? I came back with my clothes intact. Instead, I'm here with you with all my clothes ruined, and I think you're more dangerous." Lu Evening Yin smiled somewhat embarrassedly, and then suddenly seemed to notice something. She moved closer to Ginger Samuel's body and nosed it. "What's wrong?" Lu Evening Yin suddenly gently raised her hand and pushed Jiang Hui onto the sofa, before she herself straddled Jiang Hui's lap. After gently ruffling her ear hair with her hand, Lu Evening Yin came up to Jiang Hui's ear and whispered, "Here's a piece of advice for you, Jiang Hui. Girls, they are very sensitive to odors, especially Perfume. After she finished speaking, she bit hard on Jiang Huai's neck before getting up and walking into the bathroom. Yeah, girls are really scary. Ginger Samuel paralyzed on the sofa for a long time before letting out such an exclamation. Early the next morning, Jiang Hui and Lu Evening Yin came to the university. Originally, he wanted to help Lu Evening Yin to take a vacation so that she could rest for a period of time. But Lu Evening Yin still insisted on going to school with Jiang Hui. When they appeared in class after a long absence, several girls immediately came over to them. They grabbed Lu Evening Yin's hand and shushed her, their eyes filled with concern and worry. There were even a few who had already begun to shed tears, their tears dripping down onto the back of Lu Evening Yin's hand with a hint of warmth and sincerity. Evening Jin, you must be strong. We will always be there for you. Lu Evening Yin's best friend at school, Zhou Zhou, was crying the hardest at the moment, and she was holding Lu Evening Yin's hand tightly, as if she was giving her support with her own strength. A trace of emotion flashed through Lu Evening Yin's eyes as she gently nodded in response to their concern. Thank you, I'm fine. Yuqin Shan's death association's cover-up to the public was a construction site accident. He was originally a construction site worker or engaged in work at height, so the probability of accidents is quite high. Lu Wanyin was surrounded by a group of girls, and Jiang Hui knew better than to bother them. He stood quietly, watching their interaction, but his mind was a little complicated. He knew that Lu Wanyin would wear a mask at school and use her acting skills to deal with the world. But sometimes, who can say for sure that this friendship gained by acting is not mixed with true feelings? At the same time, inside a certain small villa in Lingyu City, Zhou Qin's face was ashen at this time. Not because of anything else, but only because he had boasted in front of all the family elders this evening after drinking too much at the family's reception. Said he and the Mo family's Missy is very familiar. Just at this time, the Zhou family old master 80 birthday, then said this if the big birthday period can invite the Mo family Missy to come to visit. That would be a great honor for the Zhou family. This Zhou Qin's face went white at once, listening to the elders talk more and more vigorously, and even already put the nail in the coffin of this matter. His wine was completely scared to wake up. Ah Qin, your grandfather's 70th birthday will be a banquet for luxurious guests. Of course, we certainly can't afford to climb up to such a family as the Mo family, but if you can invite Miss Mo to the scene as a friend, it would be a great honor for our family. Dad, I'll leave this matter to you. You've never made a single contribution to the family. If you can't even handle this matter, you won't be able to get a single penny from me in the future. So now Zhou Qin was sitting on the living room sofa of the villa with a glass of red wine in his hand, but he didn't have any heart to savor it. Just then Chun Ning finished a shower and walked out wearing a thin bathrobe. Brother Zhou Qin, what's wrong with you? Why do you have a sad face? Now Zhou Qin was annoyed when he heard Chun Ning speak. If it wasn't because of her, how would he have messed with that brat named Jiang Hui? And if he didn't mess with Jiang Hui, he wouldn't have messed with the Mo family's eldest lady. It wouldn't be such a mess now, all because of this woman. But suddenly, Zhou Qin had an idea. He tenderly took Chun Ning's hand and made her sit beside him, wrapping his arm around its shoulder and asking, Baby, you said before that the one called Samuel Kong is not dead to you. Is that true? Chun Ning didn't know why Zhou Qin would suddenly mention Jiang Hui. She slightly hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and nodding with a red face. Ning, there's a reception in the family recently, and I'd like to invite that great lady of the Mo family to attend through Samuel Jiang. Look, can you speak to Samuel Jiang? Chun Ning frowned after hearing this. Brother Zhou Qin, Jiang Hui is still angry with me because of what happened between me and you. You know, he loves me very much. I'm afraid that he won't help me that easily. Of course I know, Ning, so. Zhou Qin's hand gently encircled Chun Ning's waist before whispering in her ear. Maybe baby you, a little sacrifice needs to be made. Hashtag. Chapter 76, The Real Apocalypse. Yuqin Shan's memorial service, just like in his life, seemed extraordinarily lonely and isolated. This memorial service was not chosen to be held in one of those large, solemn funeral homes, but was hastily held in a small, unassuming funeral home down the street. There are no lavish decorations, no boisterous crowds, and even the most basic morning music seems a little intermittent. The lobby of the funeral home was filled with only a few rows of worn chairs, which were sporadically filled with neighbors. Their expressions varied, some with sad faces, some with a little curiosity, as if watching a not-so-exciting drama. In the center of the hall, Yuqin Shan's portrait was placed, and in the photo, he still had a bright, beatific smile on his face, as if telling the world that although his life was short, it was still full of warmth and hope. This old you is pathetic. The master of the noodle shop sighed and said, the day before I was joking with him to find a woman. How come in the blink of an eye the person is gone? Jesus Christ. You haven't opened your eyes at all. Old you adopted that child. I heard that before is in an earthquake lost parents. And now old you also left her, this child, how poor ah. The voices of several of the older women had already choked up a bit during their speech, and they all cast sympathetic glances towards Lu Evening. Who's that kid? They looked at Jiang Hui, who was currently standing beside Lu Evening, thanking the guests who had come to offer their condolences with her. Condolences. Ink Feather was dressed in black formal attire, his hand resting on his chest as he bent over slightly. She was also the first mourner to arrive today. Thanks. Actually, Lu Evening was a bit curious. She didn't expect the dauntless people to come. But after seeing that MOU had come alone, seemed to understand something. She represents mere individuals. Yu Qinshan is an awakened I respect very much. He is very powerful. But in the midst of this beast tide, I saw more than just his power. MOU placed the flowers in front of Yu Qinshan's effigy and whispered, the path that you have blazed, the starry flame that you have lit will not be extinguished so easily. Please travel well. MOU did not make much of a stop. Only when she left she took one last look at Jiang Hui, and that look was somewhat complicated. Lu Wanin directly took Jiang Hui's arm with her hand after seeing this look. Ginger Samuel didn't seem to understand what was happening. It wasn't until MOU left that Lu Wanin slowly loosened her hand. The next person to arrive on the scene was Chu He, who was also a member of the Dauntless, but who also represented individuals. Big brother, sister-in-law. Ahem, don't yell. Samuel Kong corrected. Ms. Lu, I'm sorry for your loss. On this kind of occasion, even Chu, he couldn't say anything extra and just left an extra large palimpsest and left. Jiang Hui realized that whether it was Chu He or MOU, they didn't seem to be saying anything superfluous. He guessed it might have something to do with more than just the Dauntless, but their family as well. The MO family and the Chu family were both fairly large families, and perhaps these two families didn't like their children to have anything to do with the Night Demon Parade either. There was absolutely no one on the association side to offer condolences, and they posthumously honored Yu Qinshan with the title of Heroic Awakened, but it was only a title. It's like an outward performance. At noon, the people had pretty much left, leaving only Jiang Hui and Lu Evening. As the condolence meeting was coming to an end, Jiang Hui suddenly felt the temperature drop quite a bit. Turning his head to the door, he noticed a figure outside that seemed to be a little hesitant to come in. It was a young girl in a white coat. Her bare cheeks were snow white, and her whole body looked as if it was glowing. He recognized it as the young girl, Yin Jia, that he had teamed up with back at Hopeless Mountain. Please, I'm sorry for your loss. Seeing that she had been discovered, Yin Jia had no choice but to come in. Thanks. Lu Evening smiled gently at her. The young girl seemed to be about to say something, but finally she couldn't resist. Can I, join the Nightmare Parade? Lu Evening and Jiang Hui were a bit surprised, not expecting that there would be someone who would still be willing to join the Night Demon Parade at this juncture. No organization will take me in. They say my power can't be controlled at all. Yin Jia's voice grew smaller as she spoke, as if she was worried that she would be rejected here as well. I know I'm weak, but I'll try as hard as I can. Lu Wanin gently took Yin Jia's hand and said with a smile, Welcome aboard. The young girl first froze, and then teardrops like ice crystals slipped from her eyes. Thank you. Meanwhile, at the internal meeting of the General Council, the atmosphere was unusually tense. The divine envoy of the Apocalypse Society, a soothsayer with mystical powers, has come to a shocking conclusion through complex power observations and projections. His voice echoed through the conference room, each word like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. How? Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. For in the divine messenger's deduction, the next wave of beasts will occur a year from now, and the location, still the city of Lingyu. There has never been a beast wave with such short intervals, and in the same city. After all, the previous city was taken over straight away, so perhaps these sons of bitches are not convinced and want to do another massive attack in Lingyu City. Then the beast tide a year from now, the level of ferocity will probably be unprecedentedly terrifying. The top brass of the General Council, after intense discussions, finally came to a firm conclusion. They will not abandon the city of Lingyu, a milestone of human victory and a pillar of spirituality. They decided that the awakened from all over the world would gather in Lingyu City a year later, treating this as a duel, and using the most powerful battle force to crush those monsters from the rift once again. However, the white-robed woman from the Apocalypse Society had a different idea. Her gaze was deep, as if she could see into the future. She decided to investigate the so-called X-Beast, the White Skeleton. In her opinion, it was not simply a bad omen, but a sign that could bring about a turnaround. That one white star, the woman believed, was by no means a malevolent star for mankind, but a gift from the gods to mankind, a star of enlightenment that was about to light up the day of dawn and lead mankind into the future. Her eyes shone with determination and hope, as if she had seen the silver lining. At the moment, the woman's inner beliefs began to change in some way, and that longing and worship of the gods of the Apocalypse Society was changing a little bit. While everyone was discussing it, she slowly folded her hands together, a blush spreading across her cheeks as the white skeleton beast form came to mind. That X-Beast. Maybe it's the real apocalypse. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 77. Bad Luck. In Zhou Qin's luxurious villa, Chen Ning stood in front of the spacious check room, facing the rows and rows of exquisite hangers, but looked a little hesitant. Zhou Qin stood behind her, his gaze firm and expectant. Xiaoning, you must dress up carefully today. Zhou Qin's voice carried a hint of unquestionable command. Chen Ning turned around and looked at Zhou Qin, a hint of incomprehension and resistance in her eyes. Brother Zhou Qin, why does it have to be like this? I don't want to be in front of other people. Zhou Qin approached her and gently stroked her shoulder, his tone becoming softer. I know, Ning Ning, but this time is different. This is for the sake of our future. As long as the elders of the Zhou clan recognize my abilities this time, then the entire Zhou clan will be in my pocket in the future. Chen Ning's brows were locked. She didn't like this feeling of being arranged. Even more so, he didn't like the way Zhou Qin was using her. But she also knew that Zhou Qin had his ambitions and plans, and she didn't want to be a burden to him. But, Brother Zhou Qin, it's winter. You're making me wear that kind of clothes? Chen Ning's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Zhou Qin, however, looked a bit stubborn as he pointed to a luxurious, low-cut dress on the hanger. This dress suits you. I'm sure you'll be very attractive. Do you know what else that boy know, brother, Samuel Comics? He seems to like stockings. That's right, hurry up. Put it on. Chen Ning looked at those clothes, and a chill surged through his heart. The light fabric of that dress was barely enough to keep out the winter cold, and the stockings made her feel even more uncomfortable. She knew that Zhou Qin's purpose was to make her appear more attractive in front of Jiang Huai, but this approach made her feel uncomfortable. But I'm cold. Zhou Qin was a bit impatient. He grabbed his clothes and threw them on a Chen Ning. Chen Ning, don't forget why your dad's company is still alive right now. It's all because of me. Because of the Zhou family. If you don't listen to me, watch out for yourself. Seeing Zhou Qin get angry, Chen Ning was a bit scared, and a hint of tears flooded her pupils. Zhou Qin was also gracious at this time, as he wrapped his arms around Chen Ning's body and said in a low voice, Channing, trust me, it's necessary. Zhou Qin's eyes carried a hint of determination. Your beauty and charm are our best weapons. Chen Ning was silent. She looked at Zhou Qin. Her heart struggled a little. She knew what Zhou Qin meant by for our future. Zhou Qin also has a younger sister, and that young lady is the real dragon and phoenix among people, just returned from studying abroad and entered the Zhou group and held an important position. No matter in any aspect, Zhou Qin seemed to be unable to compare to this sister of his. So he was also being suppressed in various ways within the family because of this sister. Obviously an older brother, but completely unable to hold his head up in front of that girl. If this continues, I'm afraid that in the future, any of the family's industries won't have half a penny to do with Zhou Qin. In the end, Chen Ning gave in. She picked up the dress and stockings and went into the dressing room. Zhou Qin looked at her back. A glint of excitement brought about by the desire to control flashed in his eyes. In the dressing room, Chen Ning changed into the dress and the expensive-looking black stockings, trying to look as elegant as possible despite the light fabric. When she walked out of the dressing room and stood in front of Zhou Qin's eyes lit up. He walked up and gently straightened her collar, then said, Chen Ning, you look gorgeous. A hint of gloom flashed within Chen Ning's eyes, but she said nothing, barely squeezing out a smile, knowing there was no turning back. His own father accepted the Zhou family's financial support, but it had actually been hollowed out, and as soon as the Zhou family let go of him, his father would end up in an even more horrible situation than before. She could only follow Zhou Qin as a gift to accomplish this task. At the moment, a faint aroma of chicken soup filled Jiang Huai's home, which he had specially made for Yin Luo today. He stood in the kitchen, spoon in hand, gently stirring the pot of chicken soup. A layer of golden brown oil flowers floated on the surface of the soup, giving off an enticing aroma. The reason was actually very simple. When he went to visit Du Qinghong today, he made a pot of chicken soup for him, and Du Qinghong drank it with gusto, obviously satisfied. And then Du Qinghong asked about Lu Evening. Jiang Huai said that Lu Wan-yin ate and slept well, and although there was still hurt in her heart, she was very careful to cover it up, and he would share that pain for her. Du Qinghong was relieved to hear this. Although on the surface he didn't say anything, he was actually filled with a sense of guilt over Yu Qinshan's death. Zhang Hui could feel that Du Qinghong had a sense of shame for living in the world, so this guilt towards Yu Qinshan would be transformed into caring for Lu Evening. Of course, it wasn't just Lu Evening who needed care for the nightmare parade. Alas, Jiang Huai, you're also a child. It's old you and I who are sorry for you. We didn't manage to leave a complete organization for you. Zhang Hui comforted Du Qinghong for a few moments, stating that this was nothing, and that without Lu Evening, he would probably be dead by now. Samuel Kong, I know I'm being a bit cheeky in saying this, but I want you to check on Yin Luo. I reckon the boy hasn't left the Nightmare Parade stronghold since he got back. After Du Qinghong said this, Zhang Huai also remembered that every time he met with Yin Luo in the past few days, he was in a stronghold, and she was forever burying her head in those documents. She also always used the landline phone of the Nightmare Parade stronghold whenever she was contacted by phone. It seemed like Ginger Samuel had never seen her eat before. Teacher Du, since we've joined the organization, we're all family, and Sister Yin Luo is also considered my senior. So don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. Du Qinghong held Jiang Huai's hand, his only remaining eye filled with gratitude. So now that Jiang Huai was preparing to make a pot of chicken soup and deliver it to Yin Luo, Lu Wan-yin seemed to have gone out shopping with Yin Jia. She realized that Yin Jia was very fearful of strangers and had a somewhat autistic personality, so she played up her little sunshine qualities and quickly made a rapport with him. It would be good for the two of them to go shopping, and it should help Lu Evening Yin's mood as well. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ginger Samuel was a little puzzled. Didn't these two say they still had to watch a movie, and Lu Wan-yin came back so soon? He wiped his hands and went to open the door after turning the fire down to a simmer. But the moment the door opened and he saw Zhou Qin's pandering face and Chen Ning's expression of going to the torture chamber, Jiang Huai slowly closed the door again. What bad luck, seeing filth in the morning, he said emotionally, patting his chest. ##. Chapter 78. I don't know you well. I can't help you. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves, spilling onto the hallway of that apartment building, and also onto Zhou Qin's carefully selected suit. He stood in front of Samuel Kang's house, looking extra formal. Chen Ning, on the other hand, was wearing a simple but elegant dress with delicate makeup, and there was a hint of uneasiness and anticipation in her eyes. Zhou Qin gently knocked on the door with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Good morning, brother Samuel Kong. Slap. But the next second, Zhang Hui closed the door again, with a look of complete disgust, as if he had seen two piles of garbage thrown by who knows who at the door. Aye. Brother Jiang Huai. Yes, it's me. Zhou Qin. Seeing that there was still no response inside the door, Chen Ning became a little angry. Samuel Kong. It's me, open the door quickly. She seemed to think that Jiang Huai was the little licking dog that she used to beckon and call, and that tone was incomparably overbearing. Zhou Qin, on the other hand, tugged hard on Chen Ning. You be polite to brother Jiang Huai. Chen Ning bit her lip, was aggrieved. She wanted to tell Zhou Qin that Jiang Hui would listen to her words, but she was afraid that Zhou Qin would be jealous, so she could only say to Jiang Hui inside the door with a cold snort. Samuel Jiang, I came today because I have something I want to discuss with you. Yes, brother Jiang Huai, I know we had some unpleasantness before. I came here today specifically to apologize to you. It's better to settle an enmity than to tie it up. Click. The door opened, and this time Chen Ning could see more clearly. Jiang Hui grew a little taller again, now at least 1.87 m or so, and that body, not the kind of big muscle man, but the body shape and shoulder width ratio is quite perfect. The muscular lines and curves of the arms exposed by the short-sleeved t-shirt that he wore at home instantly made Chen Ning freeze at the sight. What is it? Samuel Jiang said coldly. He didn't welcome these two uninvited guests, especially Zhou Qin, whose previous behavior had made Jiang Hui's impression of him greatly diminished. As for Chen Ning, in Jiang Hui's eyes, she was like a piece of craft candy stuck to the bottom of the shoe. How could she not shake it off? Every time Chen Ning appeared, it was always accompanied by a self-conscious excess of cerebellar atrophy of beauty that bored Jiang Hui. He didn't understand why Chen Ning was always willing to be used by Zhou Qin, even at the expense of his own dignity. And why does she just not want to believe that she really doesn't have any feelings for her anymore? However, Zhou Qin's attitude was unusually sincere as he nodded his head with an apologetic smile on his face. Jiang Hui, I know that what happened before made you very unhappy, and I purposely brought Ning here today to apologize. While saying that, Zhou Qin also gently pushed Chen Ning towards the front. Chen Ning's cheeks were now a blush, and the reluctance she felt just now seemed to have been thrown to the winds. She looked at Jiang Hui with a hint of anticipation and uneasiness in her eyes. Did this Samuel Kong go to Korea for plastic surgery? It's not right. It's impossible to have such a big change in temperament even after going to Korea, right? And the size is also good. The body is also good. The more she thought about it, the more exaggerated she became, her mouth slightly open to even speak. Until Zhou Qin's elbow touched her arm. Quickly say a few words. Zhou Qin lowered his voice and urged. Ginger Samuel. I actually, well, Zhou Qin and I are here to apologize to you. Now it's a straight-up omission of even a brother. But this kind of small details and small-mind Jiang Hui completely did not find out, and also too lazy to find out. He leaned against the door and watched the two men with a pair of dead eyes. Oh, okay. I forgive you guys, bye. Seeing that Jiang Hui is going to close the door again, Zhou Qin hurriedly came up and said anxiously, Brother Jiang Hui, I'm actually not only here to apologize. I have something to ask for. Can't do it. Respectfully. Jiang Hui stopped closing the door so as not to hurt the second son of a bitch. If he hadn't confiscated this strength, he might have directly pinned this young master to waste. Brother Jiang Hui, come all the way here. Why don't you let us go in and have a seat? Look, Ning, she's wearing so little, it's cold. Jiang Hui glanced at Chen Ning, who was indeed shivering a little next to him, but there was not a bit of sympathy in his heart. Instead, I found it a little funny. What's with the talk, as if she's the one who made her wear so little? Just as Jiang Hui was about to kick Zhou Qin away, he suddenly sensed something in his breath. Just now, when his own eyes glanced over Chen Ning's neck, there seemed to be a string of Pardon. Jiang Hui pushed Zhou Qin away and walked over to Chen Ning, looking down at her with a cold look. This kind of look gave Chen Ning an inexplicable sense of fear and excitement. She curled up a little, subconsciously shielding her chest with her hand, just enough to block the string of pendants. Move your hands, Samuel Jiang said coldly. Brother Jiang Hui, to not go inside, this is still outside. Zhou Qin also did not expect this Jiang Hui, so hungry? But Jiang Hui wasn't half interested in Chen Ning's body. He was in the middle of the pendant around Chen Ning's neck. A breath was felt, an aura of a beast. And it wasn't just any beast, this aura was weak, but it was an aura of power that was almost on the same level as 100 Rex. Okay. Jiang Hui glanced at Zhou Qin before turning around and entering the house. There's drama. Zhou Qin was ecstatic inwardly as he hurriedly tugged at Chen Ning, but then suddenly thought of something and immediately loosened his grip, pushing Chen Ning forward and signaling for her to go closer to Jiang Hui. After entering the house, Jiang Hui did not pour tea for the two, but just sat on the sofa and made a gesture of invitation very coldly. Zhou Qin sat down opposite Jiang Hui, then gave a wink to Chen Ning, who was about to sit down. Chen Ning gently bit her lip, then walked towards Jiang Hui's side. Sit back down. Samuel Kong spoke coldly. Chen Ning almost thought he had heard wrong. Although it was true that Jiang Hui had changed a lot now, the kind of dog-licking perception of Jiang Hui in her bones still didn't change that easily. He had condescended to sit next to him, and he was telling him to go back? The more she thought about it, the angrier Chen Ning was almost about to burst out with that old missy temper, but was angrily rebuked by Zhou Qin. People told you to come back and sit down. What are you still standing there for? Jiang Hui, don't regret it. You are now pretending to be reserved. I'll see how long you can pretend. Chen Ning cursed in his heart as he sat back down next to Zhou Qin. Say it, what is it? Jiang Hui raised his hand and looked at his watch. His own kitchen was simmering chicken on low heat. It was still 20 minutes to 12, and he was only going to give these 10 minutes. Zhou Qin hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, looking a bit embarrassed, Brother Jiang Hui, in fact, I came here today to ask you for a favor. Don't be a repeater, I said. Get right to the point. Ginger Samuel said impatiently. Zhou Qin cleared his throat and continued. Next week is my grandfather's 70th birthday, and I would like to invite your friend, the Mo family's eldest Miss Mou, to attend this birthday banquet as a friend. I don't know you well enough to help. Is there anything else? Ginger Samuel said with a look of impatience. Samuel Kong, even if I ask you to, can't you do it too? Chun Ning hurriedly revealed a coquettish gesture before, as long as she pouted to Jiang Hui like this. No matter how much she had gone overboard, Jiang Hui would forgive herself. But now, Samuel Kong just looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Just this glance almost caused Chun Ning to cry out in shock. Is this kind of very manly eyes really something that Samuel Kong can have? Jiang Hui, old brother, don't say laugh. Last time the Mo family's big miss said that you were her person. I don't know her well. I've met her once or twice. And last time I stood up for me because I saw you were upset. Seeing Jiang Hui's appearance, Zhou Qin's heart was also furious to the extreme. If you really don't fucking know her well, I'll kill you tonight. But Zhou Qin did not dare, he did not dare to gamble if he laid his hands on it. Then the Mo family came to the door. Maybe the next day the whole Zhou family is gone. Chapter 79. The Beast of the Beginning. Jiang Hui's eyes had been looking at the pendant on Chun Ning's chest. The power of that pendant, he would never recognize it wrongly. Although it was very weak, it definitely had the aura of a core lord level. The necklace is quite nice, Jiang Hui said with a cold smile. Chun Ning lowered her head somewhat shyly. And when Zhou Qin heard this, there was something. Isn't this borrowing the necklace to compliment Chun Ning? So he hurriedly gave Chun Ning a wink. This was given to me by Zhou Qin, saying that it is his family's. Zhou Qin listened to the cold sweat. This woman is stupid X. How can she involve herself at such a time? This is a small toy. It's not worth much. It's not worth much. Brother Jiang Hui, look, you and Chun Ning have had a relationship before. What? Want you guys to talk alone? Jiang Hui, cannot know Zhou Qin's mind, just did not expect this young master will really take their own women out of the deal. It was conceivable that even if Chun Ning did marry him, he was only afraid that in the future, he would not be able to avoid being used by him to entertain his honored guests in the business world. But what does that have to do with yourself? He directly raised his hand and pulled the string of pendants from Chun Ning's neck with one hand. Sure enough, the lurid power of the pendant was even more pronounced when held in his hand. This power is full of ominous and calamitous. How long have you been wearing this necklace? Samuel Kong asked. Chun Ning and Zhou Qin had both froze, and when Jiang Hui asked this, Chun Ning immediately became angry. That was given to me by brother Zhou Qin. Did not wait for her to finish. Zhou Qin hurriedly covered her mouth and said, "This is an old thing. Jiang Hui brother before has been put in my family basement warehouse in a small box. Only yesterday turned it out." What? Brother Zhou Qin, didn't you say that this is your family's? Zhou Qin glared fiercely at Chun Ning, telling her to shut up. Oh, it's quite a stroke of luck. Jiang Hui couldn't help but sneer. Wearing this thing would probably attract a bunch of infected and even beasts soon. They won't let go of such a powerful and broken and masterless force. Brother Jiang Hui, then what I said? Zhou Qin just opened his mouth, and Jiang Hui pointed to the door. All right, time's up, hurry up and get lost. The two were directly dumbfounded, but before they could speak, Jiang Hui had already turned his head slightly to glare at them. I said get lost. It was such a glance that made Zhou Qin feel a fear that transcended life and death. His legs began to tremble, and a cold sweat oozed from his forehead. There was even a moment when he felt that this was in no way what a human being should have in his eyes. It was like a hungry beast, ready to pounce on him at a moment's notice to break him into pieces. He tugged Chun Ning and fled for the door. Samuel Kong, you did this to me. You'll regret it. Don't think that I don't know. You're getting back at me. You. Chun Ning wanted to say something else, but Zhou Qin hurriedly covered her mouth. What are you shouting for? This left and right neighborhood. How bad would it be if people heard it? Don't disturb brother Jiang Hui. Just like that, Chun Ning was taken away by Zhou Qin. Jiang Hui, on the other hand, held the pendant and carefully felt the power. Not part of the core lords or the infected, but closer to the 100 Rex? Why would there be such a thing in the Zhou family's heirloom? Could it be that someone in the Zhou family was once an awakened as well? No. Samuel Kong dismissed that thought. The workmanship and age of this pendant is at least 100 years old, but the beast hasn't been around that long. This pendant was before the beast wave. A pair of puzzles plagued Samuel Kong. so he decides to visit the prison. Closing his eyes, he felt his power, and when he opened them again, he was standing at the entrance to 100 Rex prison. 100 Rex stared at him, and the pendant he held in his hand, the blue flames in his eyes flipping slightly. Are you familiar with this scent? Samuel Kong held up the necklace in his hand. 100 Rex slowly walked to the door of the prison cell, while then raised its hand, and Zhang Hui placed the pendant in its hand. The original beast that destroyed 7 worlds, this. It slowly pinched the deep black gem on the pendant with its massive skeletal fingers. Is one of them? Is it the same as the black dragon I saw in my vision earlier? Tracking, hunting, devouring them. 100 Rex's other hand violently grabbed the iron bars of the prison cell with a loud thud, but Zhang Hui didn't take half a step backward. They have all been prisoners of the owner of this prison, and now, as the possible new owner of this prison, you, Samuel Kong. It slowly put the pendant back into Samuel Kang's hand. If you want to protect the world, hunt them for eternity. After saying that, 100 skeletons slowly retreated into the shadows, leaving only the blue flame emitting a faint ghostly light. Zhang Hui looked at the pendant in his hand, and then suddenly realized something very serious. I still have chicken stewing in the pot. So he snapped his eyes open and realized that less than a minute had passed, and that the passage of time in that prison really wasn't the same as reality. He hurried into the kitchen and, after doing the final process, used the insulated bucket to fill the chicken soup and finally called Lu Evening Yin, delivering food to Ms. Yun Luo. Aha! Samuel Kong, you're acting weird. What? Do you have a crush on Yun Luo again? I'm hanging up. I'm just kidding. Come on, let's go together. Yin Ji is here. Let her meet Yun Luo. That's it. I'll see you later. To this quirky little devil, Zhang Hui was also really a bit puzzled. Sometimes Zhang Hui would have the illusion that Lu Evening Yin should not really like himself. But most of the time, Zhang Hui felt again that this was just a mode of getting along between Lu Wan Yin and herself, and that she seemed to have a different mode of getting along with any person. It will make it impossible for the other person to get bored with her at all. In a way, it's really suitable to go into acting. Carrying a thermos, Samuel Kong took a bus to the stronghold of the Nightmare Parade. When he just reached the door, he found that Lu Wan Yin and Yin Jia were walking over this way, and the temperature of the young girl who exuded a chilly aura suddenly dropped as soon as she approached. Even Zhang Hui was a little unable to resist wrapping up his clothes a little. Yin Jia notices Zhang Hui's movements, and she immediately realizes that she may have unintentionally influenced him. She took a few apologetic steps backward, afraid that she had inadvertently made the thermos in Samuel Kang's hand cold as well. As Lu Evening Yin approached, she suddenly sensed a hint of something unusual. She moved closer to Samuel Kong and sniffed him carefully. The gesture was a bit abrupt, but in her opinion, a necessary check. She frowned, seeming to notice something unusual. Ginger Samuel was a little confused by her actions and asked in disbelief, "What for?" "Well, there's something odd." Lu Evening Yin didn't answer directly, but instead examined Zhang Hui's jacket more intently. She even turned his jacket inside out and pressed her face against Samuel Kang's sweater, sniffing it carefully. "This flavor, it's Chun Ning." She suddenly blurted out, a hint of surprise and dissatisfaction in her tone. "Crap." Samuel Kong froze. "The psychic ability you awakened is actually a dog, right?" Chapter 80. The Nightmare Parade is not going down. Lu Evening Yin took a step back and wrapped her arms around her chest, looking a little displeased. She huffed, "Don't underestimate my nose, and besides, I've worn her pajamas, so of course I remember her smell. Tell me, is it an old flame?" Zhang Hui scratched his head and somewhat awkwardly explained. "She and her boyfriend came to beg me to do something. People are bullying you so much, and you're still doing things for them." Lu Evening Yin's emotions were a bit agitated, and she looked at Zhang Hui with a puff of air, as if she was dissatisfied with his decision. I don't like watching honest people get bullied. I'm not jealous." Lu Evening Yin tried to explain her mood, but her tone revealed a hint of sourness that was hard to hide. Yin Jia laughed bitterly from the sidelines. She felt as if Lu Wan Yin was different in front of Zhang Hui than when she was with him. In front of Zhang Hui, Lu Evening Yin's kind of disguise no longer seemed to apply. Her inner thoughts could not be hidden at all, as if she was directly penetrated by Zhang Hui's gaze. "Evening Jin, if you don't go in, Zhang Hui's chicken soup will get cold," Yin Jiao warned in a small voice. Normally, it might not be that easy to get cold, but it was the middle of winter, and with Yin Jia still around, Lu Wan Yin could only stop for the time being. She poked her tongue out at Zhang Hui. "I'll interrogate you when I get back." Zhang Huai was puzzled. Was it necessary to act like a couple in front of Yin Jia? Or did she really care? Putting these doubts aside for the moment, the few went up to the second floor of the stronghold. Sure enough, Yun Luo was still working on the paperwork, and even her posture didn't seem to have changed. Sister Yun Luo. Lu Wanyin said carefully, afraid of disturbing Yun Luo. What is it? Yun Luo's voice remained cold. Not to say cold. It's just completely devoid of any emotion. Samuel Kong made chicken soup especially for you. Lu Wanyin made a wink, and Zhang Huai hurriedly carried the chicken soup over. He glanced down at the trash can. There were a few bags of bread thrown in the trash can, and he knew that Du Qinghong's concern was real. I'm afraid that Yun Luo really hasn't even had a good meal in the past few days. So he chuckled. Sister Yun Luo, you haven't eaten properly in the past 2 days, right? With it, he placed a thermos on the table. Rudolo stopped tapping his hands on the keyboard. This was the computer she had brought with her, and in combination with those handwritten documents from Du Qinghong, she had basically sorted out things up and down the nightmare parade in the past 2 days as well. This chicken soup, very delicious. I stewed it at noon. I will multiply a bowl for you. After placing the plentiful chicken soup in front of Yun Luo, he had expected the young girl to say no, or that she would eat it later. But to my surprise, she immediately put down her hands and then glanced at Zhang Huai and said, "Thank you." And then he picked up his bowl and wolfed it down. Slow. Zhang Hui sweated. This teenage girl is still a big contrast. Eating is one of the few things that can interest Sister Yun Luo. Lu Evening Yin came up and whispered to Zhang Hui, and then looked at Yun Luo and asked with a smile, "How is it, Yun Luo's sister? Zhang Hui's handiwork is good, right? This is my. When are you getting married?" The words Yun Luo uttered with barely any interval after finishing her soup caused Zhang Huai and Lu Evening Yin to freeze. You guys are living together, right? Everything that needs to be done has been done, and even though you're underage, it doesn't matter. I can operate on my end, and you can get married. Sister Yun Luo, don't joke around, Lu Evening Yin said with a red face. No kidding. Get married now, have kids next year, and then you're out of Lingyu City, the latest benefit the association has given to the awakened. Samuel Kong frowned. Lu Evening Yin also froze. What Rudolo means is, let them go. Sister Yun Luo, Zhang Huai said, we're not going to leave. Stay here and do what? Accompany the nightmare parade and wait for death. Sister Yun Luo, what exactly are you talking about? Lu Evening Yin's voice trembled a little. The emotions that had already been suppressed over the past 2 days were gradually leaking out. Yu Qingshan is dead. Du Qinghong is hospitalized. And now there are only a few of us left in the Night Demon Parade. This is their best chance to eradicate the Night Demon Parade. And then she looked up at Zhang Huai and said, Du Qinghong said that you are very special and that he wants to keep you. But the Night Demon Parade is now under a new ban from leaving Lingyu City. And the only way for you to leave peacefully is to get Lu Evening Yin pregnant, so that the two of you can leave. I said. Lu Evening Yin's voice slowly became low. I'm not leaving, and the Nightmare Parade, it's not disbanding. Not disbanded. Rudolo corrected with a shake of his head. It's literally dead. What about you? Lu Evening Yin couldn't hold back completely as she said with an emotional outburst. You weren't there when old Du died, and Ri wasn't there when old Du was injured. You're coming back now. Didn't come to old Yu's funeral. Nor do you care about old Du. Are you that greedy and afraid of death? Sister Yun Luo. Lu Wanyin's voice echoed in the small office. And at the moment Yin Jia also wondered if she had come at the wrong time. It was good that Yun Luo's words broke the awkwardness. I'm staying. What? I said, I'll stay. And as long as I'm dead, the Night Demon Parade will be completely unthreatening in their eyes and won't bother you anymore. And you too, live your lives well elsewhere and don't dabble in the world of the awakened. Lu Evening Yin's fists clenched tightly. She took a deep breath just as she was about to explode. A hand gently stroked over her head. Zhang Hui carefully let Lu Wanyin lean in his arms, while smiling at Yun Luo. Sister Yun Luo, the Nightmare Parade can't fall. Yun Luo looked up at Samuel Kong. You made a scene at the association launch a few days ago. A lot of people have already set their eyes on you. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with that captain of the Dauntless. If you can, it's only the best choice for you to join the Dauntless now. Zhang Hui shook his head and said, the Night Demon Parade is a treasure that Teacher Yu has desperately guarded down. I won't let anyone get their hands on it. Everyone here, Teacher Yu, Teacher Du, Lu Evening Yin, and you, Sister Yun Luo, are all my family. And then he looked behind him. And this, as I told you on the phone earlier, the newest member, Yunja, I won't let anyone hurt my family. Jia's body shrunk when she was suddenly called by name, but she tried to squeeze out a smile and greeted Yun Luo. Yun Luo stared at Samuel Kong. Aside from Lu Evening Yin, who had been rescued from the ruins, Yu Qinshan, who never took on disciples, spoke very highly of him. Moreover, Yu Qinshan hadn't actually given Lu Evening Yin much training in terms of strength. Most of Lu Evening Yin's power came from the Necromantic Society, and that organization belonged to the alternative of the alternatives even among the awakened organizations. However, Yu Qinshan seemed to have specialized in teaching Jiang Hui many of his skills. There had also been several times when he had talked to himself and mentioned Jiang Hui, stating that the future pillar of the Night Demon Parade must, and could only, be Jiang Hui. And Old Du was also very concerned about the existence of Jiang Hui. He even told Yun Luo he was still alive because of Samuel Kong. Reason told Yun Luo not to believe such nonsense. But the feelings inside that should not have existed long ago, a feeling called hope, told her as if it had revived in this moment if at all. Try it. Trust him. At least he makes good chicken soup. Deck, Ru Luo said suddenly. It made a few people freeze. If we want to get Nightmare Parade back on its feet again, the first thing we have to deal with is these debts. Lu Evening Yin's brows relaxed. At least Yun Luo was no longer using the most pessimistic attitude to solve problems. She nodded vigorously. Well, Sister Yun Luo, let's work together. We'll be able to think of something. Before the end of the year? Jiang Hui remembered what Yun Luo had said earlier. If finances and numbers, two things, are not done by the end of the year, then the Nightmare Parade will have to be disbanded. Tanju Chamber of Commerce. How long will you keep me waiting? Chapter 81. Ancient Books. The next day, Zhou Qin could not sit still at home, his heart filled with anxiety and anxiety. His eyes wandered around the room, but he could never find a focus. He was confused by Samuel Kang's attitude, and he wasn't sure if Samuel Kong had rejected his request or had already agreed to it. If Samuel Kong refused, why did he take Chen Ning's necklace again? The move seemed to reveal another hint of tacit approval. So he's a yes? But if you make a fool of yourself, won't you make a fool of yourself in front of the family then? Chen Ning went shopping again, and her figure floated in Zhou Qin's mind, but it no longer attracted him as it did when he first met. The woman was as good as an idiot. She looked pretty at first and wanted to have some fun, but I didn't expect to get a little bored myself so soon. If it wasn't for the fact that she could still contact Jiang Hui, Zhou Qin would want to tell her to get out of his house right now. Zhou Qin thought in his heart that his use of Chen Ning was beginning to outweigh his personal feelings for her. He needed to get close to Jiang Hui through Chen Ning in order to be able to get Jiang Hui's help, provided, of course, that Jiang Hui really did mean something else to her, as she had said. At least the last time they met, Zhou Qin didn't feel much of this meaning. Zhou Qin sighed, knowing that his patience was about to run out. If Jiang Hui wasn't willing to help, the dilemma he faced would become even more serious. This time Grandpa's birthday is bound to be a big surprise. Zhou Qin couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he imagined the embarrassing scenes that might occur at the family gathering. Especially that woman, a familiar and repulsive face came to his mind. That little bitch won't let this opportunity pass to step on herself again. Just then, the butler's voice came from downstairs, as if he was deliberately raising his voice to remind himself. Second miss, what are you doing here? Shit. Zhou Qin cursed. This little bitch actually came to his house at this time? It's fucking bad luck. Zhou Qin got up and went downstairs. And as expected, the tall, short-haired girl who was dressed in a fashionable but not fawning manner was sitting on the sofa in the living room with her toes in the air, calling his underlings, completely making this place his home. Uncle Chen, I talked to you last time about some of the precepts of making tea. You used to be the most rigorous person in the family. Why are you so perfunctory now? The young girl had a faint smile on her face before pouring the piping hot tea directly onto the expensive carpet. The butler known as Uncle Chen immediately bent down and apologized. Sorry. I'm sorry, second miss. I didn't expect you to come and wasn't prepared. I'm really sorry. Oh, that means normally you serve my dear brother with this garbage? The pair of slightly aggressive Dan Feng eyes slightly swept a glance at several servants, including Uncle Chen, and all of them were so intimidated that they didn't dare to say a word. Or is it my dear brother, who has no claim on you at all? The young girl's eyes went cold, her long, slender legs and boots folded together, and her tone gradually became cold. Of course, the servants knew that this was asking them to take a stand. Just then, Zhou Qin's voice came from the stairway. Why are you here? I didn't get the news that you've returned home. His voice was incredibly shaky and had no bottom. The young girl leaned back and sat on the soft sofa before turning her head slightly to look at Zhou Qin. It's because the news of my return only notified some of the elders of the family, but that didn't include my brother. Zhou Qin's hand gradually clenched, but the face didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Never mind, I won't tease you, brother. I heard that you'll be inviting the Mo family's daughter to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. The young girl slowly got up and looked at Zhou Qin with her arms wrapped around her. I didn't even know that you still had this ability, brother. You mustn't let the elders of the family down. Oh, everyone is staring at you now. Zhou Qin's face was blue, and he didn't say a word. He didn't even dare to look at the young girl's eyes. Her sister, who was clearly 3 years younger than herself, had always managed to overpower her in every way, although privately she had sworn on all sorts of bets to herself that she would make the little bitch look good. But really, he had some difficulty even lifting his head to speak in front of her. Behave well, brother. You are the family? Important male child, oh. If you let Grandpa down this time, I can't guarantee what Grandpa will do to you, oh. I heard that. Group is planning to open a branch in some small barren country. Maybe Grandpa will make you the head of the branch, oh. This is an important responsibility, oh brother. The young girl let out a light laugh before turning away, leaving behind only Zhou Qin, who was trembling with anger. He decided and went to find Samuel Kong once more. That night, Zhou Qin bought a large pile of gifts and brought Chen Ning to the door of Jiang Hui's house once again. After seeing Jiang Hui's somewhat impatient expression, Zhou Qin, without saying a word, carried a large bag of things and sent it inside the house. You two are really annoying. Jiang Hui coldly watched Zhou Qin attentively carry in all sorts of things. Brother Jiang Huaiyu, listen to me, I really have no choice. Jiang Hui didn't want to hear half a word more from him and was about to close the door directly. Chen Ning on the side to see is incomparable heartache. His own Zhou Qin brother actually so lowly to beg Jiang Wei, but this Jiang Wei actually still refused to help. What gives him the right? Flop. Zhou Qin directly knelt down the moment Jiang Hui was about to close the door in a flash. Brother Samuel Kong, Zhou Qin said with a trembling voice, please, save my life. Saving your life? Ginger Samuel sneered. I've saved your life by taking that string of pendants away. Young Master Zhou, one should know oneself. Listening to Jiang Hui's words, Chen Ning became furious. She tried to drag Zhou Qin up, but Zhou Qin was still kneeling and refused to get up. Samuel Jiang, brother Zhou Qin, has even begged you on his knees. What else do you want? Jiang Hui said in a cold voice. I'm the one who told him to brag? Was I the one who wanted to torture him? Zhou Qin tugged at Chen Ning to stop her from saying anything else, and at the same time, he prepared a final set of words. In this set of rhetoric, Zhou Qin himself sounds a little reluctant. Jiang Hui was interested in that string of pendants, perhaps not because of Chen Ning. Rather, it's because of the pendant itself. Brother Jiang Hui, the Zhou family's original family, also has an ancient book that was passed down during the same period as this necklace. As expected, Jiang Hui's sudden attempt to close the door stopped after hearing those words. And then he looked condescendingly at Zhou Qin. How do you know? I'm interested in these things. Jiang Hui's voice was filled with a kind of chilling air, causing Chen Ning, who still wanted to curse, to be quiet, only daring to tightly grasp Zhou Qin's arm. I think that brother Jiang Hui looks at that string of pendants. It must be, because that pendant is some kind of ancient artifacts. I don't understand those, but if brother Jiang Hui likes that ancient book, I can also bring it out to you. Let's talk about it when we get the stuff. There wasn't the slightest hint of emotion in Samuel Kang's words. Brother Jiang Hui, if you don't help me, I won't be able to get that ancient book. I'm not threatening you. It's because if I can't fulfill my promise for Grandpa's birthday this time, they'll kick me out of the Chow family. When he looked up again, Zhou Qin was already in tears. Jiang Hui looked at him and felt that he wasn't lying either. If there really was an ancient book that had been preserved along with his pendant, then he was really quite interested. You can go back, Samuel Kong concluded. Zhou Qin's heart is still hanging in the air. He does not know whether Jiang Hui this is considered to be a promise or a refusal, but Jiang Hui has already closed the door directly, and he does not dare to knock on the door again, only to leave the apartment building with Chen Ning. Brother Zhou Qin, you actually really, for our future, made such a great sacrifice. Chen Ning, who was sitting on the co-pilot, had been moved to tears. However, Zhou Qin was not even in the mood to talk to her. There are still 2 days to go before Grandpa's birthday. The invitations to the Mo family are all ready, and he himself has just placed them inside the pile of gifts. But Samuel Kong didn't take a stand. Would he forgive himself if he went to Grandpa now and confessed his mistake? Absolutely impossible. This was the conclusion Zhou Qin came to. It seems that we can only take one step at a time. If Grandpa really wants to blame himself, that little bitch will never let go of this opportunity to kick herself away. Chapter 82. There's such a thing as a good thing. That night, Jiang Huai honestly told Lu Evening about what Zhou Qin had asked him to do. Of course, he hid about the necklace and only said that Zhou Qin would give himself a sum of money afterward. Well, money doesn't make a son of a bitch. That's what Lao Yu always says, but Lu Evening was a little worried. Samuel Kong knew what she was worried about. It was true that Mou and himself were not familiar with each other, and this kind of reception that concerned the relationship between two families did not mean that going to it would be the end of the matter. If she went, she would definitely be representing the Murray family. It was extremely complicated, and Zhang Hui had no right to make this decision for Mou. I'll ask her first, and if she doesn't want to, I'll rebuff Zhou Qin. Saying that, Zhang Hui took out his cell phone and walked to the balcony to dial the number that Mou had left for himself earlier. Hey! The phone picked up on the other side after only one ring, and by the sound of it, it sounded like it couldn't wait. Who are you looking for? But in a moment, the other side again seemed to be regaining its composure, and its voice calmed down. Zhang Hui is a little speechless. It's not like you didn't save my phone number, but you were still asking who to find, and the intention to cover up is too obvious. Sorry to bother you so late. What is it? Do you have time these days? I'd like to invite you. There's no time. I need to see it. The corner of Jiang Huai's mouth twitched. Did she want her power that much? It was completely like a backsliding. I'd like to invite you to a reception. I wonder if you'd be interested. Reception? The opposite side seemed puzzled. In Mou's opinion, Jiang Hui seems to be completely unrelated to this type of venue with the reception. Is this the kind of reception I understand? I guess so. Just kind of between families. Oh. Ink Feather's voice sounded a little disappointed, and he didn't know what he had expected without permission. Chow family? Zhang Hui was a bit surprised that she had directly guessed his intentions. How do you know? After I had someone return the car to the Zhou family last time, the Zhou family has been trembling with fear, seemingly afraid of retaliation by my family. But in fact, my family doesn't know about this. Zhang Hui couldn't help but wonder what this Mo family actually did, and why it would scare Zhou Qin and his family like this. Here's the thing. He told the old master of Zhou Qin's family celebrated his birthday and held a banquet and wanted to invite her to participate. Mou said after a long moment of silence. Can't? Really? You don't have to force it if it makes a difference to you. On one condition. Neisan, wait for me here. Zhang Hui said with a cold smile. Speak. Everything is negotiable except for letting me join the Dauntless. You're coming with me. Samuel Kong froze. But Mou's next sentence made him feel an even greater sense of suffocation. As my fiancé. Lu Evening was at first sullen when she heard the news, and then she felt something odd. Samuel Kong tells her that Mou is probably borrowing himself to accomplish some ulterior motive. So the two began to think outside the box. Mou's family must be forcing her to marry someone. Lu Evening was the first to say. She didn't want to, so she found a scapegoat. Samuel Kong, on the other hand, was thinking deeper. Not only that, she also asked me to go with her to the Zhou family's reception. She was trying to bring the trouble to the Zhou family, so that if Mou's real fiancé knew about it. Must think I'm a chow. If this is a commercial war, then the Zhou family is almost dead. Not only that, Lu Evening added, she can also use this opportunity to make the Zhou family and the Mo family fight, and then really go on to take control. In fact, Zhang Hui was just playing with Lu Evening to make her feel better. The Zhou clan was scared shitless at the sight of the Mo clan, so how dare they fight with the Mo clan? But he also really didn't quite understand why Mou had to make this request. The woman herself was truly unreadable. So you won't mind? Zhang Hui asked Lu Evening with a smile. Lu Evening, who was in the middle of her reverie, froze and then turned around, facing Zhang Hui. If I say I mind, will you turn her down? She said half-jokingly. Will. Ginger Samuel said decisively. Lu Evening froze for a long time, then raised her hand and pinched Zhang Hui's face. It's just an act, don't get too into it, dumbass. Also, we're just acting, we don't have any real feelings. Zhang Hui didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Evening. He knew the young girl was lying. Lu Wanin also looked at Zhang Hui. She also knew that Samuel Kong was lying. And then both of them couldn't help but come up with the same sentence in their minds. You can't lie at all? Samuel Kong doesn't have much in the way of clothing that would make it to the big time, so now he's in a bit of a pickle. But he quickly thought of a savior. Chu He. Although Yu Qin-shan and Du Qinghong's matter had already been quite troublesome for Chu He. But Jiang Hui did save Chu He twice, and it wasn't a big deal this time. After speaking with Chu He on the phone, the other party agreed readily. Because the day after tomorrow was the birthday banquet, it was too late to have it customized, so Chu He personally brought several expensive suits for Jiang Hui to try on. In the end, Chu He made the call and helped Jiang Hui choose a set of straight and slim black tuxedo. Big brother, what you're attending, is it the birthday of the Zhou family's old master? Chu He asked with a smile as he looked at Jiang Hui, who was standing in front of the mirror, somewhat uncomfortable with his new skin. Jiang Hui was slightly surprised, but it was normal after thinking about it. People Chu, he is also a son of the family, and it is normal for families to have dealings with each other. So he nodded, and Chu He continued, the Chu family has also received an invitation, but the Chu family usually doesn't bother with this kind of small family's reception. But if you're going big brother, then I'll attend as well. That's not too good. If you go, it's the Chu family you're representing. Will it bring you trouble? Samuel Kong asked. Chu He waved his hand. Don't worry, big brother. My family and the captain's family are not the same. The Mo family that's really strict up and down. A family is made to be like the army. The family's sons and daughters are clear-cut. There are many factions. It's the families like theirs that can't just go to another family's cocktail party. Jiang Hui froze for a moment. He didn't expect MOU's family to be so strict. So is he going to get her into any serious trouble by letting MOU go to the reception? Big brother, what's your expression? Seeing that Jiang Hui looked preoccupied, Chu He asked suspiciously. So Samuel Kong told Chu Ha that he had invited MOU to join him, and that MOU had agreed. Chu He was sucking in a breath of cool air. Boy, big brother, your relationship with the captain? That's really extraordinary. In the meantime, in the middle of the Mo family's mansion, MOU was similarly changing into a black evening gown in the dressing room. She looked at herself in the mirror before gently raising her hand to stroke her reflection in the mirror. Finally, a slow sigh exhaled from the young girl's mouth. Will you like this one? Chapter 83, Getting Used to It. 2 days later, Old Master Zhou's reception was held at a winery on the outskirts of Lingyu City. The winery was the property of the Zhou family, and also a rather luxurious gathering place. In today's world, the place looks extraordinarily luxurious and lively. The birthday party will officially start at 7 o'clock. At the moment, Zhou Qin stood at the door while welcoming the guests, while the heart is apprehensive. Chen Ning wasn't by his side. After all, Zhou Qin didn't really treat her as any kind of fiancée. Much less would it be right for her to stand by her side on such an occasion. So now he asked Chen Ning to entertain some of the more ordinary guests. Of course, he didn't have much heart to care about Chen Ning. All his attention was now on each and every guest that arrived, and he prayed that he would be able to look for the one he was looking for from those guests. And at this moment, outside the Zhou family winery, Jiang Hui and Chu He were also waiting for someone. Jiang Hui's hair had also been carefully designed by a professional stylist, even if he was now standing in the doorway. It has also been drawing crowds. The appointed time is up. She can't be backtracking. Samuel Kong whispered. Don't worry. The captain may have a cold personality, but she is a man of her word and won't go back on her word when she has promised something. Chu He, on the other hand, was looking at his watch while calming down Samuel Kong. And then a cacophony of noise was heard from a short distance away. A luxurious black sedan slowly stopped in front of Jiang Hui and the others. Those people certainly weren't alarmed by the car. Whoever came here didn't have a few dollars in their pockets. What they were really shocked about was the license plate of the car. Those were a few numbers unique to Lingyu City, and those number plates all belonged to that mysterious and powerful family. Murray. Kachao. The driver pulled open the door of the rear car, and the first thing that caught Jiang Hui's eye was a pair of slender jade legs wearing black high heels. And then MOU, who was wearing a black evening gown with exquisite makeup and hairstyle, slowly got out of the car. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At first, they were a little skeptical if they had misread the situation. How could the Mo family's car appear at the entrance of the Zhou family's manor? But now, the moment MOU appeared, everyone almost cried out in shock. That's really the first lady of the Mo family. Jiang Hui also looked dumbfounded, not expecting this MOU's appearance to be so stunning. Captain! Chu He's voice broke the situation as he stood upright and straightened his body, saluting MOU like a security guard. Mou glanced at Chu, he and nodded slightly. Those cold as frost eyes then landed on Jiang Hui's body, also gently pointing at the teenager's heart. She didn't seem to care about the gazes of the others, and just whispered towards Jiang Hui, "Let's go." "Well," Ginger Samuel nodded. As the two of them walked towards the manor's front door, Mou noticed that Jiang Hui's pace was a bit stiff and his expression was tense. So she gently raised her hand and wrapped it around Samuel Kang's arm. "Don't move." As Jiang Hui was about to draw his hand out, Mou spoke softly. "Don't forget who you are and relax." That soft touch instantly reached Jiang Hui's arm. How else could one relax? Mou did not deliberately use any perfume. She herself has a light fragrance, plus that do not know by which master blended out of the floral shampoo. A refreshing smell made Jiang Hui blush slightly. Fiancé. How could one agree to such a request from her? Jiang Hui is now 10,000 times more regretful. Chui followed behind him and couldn't help but sigh out at this scene. What more can one ask for in life? At this moment, Zhou Qin was already sweating profusely, and he had not greeted several important guests in time when they came over, so much so that he was reprimanded by the elders on the side. At the same time, they were becoming more and more impatient with Zhou Qin, as there were still 10 minutes to go before the entrance. But there was no sign of Miss Murray at all now, and the young girl who was talking to the guests on the side with a proper and elegant demeanor glanced back at her brother before revealing an unintentional smile. But her smile faded as she glanced at a playful figure in the doorway. "She's really here? Could it really be my loser brother?" But the young girl's concern existed almost only for a moment, for she realized that there was another man beside the darkly noble and beautiful maiden. So that's how it is. The daughter of the Mo family is here for this man, and has nothing to do with my punk of a brother. But Zhou Qin could not realize this. He simply had the feeling of seeing a savior after seeing Mou and Jiang Hui appear. Several Zhou family elders frowned. They didn't want to see this trash really have anything to do with the Mo family. After all, they all put their treasure on the second young Ms. Zhou Lingling. He suppressed his excitement and walked over to him, but his voice was still a little shaky as he said, "Ms. Mo, Brother Jiang Hui, welcome." "Aye." But before he could finish his words, Mou had already taken Jiang Hui on his arm and directly bypassed him while walking towards the main hall. Puffing, Zhou Lingling directly laughed out loud. Sure enough, although he didn't know what kind of relationship Zhou Qin had with that man, but they didn't give a damn about him at all. And that man is the one who can really invite Mou. At the door of the meeting, Mou also put down the frame. She and the Zhou family elders greeted, but the attitude of those elders to treat her makes a person a moment a little confused. Who is the master of this feast? "Old master, I haven't seen you for several years. Your body is still so strong. My father entrusted me to wish you a happy birthday. He is currently not in Lingyu City. He can't be there in person. Please bear with me." Originally, Jiang Hui thought that Mou would not care about these family etiquettes. After all, she really is the kind of woman who looks like she doesn't eat the earth. But now that he saw how comfortable she was with all this red tape, it seemed a bit raw to him. The Zhou family's old master, that white-haired but rather sharp-eyed old man, was quite composed, and it could be seen that he had seen the world before. He politely expressed his gratitude to Mou and her family. "I'm such an old thing with half of my body in the ground, and I'm still troubling Miss Mo for you to come personally to celebrate your birthday. Sure, son has really caused you a lot of trouble." The old man was smart. He rewarded and punished. Since Zhou Qin was the one who called the people here this time, it was only natural that Zhou Qin should be mentioned in front of everyone. Don't underestimate the mouth. It's not a big deal for Zhou Qin's position in the family. Although Zhou Qin, who had just been ignored with some displeasure, was immediately inwardly incomparably excited after hearing these words, and even made a point of glancing at his own sister, Zhou Lingling. I had expected to see Zhou Lingling's furious face. Instead, all that was seen was the young girl standing leisurely and very demurely behind the family elders and smiling. There was absolutely no sign of any semblance of urgency. This little bitch, still pretending, inside I'm afraid she's already in a hurry. Zhou Qin's secretly happy, but did not wait for him to be happy for a long time. He saw Mou smiled and held Jiang Hui's hand and brought Jiang Hui gently to the old master said, "Old Master Zhou, this is my fiancé. Jiang Hui, I don't have any friendship with your grandson, and this time I also came with my fiancé." This time the faces of those present were again shocked. Everyone's eyes went to Jiang Hui. It was only then that he realized that this young man who had been standing beside the Mo family's eldest miss looked a bit nervous, but his stance was upright and handsome. It could be said that the two stood together as a pair made in heaven and a pair made on earth. Only Zhou Qin's face didn't look good. Earlier, he and his grandfather had boasted that he had a friendship with the Mo family's eldest miss. But now people are personally slapping themselves in the face and saying they don't have any semblance of a relationship. Puffing, Zhou Qin suddenly heard a sorrowful laugh from beside him. He turned his head to look, and to his surprise, the bitch was looking at himself with a look like garbage and sneering. Then, this Mr. Jiang, dare I ask? The old master didn't know the bottom of Jiang Hui, but he really hadn't heard of this name, and he didn't know how he should address it. I actually don't have much friendship with your son. He said he invited me to dinner, so I came over, and it just so happened that I met you on your birthday, so it's good to catch up and pay my respects to the old birthday girl. Jiang Hui smiled, and even arched his hand and bowed deeply towards the old master after he finished. But the old master and a few others around him were looking a little worse for wear. Ahem. Inkbrand seemed to want to laugh a little, and not that kind of cold laugh, but the kind that really couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of his heart. Well, old master, my fiancé, and I have some things to say, so I'll leave you to it. The old master was holding his cane, barely squeezing out a smile. Miss Mo, please go ahead, don't ever be polite. So Mo, you pulled Jiang Hui straight to the side hall. She pushed open a closed door and then gently pushed Jiang Hui in. After entering herself, she closed the door to the room again. What's wrong? I just saw them seem upset. Did I say something wrong? Jiang Hui was a bit puzzled. He also felt that those people's faces did not look good after he spoke, especially Zhou Qin. I don't think he was angry, though, but scared. His face was white with fear. The words aren't wrong, but why bow? Mou had his arms wrapped around his chest, with a hint of a smile still on his face. It was obvious that Samuel Kang's actions were really amusing her. Make it look like a posthumous farewell. People are celebrating today. Jiang Hui scratched his head. After Mou reminded him of this. It seems like it. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you. He smiled awkwardly, but Inkbrand shook his head slightly before speaking in a voice that was barely audible to himself. Get used to it. You used to be like that. Always doing the unexpected. And then she said as if she was immediately trying to change the subject. Okay, Samuel Kang, let's get down to business. Jiang Hui froze for a moment, and then felt the smirk that couldn't help but show on Mou's face just now disappear. That a touch of Frost's general indifference again surrounded her body. At this moment, and her body black evening dress echo more show the cold and colorful posture. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 84, Inexplicable Feeling of Irritation. Business as usual? What do you mean? Jiang Hui also put away that kind of teasing and looked squarely at Mou and asked. The last two meetings had eased that atmosphere with Inkbrand, almost to the point where Kong Samuel had forgotten that the woman was the first awakened who had suspected her power and had investigated her. What the hell did you ask me to come here for? Zhou Qin came and begged me to ask you to come to this reception, and I'm a soft-hearted person, so I agreed. Samuel Kong replied faintly. But Mou shook his head. You are not such a person. You also know that I have investigated you, Jiang Hui. There is a fault between you and Zhou Qin. It is unlikely that you will be able to take care of his business because... The young girl raised her eyes slightly, and in the dimly lit side hall, where no lights were turned on, those pupils that flickered with cold light were like a layer of frost covering them. You're a very vindictive person, so you definitely won't go along with Zhou Qin's request. Jiang Hui didn't move on the surface, but his hand slowly clenched. No one had ever made that comment about themselves, but therein lay the point of Samuel Kang's surprise. Because he does hold a grudge, but that's definitely not a conclusion that can be reached by relying on an investigation of his own personal file. Inkfeather didn't give Jiang Hui more time to think. She slowly leaned her body against the door before her right foot gently curled up against it. This action was like telling Samuel Kang that there was no way back for you. She continued, so I can only understand that Zhou Qin, or the Zhou family, has something you care about very much and you want this thing no matter what. Jiang Hui was silent and speechless. And then he also slightly raised his head, and a light blue light flashed in his eyes. A cold face looked at Mou. So you do know everything, and you're still willing to come to the appointment? Because I want to know what you're looking for. The moment Mou's words left her mouth, Jiang Hui disappeared in front of her eyes. And then in the next second, a hand suddenly grabbed her neck, and a chill flashed through her eyes, but this subconscious physical reaction dissipated in an instant. The young girl stared into the eyes in front of her that glowed with blue fire in the darkness, not saying a word, just letting her opponent clamp down on her throat. Jiang Huai's fingers were as hard as steel, and he could feel the fragile lifeline hidden under the delicate skin of the young girl in his palm. With just a slight force, that fragile neck would break in his hands, and the life of this powerful and five-star awakened person would end with it. However, this was not what he sought. His purpose was far more complex than simply killing. He wanted the young girl to feel fear, wanted her to not make a fool of herself. But now, once again, he was confused. His voice was cold as ice with a hint of probing. Why didn't you fight back? The question echoed in the empty room, as if even the air had frozen. It was that feeling again. She could obviously dodge it and even had a chance to counterattackle herself. Jiang Hui did not incarnate 100 skeletons now, and although her strength was strong, her agility was no match for that of Mou. But she did nothing to be at the mercy of herself. The fact that this kind of situation, which was out of one's expectation, appeared again and again in this woman made Jiang Hui a bit annoyed. You hold a grudge, but you are not a butcher. Inkbrand barely squeezed the words from his throat. Jiang Hui laughed coldly and slightly increased his force. Are you so sure? Do you know me well? Instead of answering directly, Mou slightly raised his hand and gently rested it on Jiang Hui's arm. This movement of hers was gentle and slow, yet filled with an unspeakable power. Her pupils glistened with tears, a mixture of pain, helplessness, and some deep-seated emotion. In that instant, Jiang Huai's heart, which should no longer exist, suddenly skipped a beat as the young girl in front of him, who had been choked by her own throat, did so. Her crying and her tears had given themselves an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He slowly loosened his grip, and then before the young girl sat on her knees, he gently supported her waist, revealing a rare hint of tenderness in his movements. But his tone remained cold. You really do give me an inexplicable sense of annoyance. Jiang Hui frowned and said, You're always out of line, always keeping me guessing about you. Ahem. Mou inhaled, while then slowly stood up and gently pushed Jiang Hui away. Whatever, you're not the only one who hates me. Samuel Kong wanted to say something else, but ended up watching the young girl sniffle while fixing her slightly messy hair. He swallowed back his words and finally said with a sigh, I can tell you why I'm here. Samuel Kong slowly fished the string of pendants out of his suit pants pocket. That black gemstone pendant was not even a hint of reflected light in the darkness at the moment. It was pitch black. What is it? Inkbrand froze slightly before coming closer. Hold out your hand, and I'll let you feel it. Listening to Jiang Hui's words, Mou nodded, and without hesitation, he extended his hand. TSK. Jiang Hui smacked his lips. This woman, why didn't she even hesitate? Annoyed, he grabbed Mou's wrist and pulled it closer to his body before slowly lifting the pendant and gently dangling it in front of Mou's eyes. Suddenly, Mou sensed a terrifying power so powerful that it was oppressive was continuously seeping out of that pendant, a power that was full of ominousness and calamity. This sense of oppression had even surpassed the shock brought about by the Black Core Lord from before. Instantly, Mou was pressurized by this power to the point of dizziness. Her pupils contracted and her lips slightly opened, as if she was now facing a cataclysmic catastrophe that would cause the sky to collapse. Slap! Jiang Hui fiercely gripped the pendant, his fist already covered in skeletons. My power is like some sort of catalyst that can activate the hidden scent in this pendant, but my power can just as easily be an inhibitor. He squeezed the pendant and only took it back into his pants pocket after confirming that it was no longer spreading its calamitous aura outward. And this string of pendants, according to Zhou Qin, is an heirloom of the Zhou family, and along with this string of pendants, there is also an ancient book. Jiang Hui looked at Mou, who was still in residual shock, and slightly raised his hand and snapped his fingers in front of her eyes, pulling her attention back. So now you understand why I'm here? Inkbrand nodded. I'll help you. Without making conditions or asking for reasons, she would help herself if she asked. Jiang Hui was really a bit speechless. If he didn't know that she was the eldest young lady of the Mo family and the leader of the elite squad of the Dauntless. He had to wonder if the woman was in love with herself. In the meantime, Chen Ning was already drunk, and Zhou Qin had asked her to accompany the guests, who were completely treating her like a servant of the manor. You're not going to stop calling, and you're going to take advantage of the situation. She made a dizzying excuse to escape from the middle of the meeting, but her heart was full of complaints. Brother Zhou Qin, why aren't they even willing to take me to meet her family? She stood at the sink and wet her face with cold water. Complicated emotions were brewing inside, and there was no time to think about makeup anymore. Under the effect of alcohol, she began to recall the days with Samuel Kong. At that time, he himself often drank outside with his friends, but he would never take Samuel Kong with him. At that time, Jiang Wei's body is thin and weak, and a shabby look. He was too ashamed to take him out. But every time she got drunk, he made sure to pick her up and take her home, and would never do anything to her while she was asleep. Even though he was his girlfriend at the time, he didn't cross any lines at all. Why is he now unwilling to even look at me? Just as Chen Ning was feeling sorry for himself, she didn't notice the kind of negativity that was creeping into her. On the young girl's chest, where the pendant once hung, a black mark was slowly appearing at the moment. The mark was devouring the emotions of the young girl's grief, and then this power was expanding. In the end, the young girl didn't notice. Crack after crack slowly unfolds in this lavish restroom. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 85, The Blooming Blood Scene. Chief of Staff Liu, the latest revelation from the Apocalypse Society. Inside the Association's Operations Command, Chief of Staff Liu Zhuangshi has now temporarily taken over the work of former Vice President Han Guo. Overall leadership of the Association of Awakened Ones chapter in Lingyu City. Until the General Council investigates this matter or a new head is sent to arrive, Liu Zhuangshi will be fully responsible for everything here. Having been in command for 3 days without closing his eyes, he had just tried to squint for a moment when he was awakened by a powerful explosion, followed by a message delivered by several staff members. Liu Zhuangshi hurriedly got into the spirit. The current Lingyu City must not make the slightest mistake. The Awakened Association and organizations all over the world are staring at this place. In a while, there would also be Awakened Association and organizations from all over the world stationed in Lingyu City, and this place would surely become an important milestone for all of mankind to fight against the Beast Tide. But now, the latest revelation from the Apocalypse Society, however, left him in a cold sweat. A massive fissure reaction has appeared somewhere on the outskirts of Lingyu City. The staff said anxiously, "Chief of Staff, is this a Beast Tide again?" "Don't panic." Liu Zhuangshi hurriedly organized his work. Located where the fissure appeared, as well as the extent of the fissure. Soon they realized that this fissure reaction was focused on a particular mansion's winery. What startled him was the sheer number of fissures, at least 15 of them. This is not uncommon in a tidal wave of beasts. For each rift represents the lair of the beast, which can be interpreted as the organization of the awakened. The rifts that appeared in the midst of the Beast Tide were at most those 4 major Lord rifts and the core Lord rifts. Small fissures mostly appear in floods when human resistance collapses. Now a single winery has attracted the presence of more than a dozen nests, which is an extremely unusual situation. First, open the 9 phases sealed dust boundary in that neighborhood. Send out letters to all organizations. See which organizations are closest to that winery and head there immediately to carry out the chopper hunt. Inside the winery at the moment, inside that luxurious restroom, Chen Ning slightly sobered up after washing her face. She took out the cosmetics in her bag and started to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror. Just then, she felt something rustling and moving. At first, it was thought to be someone in the restroom cubicles, but upon looking back, all the cubicles were wide open with no one present. "Russell." The voice sounded again, and Chen Ning's heart panicked a little. "Who?" she asked in a whisper, but got no response. Chen Ning was scared, and she planned to leave the restroom immediately. But just as she turned her head to pack up her makeup, she sensed something was wrong. Her mirror self, surprisingly, turned back a fraction of a second later than she herself had. Like a kind of delay, the lipstick in Chen Ning's hand fell to the ground. Her legs began to tremble as she stared at herself in the mirror, not daring to move a step. And then she saw her own expression in the mirror slowly change from horror to calmness, and finally flashed a wry smile at her. "Ah!" Chen Ning screamed, and the monster in that mirror took its original form, transforming into a monstrous and twisted monster that slammed out of the mirror. Just moments before its catfish-like mouth was about to swallow Chen Ning in one gulp. A paper fan was gently propped up in front of Chen Ning's eyes, isolating the terrifying monster from her, and then a pleasant voice entered her ears. "If it isn't that brother of mine's new toy, how sad." Chen Ning stared blankly at the person holding the umbrella, the short, flowing hair that was automatic without the wind, and the pair of eyes that were incomparably confident and revealed a hint of cunning no matter when. This young girl, who was impeccable in both looks and temperament, Chen Ning had seen before, but only in photographs. She was the sister Zhou Qin had been talking about who had returned from studying abroad. Ling Ling Chow. Ow. The monster behind the umbrella let out a growl, and the expressions of the two under the umbrella were different. The monster kept trying to tear open the paper umbrella, but the seemingly fragile oil paper umbrella was not even the slightest trace under the monster's sharp fangs and claws. It can't even pivot this umbrella to attack the duo behind it. Chun Ning was on the verge of peeing in fear. Her legs trembled, and she was almost about to kneel on the ground the next second. Zhou Lingling, on the other hand, was still maintaining that smile that seemed to be both mocking and compassionate as she looked at Chun Ning. "All right, little toy, you'll be fine." Zhou Lingling's guffawing smile was like the warmest sunshine in spring, warming the heart. The warm smile, however, was as fleeting as the delicate paper umbrella in her hand. The monster that was originally only one, as if summoned by some mysterious power, instantly transformed into several, their figures looming in the dimly lit restroom, surrounding Zhou Lingling and Chun Ning. Just at this moment, a burst of blood-colored petals drifted in and filled the entire restroom. The moment those snarling beasts pounced on the duo, each blood-colored petal seemed to possess life. They were no longer symbols of softness, but had transformed into sharp blades. In an almost imperceptible gust of wind, the petals swirled and cut at an alarming rate, tearing the bodies of these beasts mercilessly apart. The moment the petals made contact with the beast, there was a subtle but clearly audible cutting sound that was the music of death. As the beast's body shattered, blood and flesh intertwined with the petals, creating a rain of blood. Splattered drops of blood and fluttering petals intertwined in the air to create a poignant scene as they bloomed in every corner of the restroom, turning the place into a sea of blood. The walls, the floor, the mirrors, none of them were covered by this blood-colored frenzy, and together they drew a hellish rhapsody, full of contradictions between violence and beauty. The scent of blood filled the air, so strong it was almost touchable. The scent made one's throat tighten and breathing became difficult, as if even the air was tainted by this smell of blood. Chun Ning sat on her knees, a wetness bursting between her legs as she completely tensed up. In extreme fear and despair, she passed out and lost consciousness. At this moment, in the main hall of the winery, the birthday banquet was still in full swing. The old master thanked everyone in public for being there. And of course the ink feather was mentioned separately. He didn't care if Mou was a friend to his useless grandson or not. "Since you've come to the scene, let me make good use of your family's reputation. How can Mou not know what this old thing is thinking, including everyone here sees the Mo family as a flooding beast. Whoever can get the Mo family's favor. Other families will back off in every way." She had her own considerations. And this time, when she came to the family gathering, she didn't really come by her own nature and hide it from the family, but she got the family's approval. For no other reason than for an awakened who is yet to join any organization. A 4-star offensive awakening codenamed Flower, Zhou Lingling. Chapter 86, The Mirror Demon. Inside the hall, Zhang Hui was taking out a couple of thermos boxes from somewhere, and then kept on chucking various dishes into them. "What are you doing?" Ink Brand asked suspiciously. "Pack it up, there's so much food here. I'm sure I won't be able to eat it all, so I can bring it back to Lu Evening Yin and Sister Yin Luo." Zhang Hui smiled and kept on chucking those lobsters and sea cucumbers and all kinds of delicacies into the box. And in the end, in order to save trouble, he directly used the inverted one. "Get away from me before someone sees it and embarrasses you." As he spoke, Jiang Huai suddenly realized that Mou had actually started to help himself pack. There is never any shame in saving food. The young girl's perpetually cold words were the polar opposite of the attitude she showed towards Samuel Kong. Samuel Kong was also starting to get a little used to it. So at the moment, Zhou Qin was on stage making a speech for the night, and the two just kept pouring stuff into the box down below. "Let us raise our glasses together. Celebrate this wonderful." However, just as Zhou Qin was about to complete this perfect speech, an ear-piercing scream cut through the tranquility, like a sharp blade, mercilessly cutting through the melody of the music. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat, and the scream was like a taut string suddenly snapping, sending an involuntary wave of panic through the crowd. Zhou Qin's face sank. His anger was like lava before a volcano erupted. His eyes were filled with fury, and he cursed in his heart. "Which guy who doesn't know how to die? How dare he interrupt my perfect speech?" He turned his head to look, only to see a female squire, her clothes ragged and stained with bright red blood, as if she had just escaped back from the edge of hell. She stumbled in through the side door, fear and despair written all over her face. Odd, odd. Her voice trembled, and she could barely speak complete sentences coherently. And the latter waitress dropped to the ground all of a sudden, her blood-stained face raised, her eyes filled with horror as she cried out with the last of her strength. There are monsters! There are monsters everywhere! As soon as her words fell, a low and ferocious growl came from behind her, followed by a monstrous and twisted monster, its body looking like it had been twisted by some evil force, its limbs disproportionate, its skin covered in disgusting tumors, and a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes as it lunged towards her. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and horrifying scene. But Mou and Jiang Hui's reactions were unusually quick. Their eyes met for a split second, and without words, they understood each other's intentions. The moment the monster was about to tear apart the body of the female attendant, Jiang Hui moved, and his fist was like a discharged cannonball that ruthlessly smashed on top of the monster's head. With a dull skull-cracking sound, the monster's head shattered in response, and the tremendous force of inertia caused its body to change shape as well, flying out like a puddle of mud. Ah! Monster! Monster! The screams rang out again, but this time, it was out of fear and shock. What everyone cared about right now were the monsters that kept pouring into the main hall from the various side doors. The sheer number of them and their grotesque forms is unnerving. Jiang Hui frowned, his mind filled with doubt. How did these beasts appear? He hadn't detected any of the beasts or infected before these monsters appeared in front of him, which gave him a deep sense of unease. Save the people first, Mou said in a cold voice. There was not a trace of panic in her voice, only calmness and decisiveness. With that, she copied one of the cake-cutting knives on the table and decapitated the two beasts that were attacking the crowd. But the poor table knife broke in response, unable to withstand the sudden violence. The scene was chaotic, with screams, growls, and fights intertwined to create one hell of a picture. Fear and uneasiness were written all over everyone's face, and Jiang Hui looked around and frowned when he saw Mou, who was fighting and retreating. Ink Feather's strength was her sword, and now, without a single weapon, she could only meet the beast with some cutlery and combat skills from the field. These beasts were all just Vanguard level, though, and weren't considered powerful. But there are too many of them. Even if he and Mou were strong enough to kill their way out without any problems, they couldn't save everyone here. Just then, a petal, with imperceptible grace, crossed Jiang Hui's cheek. He felt a coolness, followed by a slight tingle. Jiang Hui froze, his hand unconsciously touching his cheek, his fingertips stained with a bright red. He frowned after seeing a trace of blood. Jiang Hui's body itself was still human in strength, but the hundreds of bones in his body would allow him to instantly strengthen his body on contact with anything, even on contact that would never harm him. But now the petals silently left a scratch on his face. Before Jiang Hui could carefully think about it, more petals began to pour into the hall. Mou, who had been vigilantly watching the surroundings, also noticed the unusual petals at this moment. The young girl froze for a moment, a flash of surprise in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by relief. She seemed to recognize where these petals came from and was secretly relieved. The petals grew in number, and instead of being light and harmless as before, they became sharp in a flash. In the hall, the originally calm air was broken by this sudden change. The flower petals transformed into countless sharp blades, and they killed those beasts that sneaked into the hall one by one in a swift manner. Blood spurted out like a rain of blood, showering the entire hall, and the scent of flowers in the air was replaced by the smell of blood. Jiang Hui's body was also dyed red by this sudden rain of blood, until an oil paper umbrella was slowly propped up above his head. Like the feast, between the flourishing flowers and blood rain, the gentle smile of the young girl appeared in front of Jiang Hui's eyes. Little mice who love to steal. But in the next second, there was a hint of evil in the young girl's eyes as she looked at Jiang Hui. Zhou Lingling's petals were as if they had a consciousness of their own, and would only injure the beasts, not accidentally injure the humans in the banquet hall. At this moment, the Zhou family members were all in a state of shock after seeing Zhou Lingling. The white evening gown she had been wearing had now turned a blood red, and her face was stained with the blood of the beast. There's an almost manic beauty to it. I hear you want my family's ancient books? Zhou Lingling didn't even look at the beast that had been cut up, but only looked at Jiang Hui with a light smile and asked, "You are the awakened." Mou also returned to Jiang Hui's side at this moment. She was holding a broken chair leg in her hand, which could only be said to be better than nothing. Zhou Lingling didn't talk much nonsense with the two, just smiled and collected his umbrella. You made a deal with my punk brother, but it's a pity. Zhou Lingling slightly glanced sideways at Zhou Qin, who was cowering at the bottom of the main podium and had already pissed his pants in fear. He can't make the call. If you want to do business with the Zhou family, you have to go through me. We'll talk about this later. Let's get these people out first, Zhang Hui said, although he was curious as to how this woman knew the purpose of his visit. Zhou Lingling, however, shook her head. A beast that specializes in cutting space exists here. It has isolated this area from the original world. What's your name? She looked at Samuel Kong and asked. Zhang Hui, do you mean that this place is now similar to the nine-phase sealed dust realm? By half, this beast hasn't appeared in previous beast waves, but it's very active in other countries. In the country of Cortana, where I studied, it's known as Mirror Demon, Danger Level, Lord Class. Seeing that Mo, you seem to have a reaction to this name. The young girl let out a light laugh. Worthy of being the captain of the Dreadnought. The third beast tide broke out in Cortana country. At that time, the Dreadnought also went to support as a support force. If I remember correctly, that was the only time the Dauntless, all of them, were lost. Chapter 87, Broken Power. Mo said in a deep voice. Zhang Hui looked around at the people who were still alive. Most of them were in a panicked mood, some fumbling for their cell phones to try to call the police, while others were cowering in the corner. Not a single person dared to leave the banquet hall. After all, those monsters were pouring in from outside. So much for small talk, Zhang Hui said with a straight face. We'll talk about the ancient books afterward. What's it going to take to break this mirror demon space? Both the mirror demon and the worm mother belong to the category of being domain-type beasts, and they won't leave the lair themselves if they don't have to. Zhou Ling said and looked at Mou. My power can handle these insufficient vanguard-level beasts, but my ability is limited to guarding this banquet hall for half an hour. She put away her teasing and looked at Mou and said, in the meantime, you have to find that mirror demon's lair and decimate it. It seems like she should have thought that the strongest combatant here was Mou, so she didn't put Zhang Hui in her eyes. Still, she gave a slight sideways glance to Samuel Kong. As for you, you can stay here with me. You're safe for the half hour. And you can, without any hesitation, Zhang Hui said as he looked at Mou. Split up. You search this winery for survivors. Bring them to the ballroom, and then hold the place with her. I'll find the mirror demon. Huh? Zhou Lingling was filled with disbelief. Who is this man? Didn't he understand what I just said? Not to mention the strange movements of the mirror devil. Even if he found the mirror devil, it's a lord-level beast. Although it wasn't during a beast tide, a lord-level beast would be difficult to deal with even for Mou. He's actually saying he's going to cut down the mirror demon by himself? Are you in your right mind? Zhou Lingling looked at Zhang Hui with disdain. Without waiting for Zhang Hua to speak, Mou had already nodded. I understand. I will search for survivors. Huh? Zhou Lingling was even more puzzled. Ms. Inkbrush, you're sure, right? Mou turned his head to look at Zhou Lingling and did not answer her question. Instead, he asked a rhetorical question. Does this winery have any knives? Swords would be fine. There. The one who answered Mou was not Zhou Lingling, but the old master of the Zhou family, who had been sitting paralyzed on the side. He looked quite frightened, but Ginger was still old, and just now his own little granddaughter and these two outsiders had struck swiftly. They're the only ones capable of fixing this one. On the second floor of the main hall of this winery, in the middle of the showroom, there is a knife that was left behind by the Zhou family's ancestor as an ancient knife, and I don't know if I can be of any help to you. Mou nodded, and then the two of them and Zhang Hui turned around and headed towards the corridor. Tisk. Zhou Lingling stuck her hands on her waist and looked at the backs of the two as they left. These two, there's something wrong. At this moment, Chen Ning carefully pushed open the door of the guest room on the second floor, and after Zhou Lingling saved her, she discovered the black mark on her neck. In a fit of bullying, Chen Ning told Zhou Lingling that the mark was very similar to the pendant he had worn before, and it was given to him by Zhou Qin. But the pendant was snatched by her ex-boyfriend, Samuel Kong. He would attend this birthday banquet also because Zhou Qin told him that there was another ancient book here. Zhou Lingling turned away with a cold smile after hearing this, leaving her alone in the room. But Chen Ning didn't want to sit around and wait for death. She at least wanted to find Zhou Qin. Once he found Zhou Qin, he would definitely be safe, and Zhou Qin would definitely protect him. So she trembled as she moved forward down the corridor. This winery is too large and has a very complex interior. Soon Chen Ning got lost. It was also at that moment that the lighting equipment went out, and suddenly it was pitch black for a few moments before the CFLs came on. Illuminated by that dim CFL, Chen Ning realized that there was a twisted figure at the corner of the corridor that was making a crunching sound while walking towards her. She was almost crying with fear. Daring only to cover his mouth, he tried to retreat to his previous room. But just as she had taken 2 steps back, suddenly, he realized that a mural hanging in the hallway had a character with a surprisingly deadly stare in his eyes. Ah! Chun Ning screamed in terror as the twisted shadow suddenly accelerated and turned the corner, and a huge monster that looked both like a wolf and a lion began to pounce towards her. Ow! Chun Ning closed his eyes in despair. In that instant, a popping sound was heard as a chair leg slammed hard into the creature's head. The monster was smashed and flew backwards, and the legs of the chair shattered in response. But the monster stabilized itself in midair and didn't seem to have suffered any damage. Go! Mou pulled up the trembling Chen Ning and ran back. On the walls, the eyes of the figures in an oil painting kept following the running duo. And then more and more monsters began to run towards the two. I can't run anymore. I can't. Chen Ning's legs were already weak, and even though she kicked off her high heels, now she only felt dizzy and was almost about to lose her breath. Inkbrand smacked his lips. If it had been before, she would never have brought such a liability with her. But after that battle at Hopeless Mountain, something quietly changed within Mou's heart. Living to the death used to be her code for staying alive on the battlefield. But for now, she wanted to save as many people as possible in the process. So she directly intercepted Chen Ning with one hand and carried him on her shoulder. Bang! After viciously kicking over the beast that suddenly appeared from around the corner, Mou carried the young girl and ran forward with a sharp figure. With more and more monsters behind him, Mou knew that what he had to do now had to be to find that so-called ancient sword, or else even if it was himself. It might also be hard to clean up these beasts that have gradually started to evolve with just bare hands. In the meantime, it didn't go well on Samuel Kang's side either, although those beasts couldn't cause him any trouble at all. But he could never feel the breath of that mirror demon, and he realized that the mirror demon would hide other beasts in his lair and later kill them from among the various mirrors that could reflect light. Its fissures are the mirrors. Or maybe the mirror is the carrier of its fissures. A beast lurking in the shadows slowly approached Jiang Hui, before suddenly storming out while Jiang Hui was thinking. But in the next instant, its body couldn't move in midair. A light blue thread had connected to the back of its neck. But this situation only lasted for a short moment. The blue thread snapped in an instant, and then the beast angrily pounced on Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui raised his hand to strangle the beast's neck, then gently pressed it against the wall, directly denting that wall. The Dominator can't do perfect control of the beast right now. He felt a little strange. He had tried to control the beast with the mother bug's tentacles before, but basically failed. Even the weakest of the Vanguard-class beasts, they're worlds apart from the infected. But what if it's done the other way? The beast was still struggling, but Jiang Hui's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't move a single bit. In the next moment, Jiang Hui's hand slowly lifted up, then reached directly into the beast's mouth. This can be the beast to get anxious. A mouth of fangs constantly began to tear Jiang Hui's arm. But Jiang Hui's arm had already been covered with skeletons, and with a crunching sound, Jiang Hui's hand didn't suffer half a bit of damage. Instead, the beast's mouth was already bloody. That mouthful of fangs was almost knocked out. Don't worry, because I can't see where your kernel is, so let me look for it. Jiang Hui's entire arm was shoved into the beast's body, and the beast went from an angry growl at first to a mournful cry. And then the dying whimpers now. If it really had a mind, it would probably regret this outburst for the rest of its life. Found it. Ginger Samuel finally felt what it wanted inside the beast's body, and then it violently gripped the object. In that instant, the beast, which had already given up its resistance, began to lunge again. But Jiang Hui didn't give it that chance. He gripped the take, then viciously pulled his hand out. Accompanied by a tearing sound, a moment of bloody black inner core was hard ripped out of its mouth by Jiang Hui. Splat! Jiang Hui threw away the beast's body, and it twitched on the ground for a few moments before it never moved again. Come on, show me where your master is. Ginger Samuel swallowed the still, slime-stained kernel in one gulp, and then bits and pieces flashed through his mind. The Terra Clan? Broken Dark Emperor. This power must be devoured. After thoroughly digesting it, Jiang Hui frowned. The information in here is too fragmented. What the Terra are, and what the Dark Emperor is. But if they are rushing to some kind of power... Samuel Kong felt for the pendant in his pants pocket. Since you guys want it so bad. He closed his eyes and then began to push the breath of the pendant with the power of his 100 bones, prompting it to activate. The unsettling fear began to spread outward, spreading until it enveloped the entire winery. Finally, Samuel Kong heard the voice. "Found you. Traitor, give me that power. Give it to me. Then come and get it yourself." In the next instant, Jiang Hui fiercely began to run wildly down the corridor, and just at the same time, beast after beast suddenly emerged from the corridor window panes. Like hyenas that had smelled blood, they snarled and followed behind Jiang Hui. And Samuel Kang's destination is clear. If your carrier is a mirror, then I have the biggest stage for you. Chapter 88, Silence. The situation of MOU and Chen Ning at this moment wasn't much better. Though just now, accompanied by the scent of that core lord, many of the beasts turned around and ran towards the stairs. But there was still a portion of the beasts still chasing them. Ink Feather's senses were unusually sharp, and a faint but clear buzzing sound pierced through the surrounding clamor and hit her eardrums directly. The voice seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, and it was summoning MOU, guiding her forward. The young girl's heart raced, her instincts telling her that this could be their only chance of survival. After a sharp intake of breath, MOU violently changed direction as she rushed into an even narrower, dimly lit corridor with Chun Ning in tow. The space here limited their movement, but at the same time it offered them a silver lining. The beasts behind them let out a low growl, their footsteps coming closer and closer, as if death knells were echoing in their ears. Chun Ning's face paled as she could almost feel the fishy stench emanating from those monsters' mouths. Her heart was beating like a drum, and fear nearly overwhelmed her. "Ah, them! They're catching up to us!" There was desperation and panic in her voice. Ink Feather, however, didn't have time to wallow in fear as she calmly responded to Chun Ning's scream. "Shut up." Just then, a monster lurking on the ceiling suddenly attacked. Its body was exceptionally flexible, its neck stretched out and its bloody mouth opened, pouncing straight at MOU and Chun Ning. MOU's reaction was extremely fast. She almost instinctively held Chun Ning tightly in her arms, and then utilized her body's agility to make a sliding shovel, skillfully dodging the monster's attack. At the same time after this sliding shovel, MOU also followed the trend and threw Chun Ning in his arms fiercely towards the front. "Ah!" With a thud, Chun Ning's body directly crashed through the door at the end of the corridor. The moment she rolled to the ground, dazed, MOU, who had entered the room right after her, picked up her rear collar with one hand and tried to yank her up. But right at this moment, Chun Ning's clothes suddenly broke with a zip when she tugged on them like that. 2 sponges slipped from her chest. "Ah! No, don't look!" Channing covered her body while trying to cover up the fact that she had faked it. "Who the fuck is looking at you at this point in time? And I'm not a girl like you." Inkbrand's mind cursed a rare expletive. She intercepted Chun Ning with one hand and then rushed in the direction of the sound. Boom. The doors and walls of the room were crushed at the same time. Countless Vanguard-level beasts began to pour into the room. They have evolved, changing from their initial beast form to standing and running on 2 feet with more flexible and stronger hands. This was an evolution specific to Ink Feather's fighting skills and sensitive stature. At this moment, although MOU was still able to suppress them in terms of speed, but in front of such a huge number, it's probably no longer good enough in a physical fight. Just at the moment when several werewolf-like beasts were about to catch up with them, Ink Feather finally saw what was in that display case at the far end of this room. It was also something that had been calling to her. It was a long black knife with a sheath. But it was too late, and any more steps would have caught up with him. MOU was tempted to throw the woman in his arms out towards the back, so that at least she could buy time, that way that knife. But in the end, she didn't. If it was Samuel Kong, would he save this woman? Nonsense, surely not. But MOU didn't know about Jiang Huai's relationship with Chun Ning, and she took it for granted that Jiang Hui would be as gentle as ever with anyone. So she made her own decision and ruthlessly threw Chun Ning towards that display case. "Go give me that knife. I'll hold them off," MOU said in a cold voice. At the same time, his figure had a sharp break, and he turned around with his hand propped up on the ground, facing the countless beasts that were pouring in. She didn't flinch. Her hand rested on her waist, and then scarlet light filled her pupils. The young girl's body began to ooze blood, which gathered into the long, blood-red blade at her waist. One cut, only one chance. Now her body had not yet recovered from the previous battle at Mount Hopeless. plus her own father's chastisement. Chun Ning was also anxious. She trembled as she tried to reach for the knife, but realized that the display case was locked. So she started smashing her hands hard. But this glass is not so easy to break. Until the hands are swollen, the glass is still intact. Almost at the same moment, Mo's sword sheathed. Dust knife, broken blade. Abandoning all distracting thoughts, the scarlet long knife violently came out of the body, and in the middle of this narrow space, the knife cut across the room, shredding the walls while at the same time decapitating all those beasts that had flooded into the room. Ahem. Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, but she immediately clenched her teeth as blood spilled out from between her teeth. The power of this slash was far inferior to the slash from Mount Hopeless. But that was as far as she could go right now. Unfortunately, after the scarlet blade had cut through, there were still countless beasts pouring in. She couldn't swing the next blade. The scarlet longsword at the young girl's waist slowly dispersed, turning into a bit of sacrificial blood that spilled onto the ground. And then she herself slowly sat down on her knees. Chun Ning had also been shocked by Mo's slash, and she cried out, "No, don't sit down. They're coming." Then you. Quick, give me the knife. Mo's consciousness was already a little blurry. She slowly raised her hand and tried to pick up the knife. But Chun Ning couldn't open the cabinet at all. I can't open it. What to do? Mo could no longer hear Chun Ning's voice, but she surprisingly still stood up slowly by instinctive willpower. Cough. Another mouthful of blood gushed out from her mouth, like a blood-colored flower blooming in the darkness. However, Mo did not fall down. She used this blood, like an artist painting on a canvas with pigments, and slowly coalesced the form of a long sword at her waist. But this time, the long blade didn't take shape, but instead placed a greater burden on her body. At this instant of life and death, the buzzing sound of the name suddenly resounded in Mo's head, like an ancient incantation, awakening the power within her. Immediately afterward, Chun Ning realized that the cabinet was vibrating, as if an irresistible force was about to explode. She cowered in fear. Mo watched those monsters pouring in, but in this instant, the movements of those monsters seemed to have stood still, and the whole world was left with only the sound of her breathing. So she slowly raised her hand again, guided by some power. I can hear that you're resigned to the fact that you haven't accomplished your mission, and so am I, since you're so unwilling to stay in the closet and be a showpiece. The tremor of the cabinet grew stronger. To be precise, it was the knife that trembled again. Then, come here. Bang. The tempered glass shattered completely, and the long black blade spun and flew into Mo's hand. The moment she touched the knife, a name surfaced in Mo's mind. It was as if the young girl had searched all her life for what she called the right weapon. When the long sword came out of the body, the flow of time returned to normal for everything around it. Countless beasts roared in anger and pounced on the young girl, but only ushered in two words lightly spoken from her mouth. Silence and silent annihilation. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 89, the second round. Jiang Hui's body had already transformed into 100 skeletons, and he suddenly felt an ancient and mysterious power coming from the second floor after slamming a door. With this kind of power, the beasts that were chasing after it all suddenly stopped in their tracks before looking up at the upper floors warily. It was as if they sensed some ancient natural enemy. What made Samuel Kong feel even more ridiculous was, I don't know if it's the 100 bones in the body. The power surprisingly made even he feel threatening. But now that mirror demon wasn't going to give him much time to catch his breath. Those beasts that were originally a bit cowering suddenly seemed like they were pumped with chicken blood, perhaps because they were intimidated by that power on the second floor, so they had to seize the pendant even more quickly. In short, these beasts began to evolve rapidly under the catalyst of some kind of power. Each of them was as strong as an orangutan, and had obviously observed the way 100 Rex traveled to adopt a targeted evolution. But by this time, Jiang Hui had also arrived at his destination. It was the same side room where he had been chatting alone with Inkbrand before. Why choose this place? Because this side room is fully enclosed, with no mirrors other than a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, not even a window. And Jiang Hui also noticed that this mirror demon was not able to affect the mirrors of the entire winery at the same time. It has a limited number of mirrors it can manipulate, and its power is also affected by the size of the mirror. He was sure that this huge floor-to-ceiling mirror would be able to bring out the great power of that mirror demon. As expected, Jiang Huai saw the figure of 100 Rex gradually distorting in the floor-to-ceiling window. The mirror demon is extracting the power of 100 Rex and imitating it. It's really worthy of being a lord-level beast. Samuel Kong lamented. What makes these lords truly powerful is not how terrifying their direct power is. Instead, it's in their exaggerated rate of evolution and their adaptability to power. As the black skeletal giant slowly stepped out of the mirror, Zhang Hui was really feeling from it an aura not weaker than 100 Rex. Perhaps that was the trait. If that core lord had this power of extraction and creation back then 100 Rex wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. Black skeleton and 100 skeletons raised their eyes at almost the same time, blue flames flickering out from the eye sockets of the two skeleton giants. The beasts that swarmed behind them, however, all stopped moving in unison at this moment. They were like witnesses to the battle between the two skeletons. Zhang Hui found it interesting, and he was curious to know just how strong this mirror demon's power extraction could be. The next moment, two fists, one black and one white, slammed together viciously. The entire winery began to tremble, and even though this was the space cut by the mirror demon, the collision of these two forces had a considerable impact on the space. 100 Rex realized that at first, the black skeleton would still be suppressed by himself, and the speed of his punches would be beneath him. But soon he realized. This black skeleton had struck out at almost the same time as himself, and the power was completely unmatched. This area of space was shaken by their battle and constantly trembled and shook. In the end, both skeletons were covered in scars, and each took a step back. However, the black 100 skeletons that the mirror demon had transformed into gradually began to recover their bodies through some kind of power in the mirror. Zhang Hui let out a bitter smile. This is not good. The person who fell into the wind became himself. Boom. After a few encounters in a row, Zhang Hui's 100 skeletons had to mobilize more power in attack and defense, and thus couldn't heal themselves in time. But that mirror demon was constantly able to draw power from the mirror. It was an unequal battle, and the 100 skeletons copied by that mirror demon had almost completely outclassed the original body in terms of power. After a few more rounds of exchanges, 100 skeletons was finally a bit unable to support itself. It staggered and was just about to fall when the black skeleton grabbed its neck. But instead of killing 100 skeletons on the spot, the black skeleton flung him into the mirror. Bang! 100 skeletons fell hard in the world of mirrors. He slowly raised his head and watched the skeletal giant, covered in a black, unsettling aura, approach step by step towards him. Inside, there was no semblance of fear. How about? That's what he wants to see. This mirror demon didn't want to share the power of that pendant with another beast. He might have used some means to gather those beasts together under its banner, but now it wanted to monopolize that power. In a way, it's really evolved to be as vile as some humans, huh? Given to me. The black skeleton slowly raised its hand, and a low stream of words entered 100 Rex's mind. 100 Rex slowly got up, and those bones it gradually peeled off fell to the ground like porcelain. That is, until the head armor started to crumble as well, revealing one of Samuel Kang's eyes. The black skeleton froze, because it realized that Zhang Hui didn't seem to be afraid, but instead was still laughing. Perhaps it was the instinct of the beast that made it notice something was wrong. Out of nowhere, it thought of the possibility that it had dragged him into the mirror for the sole possession of the pendant. But put another way, it is in the middle of its own lair. And now, who is it that has nowhere to run? I'll show you what the real eternal hunt is. The words popped into Zhang Huai's head. He probably doesn't understand the meaning of that statement right now. But as a hunter, he's ready. Ka-chow. After a rustling sound, the black skeleton suddenly realized that those skeleton armors of 100 skeletons were undergoing some kind of shocking change. Those white skeletons that were originally falling apart suddenly began to transform into diamond-shaped black armor, as was the core lord codenamed Annihilator. That originally somewhat rounded head armor had become very aggressive at the moment. Though at the moment 100 Rex was smaller in size, and his overall limbs were more slender and elongated. However, that dangerous aura emanating from its body was even greater than before. Transformations completed, the black humanoid slowly opened its eyes, and the blue flames instantly transformed into blood-red flames of fury. Form. Annihilation. The black 100 Rex, transformed by the mirror demon, suddenly widened its eyes upon seeing this scene. It can be felt. It was an extreme form that completely gave up its strong defense and focused all its power on attack. It had to escape, It's its lair, but it's also connected to countless exits. If it moves fast enough, it can escape through the other mirror exits, not taking much power with it though. But I won't give you that chance. Eradication's mouth slowly cracked open, revealing a cruel smile towards Black 100 Rec. Ready? Round 2. Beginning. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 90. Eraser. In that instant, the black skeleton felt an unprecedented sense of fear. It was the innate ability of being a beast to sense killing. This power it could not replicate it in a short period of time. Before its brain could react as to whether it should flee or meet the battle, Annihilation's figure had already arrived in front of its eyes. It was so idle, yet it was as if it had manipulated its senses to make it react. It's not that he's slowing down, it's that he's too fast. That was the first reaction of the black skeleton. He lashed out, but his fist had just lifted but had dropped to the ground. Annihilation sacrifices all of its defenses. Its armor is fragile. The black armor was confident that it would only take one blow to make the glass cannon crumble, if only its own fist could hit it. Unfortunately, what Annihilation gets after giving up its defenses is near terrifying destructive power and speed. It will disintegrate all enemies before they can attack. A long, black blade appeared in Annihilation's hand. Blood-red flames flourished behind his helmet, dislodging the black skeleton limbs in an instant. However, it didn't rush to give it a final blow, but instead raised its eyes to the depths of this space. In the eyes of Annihilation, the mirror demon's lair was like a deep black hole. And at this moment, countless mirrors opened up in this black hole, and they seemed to lead to every corner of the world, even different worlds. And the figure of the mirror demon hid among them, constantly changing its position. Facing the constantly flickering mirror, Annihilation slowly raised both hands. A long black blade appeared in its hand, and then, at the joints of the black armor, those seams that were originally closed began to slowly unfold, revealing the propulsion device hidden inside. These propulsion devices, instead of being complex mechanical structures, are composed of biological tissue and energy cores. They gradually activate under the control of Annihilation. As the energy flowed, the propulsion unit began to emit a low humming sound, the air around it fluctuating slightly from the gathering energy. The surface of the thruster began to emit a reddish glow, a sign that the high-energy particles were accelerating. In a flash, Eradication jerked its head up, red flames blazing in its eyes as it locked onto the mirror demon's position. The weakness of this mirror demon was that no matter how many rifts or mirror passages it opened, it can't even close it off, because its rift carrier is a mirror, and if the mirror doesn't break, its passage will remain open. Then it's a simple thing to do. Destroy all its rifts and force it back into this side of the lair. I smell you, prey. Game on. Annihilation's speed was phenomenal, and his movements were so fast that they could barely be captured with the naked eye. When the armor completed its changes and the propulsion unit was at full power, he was like a shooting star through the void, traveling through the various mirror worlds at close to the speed of light. In the countless mirror worlds created by the mirror demon, Annihilation traveled through like a ghost. His speed caused everything around him to become blurred. Only the long black blade in his hand was clearly visible, and with a flash of the blade's light, a mirror shattered. The shattering of each mirror was accompanied by a weakening of the mirror demon's power, as each mirror was a part of its power, a means of escaping its annihilating pursuit. Unable to resist, or even daring to stop the transfer, the current mirror demon didn't even have the effort to look back, let alone replicate the power of Annihilation. The chase of the Black Death God behind it made it feel an unprecedented threat of death. With each of Annihilation's attacks, the mirrors in the mirror world shattered one after another with a crisp, ringing sound. The shattering of these mirrors is more than just physical destruction, it's a release of power. With every mirror that was shattered, Annihilation could feel the mirror demon's fear and despair, because it meant that its power was being weakened and its room for escape was being compressed. In the end, with Annihilation's high-speed pursuit and relentless strikes, the mirror demon had nowhere to run, and its lair was approached step by Annihilation. After the last mirror shattered, the Annihilation's main body, the silver-white lord with a fox-like figure that looked harmless, finally managed to return to its lair. It was the same side of the lair where the black skeleton existed in the beginning. This would mean that it would no longer have anywhere to hide. Click! The blackened muzzle of the gun had been pressed against the white fox's head. The long black blade in Eradication's hand had now transformed into a revolver that was almost exactly the same as the revolver used by Yuqin Shan. A cruel grin appeared on his face, as if he was enjoying the final chapter of the hunt. It's over, asshole. Just at the moment when Annihilation's hand was about to pull the trigger to blast the mirror demon, a cell phone suddenly rang in the silent space. Annihilation froze slightly, and in that instant, the fox got up and tried to run away again, and the black armor lifted its foot and stomped directly on its body, and then began to feel around on its body. Cell phone. Cell phone. Where's the cell phone after the transformation? I found it. It touched the armor on its legs and fished its phone out of its pants pocket. Then as it pressed the answer button, the sharp armor of its fingers nearly stabbed right through the screen. Mr. Samuel Kong, we've kept you waiting. We're the Tanju Chamber of Commerce. I'm not available. Annihilation was about to hang up directly, but the person on the other end of the phone laughed softly and said, Mr. Samuel Kong, we know what you're doing. If you don't kill that mirror demon, bring it to us, can you? Annihilation looked down at the Lord-class beast that was trembling at its feet. An uncontrollable sneer escaped. On what grounds? It asked in a low voice. Let's see. Here's the deal. Bring us the beast, and we'll pay off all the debts of the Nightmare Parade, and you'll be the most honored guest of the Danju Chamber of Commerce. Annihilation slowly crouched down and put his hand around the beast's neck. Tell me how you got a hold of my whereabouts. Mr. Samuel Kong, bring us the Mirror Devil, and I'll tell you all about it when you're a premium member. Annihilation looked at the fox pinched in his hand and sneered. It's in my hands now, and I'll bring it here, but whether or not I give it to you depends on your sincerity. You go to the back door of the winery now, and one of our people will open a channel for you. And you can... Not. Annihilation said with a smile. Time, place this time? I'll decide. After saying that it directly crushed the cell phone, but immediately he regretted it. It's over. I've overdone it. I own this cell phone. I've lost a lot of money. I'll have to pay for it at the Tanju Chamber of Commerce. And then it stared at the mirror demon in its hand and said viciously, I want you to die, but someone wants you to live. Now tell me, do you want to die? Or do you want to live? The mirror demon barely dared to move under the choke hold of Annihilation. At this moment, gazing into Annihilation's eyes that were flickering with blood-red flames, it could only nod its head desperately. Since you want to live, don't play tricks. Follow me. You can escape, but your breath I have locked. Annihilation came close to the mirror demon's face and finally said in a slightly threatening manner, I don't mind. I'll play cat and mouse with you again. All of his own passages had been destroyed, and the mirror demon was naturally aware of the beast's power. So it nodded its head desperately while squeezing the words out of its mouth. I, willing, follow you. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 91, Tapping the Walls. When Zhang Hui stepped out of the mirror carrying a white fox in his hand, he could clearly feel that the winery was out of the control of the mirror demon's power. Those beasts that came after the mirror demon, however, did not weaken their attack. It was supposed to be like this. Zhang Hui was all set to come out and face the swarm of beasts. But what was presented before his eyes now was indeed a mountain of beast corpses piled up all over the side hall. And the young girl with tattered clothes and cloaked hair was sitting on top of that mountain of corpses. Under her guard, not a single beast could bypass her and enter the massive mirror. The originally gorgeous black evening gown she was wearing was now so tattered that it barely covered her body. The long black blade that had never been seen before was stuck upside down on top of those corpses like this. There was a hint of exhaustion in the young girl's eyes, as if she had already lost consciousness long ago, but some sort of willpower still kept her holding her body from collapsing. Ink feather. Ginger Samuel called out softly. The young girl immediately gripped the knife in her hand and stood up. It was a completely instinctive reflex. Don't try to get through here, she said in a slurred voice, her mouth full of blood and stickiness. Watching her body nearly collapse, Zhang Hui did not hesitate any longer. He took one step and was at her side in the next instant, slowly holding her in his arms as he removed his suit jacket to wrap his thin frame around her. It's okay, Samuel Kong whispered. Brother. Ink Feather's consciousness was a little blurry. She looked at the person who held her in her arms in a haze, and then revealed a gentle smile that didn't seem to belong to Ink Feather. What did she call me? Samuel Kong frowned. Is it because she thinks I'm her brother? But what is this inexplicable familiarity? Just then, a sudden cry of alarm came from behind them. Zhang Hui looked back with MOU in his arms and saw that the mirror demon was already surrounded by countless petals. I can't believe that you actually captured this cunning lord. And then Zhou Lingling, who stepped into the side hall with elegant steps, looked at Jiang Hui with a hint of a smile on her face. But her smile was full of danger. Don't do anything to it. Jiang Hui warned Zhou Lingling in a deep voice. Oh, why? It's a beast, eh? Zhou Lingling slowly walked towards the mirror demon with her hands behind her back. It should be the principle that an awakened cannot show mercy to any beast, right? As she walked up to the mirror demon, those petals slowly hovered in midair as well, pointing at the fox like sharp blades. Or is it? Zhou Lingling's gaze went cold in this instant. You didn't side with the humans? Jiang Hui was holding Mou in his arms. He looked at Zhou Lingling with cold eyes and whispered a warning. I'm only going to say this once, don't move it. That mirror demon seemed to be very weak in its native ability, and replication should have been its most powerful means of attack, but that power had already been dismantled by Jiang Hui. And those nests for escaping were shattered one by Jiang Hui. Now it's a total lamb to the slaughter. Zhou Lingling and Jiang Hui stared at each other, and in the end, the young girl guffawed, as if the tense atmosphere just now was all a disguise. All right, just kidding with you. Her finger gently snapped in midair, and all the petals lost that killing aura and reverted back to normal petals slowly floating down to the ground. Why did you leave the hall? Samuel Kong asked. Because all the beasts are attracted here. So thanks to you too, I've saved myself a lot of work. The young girl said and winked towards Jiang Hui, a hint of playfulness and cuteness amidst her charming demeanor. Then why don't you come and help? Didn't you tell me to guard the banquet hall? I can't just leave it. There was a surge of anger in Samuel Kang's heart. This woman, Samuel Kong. At this moment, Mou seemed to have regained her consciousness, and she gently broke away from Jiang Hui's embrace. I'll deal with her. Are you physically okay? Samuel Kong asked, frowning. Mou barely stood with that long sword propping up his body while looking at Zhou Lingling and said, Flourish. On behalf of the Dauntless, I invite you to join us. Jiang Hui froze for a moment, and then immediately realized that this might be the real reason why Mou would come to the Zhou family's birthday banquet. Oh! Zhou Lingling smiled and looked at Mou. The leader of the elite squad of the Fearless, one of the 4 major organizations of the Chinese Awakened One Association, has personally come to invite me? I'm just a 4-star awakened who just passed the examination not long ago. Is it too grand? You have the value. Mou said. You hid your strength in the test, didn't you? When Jiang Hui heard Mou say this, he also couldn't help but look at Zhou Lingling. Indeed, he could feel that the breath within Zhou Lingling was very smooth, and she was very good at suppressing her power. I'm grateful to Intrepid for the favor. It is an honor. Although she said that, Zhou Lingling's face was a wave of disdain. But I'm sorry I joined the organization before returning home. Ink Brand froze for a moment before frowning and asking, May I ask which organization? Blood Demon. Hearing Zhou Lingling's reply, Mou wasn't much surprised, but to his surprise, Zhou Lingling turned around and smiled at Mou. So now that we're talking about it, the Blood Demon is also interested in you. Miss Mou, your power is the same as ours. You use your own blood as a medium. You will be better trained in the Blood Demon. Are you interested in joining us? No. Mou didn't say another word. She gripped her long knife and turned toward the door to the side room. Jiang Hui made a wink towards that mirror demon, and the white fox immediately spread out and ran to Jiang Hui's feet, following him out of the hall. Soon the people from the Awakened Association took over the winery. The organizations involved in this incident were Blood Demon and Fearless, so the people who were mainly responsible for the aftermath of the incident were also people from these 2 major unions. Because Jiang Hui was carrying that mirror demon, he had left on his own before the people from the major organizations arrived. Mou won't betray him. As for Zhou Lingling, don't worry, I'm interested in you, Mr. Samuel Kong of the Nightmare Parade, and selling you a favor will do me no harm. That was what she said to Samuel Kong. So Samuel Kong gave her the benefit of the doubt that she wouldn't say anything about it. At this moment, within the abandoned factory where Yu Qinshan had once instructed himself, Jiang Hui said as he looked at the mirror demon and smiled. Ever think of one day falling into human hands? The white fox raised its head slightly, gazing at Jiang Hui and whispering, You're not purely human either. I'm willing to follow you. Its voice was as pleasant as that of a young girl. Samuel Kong was not impressed. I don't intend to take you in for long, and if the Danju Chamber of Commerce can make the right offer, I'll turn you over to them. You will soon find that it is far more valuable for me to remain at your side than to trade me for possessions. Oh, come on, prove your worth. Jiang Hui laughed disdainfully, but that white fox said something that shocked Jiang Hui. I can help you. Find the owner of this pendant's power. Chapter 92, The Necromongers. Nightfall. Once again, Lu Wanyin changed into her long black robe. It was clothing she never knew where it came from. She only remembers Yuqin Shan telling her that this set of clothing will be your home, and that she should keep it no matter what. Lu Evening herself actually didn't like the outfit very much. Even though she was a necromantic awakened, the aura of death on this clothing made her feel uncomfortable. But now, she must try again. If you can call on Yuqin Shan's soul, even if it's just a trace of a residual soul. Thinking of this, Lu Evening couldn't help but smile bitterly. Has he or she still not gotten over the death of Yuqin Shan? She stood on the balcony, mouthed a mantra, and began to call out. Just then, an unspeakable feeling surged through her heart. It was a deep call, as if from a distant place, yet it touched her soul so clearly. She knew that this call was related to Yuqin Shan, her master and the most important person in her life. Did you find it? Lu Evening Yin's heart was bursting with excitement, but her surface was unmoving as she continued to pursue the scent. It was as if this soul residue was guiding Lu Evening Yin, and the young girl couldn't help but walk out of the house. The night was as dark as ink, the stars were dim, and her steps were light, as if she was being pulled by some force on a journey into the unknown. She crossed familiar streets and skirted silent alleyways until she came to a desolate ruin. Here, it was a forgotten corner of the city, almost never being looked at squarely, just like those black-clothed men who were standing in front of Lu Evening at this moment. They are the dark side of the world, the forgotten beings. It is the intermediary who is not of the living nor of the dead. Necromancy. A slender woman slowly removed her hood, her long silver hair tilting down like a waterfall. Her face looked extraordinarily pale in the moonlight as she looked at Lu Evening. A hint of relief passed through the woman's eyes. The fruit is ripe. The woman's fingers gently stroked Lu Evening Yin's cheek, and the icy aura of death brought Lu Evening Yin back to her senses. She summoned her scythe violently and distanced herself from the man. Are you not ready yet? The woman looked at Lu Evening Yin somewhat helplessly. You should leave with us. You do not belong to this constant world. The other woman came over and said the same thing. Your fate was sealed long ago, and you are dead at this moment. Why exactly are you still in the regular world? Who has detained you here? One by one, the people in black walked up, their voices low and emotionless. The words spoken, however, gave Lu Evening the creeps. Necromancy? What do you guys want to see me about? Lu Evening said in a cold voice as she gripped her scythe tightly. The Necromantic Society was arguably the most special of the society's existences. They weren't even considered a proper organization, and at one point were considered some sort of cult. They worshipped death and drove out souls, and even the awakened of the necromancy lineage were respectful of these terrifying deathbringers. The necromantic power used by the necromantic awakened is a contract with a soul-like power, which is a win-win situation. But the necromongers would be the ones who dedicate themselves to death with everything they have. It's a bunch of fanatical death believers, and the Apocalypse Society is its sworn enemy. The Divine Apocalypse, revered by the Apocalypse Society, is an unknown star awakening that may have existed among the ancient texts. The Necromongers, on the other hand, worship a dark star called Apophis, which brings destruction to the world and harvests countless lives. But these things are feared by men. To the Necromongers, it is nothing more than a gift after the descent of the gods. That's why Lu Evening didn't have any good feelings towards this group of fanatics either. Why are you cursing me when I'm alive and well? Lu Wanyin said with dissatisfaction. Your life was prolonged by the dark star, but it has reached its limit. Yet you are still alive and vital now. Child, have you betrayed the dark star? The woman's voice gradually became cold, and her face became grim. Your life belongs to the necromancy. Your soul belongs to Apophis, to the dark star, and you have no right to decide whether you live or die. As soon as her words left her mouth, strand after strand of shadowy souls began to float out of her body. These souls were not the same as the ones Lu Evening Jin had manipulated. Lu Evening could clearly feel that. These souls, they really did have their own consciousness, or even obsession. Unlike ordinary psychic energies, they were all once living, breathing human beings. Swish! The side shimmered with a black light under the moonlight and arced viciously around the young girl. A few strands of souls were shredded, and Lu Evening took a step back. My life does not belong to you guys. This is Lao Yu, and and what he desperately guarded down, I will never give it to you guys. The woman sighed, somewhat regretfully. I don't like to take things personally, kid, but you leave me no choice. She raised her hand and waved it, and countless Black Death spirits spread out and manifested from the ground. Lu Evening Een was haunted by countless shadowy spirits. Despite desperately waving her scythe, she gradually lost her resistance in front of such a huge number of dead spirits. Soon the countless souls gnawed the black robes on his body into tatters. And then those souls gradually began to surround Lu Evening Een as a whole under the white-haired woman's dancing hands. Such a small soul. Why would the Lord be so favorable to you? It's really ridiculous. Don't worry, I will keep your soul. After all, you still have to the Lord. The woman who thought she had a sure thing suddenly realized something was wrong. The young girl, who was wrapped up in the soul and torn apart, suddenly stopped moving. However, her life breath did not disappear, but she did not even utter a single scream. And then the next second, a black light violently flashed out from the black circle wrapped around that 10,000 spirits. This black blade light directly tore 10,000 spirits to pieces, and at the same time, it also shook back several black-robed people. When the souls disperse, the young girl was still standing in place. The black robe on her body was already shattered, but her entire body was unharmed. What exactly have you received? What power? For the first time, there was a tremor in the woman's voice. She witnessed the young girl's eyes slowly open and a pale blue flame blossomed between them. I told you my life. I'm not giving it to anyone. Swish! The original black scythe was covered in blue flames, and these same flames ignited the ends of the young girl's hair. The tresses that flickered with blue flames kept swinging in the night wind. The woman's face took on an angry expression. How dare you refuse this boon? It is time to pay the debt you owe. She raised her hands and recited an ancient incantation under her breath, and those souls buried underneath the earth began to rise up continuously, but not a single soul dared to approach Lu Evening Een. The soul! Return! Just then, an old man's voice echoed around, and then all the souls began to calm down. The black-robed people immediately withdrew their hands the moment they heard this voice, and they turned to look at the old man slowly floating in midair under the moon before kneeling down. Lord Head of the Council. The woman bowed her head deeply. The old man slowly landed on the ground. He mortared his cane and laughed dryly. Ha ha ha! It was wrong the first time you struck 1,000 souls. The old man gently patted the top of the woman's head, and the woman's head buried even lower, not even daring to say a word. Female doll. It seems that you have indeed found your own way to survive, but the old thing must also remind you that debts owed must always be paid. Since you don't think it's time for that old thing now, I'll wait. The blue flames in Lu Wan Yin's eyes weakened slightly, but her tone remained unkind. I know I owe the necromancy a life. Don't worry, I won't renege on my debt, but not now. Good. The old man smiled and nodded. You go. He waved his hand at Lu Evening Een. Lu Wan Een slowly backed up while keeping her guard up. Alas! Watching Lu Evening Yin's figure fade away, the old man let out a long sigh. The time has not yet come. After lifting her guard, Lu Evening Een only felt incomparably tired, and she didn't know exactly what those powers she had just released were. Just feel those blue flames, they're warm. And his scent is in these flames. She walked under the moonlight, her hand gently covering her chest. Her heart was still there, still beating normally. But this beating thing, is it really still a heart? Chapter 93, Traitor. Lingyu City's Awakened Association Medical Center, a place filled with a sense of technology intertwined with mysterious power, was currently shrouded in a heavy shadow. Inside the hospital room, under the dim light, Huang Yu lay there, motionless, his body surrounded by medical equipment, his face with a breathing mask. The rise and fall of the respirator was the only sign of life in the silent space. The new generation of Awakened, who originally had a promising future, had become an outcast that no one cared about at this moment. His cousin's uncle, Hongwu, who is under investigation, is at his bedside at the moment. Hongwu's hands clutched the only remaining hand of Huang Yu, which was his only relative and his only concern. His heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness and despair, for he knew that the investigation he was about to face could cost him everything. He looked at Huang Yu, and an urge to do something, even if it was against common sense, welled up in his heart. Topaz. Hongwu called out softly, a hint of trembling in his voice. He knew that the action he was about to take might put Topaz in a deeper predicament, but he had no choice. The footsteps of the investigation team were getting closer and closer, and every corner of Lingyu City was filled with tension and anxiety. The city was now the city of hope with all eyes on it. Then I guess I won't be able to hide those things I did before for long. Hongwu stood up, his shadow drawn in the dim light, as if the shadows of fate were mocking his powerlessness. He chanted in a low voice with a hint of determination in his voice. Huang Yu. At this point in time, cousin uncle only has this solution. The lights in the hospital room seemed to dim even more, and Hong Wu's shadow began to distort as if it were alive, slowly moving towards Huang Yu's bedside. He reached out and guided the shadow to touch Topaz's arm. At that very instant, Topaz's body trembled violently, his eyes filling with blood as if an unseen force was eating away at his body. Hong Wu held down Topaz tightly, his movements rough and decisive, ripping off Topaz's respirator and covering his mouth. "I'm sorry, Topaz, forgive cousin uncle." His voice was low, full of pain and helplessness. Huang Yu's pupils were filled with blood, and his eyes were filled with panic and despair. He wanted to struggle, to resist, but his body couldn't move. He tried to awaken the flame within him, the power of his being an awakened one. But the faint flame had just appeared when it was engulfed by the shadow of Hongwu. Like a greedy monster, the black shadow transformed Topaz's flame into black, a power that did not belong to this world. Topaz couldn't believe it, because this power is the power of the beast. His own cousin, the vice president of the Awakened Association in Lingyu City. It actually has the power of a beast? No, that is not his power. Behind him, that terrible shadow follows like a shadow. That is the body of this power. Don't resist. Topaz, accept this power. Accept his power. Hong Wu's voice revealed a ruthlessness, and his eyes were firm as if he had already made his final decision. The age of mankind is destined to end. Sifting will come one day. We can't fight the beast tide. Topaz, accept this power. Accept it. Hong Wu's words were like heavy hammers that struck Huang Yu's heart. He knew that the screening that Hong Wu was talking about was the power of those who could adapt to the new world, while those who couldn't would be eliminated. I don't accept the beast, the power of the Hong Wu. You traitor. Topaz's voice was weak and firm, his teeth chattering in anger, each word seeming to be squeezed out from deep within him. As bossy as he was, as bullying as he was, his hatred for the beast was a real emotion. He would rather die as a human, as an awakened in the fight against the beast, than accept this power from the beast. However, the shadow's power kept invading his body, like a black tentacle that wrapped around his limbs and internal organs. He didn't even have any power to resist, and could only watch as he was consumed by this power. You have no choice. Accept it. Go and hate everything. Destroy everything. The atmosphere in the hospital room became even more depressing. Huang Yu's body trembled under Hong Wu's control, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. His heart was filled with betrayal of Hong Wu and hatred of this power, but he knew that he could no longer change this, not even to commit suicide. Eventually, the eyes that were glaring at his cousin's uncle gradually lost their charisma, and Huang Yu's consciousness began to blur as he felt his existence gradually dissipating. The awakened person named Topaz was completely dead from that day on, and that thing in the hospital bed, whose eyes were gradually becoming cold, was no longer Topaz, but a new existence, an existence controlled by the power of darkness. It's over, Topaz. It's over. Hong Wu's hand gradually loosened, and then slowly stood up and walked towards the door. And as he reached the door, Hong Wu took one last glance back at his nephew. The monster that was hidden in the darkness with black flames flickering in its eyes. It's the only way to save humanity. Awaken One Academy? The next day, when Zhang Hui and Lu Evening Yin and the newcomer Yin Jia arrived at the Night Demon Parade stronghold, they learned a shocking news from Yun Luo's mouth. This is an academy hosted by the 4 major organizations and the 3 major universities, and it now has branches all over the world. And this time, they will devote major efforts to constructing one of the largest awakened talent training bases to date in Lingyu City. Yun Luo said as she pulled out 3 forms with a blank face. Du Qinghong and I applied for places for the 3 of you. Samuel Kong looked at the form and frowned. The academy was constructed within the 9 phases sealed dust boundary of Hopeless Mountain, which was the previous examination ground. Through the power of major organizations, this large academy will be completed within a month. The threat to Lingyu City has not been lifted yet, The rift could happen at any time, and the Apocalypse Society has made the latest revelation that the beast wave in half a year's time will still descend on Lingyu City. Lu Evening Yin's words revealed a hint of uneasiness. What is the purpose of establishing the academy in Lingyu City at a time like this? Samuel Kong sighed and said, to show the resolve of humanity. Several people's gazes went to Jiang Hui. Determination? The introduction on this form says that this academy will be drawing elite talents from all major organizations as mentors to fully train fresh blood, and that Lingyu City is the first metropolis in the world to successfully fight against the beast tide. Having the academy here also means that the humans will place all their bets on Lingyu City and will never back down even in the face of a second beast tide. Yun Luo's gaze lingered on Jiang Hui for a moment longer. A nod followed. Roughly. But I've heard that this academy's quota is very tight. New awakened students from all over the world are squeezing their heads to enter the academy. Why can we? Yin Jia realized she said the wrong thing halfway through her sentence, and she hurriedly searched for a replacement. No, it's not. I don't mean Nightmare Parade is bad, but it seems to be getting worse. Yun Luo doesn't seem to care about any of this. She saw that Jiang Hui and Lu Evening Yin had the same doubts, so she nodded and said, indeed, places in the academy are highly sought after, but this time it's different. Lingyu City is the city where the next beast tide is determined to strike, and even though it has already successfully resisted one, many people still feel that it's just a fluke. So, this list of trainees isn't exactly a hot commodity right now. Jiang Hui came to a conclusion. Rather, it's a pitch. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 94. The Holy Maiden of Death. Du Qinghong was currently lying on the hospital bed, resting with his eyes lightly closed. The one Chu he had arranged for was not a hospital under the Awakened One Association. This was a private hospital held by the Chu family, so the conditions of the wards were also very good. The daily meals were taken care of, but Jiang Hui was still uneasy and would bring Lu Evening Yin over to visit every other day. But today, Samuel Kong came to the ward alone. Mr. Du. Ginger Samuel closed the door to the hospital room and then pulled the curtains back. When the sunlight shone in and sprinkled on Du Qinghong's face, he slowly opened his eyes. Samuel Kong. Am I even human now? Du Qinghong's words caused Jiang Hui to freeze for a moment. He didn't know if Du Qinghong was being doubtful or self-deprecating. He could only slowly sit on the edge of Du Qinghong's bed and said, I don't know, Mr. Du, but it was your choice to live, and now you do live. Yeah. Du Qinghong's hand pressed on his chest, feeling the leaping heartbeat. I'm still alive, but this beating thing, is it really still a heart? Jiang Hui was speechless, and Du Qinghong let out a light laugh. Don't misunderstand me, Jiang Hui. You saved me, and you saved Lu Yao too. You don't have any responsibility to live. It's all our own choice, and you just gave us the chance to choose. Hearing Du Qinghong's words, Jiang Hui's face also slightly soothed as he told Du Qinghong about the recent events, after learning that his home was now harboring a Lord-level beast. Du Qinghong got a little excited. You really dare to pick up anything at home? Mr. Du, it will do us good if it stays now, Jiang Hui said decisively. Seeing Jiang Hui so firm, Du Qinghong did not say anything else. Did you come here today to tell me anything other than about this beast? About the academy, Samuel Kong whispered. Du Qinghong realized that Yun Luo had already come to talk to him about this. Originally, Du Qinghong would have thought that Yun Luo would choose to let Jiang Hui and Lu Evening Yin leave Lingyu City, which would be the most sensible thing to do. Although the humans had won this beast tide, those who had experienced it knew that no one could be outmatched under that almost invincible core lord power. What ultimately decided the battle was the teenager who now sat at his bedside. The Night Demon Parade, that's me, Lu Evening Yin, and Yin Jia. The three of us weren't just some lucky ones who were carried to the academy as some sort of role models, right? Du Qinghong sighed slightly as he gently pressed the button on the side of the bed, allowing his body to sit up a bit. Jiang Hui, don't blame Yin Luo. She didn't mean any harm. It's just that in this situation now, if the Night Demon Parade wants to survive, they must give something. Believe me, it was a last resort to let you into the academy, and Yun Luo herself must have taken on a much more dangerous job. Jiang Hui suddenly smiled, and there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. I know, just like the way they blackmailed you and teacher you, and this time, their target is Sister Yun Luo. His tone was calm, but every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Du Qinghong's heart. For the beast tide in half a year, Yun Luosan will be used as the advance army to attack the core nest, right? Du Qinghong's hand slowly clenched as he gritted his teeth. I won't let this happen. Neither would I. Jiang Huai's hand gently covered Du Qinghong's hand. I'm not going to say anything big like saving the lives of the people or anything like that, Mr. Du. I'll confide in you that everything I do is just to keep myself well. The one-year countdown continued, and if Jiang Huai was unable to capture the 7 primordial beasts back to that strange prison, he was only afraid that he himself would be swallowed up by that prison. Being alive, it's enough. Du Qinghong gripped Jiang Hui's hand back with force, his eyes full of certainty. Nothing is more important than living. Samuel Kong smiled in relief. He was grateful that the 2 seniors on the Nightmare Parade were such sensible people. Even after knowing that their power came from an unknown source and might even be a beast, they were still willing to believe in themselves and even give them unconditional support. I will protect Lu Evening Yin and Yin Jia. You don't have to worry about the academy. Du Qinghong nodded. In fact, his body had recovered quite a bit, and he could clearly feel that the foci of illness in his body were being removed little by little. It's not trauma. Rather, my own persistent congenital heart problem of many years was disappearing. Maybe it's not a gift, but it's a choice, and Samuel Kong offers that choice. The lobby of the Awakened Association, where the quests were originally received, was now displaying an announcement. It was densely packed with the names of hundreds of people. Many people crowded around to watch, and the notice was nothing else but a wanted notice for Hong Wu, the vice president of the Awakened Association in Lingyu City, and his nephew Wang Yu. The former president of the Awakened branch of Lingyu City, Hong Wu, did kill the original president of the personnel. The results of the investigation are clear. Hong Wu and his nephew, Huang Yu, fleeing from the crime, and look forward to the cooperation of all major organizations to capture this thief as soon as possible. The notice was also very simple, and Jiang Hui just glanced at it while sneering. Killing the chairman? That's the only charge? Holding back the troops, watching the fire from the other side of the river, delaying the battle, and forcing Yu Qinshan to die. You don't even want to talk about these things. Good thing, too. Jiang Hui turned around and left the Awakened Association. At least it's made it clear to me that the enemy doesn't intend to leave us alone. With the help of some special awakened powers, the infrastructure of the academy was completely finished in almost a week. A huge teaching building had been built in the middle of the 9 phases sealed dust boundary of Hopeless Mountain. And the General Association of Awakened Ones has announced that the house will officially open in a week's time. The first class of teachers and trainees was also announced. Yun Luo sent the college notice to the 3. Several people were taken aback when they saw the list of teachers. The first academy president of Skyflight Academy was Star Envoy Geraint of the General Council of the Apocalypse. Who is stronger compared to the Apocalypse Society and the 4 major organizations? Jiang Huai asked with a smile. Right now his knowledge of the awakened world was still too little. The raw power of the 4 major organizations can be said to top all of them, so they're the key force in resisting the beast tide, but the Apocalypse Society also has an equally untouchable position. Yun Luo explained in place of Lu Evening Yin. They observe the stars and measure their destiny. They are the only organization that can sense the approach of a beast tide, and their position and role are irreplaceable. She looked to Samuel Kong and said, "That's why you're going to enter the academy. Your power is something I can't assess right now, but you have very little knowledge of the awakened, and you'll learn everything at the academy." This gave Samuel Kong some interest. Actually, his power is not an alien power. Just the opposite, all his power comes from the beast, the antithesis of man. But he was now stuck in the middle of the 2, not knowing anything about the beast or the awakened either, and such a situation would leave him passive. Yin Jia also found some other information on the notice at the moment. The 4 major organizations have sent elite captains to come as teaching directors, so it seems that the General Assembly and the major organizations have high expectations for this Tianhui Academy. In any case, they will be enrolled a week from now, and the university side of things will presumably have to be put on hold for the time being. Lu Wanning acted a little more lost at the news than Jiang Huai thought. After finishing the meeting, she stood alone at the window of the 2nd floor and fumed. Jiang Huai and Yin Jia looked at each other before coming up behind her and comforting her. Half a year from now is the beast tide. This time the academy isn't going to last long. You can apply to keep your enrollment. Lu Evening Yin froze for a moment and looked back at the duo. Well, it just occurred to me, on the day she got into college, Lao Yu was very happy. She said to everyone that my little girl had gotten ahead and was now a college student. Her voice choked a little as she said it. Perhaps she would prefer me to be a normal teenage girl than an awakened. Neither of them knew how to comfort Lu Wanin, but the young girl's self-regulation ability was very strong. After she stretched a lazy waist, she smiled and said, "Well, I didn't like going to school in the first place. If it wasn't for Lao Yu's pathetic words about it must be to get into the university. I'm just too lazy to go." All right, you two don't have that look on your faces. It's my treat. Let's go, let's eat barbecue. Within the empty underground space, countless torches flickering with ghostly underworld flames gradually illuminated this space. The followers of the Necromantic Society had gathered here, and the woman who had organized the attack on Lu Wan-in was currently kneeling in front of the altar, confessing her sins. The Supreme Being, I repent for my recklessness. The black robe was removed from the woman's body, leaving her wearing only a thin dress. She looked to be in her mid-20s, but her face was as ghastly as death. The old man stood by the altar, pacing and thinking at the same time. Alas, your actions do not violate the will of the Maharaja. We have saved countless children and planted a death plague in them. When those children die and perish, all the seeds will blossom into the flower of the dead, and that too will be our greatest source of power. But sadly, the old man's scepter shifted slightly, and the bells on the head of the scepter clashed and rang out a clear and eerie sound. Unfortunately, that girl seems to be favored by another power, and I can feel that her life has indeed perished. The dead plague has also blossomed, yet she still belongs to the living. What a special being! The old man hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly a few times, walking over to the woman with his cane and gently lifting her to her feet. The great lord of the Necronomicon has made its instructions not to harvest that flower of souls for the time being, and to let her continue to bloom, the soul between life and death. One day, she will be the death word saint that the necromongers will be waiting for. A chill flickered in the old man's dried pupils as he grabbed the woman's arm in a death grip and said, word for word, "Remember, don't let the man who carries the coffin, take away our saintly daughter." Chapter 95, He's the only one I want. However, just as the Necromantic Society's rally was underway, the world above ground, a small-town restaurant kicked out a young girl in an ancient Taoist robe. Hey, what's going on here? You town folk are so tough. You have to kick people out to have a meal. The young girl huffed and puffed as she rose from the ground, holding her hat on her head. But in the next second, a coffin was also thrown out of the restaurant and smashed directly into the young girl's face. She let out an ouchie, yelp being pinned down by the coffin. You girl doll? How many times have I told you? This is a place for the living to eat. It's even if you come to eat by yourself. How dare you ask us to prepare food for the things in your coffin? The burly boss stepped out viciously with a kitchen knife in his hand, pointing and yelling at the young girl who was struggling to get up from the ground. What do you make the other guests think? And, I told you before, don't bring your shit to the store. You don't get it, do you? Get lost. I don't care about you, because you're young. The chef turned around and went back to the restaurant, cursing under his breath. And I don't know if it's her mom or her dad on her back. What bad luck. The young girl covered her forehead, which was a little red from the coffin, and puffed out her tongue towards her boss's back. Suddenly, as if she smelled something, she turned to look away. To be born is not to be brought to die, is not to be brought to live as well as to die. Greed. Greed. She tightened the coffin straps behind her back, then hummed a song as she slowly traveled toward the bearing that gave off the scent. Let me see who is so contrary to physiological ethics. The week passed quickly. Both Jiang Hui and Lu Evening Yin have done the procedure of retaining their school enrollment at the university. After that, a few people waited for the car in front of the Awakened Association just like during the examination. Only this time, they were already officially awakened. So there was no need to do any more identity registration. Just get on the bus with the enrollment letter of Tianhui Academy. Big brother, here. As soon as he got into the car, Jiang Hui saw Chu. He's sitting in the back waving at him. Jiang Hui and the others immediately walked over to Chuhi's side and found a seat. Big brother, the captain told me that you would be in the first batch of trainees as well. I was still a bit unconvinced. My big brother, what strength, I can't believe it's not a mentor but a student. These people really have eyes. Hey, stop it. Jiang Hui hurriedly stopped Chu, his ass-kissing behavior. And Lu Evening Yin was a little sleepy as soon as she got in the car, so she leaned on Jiang Hui's shoulder and closed her eyes for a nap. Chu, who saw this scene, was a bit embarrassed. He whispered to Jiang Hui, Big brother, that what this? Our captain. Samuel Kong knew what he was going to say, Mo can be said to be attached to himself to the point of being somewhat abnormal. But first rule out that Ink Brand likes himself. Then this woman must have some kind of agenda. But no matter what, she did help herself quite a bit, and these favors, Jiang Hui will definitely return them. So at this moment, he shook his head toward Chu He, signaling him to stop talking. Afterwards, Jiang Hui learned from Chu He that he was also enrolled as a cadet this time. That old man in my house heard that I recently participated in the Battle of the Beast Tide of Hopeless Mountain, Hi-Oh, overjoyed and directly enrolled me in this what is the Tianhui Academy so that I can continue to refine. Chu He sighed somewhat helplessly as he leaned on the back of the chair. Alas, I just want to save this little life. After all, I'm very weak, unlike Big Brother you. Compared to you, I'm a real loser. Jiang Hui patted his shoulder. It's all about living. There's nothing wimpy about it. Hearing Jiang Hui say that, Chu He was also relieved a bit. Big Brother, with your strength, you should have no problem entering the Heavenly Character class. So fight for it when the time comes. Heavenly Character class? Jiang Hui was puzzled. He did know that there were many class classifications in the Heavenly Glory Academy, but he hadn't heard of a specific name yet. The world is just divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and there are no exceptions anywhere, even in the academy. Chu He spoke slowly. Tianzi, Yang Yin, and Hui Yao. These are the top 3 classes that will only admit 4-star awakened students, and it can be said that it's a place that every academy student's dream of wanting to go to. The 4 major organizations also select almost all of their annual talent pool from the upper 3 classes. Big Brother secretly tell you, the class that our captain belonged to before was the Heavenly Character, and it was also an honor student who graduated with the 3rd highest grade. Jiang Hui wasn't surprised. She was well aware of Mou's strength. And now that Mou has been repressing her power, there is an invisible chain that is binding her to her destiny. In time, if she could cut off that invisible lock with her own hands, her prospects would be immeasurable. You've said that the upper 3rd class only accepts 4-star awakened. I'm only a 2-star defensive awakened. Where would I have a chance? Samuel Kong said with a smile. Chu He blankly glanced at Jiang Hui. Big Brother, this is meaningless. It's fine for you to act rash in front of others. It's not like brothers don't understand your strength. At this moment, Lu Lianin was confused and started to talk in her sleep, and then she also shrunk her body, as if she was a bit cold. Ginger Samuel took his jacket off and put it over her, which made her feel better. As for Yunjae, at the moment she was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, almost wrapping herself into a dumpling. It was the fear of those cold chi in her body leaking out, but even though she had made these preparations, the temperature in the bus with the heater on was still quite a bit lower. This human's chill. It's very unusual, master. Just then, the voice of the mirror demon came from Jiang Hui's ears, and the voice was only audible to Samuel Kong. Now that white fox was actually hibernating inside the car, and it was already a very good beast at masking its scent. And it's a lordly beast. Although the tiger had now fallen, and the nest had been terminated by Jiang Hui, and all the power had been dispersed by Jiang Hui, it was still easy to do so without being discovered by hiding his breath. If you can devour this cold air. Shut up. Jiang Hui coldly interrupted the mirror demon. I've overstepped my bounds. Don't be angry, master. The mirror devil said no more. Chu He, however, was startled. Huh? Big Brother, did I say something wrong? It's okay. I wasn't talking to you. Samuel Kong explained with a smile. Soon the car drove to the college at Hopeless Hill. This place was an assessment base the last time I was here. But it's only been a short week, and it's already been completely converted into an academy. Although the area is not very large yet, and there are only 2 buildings, but the construction of the periphery is also still underway, and I believe that soon the place will take shape. Jiang Hui realized that countless other vehicles were driving to the academy besides their car. Some of the cars are obviously foreign number plates, even foreign ones. It could be said that the entire entrance to the academy was now unprecedentedly lively, and the offices in the main school building were equally unsettled. All the teachers who were sent here were arguing about one thing. That's what teachers do every year before students start school. Robbing students. There are only 12 4-star awakened in this batch of students, and you're going to rob 5 by yourself? Aren't you going too far? We were supposed to have first choice when we went to class 3. The Huiyao class is robbing 5 alone, the Yangyin class is robbing another 5, and there's a Tianji class. Are they going to rob all of the remaining 2? There's no room for us other ordinary classes to live? That teacher became more and more agitated as he spoke, and then looked towards the teacher in charge of the Heavenly Character class, who had yet to make a choice. It was also the elite captain of one of the four major organizations, the Dauntless, One Blade Flow, Ink Feather. All the others you can choose, I just want one. MOU slightly raised his eyes and swept the crowd with those cold as frost eyes and said. The other teachers were a little surprised. This MOU could be said to be the youngest of the teachers, and several tutors who had transferred from other places were somewhat unable to look at her, although she also had 5 stars in strength. But apart from this beast tide, there was nothing to take the battle to. Now that she volunteered that she didn't want a 4-star trainee, a few of the mentors felt that she still knew what she was doing. But who exactly is she naming? Just see her hand pointing at the most inconspicuous corner of the list. Night Demon Parade, Samuel Kong. ##. Chapter 96, Classification. All students, please proceed immediately to the playground in front of the main school building to gather, and we will conduct the class separation ceremony. After hearing the broadcast, Chu-hee gradually became excited. Even though I'm a 2-star awakened, with my relationship with the captain, she'll definitely pick me. Big brother, do you have a class you want to go to? Chu-hee turned his head to look at Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui didn't have any ideas, but only felt that this pattern of class division was a bit familiar. So he blurted out, Gryffindor. Chu-hee froze for a moment, then laughed out loud as he patted Jiang Hui's shoulder and said, Big brother, you're so funny. Lu Wanyin, on the other hand, was still awake, yawning as she followed behind Jiang Hui. He's so noisy. Meanwhile, still complaining about Chu-hee, who was talking too loudly. Good, so many people. Yin Jia, who was wrapped into a dumpling, was at the moment surprised that there were so many trainees here. They all came from all over the world, and there were even some that looked like they had extraordinary strength. Can't tell it's a freshman cadet at all. And Samuel Kong has found some interesting people. A small, petite monk followed the crowd toward the playground with his hands folded. Almost no one noticed him, but Jiang Hui knew very well that this little monk had at least a 4-star upper rank strength. And then there was the young girl with 2 knives sticking out of her left and right waists and a knife on her back. Jiang Hui could feel that each of the 5 blades carried by this young girl each contained the power of a different attribute. The young girl had a delicate figure, but her spirit seemed to be somewhat lacking, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. And as she yawned, Jiang Hui saw that the teeth in her mouth were not human teeth. Instead, they are sharp teeth like those of a shark. The same awakened person basically had a single attribute, and an awakened person like this who could master the power of 5 attributes at the same time could be considered a leader. Lastly, there was that young girl that he had seen before in the Zhou family manor, Zhou Qin's younger sister, Zhou Lingling. She had changed into a small black jacket and skirt uniform at the moment, still holding her umbrella in her hand. Seemingly noticing Jiang Hui's gaze, the young girl turned her head slightly before raising her hand and waving it towards Jiang Hui. Ginger Samuel nodded in greeting. In short, this class of cadets wasn't all cast-offs and cannon fodder like Sister Yunluo said. There was no lack of strong people during this period, so it seems that the association is really treating the beast tide in half a year as some sort of decisive battle. At the same time, a young girl carrying a coffin came into the group of cadets. She looked left and right, seemingly searching for something, and finally, after seeing Lu Wanyin's back, the young girl laughed happily. I found it. But just as she was about to go up and strike up a conversation with Lu Evening, she suddenly felt something in her breath. Her footsteps stopped, and then her eyes went to Jiang Hui beside Lu Evening. This is what kind of breath? After the crowd had gathered in the playground, an old man in a lavender robe stood on the main podium. The old man's face may be covered with signs of age, but his eyes reveal a depth and wisdom. His eyebrows may be thick and slightly gray, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are like carvings, recording the settling of the years. Despite his advanced age, his back remained straight, and this, combined with his tall stature, gave him an ineffable sense of oppression. I am the Star Envoy of the General Council of the Apocalypse, and the first director of the Sky Glory Academy in Lingyu City, Geraint. The old man wasn't holding a microphone, and his voice was lower. However, his voice was like thunder, causing the hearts of everyone in the arena to be shocked, as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. Welcome to all the awakened ones from all over the world. You are basically new students who have just passed the examination, and here you will receive an all-round education. Let me just say this, whether you're in the 3rd class or any other ordinary class, you all have and must have only one purpose, and that is to fight against the beast tide for the sake of mankind. So no matter how powerful or bullying you are now, please take in new knowledge and refine your powers with an apprentice's heart. Among you, there are members of the Hopeless Mountain Examination who have just experienced the Beast Tide in Lingyu City. I pay my respects to these trainees. You have created a miracle and accomplished an almost impossible task. But from now on, I hope that you will put aside these past honors and grow from the ground up, and eventually you will find that this sky is far more vast than you ever imagined. Humanity, in the end, will overcome the Beast Tide. As soon as the old man's words fell, applause like thunder rang out from the stage. Geraint, unsmiling, nodded slightly before announcing the start of the class separation ceremony. College education and assessment are not the same. There is no strict categorization of students here, which means that whether you are offensive or defensive or supportive, you can choose the class of your choice. You can be a part of the class as long as the class instructor is willing to accept you. The upper 3 classes have 7 students in a class. Other regular classes have 15 students in a class. Instead, trainee acceptance is generally carried out taking into account the trainee's characteristics. That is to say, information on all of them. These mentors have basically been selected. Jiang Hui also saw MOU in the team of teachers, her eyes lightly closed, and the long black sword that Jiang Hui had seen last time was on her waist. The knife seemed to be something from the Zhou family, but old Master Zhou expressed his willingness to give it to MOU in order to ask for more help from the MO family in the future. Not surprisingly, Samuel Kong. The 2 tutors from the Huiyao class and Yangyan class quickly finished choosing their students, obviously having already made their decisions long ago, and the 2 of them didn't have any personnel conflicts at all. In other words, they have made arrangements privately, and the ones that Samuel Kong had just noticed. The little monk and the young girl with the 5 swords. And then there's Lingling Zhou, both of whom were voted into the upper 3rd class. There were also some cadets with 4 stars of strength, or those who had just stepped into the threshold of 4 stars, who were also chosen to go. The trainees on stage began to whisper. Sure enough, it's all built in. Hey, you can't blame anyone else, people just have the power. The elite definitely need to be educated by the elite. Jiang Hui, however, didn't bother with the tutors who were in the upper 3rd class. His attention was focused on one of the mentors standing in the back. That mentor was a middle-aged man. Appearing to be in his mid-30s, he was dressed in a clergyman's outfit and wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses. He also kept his expression smiling and narrowing his eyes, looking incredibly gentle and kind. The man's left waist was hung with a thick leather ancient book and a chain-like belt that looked like a religious text of a prayer-like nature. Instead, on his right waist was a uniquely shaped white pistol. This pistol attracted Jiang Hui's attention because although this gun and the black revolver used by Yu Qinshan had different shapes, they both revealed an identical aura. Night Demon Parade, Samuel Kong. Just then, Jiang Hui suddenly heard his name being read out and was a bit puzzled. On the other hand, Chu He, who was on the side, had an expression that he knew this was going to happen. I knew it. The captain will definitely pick you. Big brother. Probably other than Chu He. Everyone else did not expect that the first name that MOU named after coming on stage was not the remaining few 4-star trainees. Instead, it's a little-known character, and a member of that infamous Nightmare Parade. Chapter 97. Choice. Jiang Hui froze slightly before looking up at MOU. Big brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly go up, The students who have been named have to go to their own mentor to hand in their student card. Chu He urged. Lu Evening Een frowned at this moment. But in the end, she wrapped her arms around herself and turned her head away, not saying anything. Samuel Kong scratched his head, then walked over to the main podium. He looked at Inkbrand and asked, What are you doing? Recruitment. What's up? I'm a 2-star awakened. I know, but you have potential that I can protect. I mean, I can nurture you. Ginger Samuel sighed and whispered to MOU. Miss MOU, thank you for your help last time with the Zhou family. But if you get involved with the Night Demon Parade again, I'm afraid that your organization and your family won't take it well. The conversation between the 2 was inaudible to the trainees, but those mentors heard it loud and clear. So these mentors began to speculate. What's the relationship between this kid and MOU? How come it sounds like MOU is deliberately favoring him? You can get a better chance to learn if you join the Heavenly Character class. MOU was still trying to persuade. Jiang Hui nodded and said, Miss MOU, I know that the Heavenly Character class is the class where the top students gather, but what's right for you is the best. MOU gently bit her lips, surprisingly revealing a somewhat aggrieved expression. And is your concern for me a little excessive? Samuel Kong asked with a twist of words. Is it like so obvious? MOU averted his head, blushing slightly. First of all, ruling out that you like me, because that's impossible, then I can only guess that you're digging a hole for me. After Jiang Hoi's words exited, Mou froze, and then slowly turned his head to look at him, his eyes looking aggravated and resentful. Whatever. Don't come even if you don't. This will not make Samuel Kong whole again. This kind of aggrieved feeling, if it wasn't genuine, was she more capable of acting than Liu Evening? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say, Ms. Mou, there is a tutor who I think should be able to help me. Mou wrapped his hands around his chest, not wanting to look at Jiang Hui anymore. He just said coldly, as you wish, go wherever you like. Okay, really piss people off. We'll figure out how to apologize afterward. Ginger Samuel nodded to Mou. Then after taking his cadet card, he bypassed Mou. Now everyone's eyes widened in shock. What's going on here? That kid declined the invitation to the Skyward class? The mentors were also shocked. What's wrong with this kid's brain? That's Mou. Even among all the captains of the Dauntless, Mou may be the one ranked last. But in the ordinary awakened person is already a top, coupled with the unique teaching resources of the Heavenly Character class. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to say no, right? Is this a human being or not? Or are all the nightmare cruisers such mavericks? So who will he choose? Everyone is waiting to see. Finally, Samuel Kong walked over to the clergyman in the corner of the line of mentors. The man still narrowed his eyes and kept his smile, seemingly indifferent to what was happening. That is, until Samuel Kong stood in front of him and respectfully handed out his cadet card towards him. He froze for a moment at that, then smiled and asked, "What can I do for you, little friend?" His voice was unbelievably gentle and breathtaking. "I wish to join your class, teacher." Jiang Hui's words caused the man to let out a light laugh, not the kind with a mocking nature, but rather one that was very reassuring to hear. "Little friend, I appreciate your recognition of me, but as a tutor, I would still recommend that you go to the Heavenly Character class, and although I'm ashamed to say it, I'm the weakest of the tutors present." He held up his glasses and smiled as he looked at Jiang Hui and continued, "I'm just a cleric from a small organization, and I'm not in a position to give you much guidance in combat." The other tutors were all in a fit of sighing, this kid is not good at choosing anyone. Why did he go and choose that hanging class? That priest was really just there to make up the numbers. But Samuel Kong didn't give up, he whispered to the man. "My master, like you, is a clergyman, so I hope to be guided by you. If that's the case, then all the more reason for you to go to a better class. I can preach to you if you have faith, but I can't teach. At least you have a choice, and I exist to shelter cadets who have nowhere else to go." Indeed, right now, in everyone's eyes, Jiang Hui had indeed made a fool of himself, rejecting the beautiful girl tutor of the Heavenly Character class and ending up with such a weak-looking hangdog teacher. No one in their right mind would choose that. Liu Evening did understand Jiang Hui's choice. She also saw the gun the man had at his waist and the clergyman's dress. However, she was not like Jiang Hui who could sense that man's power, so she only thought that Jiang Hui was thinking of Yuqinshan, and that was why she chose that teacher. At this time, Jiang Hui raised her eyes slightly and looked into the man's eyes and whispered, "I can feel that the power within you is very similar to my master's, so I hope you can guide me. My master's name is Yuqinshan." The man froze, and then his eyes that had been narrowed finally revealed a slit, a pair of eyes as sharp as a falcon's carefully sizing up Jiang Hui. "You're like the Nightmare Parade?" "Yes." The priest sighed slowly. "Alas, it would seem that this is my lord's guidance as well." The priest turned back to Mou. "Ms. Mou, if I take her, will it cause you any trouble?" Mou knew that Yuqinshan had once been a priest as well, so he more or less understood some of Jiang Hui's choices. And even if she didn't understand, she trusted Samuel Kong unconditionally. Jiang Hui actually rejected her in public, which made Mou's heart a little unhappy. Still, she nodded and said, "I hope you will take him. He has a lot of potential." The priest narrowed his eyes again and nodded with that gentle smile. "Since it is my lord's intention, then Jiang Hui, you will join my class." And then he gently received Jiang Hui's cadet card. "I hope you have no regrets as you move forward." "Never regret it," Jiang Hui said firmly. At this moment, that dean named Geraint, however, kept looking at Jiang Hui, or rather, at Jiang Hui's back. He's not so sure. However, behind this cadet named Jiang Hui, there had been a trace, if any, of the beast's aura. It was as if a beast was following him around. Since there was no more Jiang Hui, Mou chose those remaining 4-star trainees, and then chose the more suitable trainees according to the type of people in the class. but it was evident that her choice was somewhat distracting. Eventually, Lu Evening and Jia joined the class that Jiang Hui was in. Of course, it was because they were already on the nightmare parade, and no other instructor would choose them. And those who were not selected end up being automatically assigned to the end of the class. That's the class the Scarred Man is in. I didn't realize that the class called Ranger, led by this Scarred Man, was actually smaller in number than the last 3 classes. Just 6 in all. Samuel Zhang, Lu Evening Jia. There was also Chu He, who had not been chosen by MOU and was incredibly lost, and a young girl carrying a coffin and wearing a very cute Taoist uniform. Finally, there was a young girl with slightly curly hair, looking to be in her mid-20s with freckles on her face. After the morning's class separation, Zhang Huai and the others were led to their respective dormitories. Dorm rooms are 2-person rooms, divided by class. Lu Wan and Jia were on better terms, so the two were grouped together. The maiden who carried the coffin and the maiden who got rid of the spots were divided together. Zhang Huai and Chu He naturally lived together. Unfortunately, the setting also seems to be related to the class level. The conditions are best on the 3rd shift, single rooms not to mention, basically luxury suites. Regular classes are also 2-person rooms, but each person has a separate room with all the amenities. And by the end of the last few classes, the division was literally a student dormitory. Looking at the dormitory, which didn't even have air conditioning or a separate restroom, Jiang Huai sighed. Don't worry, big brother. The conditions are better over at the girls' dormitory. There are separate bathrooms and hot water. You don't have to worry about sister-in-law. Seeing that Chu He was packing up his bed, Jiang Hui asked with some curiosity, "Why are you calling sister-in-law now?" Chu He froze for a moment and said back, "You've rejected our captain in public, so isn't that a declaration that Ms. Lu is your true love?" Jiang Hui was speechless and didn't want to talk about this with Chu He anymore. He saw that Chu He was very skillful in making the bed, and there was nothing of the pampering of a great young master. So a different question was asked. "With your family being so rich, you don't have a problem with the accommodations here?" Chu He finished making the bed, then turned around to help Jiang Hui make the bed again. "Hey, what's this? I've always been a marginalized existence in my family. I was treated as a transparent person when I was a child. It wasn't until I awakened that my family took me seriously, so I didn't really live a few days as a young master." Ginger Samuel hurried over to make his own bed. "That's quite good. We might have to stay here for quite a long time. Chu He, don't call me any big brother. Call me Jiang Huai." "Ugh. Yes, big brother." Chapter 98. Coffin. At night, the mentors gathered in the conference room. And the thing they were going to discuss at the moment was also the traditional program of Tianhui Academy. Enrollment exercise. 1 week after class placement and the official start of classes, there will be a school-wide class versus class enrollment drill. The exercise doesn't count for anything, but it will allow the Academy's senior council to evaluate each student and record the file. After that, an assessment is conducted every month. If a student who is in the upper 3rd class is not performing well, then they may be moved down to another class. Similarly, if there is an exceptionally talented person in the rest of the class, he or she will be promoted to the upper 3rd class. And now the mentors have discussed the results. It was because the situation of Tianhui Academy in Lingyu City was rather special. It will probably be destroyed in the Beast Tide in half a year. And these students, all of them, are one of the main forces in the fight against the Beast Tide. That's why they treat these trainees with the strictest standards and keep them in a constant state of readiness. In other words, the Tianhui Academy in Lingyu City would probably be one of the most demanding academies in the world with the toughest training. If after half a year, these trainees withstood the Beast Tide, then each of them would be a mainstay among the awakened. If the fight against the Beast Tide fails after a year, then there will be no afterward. Next week's test, advanced to 3 days later. This test is not divided into grades, divided by class. The venue is the entire Hopeless Mountain. No restrictions on weapons, no restrictions on means, but tutors should also pay close attention to avoid causing deaths. Dean Geraint finally made his decision. It's time for these kids to realize how special they are. In the middle of the night, Jiang Hui felt some tickling on his cheeks, and he opened his eyes slightly. The white fox was found lying on his chest, licking his cheek with his tongue. "You're not afraid of being discovered? Still dare to show yourself?" "Master, my breath is well hidden, and as you have shattered all my nests, my power is so weak that I am now no different from an ordinary fox." The white fox looked at Jiang Hui somewhat pitifully. Jiang Hui snorted coldly, but did not drive the white fox down. "You asked for it. Don't think I really accepted you. I remember when you got the whole Dauntless squad wiped out." "Different positions, Master." Humans are our enemies. You are trespassers, don't forget that. There was a hidden chill in Samuel Kang's voice. The white fox crept down and obediently lay on Jiang Huai's chest. I understand, master, that I will follow you whichever side you're on, and I will follow in your footsteps. Gradually, the white fox's figure dissipated, hiding in the shadows once more. And I can't just call you Mirror Demon. I'll call you Dabai from now on, Samuel Kang said, looking at the ceiling. At your service. And then Jiang Huai turned his head to look at Chu He on the opposite side of the bed, breathing evenly and sleeping. So he closed his eyes as well, but he wasn't sleeping. He was familiarizing himself with those scents in his body. He had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries since the previous beast wave and that core lord battle. So much so that every time he incarnated the 100 bones afterward, he would feel the general pain of his body being torn apart. And that pain peaked the last time it translated into annihilation, trashing the Mirror Devil's lair. Didn't think anything of it at the time, though. But after returning home that night, Jiang Huai's body began to continuously crack open countless wounds. And then blood seeped out of his body like lava. In order not to disturb Lu Wanyin, Jiang Hui locked himself in the bathroom and rinsed his body with a shower all night. He was in constant pain as his body cracked and healed. Almost fainted from the pain several times during the period. This seems to be a wake-up call for Samuel Kang. With his current body, there was no way he could bear the power of 100 wrecks and annihilation at will. At this point, he understood what Yu Qinshan had once told him, the importance of exercising his physique, but it was a pity. Yu Qinshan didn't have time to instruct him more, but he left himself a way out. Samuel Kang fished out a pistol from under his pillow while holding it tightly. It was Yu Qinshan's black revolver, but it was a backup weapon. Yu Qinshan's weapon had been destroyed when he used his powers. Since the day he awakened the power of the 100 skeletons in the middle of that alleyway, he himself had never used a weapon and had always relied on brute force with his fists. Yu Qinshan had once intentionally or unintentionally guided himself to choose a weapon. A weapon was a vehicle that allowed you to focus your power more on a single point. Carrier? Samuel Kang looked at the pistol in his hand before slowly pressing it against his chest. I will protect everything you left behind, Mr. Yu. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, the young girl with the little freckles woke up cold because her room had no air conditioning. She shivered and tried to go to the bathroom. Instead, she suddenly realized that no one was in the bed across from her. Strange, where's the little Taoist? But a closer look reveals the neatly folded doti by the bedside. Just then, the young girl heard movement at the restroom door. She followed the voice, and so she saw a huge coffin, which was the very same one that the trail was carrying. And right now, there was a sound of even breathing coming from that big coffin. The young girl gulped and braced herself to walk over and slowly crouch down. Knock, knock. She knocked on the coffin panel while pressing her head against it to listen for movement inside. At that very instant, the coffin panel was suddenly lifted, frightening the freckled maiden with a cry of alarm. But soon she saw that the pajama-clad Xiao Dao was lying in the coffin, and in the midst of that coffin, there was another woman. And that woman was no other than another student in the class. I think her name was Lu Wanyin. The trail lying in the coffin yawned while looking at the freckled girl. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she moved with lightness and grace. She was seen to put one finger up to her lips and make a silencing gesture to the freckled girl. The freckled girl held her breath in terror, and the air around her seemed to freeze in the moment. Immediately afterward, Xiao Dao's fingers gently touched the freckled girl's forehead. The touch was gentle and warm, as if it could penetrate the skin and touch her soul. She mouthed the words, and those words were like an ancient incantation. The sky is shaking, the earth is shaking. There's a man in my house who cries at night. As the spell ended, Dawn flicked the freckled girl's forehead. It's time for you to go to bed. So the freckled girl's eyes lost focus in that moment. She stood up slowly, then turned around slowly, her steps stiff and mechanical, as if she had lost her self-consciousness and was a walking corpse returning to her bedside. Her movements were slow and heavy, and finally, she slowly lay down and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Xiao Dao turned around, and his gaze fell on the sleeping Lu Evening. A lazy smile appeared on her face, a smile with a hint of playfulness, a hint of anticipation. Those slender fingers gently traced Lu Evening Yin's delicate cheeks as if she was admiring a precious work of art. You're a real catch. I'll definitely cultivate you. Chapter 99, The Saints. Assemble. Everyone, don't even sleep. Get up. 15 minutes to wash up, then assemble in the playground. At 6 o'clock the next morning, everyone was awakened by a reprimand. Jiang Hui didn't need much sleep, so he woke up around 5 a.m. At this moment, after hearing the sound, he immediately sat up and then changed his clothes, before seeing Chu He thundering still sleeping. He laughed helplessly, then yanked Chu He, who was still dreaming, to his feet. Isn't class at 9 o'clock? It's only 6 o'clock. Chu He complained to Samuel Kong while brushing his teeth. Didn't you have military training in college? Freshmen basically have to have military training when they start school. Ginger Samuel said, half-jokingly. The two of them went out the door after washing up, just in time to see Lu Wanyin and Yin Jia in the next room walk out as well. Lu Wanyin was indeed still the same as before. It was easy to fall asleep and hard to get up. She was currently yawning while squinting her eyes, as if her body was awake and her brain was still awake. And then she was seen subconsciously walking over to Samuel Kong and dropping her head on Samuel Kang's chest. Hair! Well, come on, it's a mess. Jiang Hui froze for a moment, then realized that Lu Evening probably still thought this was at home. After all, when she was at home, every morning she was this confused, then let herself fix her hair. Evening Jin. I fixed your hair. Yin Jia somewhat whispered to Lu Evening. Huh? Oh. Lu Lining raised her hand and touched her hair that had already been combed neatly. Then only then did she open her eyes to look at Jiang Hui in front of her. Suddenly, a flash of loss passed through her eyes. Jiang Hui looked in her eyes and also understood what she meant, so she smiled and raised her hand to pat her shoulder and said, Okay, tomorrow I'll get up early and fix your hair. Who cares, but since you insist, well, it's not like this young lady can't give you this chance. That's so cozy. One moment of happiness. Yin Jia came over to Jiang Hui's side and said somewhat guiltily, Did I do something superfluous? How can you call this redundant? Thank you, Yin Jia. I also feel much more at ease with you taking care of her in the same dormitory as her. Jiang Hui said, and went to rub Lu Wanyin's head. But just the moment his hand touched Lu Yin's head, a strange power passed through Lu Wanyin's head into Jiang Hui's body. Ginger Samuel froze violently. What power this is! He took a closer look at Lu Lianin, and then came close to her to sniff. So many people are watching. Why are you doing this? Lu Evening was shocked by Jiang Hui. Usually she was the one who did this. Now it was her turn to be smelled. She was shy all of a sudden. It even raced through his mind. I took a shower and washed my hair last night, and I changed my clothes so there shouldn't be any strange smell, right? But Jiang Hui smelled a faint odor of herbs from Lu Evening's body. The smell was very light, and if Jiang Hui hadn't sniffed carefully, he wouldn't have been able to find it at all. Did you go anywhere last night? Yeah. No, I was tired last night, so I fell asleep while talking with Yunja. Jiang Hui frowned. That strange power just now, as well as this odor, did not feel dangerous, even to the point of saying that this power gave Jiang Hui a wonderful sense of comfort. Just as he was about to ask something else, two young girls from the opposite house also came out. Oops. Everyone's ready. Looks like we're late. The young girl walked out with a large coffin on her back. No, we just came out as well. Chewie smiled and greeted the two young girls. Just then a teacher in charge of life urged, What are you regular class students still chatting about? People in the upper third class have all finished assembling. Should we make them wait for you guys? Although what he said was hard to hear, Jiang Hui and the others also decided to go to the playground first. After the group of 6 arrived at the playground, they found that only the corner spot was left, and their mentor, the priest, was smiling and nodding at them. Several people hurried over to stand next to the priest. After everyone had assembled, Dean Geraint once again stood at the main podium. I know that all of you probably haven't had a good rest, and the Academy would like to give you all more time if they could, but unfortunately, what Lingyu City Tianhui Academy lacks the most is time. Half a year later will be the Beast Tide. Since the emergence of the Rift, humanity has never experienced Beast Tides with such short intervals. Of course, we are confident that if we can crush them once, we can do it again. His voice was pale and strong and incredibly reassuring to hear. Therefore, we must seize every minute and every second. And now, I'll announce something to all of you. 3 days from now, Tianhui Academy will be conducting an entrance drill, and this drill will also be related to each of your primary profile assessment. All trainees, no grades. Only by class, no rules, no restrictions. The entire hopeless mountain within the 9 phases sealed dust boundary is your stage. In a class, even if there is only one last person left, the fight will continue. Of course, the instructors will keep an eye on you and won't let you get into a crisis. Samuel Kong listened to Dean Geraint talk about the rules of the entrance drill. It also understands the difficulties that the association is currently facing. Lingyu City was indeed the first city to defeat the Beast Tide. But most people feel that it was just a fluke that they won this time. It was because of that white skeleton monsters messing around, the two powerful beasts fighting against each other. And that's why the humans won the final victory. This randomness cannot be replicated. So they are pessimistic. The Tianhui Academy and the Beast Tide in half a year was what the association wanted to prove to everyone. Humans could rely on their own strength to defeat the Beast Tide, and Lingyu City's victory was definitely more than just a coincidence. Well, the morning meeting is over, so please have your instructors take your students to their respective classes and teach them. After Dean Geraint left, the crowd went to the classroom, followed by the priest. What made them lament was that even the other classes below the upper third still had a hierarchy. And the class they were in was known as the upscale class, the last class of the hangman. There were not even any classrooms in the main school building, and they had to go to a small bungalow on the side of the building that had been improvised for the purpose of learning. It feels like being looked down upon everywhere. Injia's mood was a bit low. During the assembly just now, the people from the other classes had also been sizing up the crowds of the Ursa Scales class with teasing eyes from time to time. Another night demon on parade, another little Taoist priest from out of town in the country, another average-looking and strong, freckled college student, and the second son of the Chu family, who doesn't have much to offer. Add to that a clergyman who is basically incapable of fighting and can only preach as a mentor. There is no future for this kind of class. Hey sis, I'm telling you, this is how the main character group is treated. Chu, he was very jovial, though his own captain, MOU, had no intention of picking him at all. But it was only for one night, and Chuho was relieved. Isn't this the life you dream of, touching fish? We're just going to quietly get stronger and shock everyone. Yeah, your great big brother give you a round of applause. The young girl carrying the coffin actually really gave Chuhi a boost. This, on the contrary, caused Chuhi to become a little embarrassed. The priest slowly pushed open the door to the bungalow, then glanced at the fairly clean classroom. After all, even the smallest is newly renovated. It's not as advanced a teaching aid as other classes, but it's adequate. Boys, go find your seats and sit down first. There was no heating in the room, and it was reasonable to assume that it would be warmer with the windows closed. But because of Injia's presence, the chilly air that kept seeping out made the classroom with closed windows as cold as if the cold air conditioner had been turned on. The freckled girl was shivering from the cold. In the end, Injia was also good enough to sit in the seat closest to the door, trying to make her chill cover as small an area as possible. Zhang Huai found a seat by the window and sat down. Lu Wanyin sat directly next to him. Chui looked at it and smiled without saying anything. The few remaining people also basically found seats in 2s and 3s, basically not sitting next to each other. The priest smiled as he stood at the podium after glancing at the crowd. So, let me introduce myself. I'm a 4-star awakened from the Inverted Tree organization. My name is Ling Xuan, codename Saint. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 100, Battlemaster, Lawgiver, and Herdsman. My name is Samuel Kong, 20 years old, a newcomer to the Night Demon Parade, a 2-star defensive awakened, with the ability of high-speed self-healing. The next step was for the participants of the upscale class to introduce themselves. Upon hearing Zhang Huai's self-introduction, the freckled young girl raised her hand and asked, "This self-healing ability, is it regeneration or healing?" Zhang Hui looked at the young girl. Although her face was ordinary, she seemed to have good observation skills. Self-healing and regeneration sound similar, but they are very different. High-speed regeneration. Even if the tissue structure has been destroyed, such as a broken arm or a leg, I can grow it back in a short period of time. Sounds kind of gross. Feels like a gecko. The freckled girl lowered her hand. My name is Lu Evening Een, just turned 18, official member of the Night Demon Parade, 3-star necromancy awakened. Ability is to manipulate dead spirits. Lu Evening Een was right behind Zhang Huai, and upon hearing her self-introduction, the young girl carrying the coffin seemed interested and listened attentively. She's next. My name is Yun Miao, 16 years old, from a small dojo in Siwei Mountain, Sichuan. Well, this is also the first time I went down to the mountain for training a 3-star control type awakened person with the ability of dead body manipulation. With that, she thumped the large coffin on the floor. What's in here? Is my companion. Why don't you open it now and introduce it to everyone? No, 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 no. Both Yin Jia and Lu Evening Yin raised their hands in succession to express their gratitude. Both of these girls are pretty timid, especially Lu Evening Yin. Jiang Hui still remembered how she would shrink into her arms even when she was watching old horror movies. Hi, my name is Yin Jia. I'm 20 years old this year. I'm a 2-star elemental attribute awakened person. My ability is frost mastery, but my power is so weak that I can't even control the leakage of my own cold chi. Mentor Ling Shui smiled and patted her on the shoulder. There is no need to hurry, my child. We all stand here now to refine ourselves, and with hope, the light will surely come. Thank you, Mentor. Then came the freckled girl. My name is Su Qing. I'm 25 years old, probably the oldest of you students, alas. I was just an office worker, but suddenly I was awakened. She said, scratching her head, looking a little helpless. I'm not good at fighting. I'm a 2-star spiritual awakened. My ability. Right now I can only establish some spiritual links, and the number of people can't be too many, and the distance can't be too far, so maybe I can't help much. Mentalist. That's a talent. A few people's hearts thought so. Mental abilities are very scarce. Just be well refined. It's entirely possible to be seen by big organizations like the Apocalypse Society. And her mental linking ability could, to a certain extent, be of great use in this enrollment exercise. Good. All eyes on me. The last one to stand up was Chu He. He looked around the room with open arms. My name is Chu He, Chu River of Chu River, 22 years old, and I am an official member of the Fearless Blood Falcon Squad. After the entire room was silent for a while, freckled girl Su Qing asked, "Oh, and what about your rank and abilities?" Huh? This. I'm an official member of the Dauntless Blood Falcon Squad. We heard this just now. What about your rank and ability? Su Qing continued to ask. 2-star auxiliary type awakened person. The ability is primary strengthening, can strengthen all of you various attributes. Of course, the strength of strengthening is very, very limited, but I'm still growing. The crowd was amused by Chu He, and the atmosphere was much better. When everyone has been introduced, Mentor Ling Chuan began to explain to the crowd the importance of entrance drills. If you want to get into one of those big organizations, you must treat the entrance drill well. This enrollment exercise was different from the previous ones. If it was any other Tianhui Academy, the entrance drill would not have mixed the upper 3rd class with other classes for the drill, because it is undoubtedly unfair to the other classes. But this also has an advantage. That is, it proves that there is a hierarchy in Ling Yu City's Tianhui Academy branch despite its face. But all can be on the same stage. It's up to the individual to take advantage of the opportunity. Our class now has 3 offensive personnel: Lu Evening Yin from the Necromancy Department, Yun Miao from the Manipulation Department, and Yin Jia from the Elemental Department. And after that is a defensive personnel, the high-speed self-healing Ginger Samuel. Lastly, there are 2 auxiliary type awakened, the reinforcement type Chu He as well as the spirit type Su Qing. This is a very sensible team configuration, and the glory of the Lord still shines unintentionally over our heads, such as the gift of God. Ling Chuan suddenly went in a prayer mode right there on the stage. Lu Evening Yin on the stage whispered to Jiang Hui, "Did you think he was the same as Lao Yu at the time? That's why you chose him. Look, he's a priest. Lao Yu is a godly man." Ha ha ha! Jiang Hui was amused by Lu Evening Yin and didn't confiscate his voice, resulting in a smiling look from Ling Chuan. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Student Samuel Kong, your master was also once a clergyman, so don't be disrespectful to God. Sorry. Ginger Samuel hurriedly stood up. Sit down. Ling Chuan still maintained his smile and nodded to Jiang Hui. This afternoon, then, let's take a look at the specific powers of each of your students, and then we'll fit some squad tactics to everyone's powers. Ling Chuan said with a smile and knocked on the table. Please remember, no matter what, teamwork is the most important thing. Don't abandon your companions, and don't despise your partners. This is the biggest difference between us humans and beasts. Lu Evening Yin gently touched Jiang Hui with her elbow and whispered, "Ugh, hear that, cutie who likes to be in the limelight, pay attention to the team." Jiang Hui gave Lu Evening Yin a blank look. Although Lu Evening Yin didn't know that she was 100 Rex, the clever young girl had always been able to guess that her power was a little different from the others. But she never bothered to ask. Throughout the morning, Ling Sha introduced the crowd to the squad structure in the general organization. 2 fire attackers, 1 defender, a number of support staff, and always a healing awakened. So right now the thing they lack the most is healing people. During the noon meal, the 6 gathered to discuss it while they ate. If there is no healing for the awakened, then every aspect of our actions will be limited, and every step must be considered. Chui said, I've read some files, and There is a special kind of squad where they don't have a healing staff. Lu Evening Een said, as she recalled. You're talking about the Riding Hunter Regiment's sharpshooter cavalry. Su Qing said, as she sipped her coke. I've also read their information. They should be the most special squad because its main focus is ultra-high mobility, tearing through the battlefield in an instant like a sharp knife straight into the dragon. Riding the hunt. Last time the beast-tied Jiang Hui had also seen it. They seemed to have some kind of special awakened psychic ability that allowed them to manipulate that warhorse made of steel and could almost be said to be invincible until they encountered the core lords. That's the decapitation squad. It can also be called a suicide squad. Not only do they not have any healing awakened, they don't even have any auxiliary or defensive types. They're a purely offensive team. It doesn't apply to us. Samuel Kong said. Yun Miao, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Well, in that case, we can be an ambush squad, and we don't need healers. The Small Sword Society and the Assassin Alliance are both this type of squads. Very powerful indeed. All about a one-hit kill. Chui said. It's too early to talk about this. Let's see how the mentor divides it this afternoon. Zhang Huai interrupted them with a smile. Healing Awakener. Actually, it's not nothing. Only it wasn't an awakened. It was a beast. Just a moment ago, the white fox's whisper came from Jiang Hui's ears. Master, if I can attach myself to you, you will be able to use my healing power without being transformed into that horrible skeleton. But now that my power is crippled, it won't be too powerful, according to the rank of the human awakened. It might be around 3 stars. The mirror demon's power was not only reflected in its cunningness and that buggy mirror image power replication, and its healing powers. This was one of the reasons why it had attracted so many beasts to follow it.